Chapter 1. It was a fairly normal Tuesday for the people of Metropolis. Or rather, what had rapidly become normal after the sudden debut of a man that could fly through the air unassisted, catch bullets, and lift an airplane on his own a couple of years ago. Since then, Superman had become a relatively common sight to the citizens of the city of tomorrow, proving that the human race could truly adapt to anything given time. It also helped that the caped man of steel had proven friendly and polite to just about everyone, helping with everything from firefighting to catching robbers. The small spherical spaceship crash landing in the middle of the street was decidedly less common and sent people running for cover. When nothing happened for a few minutes, the braver, or more foolish, in the crowd risked getting a better look at the crater and the ship inside of it. The spaceship was rather oddly designed. Perfectly round with no visible means of propulsion and only a few lines where the door appeared to be and an opaque purple pane of glass for a window. It was also rather small. It barely looked big enough to fit a single adult. The growing number of spectators flinched back when a hiss of air signaled the ship was opening to reveal a young child looking curiously around her surroundings. She obviously wasn't human. The fuzzy brown tail twitching behind her proved that, and no one had hair quite that spiky or gravity-defying naturally. But the rest of her looked shockingly similar to a human girl around 12 years old. Her appearance, and the lack of instant hostility, prompted one of the bystanders to call out to her. "Excuse me, are you all right? Do you need help?" The girl startled like she hadn't noticed the people gathering to stare at her and blushed heavily. "Oh right, the natives." She quickly darted back inside her ship and rummaged around until she reappeared with a sheaf of what looked like paper. Ahem. She coughed into her fist and started reading. "Greetings, people of Earth. I am Khalifa, and I will be conquering your planet today in the name of the Saiyan race unless you can produce a champion to defeat me. If you cannot, then resistance is foo-foo. Resistance is futile, and I will accept the surrender of your leaders now." She looked around at the stunned faces of the bystanders and smiled widely and innocently. "Did you get all that?" Silence stretched for a few seconds before a police officer in the crowd decided to act. He strode forward and pulled his gun before hesitantly pointing it at the young-looking girl. Declaration of conquest aside, she still looked like a kid. "Get on the ground now." "Oh, there's already a champion here?" "Lucky me," the girl chirped and raised a hand. Faster than the cop could react, an orb of yellow energy formed in her hand and shot forward. It slammed into his handgun and turned the entire thing into a useless mass of molten metal he needed to throw to the ground to avoid getting burned. Everyone looked from the ruined gun back to the alien girl and then back to the gun. Then the screaming started. Oh, sometime before, in Earth atmosphere. Waking up in an attack ball after a mental download wasn't an experience I thought I'd ever deal with, and it certainly wasn't one I'd recommend. Brains just weren't meant to handle that much new information that fast, or at least mine wasn't. It didn't help that most of the information I just didn't care about. Yeah, knowing my new name and race was useful, but I didn't need to know about her childhood or how her father sent her on mission after mission alone, fully expecting her to die at some point because old me didn't meet his expectations. I certainly wasn't going to go back to that abusive asshole. So the first plan after finding out I was an anime character was to hide out on Earth, get strong enough that I could do what I wanted, and then just go exploring. Seriously, Earth was boring. Even DBZ Earth, despite the animal people, cyborgs, and random future tech, because outside of the handful of beings like Cell or Bu, nothing really happened there. That changed when I started scanning radio waves looking to see what music was like on the way to my new home, and found a talk show being hosted by someone called Vicky Vale. I didn't care about her, but I did care about what her topic was. She was going on about how the appearance of superheroes like Superman, The Flash, and Wonder Woman were affecting the world and what it could mean for the future. That meant I wasn't in the DBZ verse. Mashup verse. Who cares? That meant I didn't need to bother with Frisia. Let the Space Cop Green Lanterns deal with him. That meant Piccolo probably wasn't around. I wanted to meet the grumpy green slug man. It also meant Earth was going to be infinitely more interesting than what I was expecting, with at the very least Themyscira and probably Atlantis to explore. And it meant a bunch of people I could fight against that could actually push a Saiyan pretty far. Too bad the strongest of them were heroes and probably wouldn't fight me for real because they were heroes. Unless I was a villain. A plan started coming together in my mind, and I didn't bother hiding the grin stretched across my face as the alert for final approach beeped in my pod. Oh, Metropolis was a really pretty city, I noticed. All the cities I remembered had at least some kind of trash in a corner somewhere, but I didn't see anything like that here. That, and the bright tin stone and glass buildings made the entire place feel bright. I also managed to catch my reflection in one of the windows, spiky black hair that hung around my shoulders except for a few locks that stuck upward, black bodysuit covered by white armor thankfully, without the stupid shoulder pauldron thingies, and rather cute. Even if I didn't like suddenly being a kid. I would grow though, so that was fine. Excuse me, are you alright? Do you need help? A voice suddenly broke me out of my thoughts, and I could feel my face heating up. I completely forgot about the people watching me. Thankfully, I already had a plan. Oh right, the natives. I quickly went back to the attack ball and dug around for the troubleshooting manual. Not that the people around me would know that. And made my way back and gave my "I'm here to conquer you" speech, deliberately flubbing a few words to make it seem like I really was as young as I looked. I wanted to fight the heroes a bunch, and having them not hold back or lock me in a hole somewhere meant I wouldn't be able to do that as often. So I planned to be a reoccurring villain that popped up constantly, but wasn't that big of a deal as long as I got what I wanted. And since that would mostly just be a fight, it should be pretty easy to give. But I couldn't look like a pushover or they would start ignoring me. So when the cop pointed his gun at me, I didn't waste a second before turning it into scrap. Then the screaming started, and people started running for their lives. Which was actually kinda annoying given my new, more sensitive ears. I flew around the area a bit, getting used to the fact I could fly, and idly blasting the guns of the few cops brave enough to stand their ground. Don't you have anyone stronger? This is boring. I called down at the masses and fired a few more weak key blasts. That's enough. I think you've caused more than enough destruction. A firm voice demanded from behind me. I turned and felt my heartbeat speed up at the sight of the man flying there, arms crossed, with a stern expression on his face. It was Superman, right in front of me. A smile of pure happiness split my face, and I was going to fight him. Chapter 2. Superman, though he really preferred to think of himself as Clark Kent, had seen a lot of different reactions to his arrival since he decided to reveal his powers. Hope, fear, resignation, and the like were fairly normal, but it was weird to see pure joy from someone who had been attacking the city moments before. Oh hey, you look way stronger than the other guys, and you can fly too. That's great, the young alien chirped, making Superman wish he could talk her down somehow. Fighting children didn't exactly sit right with him, so if this could be resolved peacefully. Who are you and why are you attacking the city? Oh, did you not hear? I'm Khalifa, and I'm here to take over the planet. Take over was she serious? So you're gonna have to beat me if you want to stop me. The tailed child suddenly flew forward and punched him in the face, sending him flying backward. Superman winced at the hit and quickly stopped his momentum before he ended up going through a building. Contrary to popular belief, he did feel it whenever someone hit him, at least a little. It just usually never did anything to him. He was also glad that the child, Khalifa, had only used those orbs on everyone else. That punch would have done some real damage to a normal human. Oh, I just punched Superman. I just punched Superman. Oh, it did absolutely nothing, and I wasn't holding back, so I knew I was screwed, but I didn't care. This was like getting the chance to fight Muhammad Ali, or George Foreman, or Mike Tyson in their prime. Even though I knew I was going to lose, just the opportunity was enough for this to be the best moment of my life. I was also so distracted by my thoughts I failed to follow up after that one hit. I almost missed Superman flying back towards me. Weird. I would have thought my key sense would have. Key sense wasn't a natural Saiyan ability. My eyes widened as I remembered that. Huh. Wonder how I'd go about learning how to thoughts for later. Superman was back. You're kinda tough, huh? I pretended like I didn't know he was a Kryptonian. No need for awkward questions later. Just a little. The man of steel replied. Any chance we can talk this out? Come to an agreement. Blah. I knew my physical age would make him hesitate, but I didn't want to just float around talking. So I was going to move this along a tiny bit. Sure. You have to beat me first, though. Then I blasted him in the chest with a solid beam of ki. That did about as much damage as me punching him, meaning none at all, but it did send him rocketing out of the city where I followed as fast as I could. No need to trash the city during my introduction after all. I caught up to him just when he was recovering and punched him again, straight into the ground. Superman ended up in a crater while I just hovered overhead. I still couldn't keep the smile off my face. Flying, super strength, and shooting lasers from my hands? That was just way too cool, and an opponent I could give it my all against and not worry about hurting. I couldn't ask for a better introduction to my new abilities. A blue and red blur burst out of the crater, and a completely unharmed, if slightly dirtier, Superman was suddenly in front of me, still wearing a stern expression. I didn't want him talking more, so I flew forward with the intent to punch him in the face, but he caught my fist before it hit like I was a normal human 12-year-old. Then he caught the second one just as easily. I think that's enough of that. I beat you, so let's have that talk now. You didn't beat me. I immediately protested. You didn't even hit me once. He raised an eyebrow and pointedly wiggled my still captured hands. I didn't need to hit you to beat you, and I'm not going to fight someone that, despite causing a panic, hasn't really hurt anybody. Now then, who sent you, and why just you? Internally, I was fuming. This was how my first fight was going to end? A few good strikes, and then captured like some little kid? No way. So I did something Superman wasn't expecting at all. I poked him in the eye with my tail. He reeled back enough that I was able to bring my foot up and kick him in the jaw, both freeing me and putting a little distance between us. Fine. If you aren't going to fight me, then I'll just have to wreck a few buildings until someone who will fight shows up. With those parting words, I turned back towards the city. I wasn't actually planning on wrecking the place. Maybe blow up a few decorative bits, get Superman to take me seriously, then take things from there. But I didn't even get that far. Instead, I barely heard Superman mutter behind me. Ma always said you had to have a firm hand with children. Huh, wonder what that was, Abu. Smack. I yelped, howled in outrage. He spanked me. Do you give up? I turned to face him with fire in my eyes. No, I don't give up. I'm going to dash. He vanished in a blur. Smack. Do you give up? I flew at him, ready to pound him so far into the ground they could use it as a well. Smack. Do you give up? I shot key blasts everywhere I thought he would move. Smack. Do you give up? I mined the area with tiny orbs of ki ready to explode at the slightest touch. Smack. Do you give up? I erupted in an omnidirectional surge of ki that reduced everything around me to rubble. Smack. 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 Do you give up? I tried flying away as fast as I could. Smack. I give up already. I cried, screamed, tears flowing out of my eyes and holding onto my butt. Superman appeared in front of me again, this time looking at me with something like sympathy and regret in his eyes. Something told me he had gone through something like this before and didn't like that he was forced to do the same. That look reignited the fire inside me. He ruined my first fight, spanked me like some misbehaving child, and now he felt bad about it. Now that we got that out of the way, I have some questions and you are going to answer them, young lady, he said firmly. Do you want to answer them here, or do you want to land on the ground first? I answered that the best way I knew how. I reared one leg back. Then I kicked him in the balls as hard as I could before sticking my tongue out and flying away. This isn't over. I'm going to get way stronger, and then I'm going to beat you up. I promised as I flew into the distance. Superman didn't say anything. He just remained hunched over midair holding himself, but I figured he heard me anyway. Chapter 3. Lightning cracked through the sky as rain poured down steadily, providing the perfect backdrop for my nightly activity. One that any aspiring supervillain would treat with utmost seriousness, plotting how to beat their nemesis. Superman had revealed himself to not be the paragon of truth and justice he pretended to be during our fight. No, instead he was some kind of spank-happy sadist hiding behind the mask of a hero. Clearly, I had landed in one of those bizarro universes where Superman was secretly evil, and it was up to me to take him down. I blinked as I realized I had gotten a bit excited, and then sat back down to continue cooking dinner in my newfound supervillain lair. Okay, it was a random cave I had found and moved into, but it was a start. Thankfully, my attack ball had included a remote that allowed it to autopilot to my location, so I wasn't forced to sleep on the floor, even if it meant everything else was just rocks repurposed into furniture and my stove was a campfire. It was still fun, though. Camping is way better when you are tough enough to ignore small sticks and stones poking you constantly. I shook my head. Enough getting distracted. I needed to think of a way to beat up the big blue bully. The problem was, Superman was just too fast for me right now. I had gotten lucky with my cheap shot sneak attack, but otherwise nothing I had tried got close. I hadn't managed to figure out key sense on my own yet either, so I needed to get faster or get better at hitting things. I thought about the heroes I could potentially train against. The Flash was slower than Superman, right? Oh, Central City was fine, I guess. After Metropolis, I had kinda hoped that all the new cities I checked out would be cool and interesting. Gotham was probably going to be filthy, but it at least had a cool aesthetic. But from what I saw of Central City so far was that it was normal. At least the Flash Museum would be pretty neat. Was that built yet? Probably not. Everyone seemed pretty new. Meh. I kinda just wandered down the streets hoping to catch a glimpse of the Flash, but I wasn't getting much luck. So I tried multitasking by practicing sensing other people's ki. I wasn't having much luck with that either. Whoa, watch yourself, kid. A hand stopped me from walking forward just as a car passed by in the street. Had I been zoning out that much? Oops. You gotta be careful crossing the street. The man who stopped me continued. And where are your parents? Central is pretty safe, but kids shouldn't be walking around by themselves. Did my entrance not make the news? An alien spaceship attacked Metropolis. I should be famous. Although come to think about it, I didn't see a bunch of cameras around when I showed up. Maybe they didn't have a good picture of me? I can take care of myself. I told the man. Besides, I'm here looking for someone. Oh, going to a costume party? It's a really cool outfit. The tail looks pretty real too. My tail is real. I waved the thing at him for emphasis. And I said I'm looking for a person, not a party. We were starting to draw attention. Pedestrians were whispering between themselves and pointing. While I didn't mind it at first, the longer it went on, the more annoying it got. Crash. Oh hey, look, a distraction. The sound of something large crumbling to rubble grabbed everyone's attention, and I felt it was a perfect excuse to leave. Well, that's just rude. The man I had been talking to vanished before I could ditch him, ignoring that I lifted off the ground and started floating towards the sound from earlier. Good news is I found the Flash. Too bad, he was fighting that ice villain of his. Shoot, what was his name? Commander Chill? Private Popsicle? Something like that. Anyway, the villain had just robbed a jewelry store and had frozen, then shattered a wall during his escape. Now he was taunting the Flash while blasting the ground around him with some kind of frost gun, causing Flash to slide right past him when he tried getting close. It was neat to see a real superhero fight, but I wanted to start training soon. So when Flash slammed into a nearby parked car, I floated over until I was in front of him. Hi there, I'm Califa. I need you to help me. The speedster seemed surprised and kept looking between me and checking up on the villain. Ah, sure, mysterious floating monkey kid. But I'm a little busy right now and it's dangerous, so why don't we talk once I take care of Captain Cold there? So that was his name. I knew I was close. Hiding behind kids now, Flash? Not very heroic of you. The ice villain taunted while twirling his cold gun. I'm not head dash. Look, can we wrap this up already? I've got things to do. I interrupted Flash. So just give up already so we can get going. I think I might have made Captain Cold a bit angry. You know what? I don't want to deal with some random superpowered kid, so why don't you cool off and time out for now? The next thing I knew, I was suddenly covered in some kind of weird ice. Weird because, yeah, it was cold, but I could breathe through it. I don't think you can breathe through normal ice. Still, Captain Cold had trapped me in about an inch of ice, so that meant he attacked me. And that meant he was fair game. I focused my ki and exploded it outward, shattering the ice and freeing me to both Flash and Captain Cold's surprise. My turn. I pitched a sphere of ki into the ice villain's chest hard enough to knock him off his feet and into a parked car. If the ki orb didn't knock him out of the fight, the cracked ribs from denting the vehicle's doors probably would. He would be fine though. It was only a few bones at most. Okay, now you have to help me. I ordered Flash, grabbing him by the wrist and starting to lead him off. Sure. He's gonna be okay though, right? He'll be fine. I barely hit him. Unfortunately, Flash refused to leave until Captain Cold got picked up by the cops and an EMT. He was fine just like I promised. His ribs would heal in a few weeks. Oh, so you want to explain what you need my help for? I don't mind helping, but you've been kinda light on details. I need you to help me get faster. We were in the middle of some random field outside the city limits because I didn't want to be tripping over random people while doing this, and frankly, I was surprised the Flash didn't ask sooner. Get faster? I mean, I appreciate the thought, but you know not everyone can just do what I do, right? Yeah, but if I'm working my way up to Superman levels of speed, then it just makes sense to train with someone a bit slower, right? And you could help me just get used to keeping up with people faster than me. The speedster opened his mouth to say something when I could practically see the moment his train of thought latched onto something I said. Hold on, Superman is fast, but he is not faster than me. I'm the fastest man alive, he protested. Are you sure? I tilted my head doubtfully. I mean, Flash was fast, but Yes, I'm sure. You know what? Fine. I'll help you get faster. And we'll do it the fun way. I perked up. Fun way. The Scarlet Speedster nodded sagely. Yep, using the best way there is to get used to moving fast. He walked over to me and slowly reached out one finger, poking me in the forehead. Tag, you're it. I smiled widely and flared my key. It was so on. Oh, ha ha ha. Hey, you're doing better. You almost got me that time. Hours later, I was tired, sweaty, exhausted. Not only had I not come close to catching the Flash, he hadn't run out of breath the entire time we were training. And this was including the times he had to run back into Central City to help break up a crime while I took a break to recover. It was working though. I was already able to move much faster than when we first started thanks to all the practice I was getting controlling my ki. Flash had also given me pointers about my running form when I got too tired to fly. And the biggest improvement was that I figured out ki sense. No idea how I managed that last one, but I think it had to do with me constantly trying to find Flash when he sped away and something just clicked. I didn't even realize I had done it until Flash mentioned something. One more time. I panted, wiping sweat off my forehead. Sorry, kid. I gotta head back to the city. I've got another appointment. He waved his hands in front of him negatively. But keep up those exercises we started on, and you should be way faster in no time. But fine. I grudgingly accepted. I was getting hungry anyway. Great. Now take care and don't do anything dangerous. Don't want a newbie hero biting off more than she can chew too quickly, right? Flash had the audacity to ruffle my hair before vanishing back towards the city in a blur. Wait, hero? I did tell him I was working my way up to take on Superman though. Meh, oh well. He'll figure it out at some point. Chapter 4. I had a problem. It wasn't even a fun problem like how to get faster so I could punch Flash or get strong enough to take down evil Superman. It was a boring problem of I'm sick of eating fire-roasted deer and almost nothing else. Sure, it was tasty, and when I swung by a lake I was able to easily grab a few fish. But there was no flavor. It was just boring meat and boring fish. And I already didn't like fish that much. So like I said, a problem. I couldn't exactly go around clearing out restaurants either. The amount of food required to satisfy a Saiyan was far more than a normal person would allow a child to order without either asking where my parents were or at least demanding that I could pay in advance. And I didn't want to have a meal interrupted by someone trying to arrest me. That would be dumb. I guess there was always the option of getting stuff from a supermarket or something and making it myself, but there was another problem there. I had no money. That tended to be a major issue when trying to buy things unless you were a politician or businessman. Then you just took out a loan or asked other people to pay the bill for you. Anyways, I had no money. And I sure as hell wasn't going to rob a grocery store of all things. That was like bottom D-tier villainy at best, and I had more class than that. So that meant I needed some kind of plan. Oh, planning didn't go very well. I either made them too complicated, like trying to figure out how to manipulate the resuppliers to put everything I wanted on one truck so I could steal that, or just silly once I let my imagination run wild. Not entirely sure where I was going to get a mariachi band with flamethrowers to act as a distraction while I stealthily walked away with everything. When I realized another very simple flaw in my process. I still had no money, so I couldn't bribe or hire people, which made my plans useless. That was okay though. I was a smart villain. If I didn't have enough money to complete my plan, then I would just have to steal more. That would work. And then I could spend all I wanted finding a flamethrowing music band to help me. Or I could just use the stolen money to buy food. That would make much more sense. I thought about it for a bit before shrugging and leaving that decision to future me. I had a robbery to plan. Oh, man, I was bad at planning robberies. Well, no, I was great at planning them. It's just when it came to making them realistic, I got a little too enthusiastic. That was fine though. So what if reality was unable to appreciate my genius? Everything was possible somehow. I would just have to keep working at it. Next, please. I mentally shelved my plans for a volcano fortress and walked up to the teller with a winning smile. No, I wasn't nervous. Why would you think that? It's not like this was my first actual robbery and I had no idea what I was doing. Hello, sweetheart. How can I help you today? The teller asked kindly. Oh man, why did she have to be nice? And I guess she couldn't see my armor or tail with them covered up by a jacket I grabbed on the way here. Hi. Sorry, I've never done this before. I said nervously. I'd like to make a withdrawal. Sure thing. Do you have your account number? No, I don't have an account number. This is a robbery. I'm robbing you. The teller frowned. I see. Then the door burst open as 5 men in masks with machine guns rushed in screaming for people to get on the floor. "Oh, she's just a little girl," the teller pleaded with the robber pointing a gun at my head. I wasn't upset by that. By all appearances, I was indeed a little girl. Wasn't even upset about the gun to the head. It was a good way to motivate the nice teller lady to open the vault. Also, she was apparently one of the people in the bank that could get into the vault. Not sure why she was working a station then. No, I was annoyed because, somehow, someone else decided to rob the same bank I was going to, at the same time, in Metropolis of all places. You might think robbing a bank here would be stupid with the blue bully ready to pop up at any point. But the thing about knowing his secret identity is that I could plan around his absence. I totally didn't get lucky watching the news skimming for something to watch and seeing him standing next to Lois Lane in a conference in Florida yesterday. I don't give a fuck, lady. And unless you want a new hole in her head, keep your mouth shut and keep moving. At least let her go. And it wasn't like these idiots knew Superman was out of town. So they decided, yeah, we can totally rob a bank in Metropolis and get away despite being totally normal humans with some guns. You listening to me, brat? The jerk jabbed me in the shoulder with his gun. I said, get in the vault. Oh, neat. That was open now. Not really. Got distracted by how stupid this is. You calling me stupid? That's not what she said. Please. The teller begged again. Shut up. I think she called me stupid. The hell's the world coming to when brats talk back to their betters? I ought to beat the shit out of you to teach you respect, just like dear old dad. He swung the butt of his gun at my jaw, but I was done with this guy. My fingers closed around the plastic-like material and shattered it with a light squeeze. While the two humans were standing slack-jawed at that, I punched the robber in the stomach. Lightly, so I didn't kill him. But yeah, he wasn't getting back up. Oh my god, you're a metahuman. Teller lady exclaimed once she got over her shock. I frowned. I'm a Saiyan, not a human. Wait, you mean that alien that crash-landed in the middle of the city and said you were here to conquer Earth? That's you. Yep. The lady went quiet and looked at the robber face down on the floor. You aren't working with them, are you? She asked softly. No? Why would you think that? Because you said you were robbing the place right before they broke in. She pointed out reasonably. Yeah, no? Not working with them. Kinda mad they ruined my first robbery. Why were you going to commit a robbery in the first place? Because I wanted more food and wasn't going to taint my supervillain reputation by stealing from restaurants. So, the internet said I should. I lied proudly. The internet. Yep. I wanted to get more supplies since I wasn't expecting to take more than a couple days taking over your planet. But you need money for that. So I found out from your internet that illegal aliens need to steal your jobs, your women, and your money to get more stuff. I have a job. I'm too young for a wife. But I needed money, so I looked up how I'm supposed to steal money. And one place said that most people rob banks for more money. The poor lady had no idea how to deal with my logic. But she shook herself and refocused. Ignoring that for now, there are still 4 more men with guns out there. We need to hide until the police show up. I shrugged and walked into the vault where I started stuffing random bills into various pockets. You can do that. I'm just gonna take this and leave. You're still robbing us. Well, yeah, I still want food. You can't just take things that belong to other people. Sure I can. Scions do it all the time back home. Probably. By then I had loaded up a few $1,000s and walked back out. The teller made no move to stop me, but she was looking pretty distressed. You. She sighed. This is not how I expected today to go. What's your name, sweetheart? Same here, lady. I'm Khalifa. Nice to meet you. Her lips twitched in a hint of a smile. I'm Samantha. We both know I probably can't stop you from taking that money. But do you think you can do me a favor? A favor? I cocked my head to the side, interested at what she could possibly want a favor for right now. You're pretty strong, right? And fast, too? I saw some clips of you fighting Superman, even if they weren't that good. Yep, I'm training to get faster, too. So the next time we fight, I'll win and take over the planet. Never mind. Do you think you can beat up the other robbers on your way out? In a way no one else gets hurt? She asked. I shrugged. Sure. I was going to beat them up anyways for ruining my first time. Oh, good. I didn't feel like there was much else to say to Samantha at that point, so I made my way back to the main lobby where the other robbers were still shouting at people. I introduced myself to the first one by kicking him in the stomach, flipped in the air to blast 2 of them with a key attack, and turned to the last one just in time to catch a bullet in the mouth. Then the guy decided to just mag dump me and kept firing. The bystanders began screaming at the sound of gunfire, and everyone panicked when my head snapped back. They only calmed down a bit when my hands kept moving after the first shot and the gunman's weapon clicked empty. While they were all staring, I brought my head back forward and spit out the bullet I had caught and brought my hands up to eye level. With a slow, deliberate motion, I opened them and let the flattened pieces of lead pour out of my hands and clatter on the floor. I am so fucking sorry. The gunman whimpered as I started floating towards him. You're going to be. I promised. Then I punched him in the nose. The other robbers were dealt with. I had my money and no sign of the cops or Superman. I could call my first robbery, despite some setbacks, a success. Now then, off to buy groceries. In another city, of course. I wasn't an idiot. Chapter 5. Have a cold front moving in from the north, so expect temperatures to fall into the high 50s, low 60s for the next few days. That's it for the weather. Now back to you. Hey, what are you doing here? The weatherman exclaimed as he spotted me walking onto the set. In fact, multiple people were surprised to see me walking in. I always thought news stations had different rooms for things like weather and all that. Turns out they are just off to the side. Huh, neat. I gave myself a mental shove. I needed to focus. This was a crucial step in the plan for my continued training. Hi there, is this the newsroom? I need to send a message into the city. I said cheerfully. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see whispered conversations happening among the crew. Apparently, a few people knew me on site now, but plenty of others had no clue who I was. That would probably change after today. You can't be in here. We're in the middle of a broadcast. One of the crew said in a hissed whisper, moving towards me and trying to shove me out of the room even as others tried to stop him. So this is the right place? Good. Some people screamed when the light yellow key ball struck the man in the chest, knocking him over. I mean, in their defense, they had no idea I had basically just pushed him over from a distance. But still loud. Oh, relax, he's fine. Now then, which one of these is on? I looked around until I spotted a camera with a red dot on it and realized the crew hadn't stopped filming since I showed up, so it was still on the weatherman. With a little push, I kicked off the ground and floated around him. Hey, do you mind stepping away for a sec? I need to say something. The man was backpedaling away before I even finished my sentence. Thank you. I turned to the camera and smiled widely. Hello, future subjects of the Saiyan race. As many of you know, I'm Khalifa, and I've been tasked with taking over your planet. I was doing a good job too until I, kinda sorta lost to Superman. But I've been training. I skipped over the unimportant stuff. Now I'm ready for a rematch. But since your buildings are super fragile, I'm moving the fight outside the city so we can go all out from the beginning. So, Superman, I will face you 50 miles south of the city tomorrow at noon. If you fail to show up, then I will take that as your forfeit. Excuse me, Miss Khalifa. A young man nervously called out from behind one of the cameras. What happens if he doesn't show? Or just see your message? I blinked. Wait, you can't just keep repeating what I said to make sure he sees. Well, this is live, so no? Oh, that wasn't part of my plan. If Superman didn't even know we were supposed to fight, how could I test how much stronger I was? I mean, sure, I could attack the city again, but that would mean getting spanked again, holding back too much, and not giving it my best. I couldn't decide what to train next if the fight ended before we got going. Maybe I could come back every hour to make a new announcement? No, that wouldn't work. The whole point of going on the news was to give me some free time to make sure nothing got in the way. The last thing I needed was a random hiker wandering into the area to ruin the whole fight. Can you just make a recording and play that later? The young man looked around, but everyone else seemed to have lost their voice. None of you have a way to get a hold of him? Something like what that bat guy does in Gotham. Not unless you count kidnapping his girlfriend, someone muttered in the back. What was that? Nothing. Just saying it would be best to ask one of his friends. Would that work? There was currently no Justice League, so no help there. And even if the other heroes took the message, then I would end up fighting them, which ruined the whole plan to fight Superman anyway. No, that was too unreliable. I guess I'll just show up before the fight is supposed to start. You guys can still repeat the message, right? Even without me being recorded. So you aren't going to hold us hostage or attack the studio if Superman doesn't show. Another person called out despite another co-worker jabbing him repeatedly in the ribs. No? Why would I do the dash? Or go on a rampage through the city? I mean, maybe I'll shoot off a couple blasts just to get his attention dash. And destroy a few skyscrapers. What? No, I just wanted to fight, not to level a city. The whole point of me moving the fight out of the way is so that we don't ruin the place. What about Dash? At this point, his coworker put his hand over the guy's mouth and physically restrained him. This was not how I expected this to go. I'm just gonna go. Oh. The newsroom staff watched nervously as the alien child floated out of the studio. As soon as she was out of sight, the man who had been restraining his coworker released him and slapped him upside the head. Are you trying to get us all killed, you moron? Hey, I just found out 3 very important things. Thank you very much. And you know the execs wanted more about the girl if we could get it. Yes, from the reporters and investigators, not from the video crew. The man looked ready to beat some sense into his companion before he sighed. Whatever. What did you learn that was so important? Well, 1. She really is just a kid. My nieces get flustered and run off the exact same way when they are mid-plan and discover an obstacle they didn't think about, and I suggest a bunch of things they don't want to do in a row. 2. She isn't going to use hostages or anything like that. She didn't even give that idea another thought. Maybe a cultural thing? I'm sure some anthropologist would love that data point. And 3. She doesn't want to destroy the city. Even said so herself. So let me get this straight. You risked all of our lives because the would-be alien conqueror acted like your kid nieces? What if she just blasted you with one of those laser balls, or whatever they are? I'd be fine. She did it to Dave, and all he got was a little dirty from rolling on the floor. Everyone in the room was now looking at their co-worker with various levels of stunned disbelief or anger, especially the ones who had seen the same yellow energy orbs melt metal in seconds and hit Superman hard enough to send him flying out of the city. You're an idiot. Oh, Clark Kent sighed as he watched a recording of Caliph's challenge to Superman for the 3rd time. The girl's announcement had gone viral on practically every video hosting site and social media platform around in minutes. At this point, it would be harder to find someone in the city who hadn't seen it than those who had. Oddly, part of him was relieved Calipha hadn't deviated from her mission of taking over the planet by defeating its champions. He had been worried when it was reported she had robbed a bank that it would be the beginning of another rampage by a superpowered alien. That worry lessened when reports of her buying groceries of all things a few hours later, but it did confuse the hell out of him. The rest was just resigned to the massive headaches this event would cause in the future. Anti-alien factions were starting to form due to the rising number of verified extraterrestrial visitors on Earth, and an alien hijacking a news broadcast to declare hostile intentions and call him out in particular was going to be twisted by someone he was sure. Irregardless that this was the action of a child that was smart enough to research things on the local internet despite being from another planet on a mission of subjugation, but a child nonetheless. He hoped he could settle this before some hothead decided the military needed to be involved and more people got hurt, even if it ruined his lunch plans. Chapter 6. Lex Luthor was many things. Rich, intelligent, a ruthless businessman with a keen instinct. Yet, there was one aspect that he prided himself in above all others: being able to manipulate the masses at whim. Right now, he was watching the challenge to the aliens sent by the Saiyan child. Like everything, it was simply another situation he could twist to his favor. The only question remained: what would be the best move at the moment? Unlike most of the things that made the news, this wasn't something he knew was coming in advance. It was sudden, spontaneous. And it wasn't like this child had any contacts or subordinates he could spy on or recruit to keep tabs on her. No, this was a rare opportunity with a small window to take advantage of it before it was too late. Many plans of action whirled through his mind, each carefully evaluated before being refined or discarded. He could push for a military response through several proxies naturally and have them attack the site of this duel. If they managed to kill off the Scion, then it would be one less alien thinking they could come in and take over because they were physically superior. Of course, if they failed, he was sure he would be able to convince several people in both the military and the government to increase sales and funding for L-Corp weapons. It was a tempting plan, but one he ultimately had to push aside. It would have worked if the invader didn't look like a child. While people were scared of the Scion's power, they weren't so scared they would be willing to be attached to an operation gunning after a 12-year-old. While his more pragmatic contacts would have no issue with the deed, they would be crucified by public response. No, that option was out. He could always hire a mercenary to attack both of them. No, the time frame was too short for anyone competent. Very well, it seemed direct action was off the table this time. But Luthor did not make it to where he was today by being unable to adapt his strategies. If being direct wouldn't work, he would be indirect. He pressed a button on his desk that opened the intercom to the lobby outside his office. Come in. Luther leaned back in his chair as his right-hand woman, Mercy Graves, walked into the room. What can I do for you, Lex? He gave his favorite henchwoman a rare natural smile. Her absolute loyalty to him and her competency were just two of the reasons he relied on her as much as he did. Her ruthlessness and willingness to follow orders instantly just made her even more useful. I've decided what we are going to do about our visitors' little challenge, he said slowly. Get a few camera crews out to the location specified. As many stations as possible. We are going to make sure the whole country sees this. Yes, sir, right away. Instant obedience. How refreshing. Yes, this was the best move he could make right now. If the alien won, and Luther could easily admit it was likely he would, the country would be witness to their beloved idol of justice beating on a child. If for some reason he lost, then he was no longer the unbeatable symbol they held him up as, and his influence would wane. Of course, if the camera crews happened to be killed, well, that just goes to show how dangerous it is to let these aliens run loose where normal people could get hurt now, didn't it? Oh, when I first picked the place for my rematch with Superman, I thought about recreating the tiled floor scene in the World Martial Arts Tournament or the Cell Games, but couldn't due to the lack of giant mountains I could carve up for tiles. I mean, I also wasn't strong enough to just whip up tiles like I remember Cell doing, but the thought was there. Instead, I settled for a wide, flat patch of ground far from pretty much everything. It would be fine if we spent most of the time flying, right? So imagine my surprise when I found nearly a dozen different news crews converging on my location minutes before my scheduled fight. These people did realize I was about to fight Superman, right? That the whole reason I moved the fight from the city was because I didn't want squishy people getting in the way. Were they suicidal or just dumb? Well, I still had some time to kill. Hey, what are you guys doing here? I called down to them once I flew over. And can you leave? I have a fight in a few minutes and I don't want us getting distracted. I definitely took them by surprise because most of them jumped, some of them fumbled with the equipment they had been unloading, and one unfortunate guy dropped a camera lens down. I winced at that last one. That was probably expensive. Of course, the reporters didn't just instantly jump to obey me. That would be too easy. Excuse me, miss, I'm Danny Damaris, reporter for Channel 7. Would you mind a short interview? Was there something about being a reporter that required getting up close and personal with things that could kill you? The other guys at the news station seemed the same. Maybe it wasn't a Lois Lane thing, but something that all reporters did, and she only survived it because of Superman. Actually, that reminded me. I guess I can talk to you for a bit if you don't mind answering a question first. The reporter checked to make sure his cameraman was recording before eagerly nodding his head yes. Can you only be a reporter if your name starts with the same two letters? What? I mean, I didn't really go looking for a bunch of reporter names, but there's Lois Lane, Vicky Vale, and you're Danny Damaris. All of you have names that start with the same letter. I guess there's Clark Kent too, but his names only sound similar. Is he not a very good reporter then? Huh. Take that, you big blue bully. Even if I can't physically beat you up yet, I can still make fun of your alter ego. Donnie took a second to recover before giving me a strained smile and attempting to move on. I'm sure Mr. Kent is a fine reporter, and it has nothing to do with his name. The alliteration of the other names is just coincidence. Isn't that when a word sounds like the sound it makes? I knew what alliteration meant, of course, but I had an image to sell. No, that's onomatopoeia. Oh, anyways, there have been a lot of scared people since your arrival asking what exactly your intentions are with the planet. I waited for him to continue with a question, but he just looked at me expectantly. Was I supposed to respond to that? Okay, what is your response to those people? Any clues to your motivations that might explain why you are here? I'm here to take over the planet by beating your champions. I repeated the public reason I was doing anything. Yes, but why? Is it for resources? For territory? Going by my original mission, it would be to exterminate everything on the planet and sell it off, but I wasn't about to say that on TV. Time to use the politician's second most popular trick in the book, blaming someone else and changing topics. I don't know. I was just sent here to take it over. It's taking longer than I thought it would, but I've been having fun. You have some interesting things here, even if most of you are weaklings. Donnie looked a little annoyed at my response, but kept his tone polite. Aren't you worried about people getting hurt, though? Your first appearance did quite a bit of damage to Metropolis. I shrugged. A little? I don't want to hurt people who aren't fighters, but I can't stop people from being stupid. I mean, I tried to have my rematch out here away from anyone else, and you guys followed me anyway. Seems kinda dumb to worry about getting hurt if you're gonna go looking for it. Now the reporter was definitely annoyed. I could see him clenching his jaw at my comments to not blurt something out. Well, what can I say? Channel 7 has a good medical plan. He tried joking. I tilted my head innocently. Wait, does this planet not give people the same level of medicine for everyone? Do only certain people get healed? No, of course not. Donnie backtracked. Everyone in the country can get the same care at a hospital. My company just lets me not pay for it as much dash. You have to pay for a hospital? I exclaimed, shocked at this revelation. That's so weird. How do you stop people from making things super expensive for no reason, or not curing diseases because they get paid more if people stay longer? We have a very good system in place to make sure everyone gets the care they need. Donnie assured me, not very well considering the stiff-looking smile he had on his face. If you say so. Anyway, it's time for my fight. If you guys don't want to risk getting in the way, you should go home. I gave them one last piece of advice before flying back into the air and looking at the direction I could sense Superman coming from. Okay, round 2. Chapter 7. I hid my excitement behind a confident smile and crossed arms as Superman slowed to a stop and hovered in front of me. There was just something about having the chance to go all out that got my heart racing. I'm glad you got my message. I want a proper fight this time, I declared. Superman sighed and relaxed his stance a bit. Are you sure about that? We could try resolving this another way. Nope, has to be a fight. Because of your mission? You said you were here to conquer the planet for your race, but you moved the fight all the way out here so no one gets hurt. So I know you aren't just going to mindlessly destroy everything. Superman said, delaying the start of our fight even more. Also, oops, definitely giving people the wrong impression of Science now. Is there some way we could try negotiating with your leader to leave us alone? I mean, probably. If the Planet Trade Organization was a real thing here, then there had to be someone they didn't kill off or enslave right away. Since they needed, people to actually buy and trade the planets they took over. Not that I, as a disposable shock trooper, would know how to get a hold of them anyway, but I guess I needed to give him some kind reason to fight me without me attacking the city. All right. If you can beat me, then I'll tell you everything I know about talking to our leader, I declared, settling into a more offensive stance. Okay, it's a deal. I didn't wait for him to finish before I launched myself forward and attempted to bury my fist in his face. Superman caught it before that could happen, though. One hand firmly captured. I could tell by the way he was bringing up his other hand he was expecting me to try punching him again like our last fight. He wasn't expecting me to use my hand as a pivot point to kick him instead. It was awkward, especially because in order to kick Superman, I ended up twisting my whole body around and away from him. But I still hit hard enough to not only free myself, but also send him flying. He recovered quickly, though. I'm glad you're not hitting normal people that hard. You'd really hurt them. Superman commented, rubbing his jaw. I scoffed. Humans are too weak for me to need to do that. And they'd probably pop if I hit them that hard. They might surprise you. Humanity might not be the most physically strong race out there, but we are plenty strong in other ways. I was tempted to point out he wasn't human, though. But who was I to tell him what he could or could not consider himself? It's not like he was saying he physically wasn't Kryptonian, just that he considered himself human. No different than if someone was born in Japan and grew up in America or something like that. Yeah, they were born somewhere else, but they likely didn't think of their birth nation as home if they were only there as a baby. Or maybe they did. I guess different people could have. While I was distracted by my thoughts, Superman blurred to the side. If this had been before my training with the Flash, I wouldn't have been able to keep up with him, but I was used to this level of speed now. I was easily able to see the open hand coming straight at me, confirming Superman was a jerk. He was still trying to spank me. Not this time, you blue jerk. He gathered in my palms, and with a loud shout, I blasted him in the stomach with 2 beams of energy, swatting him out of the air and into a nearby cliffside. I've been training for our rematch, Superman. You can't cheat like last time. I laughed as I floated closer to him. He was half buried in dirt and rocks, but he didn't look particularly bothered by it either. Cheat? How did I cheat? He asked, sounding a little incredulous. You didn't fight properly. I yelled, angry he was trying to sound innocent. Spanking people when you are supposed to be fighting them isn't fighting. It's harassment. Harassment. Superman coughed. Where did you hear that from? Internet. He sighed and pulled himself out of the cliffside. I wasn't trying to spank you, he lied. I was trying to restrain you so I could get some answers. I can tell you're powerful, but running around causing trouble is going to get a lot of people hurt eventually. And I really don't think I can seriously fight a child. Hey, I'm a Saiyan warrior, not just some kid. I protested. And the only way you're getting me to talk is to beat me in a proper fight. Now stop stalling. Superman sighed again. All right then. And then he was gone. Faster than Flash had moved during our training, but not quite as fast as I had seen him move, so I was already swinging a fist to hit him in the face. But to my surprise, I hit nothing but air. How did he? Gah! I couldn't help but gasp in pain as Superman's palm dug itself deeper into my stomach. It hurt, but I also started smiling. He was finally taking me seriously. I smacked his hand away and tried using that momentum to kick him, but once again I hit nothing but air. This time Superman grabbed my arm as I went sailing past and swung me around before throwing my high into the sky, which was really disorienting. I spent a few seconds just trying to figure out which way was which before finding Superman with my key sense and rushing back at him. For a bit I thought I was overwhelming him. I still wasn't landing any solid hits, but he never managed to counterattack either. But as I paid attention to why they weren't landing, I started noticing something else. Every kick landed short. Every punch was being gently deflected or caught before it hit, and every key blast was dodged. He was toying with me, wasn't he? I was wrong. He still wasn't taking me seriously at all. Darn it, I was tiring out too. I was starting to overextend, and Superman was taking advantage by throwing me around. Literally. Why? Can't I hit you? I screamed, punching him with every word. None of them landed, and I just got a slight smile in return that almost sent me back into a rage. Well, you just keep punching or kicking randomly, the jerk said smugly. It caught me off guard at first, but I just needed to watch carefully to figure you out. I froze. Of course. Everything I knew about fighting was basically hit it harder, hit it faster, and while it worked for anything weaker than me, anyone stronger would be able to keep up. Okay, I knew what I needed to train next. Superman looked a bit surprised when I smirked and drifted away from him instead of charging forward again. Sorry, but I got what I wanted from this fight. Giving up? He asked. If you are, I hope you're ready to answer my questions. My smile grew a bit sharper. Nope. But I definitely can't beat you with my fists right now. So I'm going to end this with my ultimate technique. Out of 3, but he didn't need to know that. I spread my fingers out and placed them by my face while I readied the key needed for the technique. Superman started looking serious, watching for any sign of what I was planning. Perfect. Solar flare. I shouted the name of the technique as my key flared out in a blinding flash of light. Superman was taken completely off guard and flinched while trying to shield his eyes, for all the good it did him right now, leaving me to complete the last part of my master plan, running away as fast as I could. I knew I couldn't win just yet. I just needed to not lose either. Oh, gah. The sudden blast of light was unexpected, and Superman was half expecting a child-sized missile to come crashing into him when he was blinded. So it was a bit embarrassing when nothing happened long enough for his eyes to recover and find Khalifa's form flying off in the distance. He was tempted to fly after her and wring the answers he needed out of her, because if she was anything like some of the other children he knew growing up, and she certainly reminded him of some of them, she wouldn't consider this a loss. Before he could chase after her, there was a scream and the sound of rocks giving way. Superman turned to see that some of the reporters that had stubbornly stayed in the area, even though he tried to keep the fight far away from them, had also been blinded by Khalifa's last technique and staggered too close to the cliff edge, where it collapsed. He was already moving to catch the unfortunate reporter even as he realized the Saiyan girl would be long out of sight before he managed to calm the reporter down. Hopefully, she would keep to her pattern of relatively harmless actions until he could properly get her to sit down for a long discussion and maybe figure out what to do with her afterwards. If he was lucky, she would stay out of trouble until then. Oh, it was dark and stormy by the time I finally managed to get to my destination. I hadn't exactly wanted to come here looking for a martial arts teacher, but they were the best person I knew where to find, and I knew they didn't mind working with villains or kids from time to time. Why are you following me? A stern voice growled from the shadows where I had finally found my target. You're good at martial arts, right? I asked instead. Lightning flashed, revealing a dark cowled figure with a bat symbol displayed prominently on his chest. I want you to train me. Chapter 8. No. The reply was quick, firm, and delivered so matter-of-factly that when Batman turned and walked off, I was left floating dumbly behind. It was only when the last bit of his cape disappeared around a corner that I snapped out of my daze and chased after him. Hey, what do you mean no? No, I won't train you. Why not? Batman was like the DC martial arts guy. Yeah, there were people that got superpowers from their fancy martial arts or whatever, but Batman knew like all of those and mastered them too, even if he didn't get the powers from them. And none of those other people ever trained a handful of tinier people that went on to kick nearly as much, but as he did. It was all I've been chosen by some magical force, and then Batman and his sidekicks beat them up. He had to train me. You're a child on a self-admitted mission to take over the planet. Batman pointed out dryly. It'd be irresponsible for me to teach children to throw themselves into danger, even more so when you're going to be using those skills to fight us. That was a well-reasoned argument. I had a counterpoint. Don't you have a 5-year-old running around in tights fighting criminals? That's pretty irresponsible already. There was a crash of shifting metal. I turned towards the sound and was shocked to see a small boy in a red and green outfit trying to pull his foot out of where it punched through a rusted air conditioner. How did I miss him earlier? Anyway, yeah, him. I turned back to Batman while pointing at his struggling sidekick. You train him already, so train me. Besides a slight deepening in his frown, Batman made no sign that he was bothered by Robin's blunder. Robin is a normal human that has dedicated himself to fighting crime. He isn't trying to attack the planet and has no powers. Unlike you, he needs training to live with the path he's chosen. And I'm 11, not 5. I whirled back to Robin. 11 is basically 5. You're short enough, it doesn't make a difference. The preteen scowled. Yeah? Like you're one to talk. You're only a little taller than me. How old are you anyway? That was actually a good question. Science didn't exactly care about age. We didn't have birthday parties or anything like that. Even if we did, it wasn't like the calendar of Vegeta and Earth were the same. I have no idea. Older than you, though, I said with a smirk. Robin bristled. How do you not know how old you are? Don't know the day I was born. Space travel and induced hibernation makes keeping track of time hard. And I have no idea how our time systems compare. I counted the reasons on my fingers. Do you know how an Earth year compares to a Vegetian one? No, why would I know that? How would I know that? You asked. I shrugged. Don't lose your tail over it. I don't have a tail. Guess that explains why you are so small and wimpy then. I started floating around Robin, jabbing him occasionally with my tail despite his efforts to grab it. Too bad for him, I was faster and able to fly while he was just getting angrier and sloppier because of that anger. I guess Batman hadn't trained him how to deal with flying a pwn. Oh right, I was here for training, not messing with a preteen. I gave one last push to the middle of Robin's forehead and knocked him over before floating back to Batman. The Dark Knight had moved since I got distracted with Robin. Now he was standing in an area that gave him a clear view of the two of us with his hands hidden under his cape. Had he been watching us? It made sense. He probably didn't want me accidentally squishing his sidekick, and Robin probably hadn't been training with him for long if he still sucked so much, so he wanted to make sure he could intervene. Now where were we? Right? Train me. Batman remained unimpressed. I don't have time for this. He grumbled and stalked off. I naturally wasn't going to let him get away so easily and followed after him. It was actually kinda cool watching him sprint over rooftops. No wasted movement. No uncertainty, even when he got close to the edge of a building. And it didn't look like he was moving randomly either. Eventually, he came to a stop near a skylight. Curious, I looked inside and saw a bunch of people operating some kind of machinery inside. What's that? I asked. Batman spared me a small glance and went back to studying the men below without a word. Rude. It's a counterfeiting ring run by the mob. Robin informed me as he caught up to us. I could have sworn I saw Batman scowl more at his arrival, but it was gone before I could be sure. We've been tracking them down for the past few days. Oh hey, you finally caught up. I smirked. About time. Robin bristled and opened his mouth, but he was cut off by Batman. Enough. They are packing up their operation tonight. We don't have time for this. He turned to look at me. Stay out of the way. I tilted my head. If I do, will you train me? I'll consider it. Better than nothing. I nodded my acceptance and watched as the two of them went to work. Batman started things off by crashing through the skylight and blowing out the lights with one of his little boomerang things with Robin following close behind. I'd like to say it was a cool fight and I managed to learn something just by watching, But Batman versus a bunch of random people disoriented by sudden darkness meant everything was over pretty quick. A few punches and the occasional kick, and they were knocked out already. Even Robin managed to take out a few with little trouble. I decided to be polite and waited until they were done tying up their criminals. Once they finished, I landed in front of Batman and looked up at him with sparkling, excited eyes. "So, you'll train me now?" "No, I won't." I was crushed by this completely unforeseen betrayal. "Whhhhhhyyy." I wailed, asked reasonably. "You said you would if I stayed out of the way." "I said I would consider it. You are still hostile to Earth, so I won't train you." "That's not fair." I admit the next few minutes were not my most shining moments. I tried begging, threats, promises, and many other things trying to get Batman to give in, but without success. Begging didn't seem to faze him. Threats made him point out it was exactly those reasons he refused to train me in the first place. And everything else just seemed to bounce off the jerk. Eventually, he just ignored me entirely and went about the city stopping a few more crimes and teaching his sidekick how to freerun a bit better. It didn't help that Robin seemed to find the whole thing hilarious. The wimp was getting on my nerves. "Relax, monkey girl." The bird brain smirked at me. He just said no. "Don't lose your tail over it." I saw red. "I'll show you losing your tail." I shouted and ready to throw a key ball at him when a gloved hand clamped around my wrist. I don't think any of us were fooled into thinking Batman could really stop me if I wanted to continue with my attack, but blasting Bird Boy wouldn't make him train me. I was going to have to break out my ultimate technique, a move so evil and underhanded that I felt uncomfortable even considering it. But they left me no choice. I looked up at Batman and let some water gather in the corner of my eyes. "You really won't train me?" I asked, voice trembling. "Whoa, wait. Are you crying?" Robin asked, uncertainly. Even Batman looked uncomfortable in the face of my ultimate move. And this wasn't even its final form. "And no, I'm not. You're crying." Despite my words, even more water started gathering in my eyes and spilling over my cheeks. Batman was still holding strong, but Robin was starting to crack. Batman, what do we do?" The caped crusader shifted awkwardly and released my arm. I let the key ball dissipate and sank to the rooftop, the very picture of dejection. I heard them start to edge away and decided to break out level 2 of my technique, adding in some low keening sounds and hiccups. "We're not going to really leave her here, are we?" My technique was already eating away at the unity of the heroes. It was only a matter of time now. I upped the intensity a bit more and knew I was close to succeeding when I heard Batman sigh and walk back over to me. I looked up at him when he kneeled in front of me and struggled to see through the water pouring from my eyes. "A drawback from using this technique. You really won't." I asked one more time. Batman sighed. "I'll train you if you agree to some conditions." "You promise?" "Yes. Yes." I ended my technique and leapt into the air with a bright smile. I knew this would work. Fake tears were one of my most evil moves, but no hero could withstand it. TCH, I thought she was supposed to be a monkey, not a crocodile. We got played. I was so happy at my success, I didn't even get mad at Birdbrain for the comment. Chapter 9. I don't know what I was expecting training with Batman to be like. Maybe getting strapped into fake giant death traps and needing to fight off robots with one arm tied behind my back, or maybe brutal hand-to-hand lessons in certain styles while getting quizzed on detective mysteries. Calmly moving through Tai Chi stances with Robin while a GI wearing Batman. He was still wearing the mask. Corrected my posture was not on the list. This wasn't what I was expecting when you said you would train me. I couldn't help but say as I moved through the forms I'd been shown. Body control is very important for learning martial arts. Tai Chi is very good for learning both awareness and control, things you will need in other styles, especially if you need to control your strength to human levels. Batman explained again. Still think it's weird we agreed to train her at all. Birdbrain commented. No one paid him any attention though, as was proper. Yeah, but this would be easier if you just used your ki to make yourself stronger instead. I insisted for probably the 5th time. Then I wouldn't need to be so careful. We've tried that. But until Robin or I can do so, it would just waste time. So we'll focus on practical things first. It would help if your instructions didn't suck. It would help if you weren't too stupid to follow basic directions, Birdbrain. I snapped at Robin. Basic directions? Feel the warm, glowy stuff in your body and make it do stuff, aren't directions. It doesn't even make sense. The moron snapped back. Of course, they're the basics. They're so basic, I shouldn't even need to teach you how to do it. It's like asking me to teach you how to breathe. I thought Batman would have been a really impatient guy, but he must have the patience of a saint to put up with someone as stupid as Robin. I take it someone taught you how to do this on your homeworld? Batman asked calmly while stopping me, correcting my stance, and making me start over. I actually had to think about it. There weren't a whole lot of interesting memories from old me, so I tended to not think about them a lot. Most of them were just being bored traveling from one planet to another while Jerk Dad tried to get me killed off. Not really. I eventually replied. I mean, I learned some stuff by watching others, but I was getting sent on missions too much for anyone to teach me. Missions? Like the one you're on right now. Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of Scions available, so we usually get a mission right after we finish the last one. I think. I always got a new one a few days after I got back from the old one. Wait, does that mean you stole planets from other races before? How could you? Robin shouted loudly. Robin. Thankfully, Batman silenced him with a stern word before turning back to me. Did you not train for these missions then? I focused on shifting my weight the way he had shown me. Kinda. Like I did exercises and stuff, but the missions were supposed to come first. And they were kind of a letdown. Honestly, I always finished them super fast. The first one was supposed to be this really advanced civilization or something, but they ended up blowing themselves up before I got there. I spent a long time just looking for someone before I realized I had the planet to myself. I was so focused on my form that I didn't see Robin stumble out of his stance and stare open-mouthed at me. I didn't see Batman stiffen up either. And how old were you at the time? I paused what I was doing and thought about it. That was my first mission, and I think it took a few months to actually get to the planet. So, maybe 3.5 or so? I said uncertainly. Still no idea what that is in Earth years, but around that. And how many missions have you been sent on? This is my 4th. I gave him a bright smile. The second was full of giant killer reptiles that wanted to eat me. Robin raised an eyebrow. Giant killer reptiles, huh? How did you beat them? I shot him a smirk. I waited until I was bigger than them, and then squished them all. Robin looked a little green at the thought. Wimp, what about the third? That one was fun. It was full of carnivorous plants. I replied to Batman. It was too bad about the allergies, though. Allergies? I nodded seriously. Yep, the plants were allergic to laser beams. Geez, monkey girl, that's really messed up. Robin said. Your face is messed up. I shouted and pounced on the brat. I wasn't going to let him insult me like that. Batman allowed it, just as long as I stayed in human levels. Oh, Coast City was similar to Metropolis in many ways. While it wasn't built as a testament to what the technology of tomorrow might bring to the table, it was a city that had become known for being the home of a man with powers far beyond the average person. Only instead of those powers being the result of alien biology, the Green Lantern was granted powers by alien technology and inducted into a galactic peacekeeping force. Similarly to Superman, Green Lanterns seemed to appear when needed only to vanish once the trouble was taken care of. The fact that there were 2 more Green Lanterns active elsewhere made him even more mysterious. Unless you happen to know that Green Lantern could be seen coming and going from the same direction multiple times at different angles and could do the math to discover his likely launch point. The sun was just about to set on the California coast when Green Lantern Hal Jordan landed in the alleyway a few streets down from his condo. It was a great blind spot and helped him ensure no one was going to target him while he was off the clock, as it were. It was also one of those places that normal people had no reason to hang around in. So seeing a costumed man waiting patiently in the middle of the alley looking like he expected Hal to be there was a bit of a shock. Green Lantern. The man dressed up like a bat greeted him calmly. Hi there. You're that guy from Gotham, right? The urban legend. Hal had been vaguely aware of the Batman from some late-night TV shows on modern-day legends. He had dismissed it as just normal hoaxes trying to scare people or cheat them out of money like those Bigfoot hunter shows. But then Superman had shown up, and Hal had gotten a magic ring from a dying alien. He was a little more willing to not dismiss things immediately after that. Batguy nodded. I've heard your ring can access information from all over the galaxy. I need your help. Whoa. Slow down there. Spooky. Yeah, the ring can access the Green Lantern's databases, but we can't exactly go handing that stuff out to anyone that asks. There were rules. Not that Hal always agreed, but the phrase monkey with a flamethrower was a good way to sum up some of the incidents caused by other lanterns freely sharing advanced technology. I only need information about an alien race that recently arrived here. Another one? One of these days, Hal really needed to figure out exactly how many aliens were actually on Earth. Still, if they were already here, that meant he could justify sharing some things without issue. All right, still not sure I can give you what you're looking for, but ask away. What am I looking up? Saiyans. Hal barely needed to prompt his ring for the information before a green construct with the information scrolling down it appeared in midair. Anything in particular? Looks like they've been around for quite a while. Tall, dark, and broody considered the request for half a second. I need to know what will happen if the person they sent to conquer a planet fails to do so. Conquer the planet. How had he not heard of this before now? Lantern Hal Jordan. Sector 2814 requested all local media broadcasts from planet designation Earth be muted unless there was a significant risk of life while on patrol around the sector, his ring unhelpfully informed him. And how is an invasion not considered a significant risk of life? Invading party was confronted by local forces and defeated in less than 4 local hours. Threat level was decided to be non-urgent. That was okay. He clearly needed to tweak some settings before this happened again. The last thing he wanted was to come home to find out his city was blown up because the ring didn't think to warn him before something happened. Okay. Going by this, as a whole, Saiyans don't leave their own sector of space that often. No reports of them invading for a few hundred years. The last one was a Saiyan that turned pirate 5 decades ago and tried taking over a planet as a base of operations and was stopped by the local lantern. Looks like we might just have a bad actor trying to carve out their own territory. There was a minute frown on Spooky's face that Hal might have missed if he wasn't specifically looking for it. You're sure? According to the girl herself, she has already conquered 3 other planets before arriving here. 3? Did she say how? Hal actually relaxed a bit when Spooky told him about a dead civilization, a planet full of super predators and carnivorous plants. That sounded more like someone scavenging the planets no one wanted for some reason or another, not the beginnings of an aggressive invasion. He even said as much to his sudden visitor. So yeah, don't think we have much to worry about in terms of an invasion on the horizon. Give me a few hours, and I'll find them and kick them off the planet. It's kind of my job after all. Don't bother. I have her handled. The invader was already beaten? This guy must be a pretty impressive metahuman if he could take down a Saiyan. Hal could easily admit the average human didn't really stand a chance against one. Still, I should check her out. If she's invading planets, then she needs to either be deported back to her race or imprisoned before she hurts people. There's no need for that. I'm training her to limit any collateral damage. Whoa, hold up. You're training the alien invader? Yes. Why? Because she is a child acting under the orders of another to invade planets. If she stays here, we can stop her from being used by whoever sent her here and potentially draw that person out. If she is sent back, we might be responsible for sending a child to an abusive environment. I refuse to allow that. Hal made a quick check on Saiyan biology to confirm this wasn't just a species that happened to look like human children making use of a cover, but sure enough, while Saions grew in stages unlike humans that grew continuously to adulthood, that only meant the invader, the girl, could be as young as 8 Earth years or as old as 15. And considering they could easily live to be 200 years old, she truly was a child. All right, good point. And you're sure you can control her? Spooky nodded. Then I'll ask the Corp to investigate any rumors of someone using Saiyan children as shock troopers. With any luck? What the hell? The second Hal started looking for incidents regarding Saiyan children used like that, he ran headfirst into a security wall marked Alpha Lantern Eyes Only, and the date of the block was several thousand years old. That didn't make any sense. Something wrong. I got locked out when I went looking for similar incidents. That shouldn't happen without a very good reason. Hal turned away so he could focus on the readings his ring was giving him. It was starting to look like he was going to take a trip to OA to get to the bottom of things. I'll need to investigate more. You think you can keep an eye on the kid for a while? I am training her, was the deadpan reply. Right. Well, leave me some way to get a hold of you. If there's someone out there using kids as an invasion force, I want to make sure we can catch him, and I might need to talk to the girl about that. No need. I'll ask myself and update you if there is anything you can do. Wait just 1 second. Hal turned back, fully expecting to give Bat Guy a reality check that this went beyond just Earth and was a Green Lantern matter, only to pause when there was no one there. Ring, scan for life forms. There are 4,207 human-sized life forms nearby, within a 1-kilometer radius. Definitely was going to tweak those settings after this. Scan for the guy in the bat suit I was just talking to. There are 0 life forms nearby meeting the criteria. Guy in the bat suit I was just talking to. Well, damn it. Chapter 10. I wasn't too surprised to find out Batman wasn't going to be able to train me whenever I wanted. Unlike me, he had other things to do, which meant he had to set aside time for preparation, investigation, maintaining his cover identity, and then his own training. That meant I was free to do almost whatever I wanted when he was busy. Batman did give me a few rules I was going to have to follow if I wanted to keep getting his training. Most of them were obvious ones like no blowing up a city or no killing people. Things that I wasn't really interested in doing anyway, so it was fine. It used to be I had to follow the law, but I started looking up all the random, nonsensical laws I could find and presenting them to him, asking if I had to follow those too, until he removed that one from the list and told me he would revise it when he had time. Which meant there was a window of time where I could do almost whatever I wanted and had a ready excuse so he couldn't get mad. I was going to use that time to rob a bank. It bothered me that my first bank robbery got interrupted. Okay. It was a classic crime, a hallmark of any successful supervillain. I wasn't going to let it remain a black mark on my career just because some stupid humans had to ruin it for me. Of course, I couldn't just act like the first time hadn't happened at all, so I wasn't going to focus on the location as much. I wasn't even entirely sure what city I was in at the moment, just that it was somewhere in the southeast. As long as I stayed out of Florida, I should get some decent news coverage and help cement my reputation. I might even be able to find a few more minor heroes too. Someone I could spar against that fell somewhere between Superjerk and Batman, so I could get a fight I was capable of winning but took more effort than just raising my key. And this time I wouldn't be nearly as nervous. Not that I was nervous the first time, because I now had some experience. I could do this, and it would go perfectly. Oh, I couldn't stop smiling if I tried as I walked out of the bank. Everything had gone perfectly to plan. Not only was I able to break into the vault and steal a bunch of money, the teller had also managed to set off the silent alarm, so I would be able to fight the police on the way out. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to stop me, and I would finally get the recognition as a villain I deserved. My grin widened when I saw a bunch of police cars right outside, and I was fully ready to launch into the mandatory monologue when I noticed something was off. None of the cops were actually looking at me. Instead, they were looking at, oh, come on. That wasn't fair. Barely 2 blocks from the bank, there was a bird-winged woman with a mace fighting some kind of giant lizard with a laser gun. And they were kind of trashing the place, which meant they were getting my attention instead of me. Shoot, the woman looked familiar too. She was Hawkgirl, or was it Hawkwoman? Were they the same people? And wasn't she secretly evil for a bit? Ah, whatever. Right now she should be a hero. Which meant I might be able to fight her to make up for the fact my carefully planned robbery was ruined. Again. But first I needed to get rid of the other alien she was fighting. I flew up into the air and pointed a palm at the reptilian alien, a ball of ki gathering there. Then I thought about it and how the alien was tanking the mace hits and poured even more ki into the attack. The blast caught the alien completely by surprise and sent him crashing into an abandoned car and the one behind it, and the 3 behind those. I may have gone a tiny bit overboard. It was fine though. I could still see him breathing, so he was alive, just very thoroughly knocked out. My attack also had the bonus effect of making the police remember why they were in front of a bank in the first place, but none of them were brave enough to actually face me. They just readjusted where they were hiding, so they had something between me and them. Hawkgirl woman didn't seem to pick up on that immediately though. Thanks for the help, but I had it handled. The winged woman said as she landed nearby. Lieutenant Shearathal of Thanagar. I shrugged. I was just upset you guys were getting in the way of my special event. I had everything going the way I wanted, and you were distracting everyone else. I waved at the gathered cops. Oh, and I'm Khalifa. Nice to meet you. Event? What kind of Hawkgirl woman finally saw the police hiding from me and the building we were standing in front of, as well as the bag full of money at my feet? You weren't robbing this bank, were you? She asked, glaring at me, well, hawkishly. And if I was? Then, as a reward for helping detain another criminal, I would let you go as long as you left everything you took behind. Her mace lit up in some weird sphere of lightning, and she had a very aggressive-looking grin on her face. One that I was certainly matching at this point. Yeah? You know what I say to that. Make me. All right, hero fight. Ready, set. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, rag. Go. The winged heroine launched herself at me with a loud battle cry, swinging her mace at my torso. I kicked the bag full of money away so it wouldn't get damaged and brought up both arms to block. To my surprise, even when I flared my ki to reduce the impact, the mace still really hurt when it hit. I could actually feel my bones creak a little from the impact. Hockey certainly wasn't holding back. I was going to have to watch out for that. This was not the time to be distracted, though, and I had to duck under another swing to avoid getting whacked again. Hockey overshot, and I was able to land a solid punch to her ribs that had her flapping her wings hard to avoid crashing into the ground. I waited patiently for her to stabilize and turn around so that when I shot a ki beam at her, it was heading directly for her face. She surprised me again by actually smashing my beam backwards with her magic mace, and I had to move fast to avoid getting hit with my own energy. Of course, by the time I had done that, Hockey was right in front of me again. I tried flying backwards to get out of the way, but she was faster. That didn't mean I was going to let her get a free hit, though. Since I couldn't dodge, I leaned into her swing and used the impact to increase the momentum for a solid kick to her face. Unfortunately, between my own shorter legs not managing to fully connect and her bird-shaped helmet, the attack didn't seem to do much. This time it was my turn to attack, and I rushed forward to take advantage of the fact that Hockey's flight was reliant on actual wings. Two simultaneous ki beams forced her to pull them closer since there was no way she could hit them both with her mace, and left her wide open for a mid-air tackle. I felt the air whoosh out of her lungs as I tried to push us both towards the ground, but she wasn't making this easy for me. Even with the surprise grapple, Hockey managed to bring her knee up hard and fast into my chest so that it loosened my grip on her, which turned out to be enough that she was able to slip out of the hold entirely and use me as a springboard to keep flying while I was sent crashing into the pavement below. At the sound of another battle cry, I looked up just in time to throw myself to the side as Hockey's mace cratered into the ground where I just was. I flared my ki to kill my momentum and fly straight back at her to deliver another punch to the face. This time it was a clean hit that sent Hockey stumbling away, dazed but not out of the fight. I waited just long enough for the retaliatory swipe with the mace when she tried to guess my next attack's timing to miss before launching myself at her again, only to realize too late that she had predicted me predicting her and flew straight into a roundhouse kick. "You're pretty good," I complimented as I floated back off the pavement. "And you're a pain in the ass." Hockey growled back, "Ah, that's not nice. Aren't you having fun?" I don't think she wanted to admit she was enjoying this fight just as much as I was because she just leaped at me with another battle cry. She was somehow faster than I expected and caught me with a surprise uppercut before grabbing me by the front of my armor and spiking me into the ground. I wheezed a bit at the force of the impact. Once again, Hockey readied her mace to smash me further into the ground, but she was too slow. A bright yellow ki blast caught her right in the stomach and sent her smashing through a stone building's wall. Oops. Still, that wasn't enough to keep Hockey down, even if she was looking a little rough at this point. She pulled herself out of the rubble and glared down at me, looking fully prepared to keep the fight going. Something I was all for, but I was getting to the point that one of us would have to go down soon. Even if Hockey was looking pretty banged up, I wasn't all that fresh either, if I was being honest. I wasn't about to run away, though. This was the first no-holds fight I had gotten in that wasn't against someone that outclassed me hilariously. I was going to keep enjoying this as long as I could. Hockey probably didn't feel the same way. I got the feeling she was looking for a way to take me out as quickly as possible, going by how careful she was being right now. "What's the matter? Did you want to give up?" I taunted her with a wide smile. "Don't flatter yourself, kid. I'm just getting started." She snarled, flying into the air and dive-bombing me, mace cocked back. Since I knew she was skilled enough that I wasn't going to just avoid her, I did something she wasn't expecting and jumped closer at the last second. Using the training I did with Batman, I managed to stop her next swing before she really got it going. But just because I caught her by surprise, that didn't mean she wasn't quick enough to respond. Even as I caught her right arm, her left was moving into position to block the attack she was sure was coming. Too bad for her, that wasn't what I was after. Batman had spent a lot of time teaching me how to use leverage instead of strength to disarm someone. I used that training now to twist Hockey's arm around until she was forced to drop it, and then I kicked her away. This time when we separated, I was the one left holding the fancy metal mace, and she was unarmed. "Give that back." I waved the weapon tauntingly at her. "No way. It's my turn to play with it." "Grr. All right. Ready for round 2. Hockey took a stance while glaring at me. Even without her weapon, she was going to keep fighting. Great. It would have been boring otherwise. "Okay, let's keep going." Chapter 11. I smirked as I faced the bird woman down with her own weapon. But the longer I held it, the more my expression slipped until I was basically scowling. I gave the mace a little shake, but there was still nothing happening. I smacked it on the ground. Still nothing. I flipped it around in my hands, searching for some kind of hidden button or something, but I couldn't find anything. What are you doing? Hawkgirl woman finally asked. How do you make it do the lightning orb thing? Why would I teach you how to use my own weapon against me? Well, that was no fun. Using a magic, anti-magic, mace that covered itself in a lightning effect, so it looked like a plasma ball, was one thing. Using it normally was the same as hitting someone with a metal club. That was way less cool. I doubted I was going to figure it out on my own in the next couple seconds either. Oh well, I'll figure it out later then. I responded to Hockey and tossed the mace over my shoulder. She looked pretty pissed off that I just casually tossed it away like that, but that didn't last long since I charged her soon after. She blocked the first punch with ease because I wasn't entirely sure if the durability thing was somehow because of the mace, but Hockey was clearly superhuman in the ways that mattered. She was faster, more durable, and actually stronger than I was expecting. She was also a really good fighter too. The two of us traded punches, kicks, and holds as we tried to beat the other into submission, and I wasn't afraid to admit she was much better than me. I was getting hit 2 or 3 times for every one I landed, and only my smaller size and key-assisted strength were letting me escape most of the holds. I really needed more technique training. I was already being forced to abandon the Tai Chi I was taught as Hockey started throwing things at me I hadn't learned how to respond to, like what to do when your opponent smacks you in the head with their wings before uppercutting you in the chin. After that particular combo, I decided to take the fight to the sky. I had better maneuverability to offset her experience, and she couldn't pull off the weirder wing attacks anymore. Which was a good thing because my vision had gone kinda blurry from that last uppercut. Both of us were in pretty rough shape actually. I had several cuts bleeding freely, and my armor was cracked in a few places. Hockey was bleeding too, and she was keeping her left arm further away from me. I think I might have broken something there. I needed to beat her soon though. I was starting to get to the point I would be running on fumes. I was having fun, but losing the fight because I ran out of energy just to keep it going was stupid. Running out of steam, kid? You can give up whenever you want. Hockey said, blatantly ignoring her own state. Kinda. I replied honestly. But I'm still gonna win. Like hell you are. Hockey flapped her wings, and I braced for the incoming attack, only to get caught off guard when she flew right over me. A quick check made me realize this wasn't some mistake. She was going for the mace. Oh no you don't. I took off after her and tried to scare her off with a few key blasts, but Hockey dodged all of them until she managed to snag her fancy metal stick off the ground and deflect the last 2. I gave up shooting at her then. All it was doing was tiring me out. Then Hockey caught me in the shoulder with her mace. I cried out in pain as the spiked and shattered my armor there and sent me crashing back into the ground. Hawkgirl woman must have figured that was her chance to end the fight, because when I looked up I saw her descending fast, mace raised overhead, ready to crush me further. Time seemed to slow down as my adrenaline surged at the sight, and I frantically thought of a way to win. In the end I realized there was no way I was getting out of the hit, so I was determined to make it cost Hockey. A weak key blast at her face was predictably swatted away, but that meant instead of a devastating hammer blow, Hockey was forced to settle for a much weaker backhand to my ribs. Even that was more than enough to crack a few of them, but before she finished the attack, I blasted her in the chest with the rest of my ki. Both of us were sent skidding over the pavement as a result, and both of us were struggling to stand afterwards. I took a second to judge my remaining energy levels, and was disappointed to find I barely had enough to get out of the city. I guess that meant the fight was over. Well, this was really fun. I complimented my sparring partner, wincing a bit as talking made my ribs shift. But I'm done for today. We'll call it a draw and pick this up some other time. And what makes you think I'm letting you leave? Hawkgirl woman was having an even harder time speaking. I think my last attack did some real damage. Well, neither one of us have the strength to keep fighting. And you don't look like you can follow me. I pointed out, you aren't in shape to run away either. The local officials shouldn't have much trouble dealing with you now. I grinned and fanned my fingers in front of my face. You know what I have to say to that? Solar flare. The amount of cursing from both Hawkgirl woman and the remaining humans in the area was hilarious. I could barely stop laughing the entire way out of the city, even though my ribs were aching the whole time. That was annoying. I couldn't wait to get back to my cave so I could take a nap in the attack ball. Its medical functions kinda sucked compared to a healing pod, but it was better than nothing. Oh, a couple days later, I was still a mess of bruises, but I was feeling much better than before. I didn't do much during those days other than lounge around the cave and sleep or look myself up on the internet. It was actually really interesting to see how people were reacting to my presence, especially as my self-proclaimed mission to take over the planet became more widespread. Initially, there were a lot of calls for the government to step in and do something about me, but that set off a bunch of people that didn't like the idea of a government holding a child, even an alien child, in some prison or lab because of something I was ordered to do. Then there was a whole movement to have one of the heroes step up and take me under their wing, similar to how Batman was doing for Birdbrain, Flash was doing for Kid Flash, or Green Arrow was doing for Speedy. That then splintered into several sub-arguments ranging from trying to decide who could even manage that given my strength to whether or not it was any better trusting someone in a mask to keep an eye on an impressionable young girl than the government. I did get a kick out of the flame war that erupted when someone suggested Hawkwoman, which still didn't clear up if she was the secretly evil one for me. Take me under her wing, huh? Because she was at least willing and capable of putting me in my place when needed and pissed off a bunch of soccer moms who thought anything more than a timeout was child abuse. That did remind me that I needed to go talk with Batman about more training, since while the Tai Chi forms were really useful when I knew I could apply them, I still wasn't able to use them for everything. I needed either more forms and practice, or I needed another style to use. Oh, unfortunately for me, Batman wasn't around for training, so I was just wandering the city looking for something to do, which turned out to be harder than expected because Gotham was kinda awful. Tourists weren't exactly rolling through, so anything fun was meant for the locals, which meant things that were fun for corrupt business people or criminals, or corrupt business people that were criminals. The point was, even after wandering around for a while, I was still bored with nothing to do. Hey, some random guy called out and ran up to me. Hey kid, you're that alien that touched down in Metropolis, yeah? The one with the tail. I wasn't too put out by him not fully recognizing me. My armor was pretty beat up from my last fight, so I was just wandering around in an oversized blue and gray hoodie I snagged off a clothesline somewhere. Actually, considering no one else seemed to notice, I had to give the guy a thumbs up for even making the connection. Yeah, I'm Khalifa. Why? Did you want to fight? The guy probably wasn't a hero considering Batman didn't let ones he didn't like hang out in his city, and he didn't look like much, but he still might be a fun distraction. No, no, no. I'm not a fighter. Or not. The man quickly waved his hands in denial. I'm a recruiter. See, the bosses are always on the lookout for interesting fighters. It's up to guys like me to try bringing them in. Oh, a place where fighters ended up? That sounded fun. So your boss thought I was really impressive and wanted to offer me a spot? I asked, excited. Well, no. The man instantly shot down my enthusiasm. We just keep an eye out for anyone that looks like they could put up a fight and would be willing for a couple thousand in cash. I just happened to see you and thought you could use the money since Hawkwoman stopped your bank gig the other day. Oh, I slumped down a bit. Guess I still wasn't a big enough villain for people to be coming after me specifically. Well, I guess it could be fun. Fun, yeah. I'm sure it'll be fun for someone. The recruiter handed me a card with an address on it. Head to this place and tell them Carl sent you. And do me a favor and try and last a few rounds. I get paid on commission, you know. I watched the man walk off when something finally hit me. He said Hawkwoman stopped my bank robbery. In all the excitement of the fight, I forgot to go back and pick up the money I took. GRRR, my bank robbery was totally messed up again. Chapter 12. I wasn't really sure what to expect when I went to the address on the card, but a tiny sign next to a staircase leading underground squished between two other buildings, wasn't it? There wasn't even a fancy door to set it apart, just the same metal bar door where the outside screen door would normally be and a dull red wooden one behind it. The inside wasn't any more impressive. Flat, undecorated, off-white walls that were barely lit by the one struggling light in the middle of the ceiling. A single beaten-up wooden desk off to one side, with one of those little bell things, and an even more beaten-up brown leather couch that looked one good shove from falling apart were the only furniture there. Seeing nothing better to do, I walked up to the desk and dinged the bell. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then I heard a droning, crackly sound. People sending in kids now? Guess we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. A voice drawled over a really low-quality speaker. You know what this place is for, girl? Yeah. Some guy named Carl said I could fight people here. I said, looking around trying to spot the hidden camera the person must have been using. Carl, huh? You a meta girl? No, I'm a Saiyan. Not human, good enough. The voice said disinterestedly. Whatever, head to the back, and we'll have you evaluated for a weight class. Heads up though, if you're wearing a wire or something for the cops, the automated turrets will fire immediately. The speaker cut off, and a hidden door in the back wall slid open, revealing a hidden hallway. Huh, this was actually kind of fancy, wasn't it? Even despite the ratty exterior. Hopefully their fighters were good too. Down the hall was another room. This one completely empty besides one really tall, muscled guy in cargo pants and a vest. I looked around for any hint on what was going on, but it was just a room. Meet Leatherneck. The voice came back as a door shut behind me. He's the one we use to judge the fresh meat that comes in. He's a meta with unbreakable skin. All you have to do to get a pass to the arena is last 2 minutes against him. If he breaks your spine, don't worry, we'll drop you off outside a hospital real quick like. So just beat him up for 2 minutes then? I asked out loud. Don't get cocky, brat. I've taken an RPG to the chest before and came out without a scratch. Leatherneck laughed. And then I went on to feed the guy who shot me his own teeth for trying. Don't think being a kid is going to make me go easy on you either. I love the sound of tiny bones breaking, and I can't wait. Hey, can I start already? I interrupted. I wanted to get to the real fighters. Well, now you pissed him off. The voice sighed. Go ahead. I'll send a cleanup crew in a few minutes. Fucking brat. I'm going to take my time pulling you apart. Leatherneck screamed and lunged at me. He was annoying, so I put a bit more strength than I was planning into my punch. I nailed him in the stomach, and sure enough, I didn't do any damage to his skin. I did do a bit more damage to everything else when I sent him smashing through what looked like a reinforced brick, and then halfway through a metal wall on the other side. Oops. I waited a bit for the guy to get up, because while I hit him harder than I was planning, I didn't hit him that hard. But no matter how long I waited, Leatherneck didn't get up. Crap, I didn't kill him, did I? No, he was still breathing, so I should be good. Hey, did I win? I called out to the voice. Why, yeah, you won. The voice didn't sound bored anymore. Guess that means I impressed him. Congrats, I think you're going to be a big hit in the dome. The dome? Yeah, it's where the real money is made. Specialty fights and stuff. Free-for-alls, team fights, king of the hill, stuff like that. I'm sure you'll have plenty of people shelling out bets for you. Does that mean more fights? I asked. As many as you want. Come back here tomorrow. I'll have someone take you to the dome. Cool. I was looking forward to this. Oh, I was back the next day with still no clue what Batman was doing. Kind of frustrating cause I really wanted to know when I could train with him again. I had even done a quick flyover last night, and this morning looking for his key signature, but he wasn't home. But I was too excited about today to care much. I met a different man at the same recruiting spot that simply shoved me into a plain black car and started driving without a word, even though I started peppering him with questions about where we were going, how strong were the fighters, and how many fights I could have in a day. He didn't answer me once. So we drove in near silence despite my attempts at conversation until he pulled into a service tunnel that once again led somewhere underground and parked the car. So I guess we're here? I asked when the door opened. It didn't look like much. Some old underground facility they repurposed, I guess. There wasn't much to look at either. Just the tunnel we came through and a large door going inside. Though it did make sense, a probably illegal underground fight club wouldn't exactly pick a public building or a place that screamed illegal things happening here. Hopefully it looked better on the inside. The driver still didn't say anything. Maybe he was mute. So do I just go in there? I tried again. This time I did get an answer. The driver just nodded though, so my mute theory was going pretty strong. Okay then, thanks for the ride. Oh, getting to the arena was pretty easy after that. Apparently the staff was expecting me. So I was guided through what passed for security, mostly just making sure I wasn't being tracked or recorded, and after a short wait, I was pushed through a door into the arena itself. This was much more impressive than the front door. A large dome of some clear material separated the fighters from the crowd, and there were thick metal doors that prevented anyone from just wandering onto the arena floor. The floor itself was big enough that special props could probably be added for events, and was lightly dusted with dirt to make cleanup easier. I couldn't actually see the crowd. The lighting in the back and the shadows around the place made them all look like black blobs, but I could hear them just fine. I could practically feel the floor vibrating from the noise they were making. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another night of electrifying fights. An announcer boomed, even over the noise of the crowd. Tonight we have a particularly special event, but before that we have a new challenger to the dome. She may look like a kid, but she's actually an alien conqueror, here to challenge the champions of Earth. Several boos came from the crowd. Let's give a proper Earth greeting to the Saiyan, Khalifa. Was this a wrestling match? Did I need a catchphrase? No one ever mentioned needing a catchphrase. Anyway, the crowd exploded in cheers, boos, and curses. And as our own special welcome, we here at the Dome have decided to give her our own special greeting. The announcer continued once the noise died down a bit. If she wants to challenge all of Earth, let's give her a taste of what we have to offer. In an everyone versus one match, let's get ready for a dogpile. Once again, the crowd lost their collective minds. The giant metal doors rose up enough that the other fighters could walk under them without issue, and there were a bunch of them, easily somewhere around 20. The cool thing was they all either were obviously metahumans, considering the animal traits on several of them, or had some kind of super tech. One guy was even in a full suit of armor and looked like he replaced his entire arm with an energy cannon. That was pretty neat. All of them were in some kind of costume too. I thought there would be more people in just normal clothes, but then again, even Leatherneck was in something like a costume, and he was just a punching bag. It made me wish I had shown up in my spare set of armor instead of just wearing the undersuit. I felt a little underdressed. Well, only kinda. I did see several people not bothering with a shirt for some reason or another. Did they not get cold? One of them wasn't even wearing shoes. Just these weird little foot wrap things and karate pants. Although I guess if he wore a shirt, he wouldn't be able to show off the snake tattoo on his chest. Still seemed dumb to me though. The rules are simple. The announcer interrupted my musing. The round ends when one side can't fight anymore. Besides that, everything is fair game. Not only that, the last people standing will get to be included in our final special event. So brace yourselves, this is going to be bloody. My opponents all fanned out and started posturing. Some were cracking knuckles. Others were posing or playing with whatever weapon they brought, and some were charging energy attacks or guns. All while staring at me. A sharp smile split my face, and my hair began to move from the breeze my rising ki was producing. This was going to be fun. And here we go, people. 3, 2, 1, begin. Chapter 13. It was almost painful holding myself back from charging straight into the mass of fighters in front of me and just cutting loose. But doing that would mean taking out the squishier, normal fighters before they could show off. Normally, I'd be pretty fine with that, but then I wouldn't get to see how they dealt with a stronger, faster, flying opponent and steal it for myself. So I had to wait until the first few crossed the distance to actually take me on. The first to try attacking me were mostly variations of Super Karate Guy, but several were just normal people for the most part. And would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? It seems like Khalifa is playing safe and waiting to see what comes her way. But will she be able to handle several masters of the martial arts? I found that out the hard way when I tried one of the blocks I had seen Batman use at one point. It was supposed to be a joint lock, but I overshot and accidentally broke the guy's elbow. Another actually lost a few teeth when I hit him pretty gently in the face. One guy was pretty similar to Leatherneck, where he had some kind of durability power, but was way less skilled than the other guys. I guess he ran into the same issue I was where being hard to hurt made it hard to actually train against normal humans. So I ended up using him as a baseball bat for a bit until the guy with the laser cannon for an arm I noticed earlier decided to take a shot at me though my back was turned. My meat shield took the blast and a few others from some of the others hanging out in the back before the rest of the group started to jump in. Looks like she can. Just look at that carnage. It seems just pure human skill isn't enough to tackle the pint-sized conqueror from the stars. But that isn't all she's up against. She's broken the likes of King Snake and Cobra, but they aren't the only vipers in the arena tonight. How will she fare against a little, augmented humanity? And these were the guys I was looking forward to fighting. The ones that could actually put up a fight. A guy in a metallic snake costume ducked under my improvised shield/weapon and whipped me in the chest with his tail. I was sent flying, but while the hit hurt, it hadn't really done any damage. No, that was reserved for the guy that looked like a giant pile of living scrap metal. That guy caught me midair and tried to shove me through the floor, and when that didn't work, he tried to punch me through it while the crowd cheered him on. Dust began to billow up from the sheer amount of hits, and I guess the scrap man was some kind of robot, because he wasn't slowing down. My ki surged as if finally managed to get a hand in place to catch one of his fists before it attempted to push me further into the small crater that had formed. The fist ground to a halt, and the scrap man grunted in surprise as a ki blast caught him in the chest and blew him off of me. The surrounding fighters all took a step back when the dust was blown outward by another ki spike, revealing me sporting a blood-stained grin. And she's up. A combo move from Copperhead and Girder looked like that was it for our new arrival. But it looks like not even that beating can keep her down for long. And then Cannon Arm Guy shot me out of the air. I was getting real tired of that guy. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to deal with him as several of the rest of the fighters all tried to jump me before I could recover from the energy blast. I lost track of time and details as I fully concentrated on the fighters surrounding me. I punched, kicked, ki blasted, and in one case bit everyone that still looked like they wanted to keep fighting. Bones were broken, weapons were shattered, and blood was getting everywhere. Not always because of me either. Some of the fighters didn't hesitate to risk friendly fire if it meant getting a hit on me. Usually the ones using regular guns. But since they were taking my punching bags, training dummies, opponents out of the fight, I didn't hesitate to hit them with a ki ball and slag their equipment. The big guy made of scrap metal came back for another round, and I had fun trying out some of the new techniques I had seen some of the others use before they were taken out, with mixed results because in some cases the size difference was a bit ridiculous. Khalifa is tearing through the dog pile. Nothing our defending contestants do can put a stop to the tiny alien menace, but here comes Barrage with Ono Dash. I finally had time to turn and face Cannon Arm Guy and send a ki blast at him before he got the shot off. The beam of bright yellow ki slammed into the red beam of plasma, and for a second I got my hopes up that I was going to get a beam struggle in the middle of this fight. But while I was fully eager to fight it out energy attack to energy attack, Cannon Arm Guy decided to duck and run the second. It was clear his shot wasn't overpowering mine. Their plasma blast. And Khalifa sends him running. I wasn't letting him get away this time though. I sent one of the few lingering fighters flying with a kick and dashed closer to the armored man. He tried swinging his arm cannon around to focus on me, but I caught it long before he lined up a shot. Then I squeezed down. Whatever metal his suit was made of buckled and warped under my grip as I crushed the barrel of his plasma gun. Something I followed up with a hard punch to the chest. With him taken care of, I took a second to look around the arena to see how many fighters were left. I was slightly disappointed that only two, the scrap metal guy from earlier and a giant humanoid shark, were left standing. Both of them bellowed wordlessly and charged, and I charged them right back. Sharky tried to scratch me with the claws he had on the end of his fingers, but I ducked into a somersault handstand and kicked him in the face when he missed. Then, using his face as a springboard, I launched myself at Scrap Metal Guy and landed on his chest. I ignored his disbelieving grunt and focused. This guy could take whatever I could dish out normally, so I was going to need something special to make sure he stayed down. He gathered in my fist as I drew it back, and then I punched him in the face. Then I did it again, and again, and again, and again, until I felt something break. I wasn't sure if it was something in my hand or the metal that made up his face, but it didn't matter because his eyes rolled up into his skull and he dropped. Okay, one left. I didn't even get to finish that thought as a 7-foot-tall shark man tackled me off the other fighter and tried to bite me in half. Thankfully, I was instinctually able to get a hand and foot in place to stop Sharky from biting down, even if it meant feeling teeth digging into my skin. Hungry, are you? I snapped and raised my free hand, ki orb forming on my palm. Well, chew on this. I used the resulting explosion to fling myself clear of Sharky's mouth, and only looked back when I realized I might have accidentally taken his head off with that attack. I didn't exactly check to see how durable he was. I didn't have to worry though. Sharky waved a hand through the smoke, revealing his mostly undamaged head, clearly still alive. So you thought to take my teeth, you monkey? Sharky growled as he spat several shards of broken teeth onto the arena floor. A natural attempt for an inferior creature like you. But unfortunately my teeth cannot be broken so easily. Even as he spoke, I could see new teeth pushing the old broken ones out of the way. I really just wanted to get away from your bad breath. I shot back. That was way worse than your teeth. Insolent. Prepare yourself. When I get my hands on you, I will tear your flesh from your bones. So don't let him get close then. Anyways, it was time to end this, and I knew exactly how I was going to do it, even if I was blatantly stealing someone else's technique to do it. I cupped my hands together and focused my ki. Ka, oomph, another energy blast? I was barely harmed by your previous one. Better make it count, child. It will be the last one you ever do. Me. King Shark charges Khalifa. After her last energy attack did no damage, it seems King Shark is going for the kill. Me. Bright cerulean blue key gathered in my hands as I dragged more to the surface and focused it. Sharky wasn't the fastest person in the arena, so my attack was ready with plenty of time to spare, but just to make sure I waited until he was right on top of me, one hand outstretched to claw me, before I thrusted my hands out right towards his chest. Hi-ya! This blast was nothing like my little key attacks. It practically swallowed Sharky's huge body before blowing him up and away towards the top of the dome. I was so tempted to see how long I could keep my attack going. It was the first time I pulled off a Kamehameha in a fight. How cool was that? But the ring owners probably wouldn't let me come back if I broke their fancy dome. So I shut off the energy before I melted right through it. Sharky had actually made a perfect indent into the dome cover that was even more obvious when he fell away back onto the arena floor. A quick check confirmed he was still breathing, but definitely unconscious. I win. I threw my hands up in celebration, but was confused when I didn't hear applause. Ladies and gentlemen, in a stunning final attack, Khalifa is the last remaining fighter. We have a winner for the dogpile. Let's hear it for our visiting alien invader. Oh, there was the applause. I did a quick victory lap around the arena, waving at the crowd as I basked in my first actual victory since landing on Earth. I really needed to win more. This felt nice. After a while, one of the staff members escorted me out of the arena into a waiting area and explained I was supposed to wait here for a few minutes while they cleaned up the arena for the next event. And since I was the winner, I would be fighting in that one too. They even provided some light snacks. Barely an hour later, I was back in the arena for the special event, which was fine because I was out of snacks and already looking forward to my next fight. Maybe this time it would be someone really strong that I could practice all the cool new things I saw in the dogpile. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our grand special event. 2 sides enter, 1 side leaves. In one corner we have the alien terror, the conqueror from outer space, Khalifa. I waved as the crowd exploded into cheers. In the other corner, the bane of crooks and criminals everywhere, the dynamic duo, the Dark Knight and Boy Wonder themselves, Batman and Robin. My head snapped to the other entrance, and sure enough, there was Batman and Birdbrain being shoved through the doorway with heavy metal manacles that covered their hands up to their elbows that only fell away once the door closed. Once again, the rules are simple. Both sides fight until one side is dead and gets to walk away to fight another day, if neither side wins. A metal hatch opened up to reveal an automatic turret. Then it's good night for everyone in the arena. Are you ready for a death battle? I was barely listening to the announcer once he told me I was going to be fighting Batman. In a serious situation where he wasn't going to be able to hold back or deflect the topic. This was going to be awesome. Growing Pains, Chapter 14. The second the match started, I couldn't stop myself from bounding forward, eager to test out the new things I had just learned. I saw the hero and his annoying sidekick open their mouths to try talking, probably trying to convince me to stop the fight, but I had been trying to get Batman to take me seriously in training for forever. Yet, every time I brought up more intensive training or sparring, he deflected by saying I needed more practice with the basics before that. And while he wasn't wrong, I figured he was more interested in keeping an eye on me than giving me new skills. But now he couldn't stop me, and I got to beat up Birdbrain at the same time. But first, Batman. Birdbrain cried out when I jump-kicked at his mentor's head, missing by a slim margin. That didn't stop me though, and I instantly dashed back at him the second my foot hit the floor. Batman kept trying to avoid me and create distance, but I wasn't going to let that happen. And we're off to an acrobatic opening. I distantly heard the announcer shout. Khalifa isn't giving Batman room to breathe in a stunning display of martial arts, but he is countering her move for move. But since the Dark Knight isn't a broken mess, it looks like our little alien menace has decided she wants to play with her food. I mean, he wasn't wrong. If I wanted to just win, then I would be blasting them from the air with key attacks. But where's the fun in that? The first hint that I might have dismissed Robin a bit too much was 3 little pellets landing in between me and Batman, just after I failed to get him into a joint lock. Then they exploded, and I was choking on the thick smoke they spewed out while Batman slipped away. Hey, stay out of this, Birdbrain. I coughed. I'm fighting Batman first. Why are you fighting us at all? You stupid monkey. The brat yelled back. We're in a fighting ring. What else would we do here? An illegal fight ring. Batman spoke up. And we didn't choose to be here. So wait, that bit with the manacles wasn't just so you could pretend you weren't here on purpose? I asked. Did you really get caught by these guys? How? Robin blushed bright red and averted his gaze. Naturally, that meant I had a laser focus on him. You messed up, didn't you? I stated. I don't know what you're talking about. Huh. You did. Huh. I was forced to hover midair from how hard I was laughing. Bang. Only to stop when a bullet impacted the ground by my feet. A quick reminder that this is a death match. The announcer said threateningly. No stopping halfway through for a chat. I stopped smiling. This random person was telling me how to fight when he hadn't even shown himself at all. I must have grown a sense of pride when I wasn't looking, because the thought of someone I could almost guarantee was weaker than me in every way that mattered ordering me around rubbed me in all kinds of wrong ways. I silently pointed a hand at the turret that had shot at me and vaporized it with a bright yellow key blast. Don't tell me what to do, I said darkly. Then I turned back to Batman and Robin, who were both looking much more on edge than before. Well, at least it looked like they were going to take this seriously now. He's not entirely wrong, though. We can talk later. For now, I'm going to have fun with this. This time I charged Robin with a sharp grin on my face. To the kid's credit, he didn't freeze up or anything like that. Instead, he somersaulted over my head by using my shoulder as a springboard and tried kicking at my back. Too bad it was a move he used against me a lot in our occasional spar, so I was ready to turn and catch his foot on my forearm before punching him in the jaw. I wasn't ready for Batman to take advantage of the opening to punt me like a football, though. So that's the way you eep. Batman didn't settle for just a single kick. I looked up just in time for a batarang to fly by, narrowly missing hitting me in the face, followed by several more that I had to throw myself to the side to avoid, and incidentally interrupting my attempts at mid-fight banter. I ignored the tiny boomerang things hitting the arena wall and exploding and focused on my two opponents. I saw Robin nod at something Batman said, and both of them splitting up, so we all formed a rough triangle. Then I was stuck dodging as the two started throwing all kinds of things at me. Explosive discs, smoke bombs, taser things, and a few more. I wasn't going to touch them after I tried catching a taser batarang with the intent on throwing it back, only for it to go off immediately. My hand was still tingly. And we're back in the AC action, folks. Our crime-fighting duo is keeping Califor at bay with an impressive amount of projectiles. But try as they might, the tiny alien terror is simply too slippery to get hit. But that might not be enough to take her out. She hasn't gotten serious yet. I ignored the announcer again, since it was clear he had no idea what Batman had planned. All of Robin's throws were aimed to distract or disorient me. They made noise, kicked up dirt and sand, and made smoke, sure. But the biggest thing they did was conceal where Batman's throws were coming from. Those were always thrown so I would have to dodge out of the way, and were thrown hard enough that they usually didn't stop until they hit the arena walls. I was cheating with key sense, something I was pretty sure Batman didn't know about, to keep an eye on where the two were, and it was needed after a few seconds when nearly the entire arena was covered in smoke. But his projectiles didn't have key in them. I needed to use my other senses to avoid those. It was difficult, stressful, and incredibly frustrating trying to keep an eye on two people with one sense, and as many as 7 small flying objects with the rest. And I was having a blast with it. Here I was, an alien from space with powers far beyond a normal human, and in a wide open room. And Batman had still managed to change the environment around to suit him and give me a hard time. Sure, I wasn't using most of those powers, but I had already determined this was going to be a test of skill, not strength. Speaking of Batman, he must have run out of things to throw at me, because I could sense him getting closer. I turned to face him right as he burst through the smoke and went low, trying to kick his legs out from under him. He jumped over it in a move so smooth I would have sworn it was practiced if I didn't know better. My own dodge when he punched straight down was jerky and uncoordinated in comparison. You would think punching the ground as hard as you could would make a human pause for a bit, but Batman was shifting into a different stance the second he made contact. I dodged, weaved, and counterattacked as best I could while forcing myself to react at human limits. Why couldn't this be how we normally trained? Because you still need to brush up on the basics, Batman said, making me realize I said that last bit out loud. Then he took advantage of me overcommitting to a punch to throw me over his shoulder and into the floor. Hard. I wheezed a bit as the air was forcefully driven from my lungs and rolled when Batman went to smash my diaphragm. only to fall into a trap when it turned out to be a feint, and he caught me by the wrist and put me in an armbar. You know I could break out of this, right? I grunted as I allowed my arm to be forced into a rather uncomfortable position. You'll lose your game if you do. He replied. I tisked. Figures he would have realized what I was doing by now. So what now? I might not be able to win right now, but you'll probably get tired before I do. And I don't think our friends are going to be happy if one of us just gives up, you know? Batman sighed in defeat. What do you want? More sparring matches like this one. And you aren't allowed to hold back anymore. I haven't been holding back. You really do need that much practice with the basics before I could teach you more. Yeah, but you could at least mix things up now and again. Batman didn't sigh again, but I had a feeling he wanted to. Deal. Cool. I chirped with a wide smile. And with that I was released. So what now? Oh, by now the entirety of the arena was just a mass of smoke. The organizers definitely hadn't thought about someone using so many smoke bombs that it could cover the entire floor, so there were no countermeasures for it. Something the crowd was starting to get annoyed by. They had come to see a fight, not just stare at some smoke for several minutes. Before too many of them could start making a fuss, a massive yellow beam tore through the smoke and a nearby wall. Then, even more of it started getting pushed away as I flared my key higher and higher. And it looks like this might be the beginning of the end, ladies and gentlemen. Khalifa has apparently decided to stop playing around and has cleared the smoke screen with one attack. But what's this? Our boy Wonder doesn't seem to be in the ring anymore. It looks like the dynamic duo is down a member. Was he caught up in that last blast? The grumbles were replaced with cheers as the crowd's bloodlust peaked. I rose a bit further into the air and attempted to speak, but couldn't get anything out over the noise. That was pretty impressive, actually. I just hovered in place, arms crossed, tapping a finger while I waited for the noise to die down. Once it finally did, I raised my hand and pointed down at Batman dramatically. Everyone, listen up. That killed the last of the noise. I have just one thing to say before I end this. As the future conqueror of Earth, I judge Batman as a worthy champion I must defeat. A champion of skill. But the crowd seemed to lean in, waiting for what I was going to say next. I can't do that yet. So I give up. There was a beat of silence, and then the crowd erupted in rage at being denied their entertainment. Too bad for them, I didn't really care. Well, that was certainly a surprise. In a shocking turn of events, Khalifa has forfeited the match. But don't worry, folks. We promised you a death match, so that's what you're going to get. Unleash the turrets. At the announcer's command, there were a bunch of mechanical groans as the turrets he mentioned tried to deploy. But it turned out Batman had already beaten him there. While I had assumed he had been using the earlier smokescreen to attack me by surprise, it had really been so that he could disable the turrets around the arena without anyone noticing. Of course, there were a handful that he missed, but it was easy enough for me to blast them with a key attack before they could really get going. Nothing to worry about, folks. We have contingencies for just such an AUK as BMW8. What are you doing in here? There were a few sounds of a struggle over the system before Robin's smug voice rang out. And that's one hack of an announcer taken care of. With that taken care of, it's a total victory for the heroes. I hope you all enjoyed the show, ladies and gentlemen. Please feel free to give us a review while we wait for the police to help you on your way out. Thank you and have a nice day. By then, even the dumbest in the crowd had realized the Fight Club had lost control of the situation and started running for the exit, but it was no use as several security gates slammed closed at the exits. Not the best ending to my first fight arena, but I still had fun. I'd have to check back with the recruiter guy to see if they had a branch that wasn't dumb enough to kidnap Batman and see if they were looking for new fighters later. Oh, so how'd you get caught anyway? I asked as Batman and Robin waited for the last of the fight ring organizers to get carted away. We were investigating a few disappearances and stumbled across a recruiting center. Batman said simply, opting to just leave it there. And I tried to stop the recruiter from escaping out the back. Robin rubbed the back of his head and sheepishly added, "There was a gas trap we didn't see." I just stared at him. That was it. Wow, that's so lame. Yeah, well, what about you? Did you just follow the first stranger offering you a fight, you muscle-brain monkey? Robin snapped. Then when I didn't reply, he smirked. You totally did, didn't you? Shut up, bird brain. I was looking for someone else to train me while Batman was busy. That doesn't make it any better, he laughed. I wasn't about to take that lying down and tackled him to the ground, where we both tried to wrestle the other into submission. I was so focused on delivering sweet justice to the bird-brained idiot that I didn't notice Batman shake his head and walk off with a small smile on his face. Growing Pains, Chapter 15. You know there are easier ways to get my attention, right? Yeah, but this is the most fun. I smiled as I adjusted the weight of the car, so it wasn't slipping off my shoulder anymore. The Flash wasn't as amused as I was. Or at least he was pretending to not be. It was bad form for a superhero to laugh at the police chief when his car was stolen by a passing supervillain and held hostage 20 feet off the ground, not when the guy was right there. Especially since this was the 5th time I've done something like this. Flash hadn't exactly been thrilled to find out he had been training a supervillain instead of the aspiring hero he had assumed I was. But after a week of needling him, I managed to work out a similar deal to the one I had with Batman. I wouldn't do major crimes in Central City in return for continued speed training. He tried avoiding me a bit and relying on our agreement to keep me from doing something too noticeable. So I went to someone that would complain loud enough that Flash would need to check in even if I wasn't doing anything super evil. And the police chief could certainly yell. Especially when his 1965 Mustang kept mysteriously finding itself in places a car couldn't get to, like a roof or a tree. Luckily for him, there was a helpful alien invader that would be happy to get it down, as long as he could get the Flash here for a bit. Flash told me I could stop after the 3rd time. I kept doing it because it was funny. That is not the way to treat a classic. Flash shook his head in mock despair. Come on, give the chief back his car. I know what you want. Sure thing. I dropped the car back in a parking lot and ignored the police chief as he rushed to inspect the thing for damage. Seriously, it was a car. An old one, sure. But older doesn't always mean better, and there was certainly no reason to cry about it. Normal spot then? Flash asked, doing some light stretches with a challenging smile. You're on. After a silent 3 count, both of us went speeding towards the city limits. Needless to say, Flash beat me by a few miles. Oh, 2 hours later, I was laying on the ground, drenched in sweat and panting like a dog. All I could do was glare at Flash who, despite everything I tried, was barely sweating at all. And I couldn't even be sure that wasn't from just standing around in the sun for a few hours. Hey, don't give me that look. You're doing much better than when we started, he said genuinely. And if he stopped there, you could mistake him for being a kind, caring individual. Who knows? In a year or so, you might get me to break into a light jog. Yep, there it was. Jerk. Oh, come on. Is that any way to treat your favorite training partner? Flash continued when I glared harder. You aren't my favorite. Hockey's my favorite. It's just that it's really hard to find her before she moves cities or she has her partner with her. And I can't fight both of them at once yet. Oof, scathing. Flash mimed, grabbing his chest in pain. Well, anyway, I've got to run. I've got a date in a few minutes. Wouldn't want to be late. Is a few minutes enough time to get there and be ready? Sure it is. I'm the fastest man alive, he said confidently. Oh, I feel bad for your date then. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean by that? Nothing, I said innocently. Just that it's a shame if all your dates end too soon because you go too fast. Flash narrowed his eyes at me and tried to guess if I was implying what he thought I was. Unfortunately for him, I was used to trying to hide my thoughts and reactions from Batman. Not that it seemed to make a difference. And Flash was certainly not Batman. Eventually, he gave up his one-sided staring contest and turned towards the city. Right? Well, stay out of trouble. Don't go trying to take over a city or something. Huh. I wasn't about to tell him that was my next idea on how to force Superman to fight me. The Metropolis mayoral election was next week. I was totally going to crash it and declare myself mayor. Flash gave me a 2-fingered salute and began to run back to get ready for his date. He made it all of 3 steps when there was a massive flash of light behind us. We both turned to see what looked like a dozen flaming meteors burning through the atmosphere, trailing dark black smoke. It didn't take long for me to realize these weren't normal meteors. Those didn't tend to change direction midair and scatter in several directions. Huh, looks like another alien invasion, I idly commented, causing Flash to slump over. I'm not going to be on time for my date, am I? He asked rhetorically. Oh, from what I gathered on the internet, the last 3 alien invasions used the same plan that went something along the lines of this. Step 1. Invade in one big group. Step 2. Use landing location as a beachhead to attack nearby city. Or for the more aggressive ones, just attack city directly. Step 3. Quickly overrun the population and military forces until nearby hero, or Superman, shows up. Step 4. Send out champions that are the pinnacle exception in strength compared to the rest of the invasion force. Step 5. Lose. Step 6. Pull back all forces and flee because without Champions X, the invasion force is too small to actually hold the planet and the foot soldiers like living, or because the champion was the invasion force. And optional. Step 7. Leave champions behind to act as infiltrators/scouts for when the next invasion occurs. And considering that these invasions were usually wrapped up in less than a day, a lot of people didn't bother panicking unless they were right near the initial invasion point, since everything would go back to normal by tomorrow. So when the black smoke being trailed by the meteors turned into oily black clouds that covered the entire sky and showed no signs of dissipating almost a day later, people started to worry. They began outright panicking when it turned out that the invasion force was actually the second wave, and that several people in the military, government, and science facilities had been replaced by shape-shifting aliens that had sabotaged local responses and revealed more machines that were pumping the air with black stuff all over the continent. The following armies of white, gray, and black, gelatinous, homicidal goo people with laser rifles didn't do much to calm them down either. Fortunately for the humans, and unfortunately for me, the aliens themselves weren't so tough that a person with a gun couldn't at least hold them off for a bit. So it wasn't like the invaders were just rolling over any resistance just yet, but there were a lot of them, and they weren't even fun to fight. Get off this planet, I yelled as I vaporized another squad of goo people. I was here first. I called dibs. I'd have said that I'd lost count of how many of the invaders I had done that to by now, but that would imply I was keeping count to begin with. I was far more interested in stopping them from blowing up my favorite restaurants than counting blown-up aliens. Central was the only city I'd found so far that had decent serving sizes and didn't try calling the police whenever I just wanted something to eat. I wasn't going to let some random invasion force me to go hunting for decent food again. I spotted another group going down 5th Street, shooting at people as they ran away and wrecking buildings thanks to some kind of armored vehicle that looked like a misshapen potato attached to 4 spider legs that also shot lasers. I flew over to it, blasted 3 of the legs off, caught it by the remaining one, and started using it as a giant hammer to squish the smaller foot soldiers running around in panic. Then when there was only one remaining, I swooped down and grabbed it by its skin, and lifted it into the air. All right, Slimeball, listen up. I was having a good day until you jerks decided to show up. So, I'm going to give you one chance to tell me where your leader is so I can politely tell them to turn around and get off this planet before I vaporize all of you. Sound good? The alien made a weird, repetitive hissing sound that I eventually recognized as an attempt at laughter. We are the Imperium. We will conquer this pathetic planet and feed on it. You humans cannot stop this. Even your power will just make us stronger. Sorry, not a human. I'm a Saiyan. Got the tail and everything, I said, waving said appendage behind me. I then got to witness the fascinating experience of something going absolutely statue still for a moment, before frantically doing its best to claw my hand off its skin, and when that didn't work, claw away at itself in order to escape. The whole sudden spectacle shocked me enough that I just floated in stunned disbelief even after the goo person managed to free itself only to fall several hundred feet back to the ground where it splattered on impact. What the hell was that about? Unfortunately for me, the universe didn't suddenly leap to answer my question. But that didn't mean the invasion had stopped just because something weird happened to me. A nearby explosion drew my attention to another one of those walking potato tanks and more foot soldiers. Welp, guess the only thing left to do is find another alien to explain what the heck just happened. And if that one didn't give me an answer, well, there were plenty more of them wandering around. Oh, hours later I was tired, hungry, and absolutely covered in soot from all the fires popping up all over the city. Not to mention, I was starting to get really pissed off that I wasn't any closer to finding out why the invaders were freaking out about a single Saiyan child on the planet they were attacking. Did Saions actually exist in this universe? And if so, why am I what's causing them to panic rather than the yellow sun-charged Kryptonian that should be a much bigger threat? Sure, a group of Scions would absolutely demolish these Imperium guys, but it was only me here. My musing was interrupted by a red blur streaking by and doubling back that predictably turned out to be the Flash. He looked a bit scuffed up and more tired than I had ever seen him. Not that that said much, but he also looked pretty happy to see me, so I guess he was fine. Hey kid, glad to see you're okay, Flash said quickly. And I heard you were doing a pretty good job taking care of the city. A lot of people were talking about it. I scowled. I wasn't exactly doing that for the people here. But if they were grateful, I better get a few free meals, at least. Cool, great to hear. I'm guessing the heroes won, and now it's just dealing with the leftovers. If so, I was going to be bummed. Despite the amount of destruction they caused, the Imperium was kinda weak. I was hoping for one good fight at least. Yeah, about that. Flash rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Oh. Minutes later, I was standing in the middle of an American Army base and surrounded by several heroes including Superman, Hawkeye, and Wonder Woman who I actually hadn't been able to meet before now. Normally, I'd be ecstatic about that, but I was currently too busy glaring daggers at the green-skinned man in a blue cape. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right. Run that by me again. I grit out. Martian Manhunter didn't have any hair, so it looked a little weird when he raised an eye ridge at me. As I said before, the Imperium planned to terraform this planet into a feeding ground. I don't mean that. I angrily swiped a hand through the air. I meant, what do you mean you left Batman behind? I could feel a bunch of looks from the other heroes, but I ignored all of them. Or at least I was going to until Superman put a hand on my shoulder and I began to debate if it was worth hitting him with a full-power Kamehameha. Look, Khalifa, I know it's hard to hear. He was my friend too. But these things happen, and sometimes there's nothing you can do. Batman's gone. Growing Pains, Chapter 16. Batman's gone. I knew the words were wrong. I knew Batman wouldn't just get quietly taken out from something like the Imperium. He was probably hiding out somewhere in one of his thousands of bolt holes, sciencing up some gizmo that would be crucial to removing the goo people from the planet, just waiting for the right time to make his reappearance. The problem was, as much as I knew that, I couldn't prove it. While I had never specifically told anyone about my key sense, Batman had picked up that I had some way of sensing where people were. He probably figured out it had something to do with Key from my attempts to teach him and Robin how to use the stuff. And while he never actually managed to use Key techniques, he was able to reduce his presence to the point I couldn't find him unless he wanted me to in like a week. That was coming back to bite me because unless I got close and he wasn't attempting to hide, I'd never be able to pick out his specific Key signature from everyone in my range. Of course, just telling everyone he was still alive because he was Batman only got me some pitying looks and more attempts at consolation. Looking like a child despite being a kick-ass Saiyan warrior did have its occasional downsides. Batman's gone. But worst of all was that tiny niggling voice in the back of my head. The one that kept treacherously asking, but what if they're right? I did my best to ignore that one. Do you mind if I sit down? A voice interrupted my spiraling thoughts. I looked up to see Wonder Woman standing there with 2 trays of food. I did my best to avoid making a face. MREs weren't the horror stories I had heard of, but they still weren't great. Sure, go ahead. I motioned to an empty spot on the bench next to me before going back to looking out into the distance. Although, not going to lie, when everything is being covered up by nasty black clouds, looking out into the horizon loses a lot of its appeal. I accepted one of the trays as it had been meant for me and dug in. Blee. Overcooked noodles in a watery tomato sauce. So why did you want to sit by me? I asked as I took another bite of food. Shouldn't you still be busy planning how to deal with the whole invasion thing? Wonder Woman bit into her own food, and I could tell she didn't find it much better than I did. We're taking a small break for now. The others are checking in on friends or family, or doing as I am, and taking some time for a meal. She said after a small pause. Flash actually suggested I stop by since he needed to check in on his protoch. Oh yeah, Kid Flash. I hadn't actually met him in person yet, since most of my activities tended to happen in the middle of the week when he would still be in school, but I had at least heard he existed during the aftermath of my first fight with Hawkeye. Guess it made sense Flash would want to check in on him. I wonder if anyone was going to check on Robin, and if he had heard Abu. Nope. Not thinking about that. Okay, why though? He thought it might be easier to talk about the loss of someone close to you with someone of the same gender. I glared at her. He isn't dead. To my surprise, Wonder Woman didn't immediately just try to get me to accept otherwise. Instead, she just nodded at my words. But that doesn't change the fact that he isn't here right now, does it? I scowled, but she had a point. So what do you plan on doing next? Not going to tell me what I should be doing? I couldn't help but ask. Would you listen if I did? Wonder Woman shook her head. I know better than to tell a warrior what to do when they've committed themselves to a certain path, even one as young as you. You already know what you are going to do. Huh. She could read me pretty well. That was a surprise. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the base the others escaped from, and I'm going to go find Batman. And if there's no one left for you to find. My eyes hardened as I looked back out to the horizon where I could sense one of the Imperium's bases. Then I reduced the rest of the invasion force to ash and make them wish they had never stepped foot on this planet. I declared resolutely. Wonder Woman looked sad when I said that, but didn't say anything against it. She just collected the now empty trays, ruffled my hair, and went back inside the army base. I followed not long after because the MRE was an okay snack, but I was still hungry. Maybe the cafeteria had something better? Oh, it didn't, as it turned out. More food, certainly. Better? Nah. But leaving the cafeteria with a full stomach and maybe slightly traumatized kitchen staff, I was politely escorted to a meeting room where all the heroes were going over their plan of attack. When I asked why, I was simply told that if they couldn't stop me from attacking the Imperium, they could at least be there to support me. Which is how I found myself being bored to near tears as the Martian Manhunter droned on and on and on. Yeah, it was soothing at first, but after a while soothing shifts into boring, especially when the speaker doesn't emphasize anything in monologues in the same dull tone. Even the Black Green Lantern guy looked like he was having trouble staying awake. Located in the main structure, this room has an advanced crystal that is responsible for creating the ionized gas terraforming the planet to suit the Imperium's needs. Oh, sweet Ozaru, he's still talking. Should the crystal be destroyed, the Imperium will be limited to operating at night. This will be to our advantage, as while they are psychically nearly on par with Martians, they cannot stand direct sunlight for more than a few seconds at most. This is how my people were able to stall their advance for centuries. Could we destroy the it with a bombing run or artillery strike? One of the army people asked. No. There is a shield surrounding the structure that your weapons will not be able to penetrate. We will need to approach from the ground and make our way into the structure from there. I bet I could break it. Then we will continue focusing on surrounding the structure and supporting the strike team. Someone whose name I forgot, but remembered being introduced as a general spoke up, looking at the 6 heroes surrounding the table in turn. I didn't mind not being included in the count. I wasn't a hero after all. And now that there was a plan in place, I could go back to doing my own thing. And where do you think you're going? Hockey called out when I tried slipping out of the room while they were talking. I turned back to her glaring at me like, well, a hawk. Nowhere special. I'm just going to go poke at the Imperium. You got your plan right. So I don't have to hang around anymore. It would be better if we waited. Manhunter said, that will allow the sun more time to rise. But the clouds will take some time to go away, right? So why not get the cloud machine out of the way now? All the heroes gave each other a few looks before nodding. Looks like they agreed. Oh. I glared at the lumpy black, gray, and red structure in the distance as once again my key sense showed no signs of Batman being in the area. But I already knew that didn't mean much. I was vaguely aware of the heroes splitting off in random directions, each of them splitting up so they could distract the Imperium guarding the structure and find a way inside. All except for Wonder Woman, who decided to stand next to me for some reason. Shouldn't you be going to help them? I couldn't help but ask. I will soon, she said assuringly. But I wanted to see what you would do. According to the others, you have great strength yourself. Perhaps I wanted to see it in action for myself. I shrugged. I would have thought an Amazon warrior princess would have wanted to be at the front of the assault. But if she wanted to see me put on a show, I wasn't going to stop her. Suit yourself. Though you might want to move to the side a bit. I warned her. Oh, why is that? Wonder Woman asked. Even as she took a few steps away, I planted my feet and cupped my hands at my side. Because I'm going to go right through their front door? Kenny. I paid no attention to the humans that were suddenly startled by the ball of blue key forming in my hands. Instead, I focused on dredging up every scrap of energy I could and focusing it into one point. Hey, Amimi, unlike the time I had done this in the arena, there was no real rush to fire my technique. There was no one rushing to stop me. No one forcing me to hurry up. Just me, a glowing ball of weaponized life energy, and a target. And that target was about to disappear. Ha-ya-ya. A 4-foot thick beam of cerulean light lit up the area and launched towards the Imperium structure. Thanks to the invaders building on top of a rocky mountainous area, there was nothing in between them and my attack that I needed to worry about. Nothing beyond the shield Manhunter warned us about. Too bad for them, it held for all of half a second before the beam attack tore right through it and into the structure it was protecting. I kept the Kamehameha going as long as I could until I sensed it punching out the back of the structure before I stopped pouring in ki and let the attack sputter out. Ha ha ha. For several seconds, the only sound was my panting breaths. Everyone was just standing still, looking at either me or the hole I put in the Imperium base. Man, that took a lot out of me. Great Hera. Wonder Woman breathed eventually. But there was no time for everyone to stand around basking in how awesome I was. The heroes were all converging on the hole I blew open. If I didn't hurry, they would beat the alien leader before I could do it myself. I kicked off the ground and started floating towards the alien structure. Okay, last one, there is a bald tail. I shouted back to the still stunned humans, making up a suitably insulting Saiyan saying, Kenji, on the spot, and then racing ahead. Oh, the past several solar cycles had not been particularly pleasant for John Johns. It had started with the Imperium finally breaching the quarantine his people had maintained for centuries. A large group of them smashing through the defenses and making their way towards their neighboring planet, Earth. When it became clear that the various Martian governments were not going to immediately send aid, too busy debating the worth of such an action and how to go about it, John had decided to use his own authority as a manhunter to pursue them. Even if humanity hadn't been judged ready to join the rest of the interstellar community, Mars could not afford to allow the Imperium to flourish by consuming the Earthlings only to return to continue their assault on his people later. Especially due to their own isolationist habits keeping them from making allies willing to assist them in combating the parasites. Of course, it was thanks to those isolationist tendencies that led to him being surprised just how much contact the younger civilization had been exposed to in such a short amount of time. Humanity was very aware they weren't alone in the galaxy and had several other species revealing themselves all over the planet. A few Thanagarians, a Kryptonian, and some others he was passingly familiar with. Even a few races he had not heard of before, such as the newest arrival, a Saiyan. They even somehow had 3 active Green Lanterns. John had been hopeful that the presence of so many defenders would lead to a swift defeat of the Imperium. He had not anticipated that the parasites had already infiltrated the Earthlings and sabotaged any coordinated defense. Thanks to that, and the humans' tribal nature, Earth was doing its best to repel the attackers. But the response was disorganized, scattered. That was why he had called out to several of the heroes and crafted a plan to strike at the most vulnerable point of the Imperium, the source of the putrid smoke that protected them from the light and allowed them to thrive outside their subterranean dwellings. He could honestly say he had not counted on the Saiyan girl nearly revealing his trump card ahead of schedule, or her pushing the schedule forward by vaporizing a significant portion of the Imperium's defenses with a single energy attack. But if there was one word that could be ascribed to Martians, it was that they were adaptable. He led the Superman, the Flash, the Hawkwoman, and a Green Lantern through the remaining hallways towards the central chamber, using strength, shape-shifting, and psychic feedback caused by phasing through others to incapacitate as many of the Imperium soldiers as possible while still moving forward. It was a careful dance, trying to advance while not overextending and allowing themselves to be overwhelmed once again like they had in their initial assault. But with only one previous confrontation working together, the comrades he had gathered were showing a remarkable improvement in teamwork and cooperation. Gone were many of the little hesitations, the accidental interference, and independent actions. And as such, the 5 of them ran over the opposition like a carefully directed rock slide, which only became more effective when the Wonder Woman burst through a wall and assisted in destroying a couple walkers, keeping them from their goal. The Imperium fell before their combined might, and soon John stood not only within feet of the ionization crystal that was the target of this assault, but also before the supreme leader of the Imperium, the purple and black ball of flesh invoking revulsion in the Manhunter. Johann Johns, it has been a long time. The leader projected telepathically. We should have known you would follow us to this world. You have stubbornly defied us for centuries, and I will continue to defy you and any of your kind. You will never be welcome in this solar system. John replied, preparing himself for the confrontation as he felt the beginnings of a mental attack from the bulbous creature before him. You cannot stop us. Even against one of the great destroyers, the Imperium will prevail. A mental spike briefly dazed John even as the creature's tendrils reached out to grab him. At the same time, hundreds of Imperium soldiers rushed in from the few undamaged passageways and engaged the rest of his comrades, preventing them from coming to John's assistance. No matter, John was fully prepared to wrestle with the parasite himself. He just had to hold on until, "You're hiding something," the parasite accused, mental tendrils scraping at the walls of his mind as physical ones tried ravaging his flesh. "A secret deep in the recesses of your mind. Is this another of your Martian tricks? Do I sense fear?" The leader focused all of its attention on John, trying to breach his defenses. "What are you hiding?" "Just according to plan." "Now," John roared over the sound of combat. The presence of the human he had mentally shielded from everyone had finally managed to get into position, unnoticed by everyone and everything in the room. An explosion destroyed the protective casing of the ionic crystal, allowing the Batman access to place the necessary device onto the crystal itself. Red lines faded to blue as the technology took effect. "What have you done?" The parasite screeched in dismay as the blue coloration began to spread through the structure. "Reverse the ion charge." The Batman explained simply. "Kill him. Destroy the crystal." Every remaining soldier aimed their weapons at the human, and for a second John was worried the human wouldn't survive, but a small shape flew next to the Batman a moment before they fired and carried him off. The ground where he had been standing was pockmarked with laser blasts, but the crystal remained untouched as the anionic charge being produced by it created a shielding effect from the Imperium's weapons. "Hi guys, sorry I'm late. I got a little lost," the Saiyan, Khalifa, said exuberantly. And Batman, "I knew you were alive. No way these Imperium creeps were enough to take you down." Even as John wrestled with the Imperium leader, he couldn't help but grin that the young girl hadn't lost her mentor. It had pained him to deceive her, having seen too many young children receive news that a family member had fallen to the Imperium, but it had been necessary that no one knew of the plan in advance, lest they risk it being discovered too early. In an ironic twist, the energy of the reversed crystal caused a bright blue beam to pierce the clouds in a very similar manner to the Saiyan girl's earlier attack. The energy burned away at the cover, allowing the rays of the morning sun to shine through the holes in the building. The parasites began to flee as the light landed on them and began to burn them away. The soldiers died in seconds. The leader was stronger, but it began to boil and scream in agony just the same. "Damn you, Joanin Johns. Damn you. Nengiea. What's the matter? Does this burn your pale, putrid skin?" John said savagely as he gripped the parasite by as many of its tendrils he could grasp, even the ones embedded in his own body. "This isn't over. Even if I am destroyed, the Imperium survives. And you have unleashed a far more destructive force upon this world. The Great Destroyer leaves only death and empty worlds in its wake." The leader wailed even as its cellular structure was finally destroyed by the sunlight. John ignored the parasite's final words and focused on keeping it as illuminated as possible until nothing remained of the creature that had started a nightmare on his home planet. One that was finally over. So, good news is we won. But what was that about a great destroyer? John looked up to see that his 6 companions had joined in a circle around him while the child, Khalifa, was hovering protectively behind the Batman. "I do not know," John answered the Flash. "In the many years the Martians have fought the Imperium, they have never mentioned such a thing. Perhaps it was merely a deception to allow it time to escape from the sunlight. If it was, it sure didn't work out," the dark-skinned Green Lantern commented. "Still, after all that time under those clouds, I know I'm going to enjoy a nice sunrise." "Yeah, you and me both," the Flash added. "It's certainly a welcome sight." The Wonder Woman agreed. "Humph. As long as the skies are clear, I don't care if it's the sun or the moon. I'm just glad they're gone." The Hawkwoman scowled, drawing John and the others' attention to Earth's natural satellite as it began to make its journey towards the horizon, still fully visible in the early dawn hours. "Oh shit, that's not good." All eyes turned to the Saiyan child at the sudden foul language and worried tone. The Superman began to ask what was wrong, but Khalifa seemed almost hypnotized by the sight of the moon. Then she began to change. Growing Pains, Chapter 17. The 7 heroes could only watch in stunned disbelief as the small Saiyan child transformed into a 5-story tall ape-like creature in the span of seconds. Interestingly, her black bodysuit and armor grew to match her new height, while her whole body was covered in a coarse layer of brown fur, even her normally black hair shifting to match. The only indication of her normal hairstyle was the slight mane of longer fur falling around her shoulders. Her arms and legs thickened into massively powerful limbs that effortlessly smashed through the walls of the Imperium outpost. And most disconcerting, her eyes, normally filled with mischievous playfulness or curiosity, shifted to pure red orbs of malice. Semi-freed from the confines of the outpost, the great ape roared its fury for the world to hear before raising both arms into the air and smashing them down on the increasingly ruined building. Not content with a single attack, the huge figure began to thrash mindlessly around, causing an impressive amount of destruction in a short amount of time. Guess we know what that thing meant by Great Destroyer now, huh? Flash commented as the rest of them regrouped nearby. Despite being surprised by the transformation, all of them were quick to move when it became clear Calipha's change could bring the roof collapsing down on all of them. So, did anyone know she could do this? 'Cause the giant monkey form is a surprise to me. There was a chorus of no's with the noticeable exception of Batman. When I questioned her about her background, she mentioned a planet full of giant lizards she beat by waiting until she grew big enough to take them. I assumed she meant waiting until she was older, but if she meant this... The Dark Knight trailed off. Oh cool, did she mention how to snap her out of it by any chance? Manhunter closed his eyes and put his hands to his temples in concentration. Her mind is full of rage. Until she calms down, I will not be able to communicate with her. No chance you can just put her to sleep or something? Hawkwoman asked. No, her emotions are too powerful for me to influence in her current condition. He said, we will need to find some other way to deal with her. Hawkwoman looked back at the rampaging giant and palmed her mace. Think we can knock her out before she wanders off then? We aren't that far away from a city. If she makes it there before we stop her, no one needed to imagine the damage a 50-foot giant monkey could do to the place. We might not need to go that far. Superman offered. All she's done is wreck the outpost. We could just keep her here until she calms down, or we find a way to change her back. It's far enough that we wouldn't need to worry about civilians. Wonder Woman agreed. With the beginnings of a plan in place, Batman turned to Green Lantern. Any chance there's something in the non-restricted section of your ring about Scions transforming? Or how to change them back? Green Lantern raised an eyebrow at him. And why do you know Scions have a restriction on their information? Never mind. From what I can see here, Scions can transform into that form by being exposed to cosmic radiation reflected off celestial bodies. The only ways listed for them to change back is for them to tire out or for the source of the radiation to disappear. There is also one other way, but I don't think we want to do anything permanent. A few of them realized he was talking about putting her down for good and understandably balked at the thought of killing a child, especially those who had interacted with her frequently. So what? We have to somehow blow up the moon. Hawkwoman questioned. Whoa, wait a second. Flash threw up his hands. I'm pretty sure blowing up the moon is a bad idea, for a few reasons. No one is blowing up the moon. Wonder Woman put her foot down on that particular idea. If all we need to do is remove the source, then we just need to keep her here until the moon sets. We just need to make sure nothing catches her attention or for her to wander off. As if despite those words, several explosions bloomed on and around the giant monkey, causing it to roar in pain and anger and start looking for the source of the attack. What was that? Where did it come from? Manhunter was the first one to find the cause of the commotion. It's the army. They think she is a last resort by the Imperium. Tell them to call off the attacks. Batman demanded. The city is right behind them. They'll lure her towards it. It's too late. She's already noticed them. Sure enough, the great ape had turned back to the military forces that had been firing on her. Before any of the heroes could react, a bright yellow light erupted from her maw and utterly destroyed several of the artillery platforms there, sending the army soldiers scrambling for cover. To make things even worse, Calipha hadn't lost interest after destroying the platforms. She was slowly breaking her way out of the now thoroughly ruined outpost and was heading towards the army group. Superman was the first to speak up. We have to distract her. Keep her from hurting anyone until she changes back. Right. Distract King Kong from breaking everything. Anyone know where we can find a pretty blonde in a white dress? Flash quipped before taking off in a streak of red, the other heroes not far behind. Oh, as it turned out, distracting the giant monkey from going after the army was easier said than done, Clark noted before refocusing on the task in front of him. Superman made a note of Flash and Green Lantern taking off towards the soldiers to start evacuating them out of the area and stop any more mouth blasts from destroying the area, while he and the rest of the group made for the transformed Saiyan. He and Wonder Woman were the first ones there and did their best to get her attention by flying directly in front of her face. "Khalifa, stop. The fight's over, you need to." Ever since he decided to become Superman, he had fought a few creatures of similar size to what the Saiyan child had changed into, but none of them were as fast as she was. He barely had time to notice the instant between when she pulled her arm back again and to when he was swatted into the ground like an annoying insect. Groaning, Superman began to pull himself out of the destroyed rocks that partially buried him. Khalifa certainly hit harder in this form too. If this was the power Science could bring to bear when they didn't care about individually overcoming a planet's champions, then he was going to have to rethink how annoying it was the alien child kept challenging him one-on-one. Superman. He looked up just in time to see another mouth laser being charged and fired. Just before the yellow beam hit, he threw up his hands in an attempt to block it, but the energy smashed into him and sent him tunneling through the rock and into the Earth's crust. When the beam finally cut out, the tunnel also collapsed and left him battered and in darkness. Oh, Superman. Unfortunately for the Princess of Themyscira, Diana's warning came too late and Superman was blasted under a mountainside. It seemed that in her current state, the young warrior couldn't recognize the people she had just been working with or didn't care and fought them anyway. She hoped it wasn't the latter. She had faced berserkers before and their battle lust often made them unpredictable, but when the haze cleared and they were able to think for themselves again, they were usually affected with feelings of guilt. She may have only met the young Scion for a short time, but Diana didn't want the spark of life she had seen in the girl snuffed out because of an accident made in an altered mindset. With that in mind, she realized the best thing to do would be to end the now unavoidable fight as quickly as possible, so as few people as possible ended up hurt. She flew under a massive backhand and slammed her fists into the jaw of the giant creature. Hard. The force snapped the ape's head back and caused a roar of pain, but there was little actual damage done. By the gods, how much more powerful was the girl in this form? Diana dodged over a grasping hand and saw both Hawkwoman and the Martian Manhunter land powerful blows of their own, successfully splitting the ape's attention between the three of them, but again doing very little to actually damage it. Hawkwoman was the next of them to be targeted, probably because she was a larger, flashier target between the wings and electrically charged mace. Another mouth beam shot at the winged hero, who managed to dodge it, but when Diana and Manhunter found out the ape didn't need her eyes to keep track of her opponents, Manhunter was able to phase through the tail before it slammed into him. But Diana ended up trapped as the ape tried to crush her by clapping its hands together. She managed to catch them before they slammed together, but that just caused the ape to put its effort into crushing her gradually. RIGHH. With the mouth beam no longer focused on her, Hawkwoman went for the ape's head from above in an attempt to knock it out. But in another surprising feat, the 50-foot ape was able to twist out of the way at the last moment. Caught off guard by the movement, Diana watched as a massive foot came up and smashed the winged woman into the ground and pinned her in place. At least she was still alive if the pained screaming and curses were an indication. Diana wasn't able to focus on the other hero's condition too long, though, as the pressure surrounding her redoubled and she saw the beginnings of another mouth blast charging up. She braced herself as best she could, but before the attack could be released, two explosions erupted near the ape's eyes, causing it to flail in shock and pain. Diana took advantage of the momentary distraction to free herself as a dark, bat-themed jet screamed past them. Oh! Batman watched from above as the others regrouped again a short ways away from the great ape as he fired another missile at it. Flash and Green Lantern had rejoined them, and Flash had even managed to secure Hawkwoman from where she had been pinned. The only one missing was Superman. Batman hoped he managed to regroup with them soon. His plan wouldn't work without him. "Can everyone hear me?" he asked once he figured he had given Manhunter enough time to retrieve the earbuds he had provided and hand them out to the group. A small voice in the back of his head told him it would be faster and easier to have Martian Manhunter let them all speak telepathically, but he was not comfortable with letting someone into his head. No matter that he had done so before in order to trick the Imperium. No doubt others would have reservations as well. No, Mass telepathy like that required a trust that simply didn't exist between them in the short time they were working together. A technological solution would work just fine for now. Yeah, we hear you, Bats. Flash spoke up. You have some kind of plan for this one? Because we're stopping her, but we aren't slowing her down much. And that was the issue, wasn't it? Yes, all of them working together could keep the transformed Saiyan in one place, but injuries and fatigue were starting to pile up. Soon someone would make a mistake that would take them out of the fight, and it could spell disaster. I do. Although you are all going to have to work together for this to work, he went on to explain his plan, all the while doing his best to distract the raging giant with the diminishing amount of missiles aboard the Batjet and dodging the key beams being shot from the Scion's mouth or the occasional rock thrown his way. I've noticed while sparring with Khalifa, there is a kind of scruffing reflex whenever someone manages to grab her tail. Probably how adult Scions keep their offspring under control. She's been training herself out of the reaction, but hasn't managed it last time we met. Green Lantern, can you create a construct to secure her tail and hold it long enough for the moon to set? If she doesn't move, probably. Green Lantern replied. The problem is I'm running out of charge, and if she struggles, I won't be able to hold her. Batman nodded. I figured as much. The rest of us will have to secure her long enough for Lantern to hold her in place by tying her limbs down so she can't move. Wonder Woman, Manhunter, Hawkwoman, can the three of you handle her arms? My lasso should be enough for one of them at least. Wonder Woman confirmed. It'll be awkward, but I think between me and the Martian, we can handle the other. Hawkwoman added. Okay, great. Flash said. We got the arms and the tail handled, but how are we going to stop her from blasting us with a mouth laser or just walking off while we're trying this? Flash, you and I will handle the mouth. Batman said. There's a tow cable attached to my jet. I'll make a distraction. You will have to bind her mouth closed before she can fire off a blast. Oh, great. If I get eaten, you can expect a strongly worded letter in the mail. Flash whined. That doesn't stop her from walking off, though. I'm guessing that's my job then. The voice Batman was waiting for asked. The Caped Crusader allowed himself a small smile. Yes, you will have to pin her in place once the others finish their part of the plan. Superman sighed. I never thought dealing with kids could be this high maintenance. He finished with a smile in his voice. Ignoring the Man of Steel's joking tone, Batman looked out the cockpit to see the giant ape had lost interest in him and was now moving towards the city lights visible in the distance. We're out of time. Stick to the plan. Oh, the heroes didn't start going for the ape's limbs immediately. Not only had she shown that even in a rage-fueled state, Khalifa still possessed some form of animal cunning. If any of them failed to subdue her at the same time, they risked her freeing one of her other limbs and making the effort useless. Instead, they re-engaged the fight by having Superman attempt to blindside her with a punch to the head, but once again the great ape seemed to detect him without using her eyes. This time, however, when the Scion went to focus on Superman, Wonder Woman managed to get her lasso around the ape's right wrist. Go now. Following the Amazon's cry, Martian Manhunter, in the form of a long serpentine creature, phased up through the ground and wrapped himself around the giant ape's legs as Hawkwoman dive-bombed it from above. With a characteristic war cry, Hawkwoman smashed the ape's head with her mace 3 times before the ape tried to bat her away with its remaining hand. The second it did so, Wonder Woman pulled on the lasso as hard as she could while an emerald beam slammed into the ape's back. Off balance and unable to move thanks to the Martian Manhunter, the combined force of Wonder Woman and Green Lantern was enough to cause the great ape to fall to its hands and knees. Hawkwoman circled back around and smashed her mace into its left wrist, driving the ape even further off balance and finally crashing to the ground with Superman landing on its back and pushing hard enough that the ground under the ape began to crack and give way. Manhunter, flash now. Batman ordered as one end of the tow cable was fired into the ground near the ape's snout and anchored itself there. Flash covered the open ground in a blink of an eye while carrying the other end of the cable and tightly wrapping it so the Scion was unable to open her mouth. Martian Manhunter moved from the ape's legs to the left arm and pulled together with Wonder Woman to force them both straight. Finally, Green Lantern grabbed the Scion's tail with his ring and held on tight. They had managed to hold down the giant ape, but just as they had feared, simply grabbing hold of its tail wasn't enough to knock the fight out of it. The ape might have greatly weakened, but it was still struggling and trying to free itself. We can't hold her like this forever. Hawkwoman snarled as she added her own strength to the effort of keeping the left arm immobile. Keep it up as long as you can, Batman ordered. Even if we can't stop her, we can buy ourselves time. She's struggling too much. Wonder Woman cried as she strained against the force pulling on her lasso. She's going to escape any second. Flash, get out of there. The Flash ignored the warnings. Instead, he zipped around until he was directly in front of the great ape's face and waved to get its attention. Hey, Khalifa, he called out and managed to resist flinching as both giant rage-filled red eyes locked onto him with laser focus. Hey, don't worry, kid. Fight's over. Why don't you just calm down and take a nap? We'll grab a bite to eat when you wake up. Sounds good, he said in the most calming voice he could. If the ape's mouth hadn't been firmly tied shut, it might have tried to bite the Scarlet Speedster, but fortunately, it was so the ape had to settle for a great big huff of air instead. Although the struggling was starting to diminish, Flash had to brace himself against the gust of warm, moist wind. Giant monkey snot, yuck. But recovered quickly and continued speaking in the same tone of voice. Yeah, we can try out that barbecue place I was telling you about. Maybe finally introduce you to Kid Flash so he can't whine about missing you all the time. The more Flash talked, the more the great ape relaxed. Eventually, its eyes began to drift closed, and it began to breathe deeply. The struggles stopped completely, and the heroes were able to stop trying to restrain it. She is sleeping, Manhunter confirmed for all of them after shifting back to a more humanoid appearance. As long as she remains undisturbed, I believe I can keep her from awakening before the moon is set. Good. I don't want to have to do that all over again, Hawkwoman exclaimed, rubbing at a stiff spot on her shoulders. Yeah, me either, Flash added, trying to wipe some of the stuff off himself with little success. I'm already going to need a long shower after this. Then let's do a quick check to make sure nothing nearby is going to wake her up again, Superman suggested. But other than that, good work, everyone. We made a good team. Batman watched as the other heroes split off to take care of whatever they felt needed to be done at the moment. But last thing Superman said stuck in his mind. A good team, huh? Maybe we'll need more of that. Growing Pains, Chapter 18. The world had changed after the Imperium. Sure, there had been alien invasions in the past, but all of those had been relatively short affairs that ended quickly. The Imperium had infiltrated and sabotaged Earth for years before launching their main attack, and it had taken a collective effort of several of the greatest heroes the world had seen working together in a way not seen since World War II to push them back. And now people wanted assurances that it wasn't going to simply happen again. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long. Oh, a man spoke on a podium while several brightly costumed figures stood behind him. To many, this was the first time that they had seen several heroes standing together without some major crisis getting in the way. That proved attractive enough that the normally dull UN press conference was drawing in record numbers with the public across the world. And when we needed them most, the heroes behind me and many more that could not be here today stepped forward to protect our world. We cannot thank them enough, but today I am proud to offer these heroes a Medal of Valor for their actions and a symbolic one for each and every person that stood against the Imperium. The man stepped back, and after a brief award ceremony, Superman stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen of the United Nations, the most iconic superhero in the world began. A few weeks ago, we faced a threat unlike one we had ever encountered. A hostile force that had not only set their sights on conquering our planet, but draining it dry of everything it could offer. A threat that did not come boldly from the stars, but one that hid among us and waited until they were too widespread for one hero to deal with. I'm proud to say that when faced with such a massive and overwhelming threat, the residents of this world, common and powered alike, joined forces to protect our home. But despite our success, this event was an eye-opener. There will be some things that are too big for one person, one hero, even me, to handle. When those times come, we will look to each other for help. And when that isn't enough, you can look to us. Superman turned slightly and held out a hand to the heroes standing with him. Wonder Woman, Batman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Hawkwoman, and Martian Manhunter all stood tall and proud. For times when one hero isn't enough, more will come. Members of the United Nations, it is my great pleasure to announce the formation of the Justice League. The Man of Steel might have wanted to say more, but anything else was drowned out by the thunderous applause in the assembly hall. Oh, not everyone was interested in watching superheroes make announcements, though. Some of them just wanted things to hurry up and get back to normal, even if they felt they needed some additional help to move things along. Oh, so I looked between the shady guy in sunglasses and the blacked-out silhouette on the monitor, who was definitely, totally, not Luther, in his hands. You're saying you will pay me $100,000 to guard a crate until someone else comes to pick it up. Correct. We have some footage from the invasion and we're impressed with your abilities. Totally not, Luther explained. We thought this would be a good test run before we reach out for a more long-term partnership. You do know I'm trying to take over the planet, right? You know, the one you're on right now. I felt compelled to point out. I think you'll find humanity is quite flexible when it chooses to work with others, even about being under others. As long as you and the beings you represent are reasonable, I don't see why we can't do business together. Wow. If I didn't know for a fact that Luther would never settle for being second fiddle to anyone, I might have been convinced he was serious about a partnership. It also gave away how little he knew about Saiyan since we weren't exactly reasonable all the time, or even most of the time. I guess that's fine. What's in the box, though? I asked. The United Nations and this new Justice League are doing their best to mop everything up, but there are plenty of scientists and organizations that are very interested in alien technology and its potential uses and are willing to use some less than legal methods to get them. I just happen to know several who would be very happy to get a large amount of such technology under the radar. Okay, alien supertech and not a doomsday device or something like that. And you want me to what? Just hang around and make sure no one runs off with it. That and stop any costumed annoyances that decide to poke their noses into things. I know you're very busy preparing for your future challenges, so I won't even have you escort it to the final delivery site. Just wait until my courier service arrives and handles it. Aha. Yeah, busy, that's me all right. I shifted awkwardly. I don't think I did anything besides train and browse the internet for interesting places to eat since I found out the Metropolis mayoral election was delayed due to the invasion. Thankfully, totally not. Luther said nothing about that. So, Miss Khalifa, do we have a deal? Sure. When do I start? My assistant will provide you with the details. I hope this marks the beginnings of a wonderful partnership. Somehow I doubted that. Oh, and while villains and heroes prepared for the future, some of the younger names in the game were left unsupervised. Oh, so what brings you guys out to Star City? Speedy asked as he leaned back and took a sip of his soda. I mean, yeah, I like hanging out with you guys, but isn't it kind of far from home? Robin huffed, swiping one of the fry containers before Kid Flash inhaled them all. Nah, I got dragged here for some charity things to help deal with some of the damages. I figured at least the two of us could meet up for a bit. And Star City is like a few hours away from me. Kid Flash added, thankfully without a mouthful of food. Let me guess, your mentors say it's too busy to risk going out right now, so they're keeping you busy with training instead of any real hero work. Speedy asked. Yeah. Yup. The other two responded. Yeah, GA is the same. Can't really blame him cause things got messed up and everything. And I hear he was invited to something about joining the Justice League. But I kind of want to go out and do something, you know? What? Like try finding a robbery to stop or something. Kid Flash polished off his third cheeseburger and reached for another. As cool as that would be, I'd be in so much trouble for that. Speedy shook his head. Yeah, no, I'd get benched for a month if I did that too. I mean, why don't we head to the docks and do some parkour off the stuff there? Looking to get upstaged again? Robin taunted the slightly older kid. You wish, short stuff. I dunno, flips and stuff aren't really my thing. Kid Flash didn't sound so enthused. I have a new camera. You could get some neat shots with super speed. Okay, I'm up for that. Cool. Then let's go after, hey. Who ate my fries? Oh, I was regretting accepting totally not Luther's job. This was so freaking boring. The whole thing practically screamed it was the kind of thing that would have someone poking their nose into. I mean, seriously, smuggled alien tech? Batman, or one of the other detective-like heroes, should have been swarming all over something like this. Was this going to be one of those annoyingly well-planned things that went off without a hitch? I closed my eyes and paid attention to my key sense. There had to be something interesting going on nearby. Most of what I got back was just some of the wildlife big enough to be noticeable, a few dogs, a pair of seals in the water, and a few that were too small for me to recognize, and the humans that worked on the dock. But there were 3 signatures that were moving around in a more active way that suggested a lot of physical activity. I wonder what that was about. Looking back at the crate I was supposed to be guarding, I gave it a whole 3 seconds of thought before shrugging and floating off towards the three. The crate would be fine if I took a quick peek. Oh, huh, not what I was expecting, I said, announcing my arrival to the three kids below me. Three sidekicks doing parkour in the middle of nowhere wasn't on my list of potential things that I could find checking out the key signatures, but that's what I found, causing the redhead with the bow to slip and almost fall off the table he was standing on, as opposed to the redhead with a camera that nearly jumped a foot in the air, was worth any disappointment from it not being a local hero poking into things. Too bad Robin was used to people coming from nowhere and barely reacted. So what you doing, Birdbrain? Also, aren't you on the wrong side of the country? I asked. Batman has something to talk with Green Arrow about and doesn't want me running around Gotham on my own. So I'm here babysitting Speedy and Kid Flash Dash. Hey, slash liar. The bigger question is, what are you doing here, stupid monkey? Robin shot back, crossing his arms over his chest. I shrugged. Looking for something to do. Saw you idiots jumping around and decided to drop by. Speedy scowled. We were doing parkour, not jumping around. It's something that takes actual skill instead of just flying everywhere. That sounded like a challenge. Yeah? Then let's prove it. I scowled right back. Oh, it's on. Let's see how cocky you are without the powers. Oh. A few hours later, the sidekicks got calls from their various mentors and had to head back, which was a shame because once we got past the mandatory young teen grandstanding, the various parkour challenges we set for each other were really fun. I couldn't help feeling like I forgot something though. The crate. I rushed back to the post I was supposed to be guarding and did a quick once-over just to make sure nothing had happened. But it seemed that even with three deputy heroes cleverly drawing me away, at least that was the story I was going to stick with, nothing had happened. When a random minion came by a few minutes later to pick it up and give me the rest of my payment, I chalked the whole thing down as an easy win and moved on towards the cave I called home. I guess not everything I do has to end in a giant battle. Not that if they did, that would be a bad thing. Growing Pains, Chapter 19. I panted heavily as sweat poured down my forehead. Water crashed back together as the last of my key beam fizzled out. I had nothing left to sustain it. I watched it until the last traces vanished, and the only thing left was a few gentle waves washing up to shore. With one final sigh, I forced myself to relax and flopped backwards onto the sand. Key training was hard. At first, I had simply tried to recreate a bunch of techniques all at once, and quickly found out aside from simpler energy attacks, I was actually pretty bad at it. I had no idea how to do tricks like the multiform, spirit bomb, Kaioken, instant transmission, or anything like that. It really drove home how hard creating techniques that weren't just huge beams of energy was. So instead of wasting time trying to figure those out, I was training my control. To an outsider, it looked like I was just firing key blasts out into the ocean. But I was constantly forcing the beam to be certain sizes, certain intensities, and moving it around once I fired it. Then once I was getting low on stamina, I would focus on drawing more out, both increasing the amount of ki I could comfortably use and making sure I could put up a fight even when I was exhausted. I'd like to think I made some really great progress. There was just one problem. I'm so bored. I whined. Yep. After a while, even shooting giant death lasers got boring. I tried coming up with different games, setting goals, and just about everything I could think of to stay motivated, but it obviously wasn't working. The worst part was that I couldn't just go find someone to fight anymore. With the Justice League so new, the heroes were busy coordinating and working with governments about stuff and getting their headquarters modernized. Several of the times I went looking for them, it turned out they simply weren't in the area anymore. And all the villains I'd be interested in were hiding out until they could figure out how the League would function. Sure, there were still criminals and disasters getting cleaned up by different heroes, but the story of Donald Oz, the most unfortunate thief in history, had most of them spooked. Donald had been in the middle of stealing some jewel when he found out that not only had he tripped an alarm, every single member of the Justice League had just so happened to be in the nearby Mount Justice getting the old World War II hangout of the Justice Society refitted and decided to take a break to deal with him. It was obviously hilarious overkill for a normal human. But the people that regularly tried facing off against demigods now realized that there was a chance they could wind up facing their own particular demigod and potentially some friends. And since most villains were cowards, they decided to lay low. At this point, I realized if I wanted to fight someone more challenging than a SWAT team, I would need to go looking for them specifically or force them to come to me. And I knew just the person that could help me with that. Oh. Finding who I was after turned out to be a bit harder than I thought. especially because it turned out I missed her by a day when I decided to check out her workplace. Only a lucky overheard conversation between a pair of secretaries let me know when she was expected at a specific airport with a layover allowed me to catch up and start looking. Even then, I almost missed her and her partner because rather than go to a hotel like a normal person, Lois Lane jumped into a car and immediately headed out into the desert and the weapons demonstration field out there with her photographer in tow. The demonstration was actually pretty cool, and I was glad I decided to see what Lois was doing before I went about meeting her in person. It featured some kind of remote control android thing that was supposed to allow the military to respond to issues where normal humans would be wiped out. I guess it made sense the government would still want a way to deal with another alien invasion themselves, even with the Justice League stepping up. The whole thing was interesting enough I didn't feel the need to interrupt, and so I planned on simply flying down to meet Lois after the show. But then she and her friend followed some military guy into a bunker, and I could feel my already generous patience running out. Oh, to the passive AI system, the IR-0N system slowly adapts to improve the wearer's reaction speed and movements. I overheard the military guy saying after I snuck into the bunker. While I wasn't exactly trained in stealth by Batman, you pick a few things up if you watch him long enough. That's great and all, Lieutenant. But what about the concerns that this will create similar problems as LexCorp's Series Alpha battlesuit? Lois Lane asked skeptically. I actually remembered reading about that. LexCorp made a really neat RoboCop thing that was supposed to give police similar capabilities to Superman. But the guy wearing the prototype was driven insane by it, and the whole thing was scrapped. I guess the military decided to pick up where they left off. We've taken precautions against that. The wearer has less direct integration than with the Series Alpha, and since the drone is remote-controlled, there is less physiological dependence on the abilities provided by the IR-0N system. Military guy reassured her. The effective range is drastically cut down until more advancements can be made. But to the wearer, it's just like getting in a car rather than putting on a suit. Doesn't seem that much different to me if you decided to call them wearers rather than pilots or something. Haha. Sorry, but the name started out as part of a joke. Here, see for yourself. Another man walked in from an adjoining room. Rather than a military uniform, he was in some kind of high-tech bodysuit with a bunch of rings surrounding his limbs like halos except for his legs where the rings got wider the further down they went. This is Specialist Michael Rhodes, one of our dress wearers to use the full term. For some reason the boys don't like being called that, so it got shortened to wearer pretty quick. 'Cause it looked like a hoop dress. Couldn't tell you, LT. Rhodes said jokingly. I think dress wearers fits just fine. Helps I know I pull it off damn fine. Well, at least one of you boys has an ego not made out of glass. Lois commented even as she wrote down some notes. Do you mind if? She asked leadingly, motioning to her photographer. Not at all. So long as he gets my good side. You don't have a good side, Rhodes. I dunno. He looks kinda cool from above. I announced my presence as I hovered down towards the ground. The four humans jumped simultaneously at the unexpected noise and all reacted differently. Military guy, I should probably figure out his name, went for a sidearm that wasn't there. Specialist Rhodes jumped away from the group and flicked his eyes between me and the door he walked out from, probably where the drone thingy's pilot seat was. And Lois grabbed her photographer friend and immediately pulled him behind her and started edging away. Good reaction speeds on all of them. The only one that I saw do something stupid was the photographer, since his first reaction to an unknown voice in a secure military bunker was to point his camera at me and take a picture. Was the flash really necessary? I complained. Sorry, who are you? How did you get in here? Wow, he seemed stressed. Hi, I'm Khalifa. I snuck in. I answered casually. The alien that attacked Metropolis. Are you here for the IR-0N system? It won't do you any good. The control system is too big for you to move anywhere. Military guy growled. You mean the robot thing? Yeah, it was cool, but I'm not here for that. I pointed at Lois. I'm here for her. I see. Specialist Rhodes, take Mississippi Lane to the back and get plugged in. Military guy said gravely. I'll buy you some time. Lieutenant, I'm not about to let a hostile alien kidnap a citizen of the US right in front of me. Now get moving. Sir, let's go, you two. I watched as the three ran out of the room, but made no move to stop them, even when the security door slammed into place and locked with a loud hiss of hydraulics. While I waited for the robot to get here, I turned my attention back to military guy. I was really curious what he was going to do to buy time. But after several seconds, he still hadn't made a move. I fidgeted awkwardly and moved around trying to get him to do something, but he just kept standing there watching me. "So aren't you going to do something?" "I am doing something," he said back calmly. I waited a bit more trying to figure out what he could be doing and came to a boring conclusion. "You're just stalling, aren't you?" Military guy laughed. "You went toe-to-toe with one of the most powerful people on the planet. What did you expect a normal human to do? If you just wanted to wait until the robot got here, you could have said so." I scowled and sat down on the floor. I got excited for nothing. "Lame. That's it. I admit I was expecting you to blast past me once you realized my bluff." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Yeah, but if I did that, I wouldn't be able to fight your robot. Besides, I could sense Lois wasn't going anywhere. So there was no reason not to leave her in the secured room while I played with stress-tested their robot." The bunker rumbled a bit as a tall mechanical form crashed through a concrete wall and looked around the room, arm raised to blast something. I couldn't help but laugh privately when the machine paused and looked back and forth between military guy and me, clearly not expecting to see his boss unharmed and me just waiting for him to show up. I didn't give him time to think the situation over, though. In a second, I rolled to my feet and leapt at the robot, punching it back through the hole it made and even creating a new one in the roof. I wanted him to go all out. No holding back, because he was scared of bringing the bunker down on him and the others. "Okay, now we can really cut loose." I grinned as I watched the robot recover from being punched through a building, floating on some kind of jet boots and looking barely scratched from the impact. "You're kinda a brat, aren't you?" came the slightly modulated voice of Rhodes, but he settled into a more aggressive stance anyway. Growing Pains, Chapter 20. Since my opponent was a robot, not capable of facial expressions, there was no particular signal I could use to start the fight. So I just decided to go when it looked like he was ready. Deciding to test the robot out before I got too serious, I rushed straight in, fist raised for an obvious right cross. But rather than move to meet me, the robot flew to the side and shot an energy beam of some kind at me. I countered with a quick key blast of my own and flew up and over the resulting smoke of the two attacks exploding. I was fast enough to get above Rhodes and get close enough to drop an axe kick down on his head that he only just managed to block with an upraised arm. I could have tried to power through the block, but I decided to backflip off it instead and blast the robot in the chest with a key attack. That turned out to be a mistake because when I tried getting closer again, Rhodes just flew backwards while peppering me with energy beams. "Get back here and fight me. You just dented a combat-rated metal armor plate with a kick. I'm not going to let you trash a multi-million-dollar weapons platform that easily, monkey girl." I snarled and blocked another energy blast with one of my own. The fight was quickly turning into a stalemate of the two of us shooting down the other's attacks, with me trying to get closer and Rhodes trying to get further away. One of us was going to need to try something new, or this would be an endurance contest to see who ran out of energy first. And since Rhodes seemed content to just blast away, it was up to me to do it. I fired a key beam far to the right, but rather than just letting the attack do its own thing, I focused on it moving. Thankfully, the hours of practicing my key manipulation meant the beam curved just like I wanted it to and slammed into the side of the robot and exploded. "You can curve those things?" Rhodes exclaimed as he quickly flew out of the explosion, trailing smoke, but not super damaged from what I could see. "You bet I can," I shouted back, shooting another two beams to prevent him from getting away. Rhodes dodged them, but since he had to make sure one of them wasn't going to swerve into him at the last second, he was too slow to stop me from getting close enough to punch him. Once again, he blocked with an upraised arm, the same one from earlier, but this time he didn't move to escape. This time he actually punched back. As happy as I was, he was finally fighting back properly. I wasn't going to just let him punch me in the face, which turned out to be a good idea since I felt something tingle across my skin when I dodged, and I felt the hairs on my head stand up a little more. "Wait, do you have shock fists?" TCH, smart kid. Yeah, the IR-0N suit had taser gauntlets for subduing tougher targets. "Don't suppose you want to throw in the towel now?" I practically vibrated with excitement and charged again. "Are you kidding? This is just getting cooler and cooler. What else do you have? Making this real hard on me, brat." I ducked under a quick jab and grabbed the robot by the forearm. Unlike the fists, it didn't seem like the arm itself was electrified, so I twisted and threw the robot down to the ground where it cratered into a field. I seriously doubted that was going to finish it though if a kick only dented it, so I rushed down after it. Sure enough, The robot staggered out of the crater just in time for me to throw another punch at its head. This time, rather than blocking, Rhodes took the punch just to let him land a hit of his own. I wasn't just expecting him to let me wail on him, though, and blocked it. I yelped as the electricity coursed through my arm and decided straight-up blocking was a last resort. I darted around the grounded robot like a hummingbird, not willing to let Rhodes get an opening to try flying off again, while trading punches and kicks with the robot's own electrified punches. And to my excitement, Rhodes was actually pretty good. Even though I was trying my best to dodge or redirect his attacks, a few managed to hit me, and I was feeling a numb, tingly feeling in my arms when he forced me to block. You've got to be kidding me. These tasers were designed to incapacitate an elephant with a single punch. Rhodes complained after I missed a block, and he got a solid punch on my face. Yeah, it hurt, but my adrenaline was racing, and I wasn't going to get taken down by a single punch. It's going to take more than that. I exclaimed and shot forward again. You're right. Sorry about this in advance. A panel on the robot's shoulder popped open, and before I could react, a blinding white light seared my eyes. I almost thought it was a flash bomb, but there was no sound. Did he just blind me with a flashlight? And they stole the concept behind the solar flare. How dare the military steal my stolen technique? I'll sue. Putting thoughts of legal action aside until after the fight, I tried opening my eyes only to snap them shut again when everything was way too bright. Okay, so I was temporarily blind. I could just track Rhodes' key too. Rhodes was piloting a remote control robot. There was no key to sense. This might be an issue. Still, I wasn't about to let something as small as having no idea where my opponent was stop me from beating them. Might want to give dash. I spun towards the noise and unleashed a double-handed key blast. Up before you get hurt. Damn kid, you're pretty vicious. Rhodes' voice finished from a completely different location. I fired a blast towards that spot too. But you lose this one. His voice changed location again. I figured he was probably using speakers or something like that, but I blasted it anyway. Huh. You think this is enough to beat me? I already said it takes more than that. I said, straining my senses to the limit. Now that I was paying attention, I could hear a low humming sound somewhere up and to my right. So Rhodes was flying again. Now I just had to figure out where he was exactly. A barely perceptible whump sound came from the general area. I figured Rhodes was followed by a more audible thump on the ground behind me. Seriously, give up. Alien invader or not, I didn't sign up to beat up kids. A toothy smile formed on my face. Good for you, cause you aren't beating me anyway. I raised my hand to where I pictured the robot was hovering and released a blast as fast as I could. Rhodes' sudden shout of dismay confirmed for me that I at least hit him. I heard something crash to the ground, but it sounded too small to be the whole robot. I tried opening my eyes again to see what happened, but had to shut them almost immediately again. Still too sensitive. But I did see what I thought was a dismembered arm on the ground. Definitely hit him then. So what now? You going to keep talking at me while I take shots at you? Think next time I can get a leg. I taunted. You asked for it. Rhodes growled, and I heard the humming sound get more intense. Relying on my instincts, I dodged to the left and felt a whoosh of air pass by harmlessly. I followed after it with a punch, and when that was deflected, spun and kicked where I imagined the robot's head was. How are you fighting better when you can't see? Rhodes demanded. I'm awesome like that. A metal limb uppercut me in the chin, making my head snap back. I dove to the side and felt an energy blast cut through the space I was just in. Rhodes was finally going all out, which was perfect because I was finally starting to see again. Everything was blurry, but that was good enough. After getting hit multiple times, the robot was now pretty scuffed up. The worst of the damage was definitely the missing arm. I think I had gotten lucky and hit the thing in the elbow joint with enough power to cut it right off because the remaining part of the arm seemed mostly fine. Hopefully the army guys fixed that for next time. All right then, I'm ready to kick this up a notch. What else you got? Rhodes sighed. You were going easy on me? The brass isn't going to like that. And sorry kid, these suits were fitted for a demonstration, not live combat. I've hit you with everything I've got on this thing. Oh, seriously? He had nothing else? Meh. Fine then. I wasn't expecting a fight anyway, and this was at least fun. I'd stop by later once they fixed the robot up, and hopefully by then it would have some new tricks for me. I'm just gonna finish this up then. Don't think I'll make it easy for you. And to give credit where it was due, Rhodes didn't. Even down half an arm and knowing he was going to lose, the guy did his best to beat me. We ended up flying all over the test range trading punches, kicks, and energy blasts. The army pilot got several good hits in, and I was looking pretty beat up, but it was practically all surface-level stuff while the robot was taking a much more thorough beating. The fight took a solid turn in my favor when I ended up catching a kick to the side, but managed to hold onto the leg instead. I let out a victorious yell as I drove my elbow down on the vulnerable knee joint and tore the lower half of the leg right off, down an arm and a leg. Rhodes couldn't stop me from eventually tearing off the rest of his limbs until all that remained was a stumpy torso with a head lying on the ground. Well shit, Rhodes cursed, robotic head looking at what was left of his limbs. We'll call it a draw. I smirked and held a hand up to the featureless faceplate. Nah, I win. Better luck next time. Then I blasted the head off the robot and turned back towards the bunker. More key signatures had shown up, but they all seemed around the level of normal humans. Sure, there could be some kind of super tech there, but if they had that, why hadn't they sent it out here to help Rhodes fight? No, I was pretty sure it was just going to be normal soldiers. Oh well, time to stop playing and actually get what I came here for. Oh. Lois watched nervously as the feed from the IR-0N suit flashed a bright yellow before cutting to black. You didn't have to be a genius to figure out that probably meant the suit had been destroyed, but Specialist Rhodes cursing and quickly disconnecting from the cradle pretty much confirmed it. Sorry, Lieutenant Ross. I did my best, but the IR-0N prototype is Kia. I couldn't stop her. You did your best. Ross scowled. Lois could sympathize. This wasn't the first time she had seen one of these examples of cutting-edge military tech be praised as an unstoppable titan only for it to be taken apart by an alien using nothing more than their bare hands. Granted, the last time this happened, she was pretty happy the tech lost because it was stolen by mercenaries. It wasn't so great when it was supposed to be the thing protecting her. Sounds of fighting crackled over a console near Lieutenant Ross. The man looked at a video feed before helplessly cutting it off and picking up a handgun he had retrieved once the Saiyan had run off to fight a military robot. Well, our intruder has destroyed our best defense and just took out our reinforcements. I'd like to say there's no way she could get inside here, but the inches-thick metal security door exploded, interrupting the man. When the dust cleared, a scuffed and bloodied, but happily grinning Khalifa practically skipped through the wreckage. Lois was practically resigned to being kidnapped at this point and was ready to give herself up. Hopefully Khalifa would just take her and leave, because the army sure couldn't handle her. Hi there. The little destroyer chirped and made her way over, shooting one of those little yellow orbs at the lieutenant's gun and turning it to scrap in the process. Hello. Lois knew Khalifa was definitely more dangerous than any thug or criminal that had kidnapped her in the past. But her pride wasn't going to let her get hysterical when faced with a preteen when she didn't crack to those guys. So, you wanted me for something? Yep, I wanted to ask you a question. Everyone in the room froze. A question? Lois couldn't believe her ears. Did this insane little kid break into a secure military base, fight a cutting-edge robot, blast through several squads of soldiers, all to ask her a question? Yeah, so, I've been trying to get a hold of Superman for another rematch, but I can't seem to get his attention. But you always seem to get him to come running when you need him. So how do you do it? You've got to be kidding me. Oh, hi, Rhodes. Good fight. Let me know when your suit gets fixed up, and we can go for round 2. Wait, you didn't come here to kidnap Mississippi Lane? Lieutenant Ross demanded. Khalifa tilted her head. Would that help me get Superman's attention? It happens enough, so probably. Lois gave Jimmy a death glare he had the decency to flinch away from. Unless everyone managed to get out of this unharmed, she was going to have him gophering meetings for a year before he even got the chance to get behind a camera again. So I could have just grabbed her at the airport? Oh well, I got a decent fight out of it, so that's fine. And I guess I'm going to kidnap Lois now. The Saiyan had been following them that long, and no one noticed? Do you think we'll just let you? Lois had to give it to Ross and Rhodes. They certainly weren't the types to give up. Unfortunately, well, unless you have another robot or something lying around, you can't exactly stop me. A terrifyingly sharp, toothy grin stretched across the Scion's face. But just as quickly as it came, it vanished back into a cheerful smirk. Then Lois found herself scooped up into a Princess Carrie and floating away as the alien child proved no one there could. Oh, and photo guy, make sure you got my good side. Lois hoped someone got word to the heroes fast. She wasn't the best with kids, and spending time alone with a superpowered preteen sounded like a nightmare. But she did agree with the tiny menace on one thing. Jimmy had better have gotten some good shots of that fight. If it got out that she was getting captured by children now, without evidence, not even the army could stop them, her reputation would never recover. Growing Pains, Chapter 21. I have come to the unfortunate conclusion that I might be an impulsive idiot. How did I discover this? Because I couldn't follow my own stupid plan when distracted by a shiny robot and a combat high. I was supposed to find Lois Lane, ask her how to find her boyfriend, and then leave. I wasn't supposed to kidnap her off of any army base, because everyone told me to. Kidnappings are serious business. I wasn't ready to kidnap someone yet. I didn't have a slow-moving, easily disabled death trap or a cage suspended over a lava pit or a bomb with a giant countdown timer or anything. Heck, I didn't even have a warehouse to put her in. Lois was going to think I was a total amateur when all I could do was ask her not to wander off because humans were stupidly fragile, usually. And I couldn't just tie her up and leave her in my cave. That was just asking her to get eaten by a bear because I wasn't going to babysit her the whole time. Hey, how far are you taking me? We've been flying for hours. Oh yeah? And then there was Lois herself. I really hoped I would figure out what to do with her soon. Oh. Lois looked around the place I had made my home, and I could tell she wasn't impressed. Yeah, the space pod in the back was probably pretty cool, but that didn't really matter when everything else looked like it would have fit in on an episode of the Flintstones. But it wasn't like I really needed furniture, and I was durable enough that rocks weren't all that uncomfortable. So you've been living here since you landed on Earth? Lois asked, politely ignoring how unprepared I was having a human here. More or less. Sorry if it's not what you were expecting. I'm still getting a hang of the whole villain thing and haven't really focused on living spaces or layers. At least that was the story I was going to stick to. Peer pressured into kidnapping Superman's girlfriend? Who, me? No. I was just a novice that didn't have a convenient underground base just yet. Of course, that still meant I was stuck with Lois for a while. I'm guessing you don't exactly have some master plan if you just brought me to your home. The reporter accurately guessed. And I'm guessing you aren't going to let me leave until Superman shows up? I have a plan. I quickly interjected. I trailed off. Was there any point in futilely trying to pretend I knew what I was doing? Well, my pride. But that was going to take a beating anyway because it was obvious I wasn't fooling Lois. Okay, yeah, I don't have a plan. I admitted. But it's not my fault, okay? I wasn't expecting everyone to assume I was kidnapping you. What else were they going to do after you broke into a military base only to focus on me? Lois's eye was twitching. Yeah, she was annoyed. Not tell me to kidnap you. I suggested, but that only made the twitching worse and decided to switch tracks. Do you want something to drink? Or maybe a snack as an apology. I can't let you go until Superman shows up, and I don't have somewhere to put you, but I have a bunch of stuff from the last time I went out for food. Lois stared at me for a few seconds before eventually sighing and making her way over to the stone chair I had carved out of a boulder I liked. Do you have a cushion for this or something? She waved a hand at it, and while I did keep several pillows and blankets in the attack ball she could use instead. Well, if I'm stuck here, do you mind giving an interview? Lois asked once she was comfortable. At least that way I'll get something out of this cluster mess. Lois took out her notepad and a pen while I thought about it. There wasn't much of a reason to do an interview, but at the same time, there wasn't much of one not to. And it would help pass the time while we waited. Sure, what do you want to know? Why don't we start off easy with the Saiyan race? What is your culture like? Oh, that was an easy one. We're the greatest warrior race in the galaxy. Really? What would the Thanagarians say about that? Who cares? Yeah, they're strong, but a Saiyan is always getting stronger. We don't need fancy nth metal weapons to do awesome things. We just use our fists. So Saiyans don't use tools often? I mean, some of them do. I replied, thinking of Trunks and his sword or Goku and his power pole. But most of the time we're stronger than whatever you make the weapon out of. And the strongest of us can blow up a planet with just our ki, so why bother with a weapon? That's not exactly what I had in mind. Lois said hesitantly. I meant machines or vehicles. Can you really blow up a planet by yourself? Oh, I mean we use spaceships, obviously. I said, looking at my attack ball. And I think we have some other stuff on Vegeta to help carry things. Not really sure about that because I wasn't allowed to explore a lot before I got a new mission. And for the planet thing, not yet, but I'm training really hard. I'll get there one day. I changed my mind, I need a drink. Lois said, and then patiently waited while I got her a bottled water. You mentioned Vegeta? Is that the name of your homeworld? I nodded. Yeah, it's also the name of our king. And the prince actually. I think. I knew we had a king thanks to old me's memories. but Jerk Dad never mentioned his name or if he had a son. But it's not like Lois had a way to check, right? And unless another Scion came after me for some reason, no one was going to correct me. A dynasty name then? Lois mused. Is he a good king at least? No idea. I chirped. I'm only a low class, and I was constantly sent on missions to prove my strength. I don't think I've spent even a full Earth year on Vegeta. And most of that was either being stuck in a healing pod or fighting my dad. Great. The child alien invader is an abuse victim. Just perfect. Lois muttered, though I don't think I was supposed to hear that part. What's a low class? It's how the warriors are split out. You have low class, which is most of the normal warriors. Mid class, which is above that. Usually that's the leaders and stuff. And then you have the Scion elite. Those guys are usually born at a certain power level and are like 20 times stronger than a low class. It was a bit more complicated than that, but talking about classes was boring. It also didn't help that I was planning on leaving the elite class in the dust eventually, which meant I really didn't bother remembering the differences between them all that much. That wasn't the end of it, though. Lois was doing a really good job of asking about all aspects of Scion society, and if she had an expert, she could have written a book about the ins and outs of our culture. Too bad all she had was me. I did my best, but in the end it was just about as effective as asking a normal middle schooler how America worked, who the senators of each state were, and what was the government's 5-year plan. My best explanation about how the Scion government worked boiled down to, we have a king, the strongest do what they want, and everyone else falls in line. My explanation of our economy was actually worse. Did Scions have an economy? Was it just a barter system? Were we actually enslaved by the trade organization? I had no idea. I also made sure to keep the trade organization out of our conversation, not out of any loyalty to them or anything. I just didn't want to answer a billion more questions about an organization I knew nothing about and may or may not exist. I had found the manual for the attack balls radio and set it to receive only and had gotten nothing on the listed trade organization frequencies. It could just mean I was out of range or the radio was broken. It could also mean whatever caused me to crash on Earth had sent me to another dimension and they didn't exist. Either way, I didn't want to talk about them. She asked about what we tended to eat, and I told her we were omnivores, capital O, but meat was preferred. She asked if we had schools, and I told her that generally newborns spend a few years in an incubation pod where they learn basic knowledge before getting taught by someone else. Usually an older or retired Scion, but not always like in my case where I got to deal with Jerk Dad. Lois seemed to get really uncomfortable with the topic for some reason, and eventually the question circled back to what I said about Scions. About us being the greatest warrior race in the galaxy. I realize Earth is a bit of a backwater to the rest of the galaxy, but how can you call yourselves the greatest warrior race next to empires like the Thanagarians, Tamaranian, and other martial races? We've even heard some stories about Imperial Kryptonians, but we've never heard about Scions before you. I shrugged. Don't know why you haven't heard of us, but the reason we're the greatest is we don't need tricks like the others. Take away the sun for a Kryptonian or weapons from a Thanagarian, and they're not that tough. But you can't ever weaken a Scion like that. I might be wrong, but I don't think you can weaken a Tamaranian either, and they have a very prestigious warrior culture. Lois pointed out, that was fair, and there were probably a ton of other alien races out there that were strong on their own. But they have a limit. I replied smugly. Scions never stop growing stronger as long as we push ourselves. And that's for normal Scions. Normal Scions? Lois asked. Ah crap, I didn't mean to let that slip. Oh well, it's not like it needed to be a secret. Or the full truth. Yeah, if Scions are the greatest warrior race, then the legendary Super Scion is the greatest warrior. The best. End of story. I thought about the first time I had seen the Namek saga and the lead up to Goku's transformation. Vegeta had thought the Super Saiyan was a being of uncontrollable power and rage. Someone that would literally destroy solar systems because his power was so vast, and in some ways he was right. A natural-born Super Saiyan like Broly was exactly that, an undirected engine of destruction that few could stand against. But that wasn't the legendary Super Saiyan in my mind. A golden figure standing on a shattered planet. A being that refused to give up no matter what. Someone that never lost not because they were the strongest, but because when they were defeated they would get up, push past their own limits and try again. That was the legend in my mind. The one I was chasing. The one I would pursue step by step until the next time someone talked about the legendary Super Saiyan, they would be talking about me. Oh, Lois did her best not to shiver at the look in the tiny alien terror's eyes when she spoke about her people's legendary warrior. She had met her share of religious people during her job, the kind who just know something is true and would never be persuaded otherwise. That was the same look in Khalifa's eyes when she talked about the Super Saiyan. Khalifa would probably follow such a being into hell if they simply asked. Not necessarily a bad thing. But if the other Scions were as cruel and destructive as the girl's answers hinted at, Lois couldn't imagine what kind of monster a Super Saiyan would be like. She really hoped someone was looking for her and got here soon. She had a lot of information Superman and the Justice League would need to know about Khalifa. Earth had gotten lucky. The prepubescent Scion Conqueror had a pretty good heart despite the childhood she had. They might not be so lucky with the next Scion. Growing Pains, Chapter 22. So how long do you think it will take before Superman comes to get you? I asked during one of the breaks. Lois asked for so she could organize her notes. The reporter just paused her writing and raised an eyebrow at me. How would I know? It's not like I have a way of calling him. You don't? I asked, genuinely surprised. I thought you would. What about something that lets him track you? Or Batman track you, I guess. I'm sure he would help out Superman if the jerk needed it. Why would I have something like that? Besides, I was forced to leave all electronic devices at the security gate back on the base. So how is he supposed to know where to come get you? This was such a bad idea. I should never have listened to Photo Guy about kidnapping his boss. You tell me. I'm the victim here, remember? I ignored the annoyed reporter and thought over what this meant. No signal and nothing for Batman to magically track meant it could be days before someone came to pick up Lois. Days that I would have to put up with her asking questions about every little thing she could think of and I would have to listen to because I couldn't leave her to go train without risking her crossing a bear or something. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Time for improvised kidnapping plan B. Hey Lois, want to go on a trip? Oh. A few hours of flying later, the two of us touched down in the first major city I could find. I would have liked to head to a city I recognized, or even back to Metropolis, but flying with Lois screaming in my ear that I was going too fast got old real quick, so I just picked one close by. Then, after dropping Lois off on a rooftop, I looked down at the humans rushing around on the ground. It was time to begin the next phase of my plan. My plan B was basically the exact opposite of plan A. If going to the middle of nowhere and waiting for Superman to come to me wasn't going to work, I would just have to make myself so noticeable people would send him to me instead. And what better way to get his attention than making the government be the ones screaming at him to do something? Attention government agency goons. I called down to the black and yellow outfitted group, trying to both guard a perimeter and break back into a lab that looked like it had been attacked by another villain. Though points to them for bringing fancier-looking guns than normal. I'm here to challenge your champions for the fate of the planet again. Call out Superman. Khalifa. I don't think those people work for the government. Lois commented before ducking away from the edge of the building. What do you mean? I think that's a HIV logo on the van. Lois was cut off as the goons down below started shooting at me. So not government agents according to Lois. Why did HIV sound familiar? Were they like the Metropolis Special Police or the Star Labs security teams? Or some kind of discount shield that I forgot about? Meh. As long as they called Superman, I didn't really care. A blue laser beam missed me by inches and I decided to give the goons my full attention. I shot a key beam into one of the SUVs the goons were hiding behind, turning it into a burning wreck of twisted metal, and sent them scurrying for cover and then very obviously toying with them by shooting several weaker beams that barely dented the other forms of cover they were using. Despite being fancier, most of the guns I could safely ignore. Sure, bullets stung a bit when they hit me and really scuffed up my armor pretty good, but I would take those every time rather than the unknown laser guns they had with them. Something that was quickly picked up on by the humans down below, and eventually we were in a fun game of tag, where they would try to herd me into position with the more standard guns before trying to hit me with the laser guns while I did my best to dodge. That didn't mean I was just going to let them shoot at me, though. That would get boring fast. So every 5 laser shots they missed, I would blow up one of the cars. Cars they were quickly running out of given how trigger-happy some of them were. If Superman didn't show up soon, the goons were going to have to walk back to whatever base they called home. Come on, guys. Either step up your game, or get someone who can keep up. This is getting embarrassing. My snarky banter is interrupted by an SUV smacking me in the face. Considering I was still hovering over 20 feet in the air, that could only mean one thing. Someone fun had just shown up. Better. Now you're getting it. I exclaimed as I shoved the car off of me and looked where it had come from, eager to see who showed up. It was a giant man walking out of the lab, followed by another squad in the same black and yellow colors as the goons, but missing the chest armor and the sleeves on the upper part to let the man's ridiculously huge muscled arms move freely. He was also missing the almost insectal helmets I had seen on the others too, showing off his wild red hair. I approved. He almost looked like a Saiyan with that outfit. He was missing the tail though, so no chance of that. This runt is the one giving you so much trouble. He growled, making the goons flinch. Mammoth, sir. Shut up. We have what we came for. I'll deal with the brat. Mammoth, huh? The name was familiar, and I kinda remembered him being part of a team. The something 5? So a Fantastic Four stand-in. Although if he was here with just some goons, then I guess the team hadn't formed yet. Meh, I'll think about that later. For now, deal with me, huh? You're pretty cocky. Hope you're a good enough warm-up for when Superman gets here. I smirked at the giant and kicked off the ground before Mammoth could say anything else. I wasn't expecting someone looking like him to be a fast opponent, but the muscular giant was quicker than I expected. He snapped up one arm just in time to use his forearm as a shield, and the only reaction I got was a small grunt. I felt the muscles in his arm tense and kicked away from him before he could retaliate. And even then, the wind pressure from his backhanded swing blew my hair back. Okay, quick, but probably not fast, and very strong. How durable was he, though? The second my feet hit the pavement again, I rushed him. Mammoth was again quick enough to raise his arms in defense when I went for his face, but he seemed content to let my slowly strengthening punches and kicks rain down on him. That tickles. He grunted, and that was the only warning I got before he tried slapping at me again. I jumped over it and, using his arm as a springboard, kicked him in the face. Yeah, how about that one? Growling. Mammoth didn't verbally respond beyond growling and charging me in turn. I lightly jumped backwards as he repeatedly attempted to use his massive fists to hammer me into the pavement, taunting him the whole way and dishing out some counterattacks that didn't faze him much, only for him to snag another SUV as we passed by and use it as a baseball bat to smash me into another car and then through a building. Okay, I probably deserve that. I mumbled, pushing myself out of the wreckage. But that means no more holding back. My key aura flared a pale white as I powered up, and I shot out of the ruined building and straight into Mammoth's stomach. This time my punch folded him in half and sent him flying into the second or third story of the building across the street. I didn't even get time to grin before the few goons hanging around opened up on me again. And this time I was just annoyed by it. Take a hint already and get lost. I snapped and fired off several key beams. This time I wasn't playing around and exploded all the cars I hit. That was enough to finally send all of them scurrying away. Seriously, didn't they figure out I was just playing with them earlier? The slight distraction was enough for Mammoth to jump back down to street level and glare at me. From the look of it, my punch might have hurt, but it didn't seem to have done much damage. I'm going to crush you for that. I rolled my eyes. There was no point in a warm-up getting so dramatic. Mammoth didn't like that though and smashed both hands to the ground, causing a shockwave that knocked me off balance long enough for him to get close enough that he was in punching range. And considering he was like 3 feet taller than I was, it meant he was able to punch at me while I still had to get closer to do anything. We traded punches as the fight moved down the street, the occasional car or light post getting used as an improvised weapon, and I realized eventually that Mammoth was wearing me down faster than I was doing to him. And by that I mean I missed blocking a punch and winced when I felt a bone in my arm crack under the pressure, arm hanging uselessly to not aggravate it. I switched things up, so I was flying around the giant faster than he could track and occasionally knocking him around with a key blast. I didn't bother with those too much though, because the standard blasts only seemed to push him around and make him mad. That's it, you annoying little fly. I've had enough of you. Mammoth raged after I got inside his guard and blasted him in the face, also incidentally proving my point. The red-headed giant lifted his foot and brought it down on the cracked and cratered streets with enough force to cause a localized earthquake. From the savage smirk on his face, he was pretty confident this move was going to deal with me. I looked around at the devastated surroundings and had to admit it was pretty impressive. There was just one teensy-tiny problem. So, you know that didn't do anything, right? I asked hesitantly. 'Cause I'm flying right now? Going by the way his smirk collapsed. No, he hadn't realized that. Mammoth was kind of a moron, wasn't he? Oh well, Like I said, he was only a warm-up. I should probably try to end this now. My ki flared even higher, and I sped past his guard again. This time I landed an uppercut that lifted him a couple inches off the ground, but I wasn't done. Before he could react, I twisted midair into a kick that broke his nose and sent him flying down the street. Naturally, I flew after him and spun into an axe kick, slamming him headfirst into the pavement and leaving me hovering just over the resulting crater, a ki attack charging in my hand. Mammoth groaned, still not actually unconscious, and looked up at me with a dazed expression. I grinned down at him, smile for the birdie, and unleashed my attack. Once the smoke cleared, I saw Mammoth was finally out for the count and in no shape to keep fighting. With that out of the way, I flew back up to the rooftop I left Lois at and waved at her. So, government agency dealt with. Their superhero backup is taking a nap for a while, and the guy who attacked the building before we got here is probably going to get away. You think that's enough to get Superman's attention soon? Lois gave me a long look before she started rubbing at her forehead. If you had listened earlier, I would have told you those were HIV agents. They're a terrorist group, not someone working for the government. They were the ones attacking the lab. I froze. So they were villains? Yes, they were. And while I'm sure someone will be glad you stopped them, did you have to destroy a city block in the process? I'm not supposed to stop villains. I protested. I'm supposed to be beating the heroes and taking over the world. I slouched in midair, even my tail drooping down. Do you at least think this got Superman's attention? Despite looking like she had a headache, Lois looked at something behind me and smirked. I think you got a little more than that, kid. I turned. Flying silently a little above me with his arms crossed in front of his chest was Superman, along with Wonder Woman just off to the right of him, and Green Lantern just off to his left. This wasn't part of the plan. Growing Pains, Chapter 23. My current situation sounded like the beginnings of a bad joke. A Kryptonian, a demigoddess, and a super space cop versus a preteen one-armed monkey girl. Who would win? Obviously not the monkey girl. Anyone who thought otherwise was lying to themselves. Well, I guess that also depended on exactly which preteen monkey girl you were talking about. There were probably a few out there that could pull off a win, but I knew for certain I couldn't. Not at my level, anyway. Was I a bit bitter? Yes, I was. Because unlike all other times I got in over my head, there was no winning this one. Or even winning like the last few times. No, this was an instant go-to-jail card. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Maybe literally actually. I did just attack the army yesterday and just helped demolish a good section of a city block. Someone was probably pissed about that. Although escaping from a super jail did sound kinda interesting, no? Stay focused. Think of plans to break out of a jail when I wasn't being stared down by 3 superheroes that could beat me with one arm tied behind their back. One-on-one, I could potentially do something unless they got serious. But against all 3? Unless I got insanely lucky. Yeah, it wasn't happening. Was this what it was like to be Vegeta? Where you beat one guy and feel all good about yourself, only for a bunch of people stronger to instantly pop up and you have no chance of winning. Because if this is what it feels like to be him, I completely understand why he was so pissed off all the time. Still, that didn't mean I was just going to give up. I just had to buy myself some time by doing what I've been doing since I landed in Metropolis. Take refuge in Audacity. Hey guys. Wadash. Are you alright, child? I'm sorry we didn't arrive before the end of the fight. You seem wounded. Do you need to see a healer? And Wonder Woman cut me off before I could begin. Here I was desperately trying to figure out how to get 1/3 opponents I had no chance of beating, and yet Wonder Woman just saw an injured child that had just finished fighting what I now knew was a villain and wanted to make sure she was okay. I wasn't even a threat she needed to be wary of right now. Ouch, my pride. I deflated midair, even my tail drooping down despondently. Yeah, my arm is broken. I most certainly did not pout. The shoulder might also be dislocated, because now that the adrenaline was wearing off, I realized I couldn't move it very well. Well, your shoulder is definitely dislocated, but it looks like you only cracked the bone. Superman spoke up, and I realized he must have checked it out with his X-ray vision. Why don't we get that looked at while we talk? We actually needed to dash. Hey, before you go off and do your superhero stuff, can one of you get me off this roof? Lois yelled at us, as if the heroes didn't already notice her. Lois, what are you doing here? I turned and stared at a visibly surprised Superman. Did he really not notice her? That gremlin decided to kidnap me. Kidnap you? What for? Why? Wonder Woman and Superman made questioning sounds at Lois's revelation. Green Lantern, on the other hand, was a bit more calm about the whole thing. Why don't we all head down to the streets and get the girl's injuries looked at? Then we can talk, he stated reasonably. Oh, watching the three heroes help with the aftermath of my fight was interesting. Batman never hung around the scene longer than to make sure the police showed up and the bad guy was in cuffs. And he certainly never talked to anyone unless he had to. Flash was kind of the opposite of that. He would happily chat with the responders, the bystanders, and even the guys he caught for as long as they wanted. It was a good thing he was so stupidly fast. He'd never get anything else done otherwise. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern didn't work like that. Green Lantern sternly moved from place to place using his ring to move piles of rubble, clear paths, and shuffle people around as needed. And while he did talk to people, he seemed to say as little as possible to explain what he was doing and preferred talking to the responders. Superman, after he made sure no one was trapped by the rubble, was hanging out by the ambulances, either assisting the EMTs with his supervision or simply calming people down. And while those two had handled the cleanup, Wonder Woman took me to get my arm looked at and helped reset my shoulder before she moved away to deal with the reporters that seemed to have crawled out of the walls considering how many there were. At least she was until I tried slipping away. I got maybe 20 feet away before I was dragged back by my tail. Not literally. She actually used her lasso. Then she turned herself into my personal babysitter while answering a few more questions from the crowd. Lois looked far too smug about the whole thing. Anyway, once things got to a point the regular professionals could handle the rest, the three heroes grabbed me and Lois and moved us to a fairly deserted park so we could talk like they wanted. So what are you doing here, Lois? Superman began. And what was that about a kidnapping? I was in Nevada for a demonstration when this Lois took advantage of the fact I was still tied up to pat me on the head and ruffle my hair. I glared at her. I'll bite. Decided to invade the base looking for me and a way to get in contact with you, she said, looking at Superman and completely ignoring my threat. No one thought the little gremlin would do all that just to ask a question, so we all assumed I was the target. Jimmy made a mistimed statement, and I got taken on an unexpected flight as a result. She scowled at me for the last part, and then went on to explain exactly what happened at the military base. I was unrepentant. Yes, it was stupid to kidnap her when I wasn't prepared to. No, I would not apologize. I had no idea. Superman sounded stunned. I had no idea why. I doubted anyone in charge of the army would have been happy admitting losing to a single alien and probably kept the whole thing a secret. And without someone telling him, how was he supposed to know? Wait, didn't that make my plan even stupider? They must never know. While I was shoving the memories of my kidnapping plan into the deepest, darkest hole I could, telepaths are a thing. Superman and Lois went back and forth a bit about getting her something to immediately let him know if something like that happened again, with Lois vehemently refusing to wear a leash because the world could be dangerous. Thankfully, the other two heroes stepped in before things could get too awkward and brought up the reason the three of them were here in the first place. They needed to talk to me. Sure, I guess. What do you need? And could someone untie me? I asked reasonably, but was ignored. Two things really. Green Lantern said. We finally got word back from Lantern Jordan a little while ago. He's on OA because when he asked about your species, he ran into an information block. Okay. I was confused and more than a little surprised. The Lanterns knew about other Saiyans. There was an info block on us. I won't bore you with too many of the details. Hey, hold on. I wanted those details. But we discovered the sector your people live in is actually under a severe quarantine after they almost depopulated 5 sectors and basically declared war on the universe. No one in or out without good reason. Of course we miss a few now and then, but they are usually found quickly and written off as pirates so we don't have another sector-wide war on our hands. Which made us wonder how you got all the way to Earth with no one noticing. Lantern Gardener backtracked your pod's trail and found traces of bleed radiation. Green Lantern loomed over me. What we need to know is, do the Scions have access to bleed tech? Can your pod open a portal? Not that I know of, and my pod uses a gravitic engine. I replied immediately, which surprised me, until I glanced down and remembered what I was wrapped in. The lasso of truth, Were you the only one sent out for your mission? Is anyone waiting to hear from you? I was the only one sent to this planet, but I was just one of a bunch of us being sent out all at once. I said, and even though I really wanted to stop there, my mouth kept moving. And no, Scions sent out on suicide missions don't have anyone listening for them. We either complete the mission or are forgotten about. Suicide missions? Thankfully, Superman's outburst was taken as a rhetorical statement, so I didn't have to answer him. The heroes shared another round of glances before Green Lantern finally nodded and backed away. Wonder Woman waved her hand, and the lasso magically loosened and fell away. I quickly hopped away from the magic rope and made a note to do everything I could to avoid getting caught by it again. So was that it? No, that was just the first thing. Wonder Woman said apologetically. The second, which seems even more necessary after hearing about your latest stunt and your mission, is that we need to do something about your law-breaking. Oh crap, was I actually going to go to prison? There was no real way to properly deal with you before the formation of the League, since very few heroes could give you an environment to help you integrate with Earth, but we believe that's changed. Between myself, Manhunter, and the other members of the League when time allows them, we can teach you more about man's world, if you will let us. So not prison. But were they seriously asking what I think they were? Are you asking me to be your sidekick? No. But since it would be a mistake to try sending you back to your sector, we are hoping to help make Earth your new home. Superman explained. And none of us think the normal programs will work for you. I've been training with Batman and Flash. I tried objecting, but was quickly overruled by Wonder Woman. Yes, you have been training, she emphasized. But both of them agree that's not enough for a childhood or healthy mental development. I scoffed. I've been doing fine so far. Picking a fight with the army and getting pressured into kidnapping doesn't sound fine to me. Green Lantern grumbled, and I tried not to blush. You don't have to be a villain, Khalifa. Wonder Woman continued. Come with me to Themyscira. Give up the mission you were sent on, and we can teach you to be better than that. I had to stop myself from laughing at that. It was hilarious that they thought I cared about my mission for as long as they did. Especially because the Green Lanterns should have been able to tell I made the whole thing up by now if they had records of other Scions. Other than that, I was actually a little torn about the offer. On the one hand, I really liked running around doing my own thing and occasionally dropping in to find a sparring partner somewhere. I'd probably be giving up a lot of my ability to do things like that. But since the formation of the Justice League, it wasn't guaranteed that a hero would be in any one city anymore, and most of the villains were still in hiding. Not to mention training on my own was getting boring. On the other hand, I get to visit a magical island filled with immortal warrior women that have been training for dozens of years at least. Themyscira was also one of two places I wanted to explore the most, with the other being Atlantis, even if I did have to listen to their rules or get kicked off. Which meant if I got bored of Themyscira, I could make them let me leave at any time. I guess I wasn't all that torn about an answer after all. Okay then, when do we leave? Growing Pains, Chapter 24. So you're going to be training with the Amazons? Robin asked from his perch. Stupid Birdbrain always seemed to be trying to get above me whenever he could. For a bit. Seems like it will be fun. I replied as I swiped one of Kid Flash's nuggets. Hey, head too slow. Apparently there were still some things Wonder Woman needed to take care of before we could leave, but I didn't really want to sit and do nothing until that happened. So I snuck off at the first opportunity to pester Flash into another race after a quick detour. Too bad for me, he was busy somewhere else. I did find the Psychic Squad instead, so it wasn't all that bad. I dealt with Birdbrain enough to tolerate him, and Kid Flash was just a less cool Flash. Aqualad was a new addition since the King of Atlantis joined the Justice League, but he was quiet enough that sometimes I barely noticed him. I could have done without Speedy being there, though. He was a hot-headed idiot. I guess that means we won't need to put up with you for a while. Robin had an edge in his voice I couldn't quite place. It'll be nice to get back to one-on-one training without you slowing me down going over the basics. What was that? Better train fast then, 'cause when I come to visit I plan to kick your ass across the city. I bristled. Come to visit? What? Gonna say I can't. I scoffed. You don't own Gotham. Even if you did, I don't have to listen to your stupid human rules. I think Robin was just confused that you mentioned returning. Aqualad cut in. If Themyscira is anything like Atlantis, travel to the outside world is difficult. You made it sound like you would be gone for years. I rolled my eyes at him. If you can't fly, maybe. For me, it's just getting on and off the island, and then flying for a couple hours. Hear that, Robin? Speedy laughed annoyingly. Your girlfriend is saying she'll still come to visit. He looked between us and pouted when neither of us had much of a reaction. Nothing? Seriously? Robin shrugged. I'm 11. He said like that explained everything. which it kinda did. I, on the other hand, saw a perfect opportunity to mess with the archer. Was that supposed to be funny somehow? What's a girlfriend? Speedy trailed off, but I wasn't the only one that smelled blood in the water. Yeah, Speedy. Explain to the class what a girlfriend is. Kid Flash jumped in. Something you'll never have, KF. I grinned and sat back to enjoy watching the sparks fly as the two redheads started trading insults, which eventually spread to include Birdbrain because he couldn't control his mouth, and Aqualad futilely trying to calm things down. Unity among the heroes was broken, chaos reigned, and I was victorious. All was right with the world, at least for a little, until the boys decided to call a temporary ceasefire to keep pestering me about what I would be doing. Not that I had a whole lot to give them. I don't know what I'll be doing. I threw my hands in the air after they started rapid-firing questions. They didn't give me a list or anything. The struggle of sidekicks continues. Speedy laughed. Guess you aren't immune to the mushroom treatment either. Mushroom treatment? Calder asked. He was pretty good with surface expressions, but every once in a while he got stumped. I guess that one didn't translate well. Being kept in the dark and fed bullcrap. Kid Flash explained and then frowned at the archer. And you really think our mentors do that? Nah, but it feels that way sometimes. Speedy waved him off. I'm sure the monkey will learn. Okay, I needed to stop a misunderstanding. You guys know I'm not going to be a sidekick, right? I stated bluntly, and based on the surprised expressions on all of them. No, they didn't know that. Huh? I thought you said Wonder Woman was going to be training you. Kid Flash looked at me in shock. Yeah, so? That doesn't mean I have to be a hero. I do not believe Wonder Woman or the League would allow you to continue any criminal activities either. Aqualad pointed out. I slumped at that. Yeah, probably not. It was bad enough when I just had Batman's rules. But since I can't just have fun after tomorrow. Robin rolled his eyes. You only listened to half of those anyway. I rolled mine right back. He was just jealous. I decided to end tonight with a bang. A classic crime any self-respecting villain has pulled off at least once. A jewel heist. The kitty heroes all stiffened and looked at me. You know, we can't just let you rob a store, right? Kid Flash said slowly. You'd be pretty bad heroes if you did. I agreed. And now that you admitted to planning a crime, we aren't going to just let you take off. Speedy adjusted the grip on his bow. I mean, you can't stop me from just flying away. A smirk split my face. Cutter stood and pulled out the hilts to his magic water weapon things. You wouldn't have told us your plans if you were just going to run away. You want us to try and stop you. I tried to rein in the feelings of excitement and started shaking out my arms and legs. If you want a handicap, I can stay on the ground. No way you could stop me, though. 4v1, Callie. Kid Flash pointed out. Pretty good odds, I'd say. My grin widened and Robin groaned. You already stole something, didn't you? Stupid monkey. Batman really was an amazing teacher. He even managed to get Birdbrain to stop being completely stupid. I pulled a clear gem the size of my fist from behind my back and waved it tauntingly. Yep, and not one of you noticed. Better luck next time. Then, just because I could, I backflipped off the roof and cackled the whole way down as I listened to them scramble to chase after me. Oh, well, the kids are getting along. I was worried news of Califa going to Themyscira would make some of them pull away. Superman commented as they watched the quartet of sidekicks chase after the Saiyan girl. She has a way of pulling you into her pace. Once she got them to sit down and talk, it was unlikely any of them could ignore her. Batman pointed out, and I've never seen her hold much of a grudge for long. Makes me wonder what you did that she dislikes you so much. Ahem. Yeah, who knows? Superman coughed and deliberately turned away. It's good for her to have ties to others her age. Wonder Woman commented. The main point of taking her under our wing was to give her a safe place to learn to integrate with man's world, not isolate her on Themyscira. That was something that had worried all three heroes. Califa wasn't the kind of person to stay in one place for very long. Her jaunts across North America made that obvious. And while she had met and somewhat befriended several heroes in that time, she had also made contact with criminal organizations that wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of her thrill-seeking personality for their own gain, as seen by her involvement with an underground fight ring. Batman had already confirmed Lex Luthor was interested in the young Saiyan. And if Luthor was involved, that no doubt meant several others were looking to exploit the girl as well, some of which might be attached to various governments. Even though the U.S. Army had tried to keep the incident quiet, many other organizations had heard about the destroyed prototype. A few people were using that incident to secure more funding for their own projects, while others were using it to call for harsher responses to alien threats. Not to mention that several news outlets were starting to float anti-alien rhetoric as fronts for groups like Humanity First, Cadmus, Blue Cosmos, and others like them. It was lucky that Khalifa had almost immediately taken down a HIV cell, which took a lot of wind out of the sails of many of the more aggressive of them. But it still highlighted the need to teach the Saiyan at least how to identify the common sense others expected from her. Your mother didn't have an issue with allowing Khalifa to leave the island? Batman already knew the answer, but Themyscira had been heavily isolationist for hundreds of years. It didn't hurt to clarify. Wonder Woman shook her head. Mother has decided we cannot shut ourselves away from the rest of the world anymore. I doubt many of my sisters will be interested in leaving for quite some time, but Khalifa will be free to come and go, provided she listens to her teachers, of course. Considering the martial nature of the Amazons, Khalifa would either be the best student they ever had or would be too busy challenging her teachers to fights to learn anything. Well, give me a heads up when she does leave. It'll be nice to have some warning before she demands a rematch for once. Superman joked before looking back in the direction of the kids. Though, don't you think we should step in? A jewelry heist right before she leaves won't be a good look. It's fake, Batman said bluntly, pulling out a small screen. On it was footage from a security camera at a themed mini-golf course. Large glass decorations made to look like gemstones dotted the walls. Suddenly, a familiar monkey-tailed girl entered the frame and plucked one of the decorations out of the wall before flying off. I'll take care of the damages. Oh, all right then. Wonder Woman frowned. Are you sure? Even if the gem is fake, Khalifa doesn't have much regard for property damage. It could get out of hand. Khalifa tends to limit herself to match whoever she is fighting. Batman disagreed. As long as the sidekicks control themselves, there won't be an issue. Superman nodded. You're right. They're young, but all of them have a good head on their shoulders. Maybe we. At that precise moment, several explosions rang out in the background. The three heroes exchanged looks. Batman silently turned on a heel and power walked towards the edge of the building, pulling a grapple gun on the way. On second thought, they are all children. We should check on them and make sure they don't level the city. Superman and Wonder Woman chuckled, but rushed after the Caped Crusader just the same. Growing Pains, Chapter 25. I was kinda surprised that Wonder Woman insisted on using a plane to fly to Themyscira rather than just flying ourselves. But once we started passing through the magical hurricane barrier that separated the island from the rest of the world, I fully understood why. Flying through rain sucked. Flying through magical rain for over 20 minutes would have been terrible. Even if it didn't do anything, it would have been cold, wet, and annoying. Putting the hull of the VTOL plane thing Batman loaned us while I investigated the snack cabinet was a much better way to travel. It also meant that we would be meeting the small welcome party without being soaking wet, which was nice. The ramp dropped and Wonder Woman and I made our way off the ship, while one of the Amazons walked forward with her arms spread open. Diana, welcome home, daughter. I hope the journey was a pleasant one. Thank you, Mother. And yes, but it's good to be home. Wonder Woman replied, stepping into the hug. While those two were talking, I took the chance to look around at the surroundings, which were pretty much what I expected for an isolated tropical island. Clean, white beaches, crystal clear ocean, and a thick forest that blocked the rest of the island from view. Pretty, but not what I was interested in. No, my focus was on the 6 Amazons that had been waiting with Wonder Woman's mom. Wonder Mom? Probably shouldn't say that out loud, though. That were either looking at the surroundings, watching me, or glancing at the hugging pair. They didn't exactly look like I was expecting. The armor they had on was more similar to Wonder Woman's outfit than the classical Greek stuff I had seen. A lot less metal protection than I was expecting, though maybe they didn't need it. But enough of that for now. We are being rude to our guest. Wonder Mom interrupted my thoughts and walked over to me. Welcome to Themyscira, Khalifa of the Saiyans. I am Queen Hippolyta. Despite looking like Wonder Woman's older sister, Wonder Mom really nailed the mom tone. Calm, patient, and just the slightest hint of an iron will of control hiding under the surface. She was pretty cool. I'm sure you are itching to explore the island and meet your teachers, she continued. But first I would like to learn more about you and the circumstances regarding your stay on my island. To that end, we've prepared a feast. Her welcoming speech was interrupted when my stomach decided to announce itself. Loudly, sorry. I awkwardly rubbed at my traitorous midsection. I'm still a little hungry. How? You ate enough emergency rations for 3 people on the flight over. Wonder Woman muttered, drawing some interested looks from the guards. The Queen just smiled. Well then, let's not waste time. We can continue our discussion after we eat. Oh, I had to give the Amazons one thing. Their cooks certainly knew what they were doing. The goat was soft and juicy, and the sauce matched it perfectly. I needed some more of that. The bread was nice and fluffy with a crunchy exterior and a bunch of things baked into it that made it more interesting than just being flour. There was some kind of leaf thing that was stuffed with meat that was pretty tasty, too small though. I had to eat 2 or 3 at a time to really enjoy them. But that was fine. It went really well with a salad that was basically just rough-cut veggies and cheese. Good cheese too, though it didn't mix super well with the fish thing they brought out. Oh, they had a lamb dish too. And a whole cow. Man, I should have come to Themyscira earlier. They really knew how to welcome someone. And the food just kept coming. Dear gods, where does she even put it all? I have no idea. Her stomach is like a bottomless pit. Does she have no manners at all? I hope the kitchens can keep up with her. Stop standing around and get the next course. There was some muttering from where some of the servants were huddling, but I wasn't really paying attention to them. Unless they decided to talk to me directly, I was just going to focus on my food. Ahem, Khalifa. Though I should probably listen to what Wonder Mom wanted. I take it you are enjoying the food. Uh-huh. I energetically nodded before making sure to swallow everything. It's really good. It's like when I eat with the Flash, but this stuff is way better. She smiled while Wonder Woman was mumbling something next to her, looking annoyed. I'm glad, but perhaps we should have that discussion now. I'd planned to have it after you finished, but her eyes shifted to the pile of empty plates next to me that was slowly being taken away by a servant. I think we might be waiting longer than anticipated if we did that. Sure, I shrugged. It didn't really matter to me one way or the other. I just went back to picking at the food in front of me. The Queen nodded. Has my daughter explained what you will be doing here yet? Not really. She mentioned learning how to fit in on Earth better, but that was kinda it. That will be one aspect of your time, but you will also be learning from us about several subjects. History, mathematics, languages just to name a few, as well as continuing your martial training since Diana mentioned you were studying under a mentor before. I groaned. School. Wonder Woman tricked me into going to a magical island just for school. First Superman, now her. Was the entire Justice League just filled with people that were secretly evil? I better keep a real close eye on Batman. Things usually get really bad when he turns evil. Oh, the next few days were torture as all my new teachers tried to find out where I stood in their respective subject. Some of them, like math oddly enough and a few sciences, weren't terrible because one or both sets of memories remembered enough to get by or the information was burned into my brain by either a Saiyan gestation pod or the public school system. I might not know how to calculate the derivative of X, but mitochondria was the powerhouse of a cell. None of that mattered though, because it was finally time for the one class I was actually excited to attend. Combat class. I was actually excited enough that I was already in the open-aired classroom, already changed into the new outfit the Amazons gave me. Basically the same thing everyone else was wearing, but smaller, without anyone needing to drag me there. And I was actually early for once because no one was there to meet me. Oh well, might as well get some stretches done. Alright, this is getting boring. Where the heck is she? Another few minutes passed by before the dark-haired Amazon I assume is my teacher finally decided to show up, looking both surprised and annoyed that I was still here. Well, guess what? The feeling is mutual. You're still here. Well, I suppose I should at least introduce myself. The Amazon side. I am Melanope, and I have nothing to teach an outsider like you. Now leave. What? No, seriously, what? She couldn't do that. I put up with all the boring stuff just for this class. She couldn't just tell me to leave and expect me to listen. Your queen said you had to. My queen is so twisted around her daughter's finger that she is blinded to the fact that interacting with the outside world will just lead us to ruin. Melanope snorted. I spent years training Diana to be a protector for this island, not for her to abandon her duties and run around playing. What were they called? Ah, yes, superhero with a bunch of savages. Oh great, Melly Dash, Milana Dash. Mel was the same person to train Wonder Woman. Yeah, I wasn't going to let her dangle that bit of information in front of me and then just walk away. Okay, then how about a bet? I pointed at the circular ring not too far from us. First one to knock the other out of that ring wins. I win, you have to teach me. You win, and I'll leave the island." Mel raised an eyebrow. "You expect me to fall for such a cheap trick? Why would I bother when I told you I have no intention of teaching you anything?" I shrugged. "I mean, if Wonder Woman had to leave just to find something better to do, you can't be all that good. But Wonder Mom has been pretty nice, so I figured I'd give you a chance to not be a weakling before I go find someone worth my time. Maybe I could see if Atlantis has anyone decent. This will be worth it just to beat some manners into you." Mel growled before walking over to the ring. I didn't waste time flying over across from her. "Begin." There was no countdown, no tell that she was going to move. It was only by instinct and luck that I managed to dodge her first attack and then start blocking the next. Not that I managed it that well. Mel was like a slightly stronger, faster Batman. Definitely superhuman, but not by a huge amount. But she made up for that with pure skill. She knew exactly how to move to control the pace of the fight, and she wanted it to end fast, but also to make it hurt. Unless I wanted to cheat and just start moving faster than her, I was going to keep getting pummeled without being able to do anything back. She was going to be so much fun to fight later, but first I had a bet to win. I dove out of the way of a grapple and turned to see Mel standing there with a smug look on her face. That was fine, I thought, settling into a stance. I already won. What's the matter? Running away won't help. GUH. Mel's taunt was cut off when my ki flared up into a visible aura. The ground shook lightly, and the sudden wind made her stumble half a step. Then I pushed my ki higher. "A little wind won't be enough," Mel shouted, slowly stepping closer and raising an arm to shield her eyes and stop her hair from whipping her face. I said nothing. I just focused on collapsing all my ki into a little point centered on my chest, and then with a mighty yell, forced it all out again in a bright flash that caught Mel by surprise, and more importantly, sent her flying out of the ring. Victory. Now to get her to teach me how to move like that. Oh. From a distant lookout, Queen Hippolyta and Diana watched as the Saiyan girl began to pester Melanippe until the Amazon gave up and started showing her and correcting a handful of strikes and stances she had used in the brief fight. "It seems that matter is settled then," Hippolyta murmured. "I don't understand why you assigned Melanippe as Calipha's teacher if she was so against it," Diana commented. "There were plenty of others that were willing to take her as a student." The queen hummed. "There were others, yes. But aside from Melanippe being as good or better than all of them, there was another reason." "Another reason?" "There is a small but very vocal group of Amazons that feel that we should remain isolated from man's world. Melanippe is one of them. Isn't that all the more reason another should teach Calipha?" Diana frowned. "I wouldn't want a small part of our sisters to drive her off." Hippolyta chuckled. "I'd be rather surprised if an unwelcoming attitude was enough to drive the girl off. In fact, I believe Melanippe may have done the opposite and will have to spend a considerable amount of effort avoiding or distracting her new student." Diana thought about the reports Bruce had made about Calipha's determination to have him train her and her own few interactions with the young Saiyan. And she had to admit her mother probably had a point. "Still, that can't have been your only reason." She pressed, getting a nod in return. "Indeed. I'm hoping that by interacting with the girl, some of those vocal dissenters will realize something very important," Hippolyta said seriously, causing Diana to look at her in alarm and confusion. "Mother, you know what I speak of, daughter. You and your friends dealt with it not long ago." There were several things Diana had written or spoken to her mother of, but only one that stood out recently. "The invasion?" Hippolyta nodded. "Yes, a horde of invaders from beyond the stars. One that infiltrated, suborned, sabotaged, and almost flat-out conquered man's world in a week once they revealed themselves." She paused and watched as Melanippe corrected some flaw in the Saiyan girl's technique. "If it had not been for you and the others, only the gods know what might have happened. And we knew nothing about it until it was all over. The Imperium was crafty. It's no surprise they managed to hide so well." Diana offered, but her mother waved it off. "That wasn't my point." She denied. "The world is changing again, Diana. Calipha is by her own admission young and weak for her species, yet she wields strength similar to a lesser demigod in the old days. If an army of her manages to find its way to Themyscira, we would fall. I won't let that happen." "Of course not, if you knew about it," Hippolyta agreed. "But that is the key of it, is it not? If we remain isolated, hidden from the rest of the world, who will we call for aid when the next invaders come for us? How will we know to prepare for war at the gates if the invaders land elsewhere?" She sighed. "No, We cannot remain isolated as we have been. I just hope the more stubborn of our sisters realize that before it is too late." Diana had nothing to say to that, since she also wanted more interaction between her home and man's world. In the end, the mother-daughter pair simply watched the training below in silence, contemplating what the future could hold for them. Growing Pains, Chapter 26. It was another perfect day in Themyscira. The skies were clear, the water was calm, the kangaroos were frolicking in the fields, and several women could be seen trading at some street stall dotting the city of Amazons. It was the very picture of paradise. "Find her, sisters, and tell that brat when I get my hands on her. She'll be polishing the floors till her arms fall off." An enraged shout shattered the idyllic atmosphere. Over a dozen Amazons in full armor could be seen running through the streets, hunting down the focus of their leader's ire. Yet despite the armed warriors prowling the city and inspecting every nook and cranny, none of the bystanders seemed nervous about the behavior. In fact, some of them seemed greatly entertained by the whole thing. "What do you think it is this time?" one of the shop vendors asked her customer. "None of this batch have bows with them, but they still have their quivers. My guess is that some weaponry has been relocated for training purposes." "Idmaro wouldn't be so angry if that was the case," the vendor countered. "My guess is another artwork was accidentally destroyed after a history lesson ran too long." It has been a while since that happened, but no. If something was destroyed, Idmaro wouldn't be threatening polishing the floors. She would be keeping the girl as far from anything fragile as possible," the other woman mused. "Or perhaps not. I think we would all prefer if there was never another horse/kangaroo war. It took forever to get the hoof prints off the walls." Several Amazons listening in on the conversation shivered at the reminder of that particular incident. Any further speculation was put on hold as one of the armored seekers jogged up to the stand. "Excuse me, sisters, have any of you seen the outsider recently?" she asked, either oblivious to or deliberately ignoring the several disapproving frowns that formed in the gathering crowd. "Not recently." "Why, what's she done this time?" The seeker looked mad enough to spit. The outsider convinced the queen to put on one of those recorded plays from Man's World, some drivel by someone named Disney, to show us how the rest of the outsiders remember our history. She explained, "It was the most ridiculous, inaccurate, and downright insulting bit of theater I have ever witnessed. Hardly any of the gods were depicted accurately. The tone was all over the place, mighty trials, feats and deeds passed over as mere footnotes, and they even managed to get Heracles' name wrong." She shifted awkwardly. The music was decent, however. But that wasn't all the outsider did. While we were distracted, she broke into the Pantheon and painted the visages of the Olympians to match the play. Lord Zeus is orange. Great Hera is reddish pink. Several Amazons sucked in a breath and looked nervously to the skies, half expecting to see thick thunderclouds rolling across the skies, but there was no such thing in sight. Many of them decided the king of the gods was either not offended by what had happened, or more likely had determined the Amazons themselves would have to deal with the matter. "I see," the vendor said slowly as she moved to close down her stall. "Well, in that case, perhaps it would be best if we all lended a hand to find our troublemaker and make sure she is properly punished for what she's done." Oh, there was a large crash as an Amazon kicked in a door. The assailant swiftly strode into the room, spotted the single occupant, and pointed a sword at her. "Where is she, Melanope?" "Captain Idmaro." "Was that truly necessary?" The other woman sighed. "I believe so. You've been growing closer to the outsider despite our sister's warnings. Obviously, your judgment has been impaired." Idmaro sniffed. "The girl has been here for 2 years. You can say her name by now," Melanope said, rolling her eyes. "I think it's become very clear Calipha does not care if we consider her part of our community or not. We can have this debate later. We've already wasted enough time. Now tell me where she is hiding." "I think you're misunderstanding our relationship. I'm her teacher, not her minder." Melanope huffed. "Our faction allowed you to teach the outsider specifically, so you would be her minder." Idmaro snapped. "Have you abandoned your loyalty to your sisters because of one girl?" There was a sudden blur of motion, a clang of metal, and Idmaro's sword was ripped from her hand. Melanope's own blade rested lightly on the guard captain's cuirass. "Mind your tongue, Captain," Melanope whispered dangerously. "It's true I had similar feelings about the outside world as you and your circle, but it was the queen that gave me my orders, not any of you." "That may be, but we still need to find the outsider. Idmaro stuttered. She's gone too far this time and has defaced the main temple. We cannot allow her to escape punishment. The combat instructor was stunned into silence. While Melanope was no longer willing to alienate Khalifa simply because of her background or because of internal politics, that in no way translated into allowing the young Saiyan to have free reign on the island. While that is important enough to go find her, Melanope eventually said, moving about the room and gathering up her armor. You said that no one knows where she is? No one. The guard captain confirmed. Not since before the incident. Gods damn it all. That means she has something else planned. Melanope cursed. Khalifa has never hidden away from one of her stunts. She must be using the chaos of the guards searching for her as a distraction for something. Oh, it wasn't long before most of the island heard about what Khalifa had done and either joined in the hunt for the Saiyan or went on alert for the next act of chaos the girl had planned. But as the day went on and there was no sign of the girl or what she had planned, many of the Amazons were beginning to grow paranoid. Subtle was not a word that could often be associated with the tailed menace. So when they didn't find her cackling in an open field, daring the guards to fight her like she had when she had stolen Hippolyta's crown, most of the island realized whatever she had planned was going to be big. Horse/kangaroo war big. And at the thought of that, efforts to find the Saiyan and stop her redoubled. Themyscira moved almost to war footing in an attempt to find and stop whatever was going to happen, but no one could find any sign of her. Hunting parties formed and started scouring the forests and countryside. Guards started poking through vaults and storage rooms that had been undisturbed for years, and several Amazons debated interrupting the queen's personal time with her daughter to ask Diana to assist them in the search. Because while they found evidence that several malicious artifacts had been moved or started influencing their surroundings, a small cabal of Amazons conspiring with a coven of witches to engineer a plague targeting only men, and even a demonic summoning circle hidden in some of the more secluded areas of the island, there still was no sign of the Saiyan. Oh, eventually a group of guards conceded defeat and decided that admitting they were not good enough to track down a teenager was more important than letting whatever scheme she was in the middle of take them by surprise. Lots were drawn, and not long after one of them was chosen as the sacrificial goat and left waiting for her queen in a secure room. Unfortunately for the poor guard, she was left on her own for several minutes, stewing in her own thoughts while the queen finished whatever she was just doing. Hello, Seda. I've managed to clear some time for this. Queen Hippolyta greeted the guard. What emergency are we dealing with? It's the girl, Khalifa, Your Majesty. Seda replied. I don't suppose you've heard about her latest stunt. The movie she wanted to show everyone? Hippolyta asked. Yes, I approved it even though I'm sure some of our stauncher traditionalists are foaming at the decision. Seda winced. I'm sure they are not pleased, but compared to what she did afterward, I don't think many will mention it. What she did afterward? Seda described what Khalifa had done to the statues of their gods and the ongoing hunt for the Saiyan teen. She also brought up Melanope's theory that that was just a distraction for some other disaster and the guards' inability to find her anywhere. So that's why I found her outside the temple. Hippolyta sighed and rubbed her brow. I suppose it was too much to hope for that she was actually behaving for once. I'd hoped Diana's presence would influence her some more, but it seems she is still acting like a child. Seda very carefully did not mention that the queen seemed abnormally tolerant of Khalifa and that her behavior towards the girl had caused rumors that Wonder Mom was looking for a second child. Instead, she tried to move the conversation back to safer topics. None of the priestesses have reported anything amiss, but if what she did angered the gods. Hippolyta huffed. Considering I caught Khalifa with who I am now certain was Lord Hermes, I doubt the gods will be angry. I assume the temple's caretakers are already removing what she's done? Oh, when I get my hands on that girl. You know where she is? Seda exclaimed, interrupting the queen's building tirade. I just said farewell to both her and my daughter not 10 minutes ago. Both of them are heading back to the outside world for some time. The queen confirmed, which makes the letter Khalifa left behind suddenly feel much more foreboding. A letter? Yes, for her combat instructor apparently, since she did not tell her she was leaving the island. Normally I'd call Melanope here, but if Khalifa really does have something brewing. She trailed off as she unfolded the paper. Hey Mel, I'm catching a ride back to the States with Wonder Woman. Planning on dropping in on the sidekick squad for a bit, so I won't be around for lessons. Sorry for not giving you a heads up, but it was kinda last minute. P.S. Enjoy the surprise I left you. I was told both of them go really well together. Both Queen and Royal Guard sighed at the confirmation that there was a surprise waiting for them. One that apparently didn't need Khalifa there in person to set off. And with the culprit having already made her escape, they had no clues to go on. They just had to hope they stumbled across whatever surprise she had left behind before it was too late. Oh, I idly hummed a song from the Hercules movie soundtrack as the javelin left the Themyscira behind us. I had forgotten how catchy some of those were. You seem like you're in a good mood. Wonder Woman commented from where she was piloting the ship. Eager to meet up with the others? A little bit. I shrugged. It had been a while since the last time I visited the sidekicks, but honestly, I was more excited to put all my time training to the test. I had improved a lot over the past 2 years. I couldn't wait to see where I stood now. I was so excited, in fact, that I had decided to only pull a minor prank on the Amazons before I left. Painting the gods to match the color scheme they had in the movie would annoy a few of them for sure, but they could clean it up pretty quickly. I just hoped that Mel enjoyed the 2 fish I had left in her kitchen before I left. Apparently, they tasted really good, but were hard to find. I'd have to snag a couple for myself the next time I visited to see if they were really that good. Growing Pains, Chapter 27. I really missed this. I sighed as I took another bite of my El Fuego Inferno Fire Burger. Amazon cooking was great, but they had a severe lack of certain spices I had taken a liking to. So every time I left the island, I made a point to stop at Central City and visit a local burger joint the Flash had taken me to a couple times. They also didn't really do fried foods very often, or even all that well. I blamed the lack of potatoes. Hey kid, back from your tropical island vacation house. A red blur whooshed into the other side of the booth which, unsurprisingly, turned out to be the Flash, who immediately stole one of my fries. Hey, those are mine, I protested, doing my best to simultaneously cram the rest of my burger in my mouth, guard my fries, and glare at the evil speedster. Seriously, why were all the members of the Justice League secretly evil? Didn't see your name on it, Flash said smugly, casually stealing another fry and ignoring my glare. Huh, serves you right for stealing my food all the time. His sidekick sniped from the side as he zipped over with 2 other platters of food. Shut up, Speedy. It's Kid Flash. Kid Flash. Why is that so hard to remember? The redhead complained, but I just rolled my eyes at him. It was his fault for picking such a dumb name. Whatever. So what's up? Unless you just came by to steal my food. I directed my attention back to the Flash. What? I can't just swing by to say hello. What happened to the cute little alien girl that just wanted to play tag with me all day? Flash faked a sniffle. I just grumbled under my breath about cheating speedsters and their unfair amount of stamina. Yes, I was much faster thanks to my workouts with the Flash and his sidekick, but that didn't mean I was any closer to matching his speed without flying, and even then he left me in the dust. Anyway, the Scarlet Speedster continued slightly more seriously. We were on our way to grab a bite, and I saw you in the window. You split with Wonder Woman for the day. I shrugged, casually scratching at my shins. They had been really bugging me lately along with some other places. She has some sort of meeting between ambassadors going on, so I decided to explore by myself for a few weeks. A few weeks? Wait, does that mean you aren't going back to Themyscira for a while? Kid Flash jumped in. Wasn't planning on it. Not that I actually had much planned for my trip away from the island. And most of the things I did have planned boiled down to go to X City and poke around for something interesting to do. Cool. Rob's been waiting to surprise you for weeks. Let me know when you head to Gotham, because I have to see the look on your face. Kid Flash said excitedly. Birdbrain had a surprise for me. That was ominous. But before I could ask him about that, Flash raised a hand to his ear as some kind of alert came in on what I assumed was an earbud under his mask. In less than a blink of an eye, Flash had gathered up his food and was out of his seat. Sorry, kids. There's a chemical fire on the other side of town. I've got to run. Whoa, hold up. Kid Flash cried. What about me? I'll come too. No way. Flash shook his head. This is too dangerous to take kids into. Your parents would kill me. But hey, if you're looking for something to do, a silent alarm just went off in a jewelry store on 4th and Jefferson. Think you can handle that? Yes? Cool. I'll meet up with you later. Catch you later, short stuff. And just like that, he was gone. I watched with amusement as Kid Flash slouched on the table and used super speed just so he could keep pouting without taking a long time to finish his food. Once he was done, he grabbed all the trash and started leaving. All right, I've got to run. bad guys to catch and all that. I'll see you around Cali. Wait. I called after him, gathering up my own stuff. I want to play with you when you're done. For some reason, he started moving faster when I said that. Oh. In the end, it didn't matter if Kid Flash ran off on me. I knew where he was going, and I could fly while he had to run around buildings and cars and stuff. I ended up meeting him just as he showed up with a smug smile plastered on my face. I whined. I taunted even as he ignored me and pretended to focus on the store. Looks like just one robber and no hostages, he said, mostly to himself. Guess that means I'll have this taken care of in a flash. Boo. I complained at Kid Flash's pun. He tried ignoring me again and threw open the door to the store. All right, hold it right there. Kid Flash cut off, and I floated over his shoulder to see why. Instead of a normal thief like either of us was probably expecting, there was a man in a weird green and orange suit. And I say weird because the orange parts were somehow translucent, so you could see the shadows of the green parts right through him. Mirror Master. KF finished, shifting position, so he was ready to move in any direction. Well now, if it isn't the sidekick and the alien girl. Mirror Master drawled. Is Flash running late? I'm more than enough to take you down. Kid Flash boasted. Besides, a jewelry store? Seems a little low-end for you, Mirror Master. But I guess crime doesn't pay as well as it used to. I'm just tagging along. I added, not really paying attention to the whole thing. While Flash was fun to hang around, most of his villains tended to be on the techie and clever side of things. They usually had some neat stuff, but a solid hit would put them down for the count, like what happened with Captain Popsicle. Since then, I'd seen Flash fight the Trickster and Australia Man, and neither one of them changed my mind about that. They had cool gadgets and skills, but were still just human. Crime pays very well, actually. Mirror Master replied to KF. But every once in a while you just have to respect the classics. Another villain who paid attention to the type of job they did instead of something stupid like how big a payday they would get or how useful it was to them. I could respect that. Of course, I can never get enough diamond focusing lenses. So, 2 birds, 1 stone. Never mind then. Mirror Master took a step to the side, and suddenly there were 2 of him. Then those took a step, and there were 4. I blinked as the store was suddenly flooded with copies of the villain. That was actually pretty cool. I wished I could do that. Wait. The multiform technique was a thing. I could do that. The only question was how. Sorry, kids. I don't have time to play around. But hey, I'm a fair guy. I'll give you a chance to hit the real me. What do you say? Kid Flash shifted to a more aggressive stance. I say bring it on. And then he rushed the first group of clones. Predictably, his fist went through all of them before they faded to nothing. Oh, sorry, psychic. Tough luck, maybe next time. Now it's my turn. Every clone said at once and pulled out a pair of high-tech looking pistols. Since Mirror Master's whole thing seemed to be holograms and stuff, I was only expecting the 2 guns the real one had to actually do anything. But as I watched Kid Flash duck and dive through an onslaught of laser beams, I was surprised to see every single beam did damage to what they hit. Remembering the lessons Mel beat into me every chance she got, I made sure to dodge any beams that looked like they were going to hit me, even though I was pretty sure I'd be fine even if they did, and watched KF flail around at all the clones. None of the Mirror Masters seemed concerned about what he was doing at all, so I guessed he wasn't close to hitting the real one. Need to do better than that. Sidekick. Mirror Master taunted as Kid Flash punched another clone. He must have been getting frustrated, because he overcommit to the punch and left himself open to a shot that hit him in the side, knocking him over and practically through a display stand. You okay, KF? I couldn't help but call out. Yeah, he was a little annoying, but I didn't want him dead or something. Yeah, gonna feel that one in the morning. The redhead called back, flinching and holding his side as he tried to get back on his feet. A little help? Oh, is it the alien girl's turn now? The Mirror Masters all turned to face me. Think you can find the real one when your friend couldn't? I shrugged. Don't have to find the real one if I just hit all of them. I cupped my hands together in front of me and focused. A sphere of ki formed, and before any of the clones could react, I started shooting smaller ki blasts at each of them like a machine gun. How's that? I cheered as the dust settled. None of the blasts were all that powerful, but that many had to have hit the real one. I looked around at the empty store in confusion. I definitely hit all of them, so how come? That was dangerous. My head snapped towards the side of the store where I saw Mirror Master casually sitting on what was left of a counter. Considering he looked completely fine and not even a little nervous about the fact I had shot a few hundred ki blasts at him, I was pretty sure this was another clone. Still, it was better than what your friend tried. But I'm afraid I don't have time to play with you kids anymore. Who knows? Maybe next time you'll be good enough to play with the big leagues. I cut him off with another ki blast through the chest, and just like I thought, it went right through him. I snarled as more clones appeared and began shooting at not only me, but Kid Flash as well. Kid Flash was able to zip around dozens of lasers and punch out a few clones before running back to my side. I managed to dodge most of them, but got hit with a couple when I slowed down to fire back at the copies. They didn't do much beyond burning some holes in my clothes, which was sure to get me in trouble with Wonder Woman later. I didn't have too many spares that weren't my armor, and she preferred me to wear the outfits the Amazons gave me when out in public. Whatever, I'd deal with that later. This guy is a serious pain in the tail. Another 3 copies faded to nothing, only to be replaced seconds later. Yeah, this would be a whole lot easier if we could just sense where the real one was. KF complained as he ducked another laser. I froze in midair after he said that. A few more lasers hit me, but I didn't react to them. I was too busy face-palming with embarrassment. Stupid. Wah. I ignored Kid Flash's shout of surprise and focused on my ki sense that I hadn't been paying attention to like an idiot. Unsurprisingly, there were a bunch of people in the area even though the fight had been going on for a few minutes now. I could ignore the ones in the surrounding buildings or too far away, but there were 2 key signatures nearby, and one of them was Kid Flash. The other one was right behind me, and even though I couldn't see anything, I trusted my ki sense and shot a blast at the seemingly empty area. The little yellow orb exploded on something, and another Mirror Master was thrown to the ground. It didn't take a genius to figure out this was the real one. It just took a stupid Saiyan that literally forgot she could sense people. Ugh, if anyone knew about this, I'd never live it down. Whoa, you got him, KF exclaimed. How'd you know he was there? I don't want to talk about it. I grumped. Come on, let's tie him up and get going. You owe me a game of tag. You can't just leave me hanging like that, Callie. Come on, tell me. Callie? Callie. Growing Pains, Chapter 28. Even several days after splitting up with the Flashes, I was still annoyed that Mirror Master almost slipped by me. I knew part of it was because I wasn't really taking him seriously, but most of it was because I had gotten used to only paying attention to my ki sense when I was training with it or specifically thinking about it. Probably a bad habit I should break before I messed up with someone more threatening than a guy that used illusions to rob jewelry stores. Which meant I needed to find a way of training myself to think of ki sense just like my sight or hearing, including how to react to what that sense was telling me in combat. Which meant I couldn't know someone was coming to fight me, or it'd defeat the purpose. Like learning to fight in the dark by waiting until your eyes adjusted and then training. I mean, yeah, eventually you would learn how to do it, but you'd waste so much time. And it wouldn't even train you for sudden changes like if someone turned the lights off suddenly. And I've spent way too much time thinking about that metaphor. What was worse is that I couldn't really figure out a way for any of the heroes I knew to help with that part of my training. None of them would have the free time to ambush me randomly throughout the day to make sure I was paying attention, and that was assuming that they agreed to do that in the first place. That left either villains or normal thugs. And coming up with a way to make them come to me first. Actually, that gave me an idea. Oh, Miss Khalifa, this is a surprise. I hadn't expected to hear from you after losing contact for a couple years. The distorted voice of Totalinot. Luther said through a screen. I heard a rumor that you were joining the more heroic side. He let the question hang, clearly expecting a response. Wonder Woman agreed to train me and teach me a couple things. I shrugged. And she is okay with you searching for this kind of work? I mean, I'm not allowed to go looking for anything villainous anymore, I pouted said. But she never said anything about honest mercenary work. Kinda an oversight on her part, but I wasn't complaining. Much. I see. If her restrictions bother you that much, I'm sure that we could find some alternate trainers that meet your needs. I raised an eyebrow. You can find someone as strong and skilled as Wonder Woman and an island full of Amazonians, and just as willing to teach me as much as I want. No, totally not, Luther said reluctantly. But I'm sure we could arrange something in the future if it comes to it. Now then, you were interested in some other work. Sure, I was looking for something where people would come to fight me. I explained, but not in a way where it's super obvious they're going to fight me. That's not really a job we could offer, or that anyone offers as far as I'm aware. Totally not. Luther sounded perplexed. but perhaps guard detail on some merchandise that has a high likelihood of being stolen? It would fit your restriction of keeping to less unsavory activity and is something you have done for us before. I shrugged again. Sure, that'll work. Excellent. We will contact you in a moment once we have a job. Totally not, Luther said. Keep in mind, we will be expecting some cooperation on your end in the future if you want more of these special considerations. Yeah, that's fine. I could always just ignore them if they asked me to do something I didn't want to. Oh, I had to give Luther, or the team he had that actually ran the mercenary work, some credit. They actually did manage to find a way to get me what I wanted. Usually, it meant guarding some kind of crate or warehouse in really rundown areas where the local gangs were willing to try stealing whatever I was protecting despite me just hanging out in the open. On a related note, I was getting really good at dodging when someone tried shooting me in the back of the head. Of course, that couldn't last forever, and after like a week I started getting a reputation, so less people tried stealing the stuff I was looking after, which meant I moved on to slightly bigger, more valuable things. Pretty sure at one point I was ambushed by the Russian mafia, though that was mostly because they tried to hit me with a Molotov cocktail and shot at me with a bunch of AK-47s. Now I was back on the West Coast sitting on a crate full of chemicals in what I was sure was a triad-controlled dock, waiting to see if they were actually going to try something this time instead of just poking around and running off when I caught them looking. I was tempted to just leave and wait for them to actually try something before coming back to beat them, because I had mostly gotten the hang of using my key sense but not paying attention to it, and I was getting bored doing the same thing over and over again. Maybe it was time to. This is who has my men running scared. Some little girl. A heavily accented voice cut through my musing. I looked over to see a pretty short guy in a suit walking up with two more goons at his back. Besides the scar over one eye, he looked like a lot of the triad guys I had chased off lately. Slicked back hair, super gaudy shirt open so you could see his chest, and walked like he was being held up by one shoulder. The aviator glasses were kinda cool though. When my boys told me this stash was being watched by some kinda super, I was expecting someone like the Archer, but you're just a brat, ain't ya? Can I help you? He nodded in an overly exaggerated way. You could move out of the way and let my boys through. Do that, and we won't have problems. Or you can try and stop us, and I'll have to rough you up. Well, today had been pretty boring anyway. Counteroffer. If you can beat me, you can take whatever you want. I said as a smile started to grow on my face. I beat you. Your goons leave this stuff alone until my job's done. The guy laughed, followed by the two following him. Ho, you think you can take on Tatsu the Immortal Dragon all by yourself? You've got guts if nothing else, kid. Thanks, I replied, settling into a stance. I was pretty sure this guy was just a normal human though, so I wasn't going to get my hopes up. Huh, Tatsu roared and rushed me. He wasn't bad, very aggressive, but not sloppy about it. I ducked one punch and had to block another. Then I had to jump over a foot sweep and catch a roundhouse punch, follow up with the back of my forearm. I swapped the block to a grab and used that to pull myself close enough that I could springboard off his chest and gain some distance. He staggered a bit, but recovered easily. She stopped Tatsu's dragon rush. Unbelievable. One of the goons whispered in a way that everyone on the street heard him anyway. It doesn't matter. Tatsu has more than that up his sleeve, his friend replied. Heh, not bad, kid. You have skills. Tatsu smirked. But I have more than that up my sleeve. I sighed. Did he not hear his buddy already say that? If you say so. But now it's my turn. I kicked off the ground and ran towards his left side before sliding under a kick that would have caught me in the face. Tatsu was already moving to recover from the miss when I heard him make a sound of confusion. I grinned. He wasn't expecting me to hook his leg with my tail and use it to pull myself back to where I started. Now I was at his back, and he must be thinking I had just disappeared. Up until I jumped up and kicked him in the back of the head, anyway. Boss! Tatsu's two goons cried out as he hit the pavement. Well, that was fun, I said, brushing off my hands and looking at the other gangsters. Now take him and get out of here and don't come back, Kay? Shoo shoo. Yeah, celebrating your victory a little early, ain't ya, brat? Boss, I'm not called the Immortal Dragon for nothing. Gonna take more than a love tap to take me out. I turned back to Tatsu, actually a little impressed he was still conscious after that hit. The fact that he managed to stand up without swaying was even more amazing. Huh, you're not bad, old man. I complimented him. You gotta respect your elders, brat. Tatsu scowled. And I'm not old. I'm only 27. Really? Huh. I thought he was at least in his 30s. Enough of that, though. He continued. I think we've tested each other enough now. You ready to end it? Sure thing. I got back in my stance. And since you made it this far, I'll show you the new technique I just picked up. A new technique, huh? All right, let's see it. Both of us stared at each other, waiting for someone to make the first move. One wrong twitch could be the difference between victory and defeat. The asphalt crunched as one of the goons shifted his feet, and both of us took that as the start signal. I tensed and prepared to unleash my new technique as Tatsu fell forward to rush me, and then kept falling as a bright red boxing glove arrow cracked him across the jaw and knocked him out. I used a foot to stop the gangster from sliding into me, and looked up just in time to see the two goons get caught in an electrified green bolus arrow that knocked them out too, and for another two figures to drop down from one of the nearby crate towers. Yo, Khalifa, the red one called as they walked up. I heard from KF you were back in the States. What are you doing all the way out here? I looked back down to the unconscious gang member I was fighting and sighed. Not having a fun fight with the local triad member, apparently. What's up, Red Arrow? That's not my name. He scowled. Good. Now he was just as annoyed as I was for having my fight interrupted. I dunno, I kinda like it. His mentor commented, giving his sidekick a nudge with his elbow. It's got a good ring to it if you ever want to rebrand from Speedy. I smirked. See? Arrowman likes it. Yeah, hey. Alright, that was kinda funny. Speedy begrudgingly admitted. But seriously, why are you out here picking fights with Triad members? 'Cause it's fun. I looked at him like he was being stupid. I mean, why else would I pick a fight with normal humans? They usually weren't all that interesting otherwise. Tisk, right. Forgot who I was talking to. And what was that supposed to mean? Whoa, calm down you two. Green Arrow interrupted before I could do more than bristle at Speedy's comment. We're still on the job here. You two can fight later if you want. Job? I asked. Yeah, someone's been smuggling some nasty chemicals lately, and we got a lead that they might be coming through the docks here. Green Arrow explained. Just need to find the right crate, he said, before walking away looking at the shipping containers as he went, Speedy following after. That's cool, just stay away from the one marked MedTech. I called after them. Both of them stopped and turned to me. MedTech is the one we're here to investigate. Why are you saying we should stay away from that one? Speedy demanded. I shrugged. 'Cause I was hired to make sure no one goes through it when they shouldn't. Khalifa, that container could be smuggling things to make all kinds of illegal drugs. Speedy snapped. Why are you protecting it? 'Cause I was hired to, stupid. Okay, Speedy, chill. This is a good thing. Green Arrow tried calming his sidekick down. Khalifa, right? Mind showing us the container? Are you going to go through it? Well, it'd be hard to tell if they were smuggling things otherwise. Then nope. Can't let you investigate private property without a warrant. I smirked. Speedy groaned, and Green Arrow looked flabbergasted that I was stopping them. What? Come on, kid. We're heroes. I shrugged. Sorry, job's a job. Wonder Woman told me I needed to take pride in my work. This is because I knocked out that gang member, isn't it? Speedy questioned, dragging a hand down his face. I mean, he wasn't totally wrong. So what's it going to be? I asked, shaking out my hands and hopping from foot to foot. You going to leave, or are we going to have some fun? The two archers shared a look and simultaneously pulled an arrow from their quivers and aimed at me. I was hoping you'd say that. Growing Pains, Chapter 29. Growing Pains, Chapter 29. You know you guys are going to need to kick it up a notch if you actually want to beat me. I taunted as I flipped over another trick arrow. Of course, as soon as I said that, a green arrow sparking with electricity almost hit me in the chest, and only a quick twitch let me pluck it out of the air and throw it back toward the Emerald Archer's sidekick. Stop doing that, Speedy shouted as he dove out of the way. No, I called back. In order to make the fight more interesting, I decided I was only going to use their own arrows to attack. It was actually really fun because I didn't always know what was going to pop out of each arrow. So far I'd seen boxing gloves, bolus, tasers, and some sort of glue arrows, not to mention some more explosive ones. Both of them stopped using the last type pretty quickly after I managed to snag one and almost hit Green Arrow in the face with it. And then there were the trick shots. Sometimes it was something simple like an arrow curving instead of going straight, or ricocheting off the ground or a storage container. And then sometimes they got weird. I wasn't even talking about how they sometimes randomly shot straight up and then herded me into its path by predicting my dodges. Those failed spectacularly more times than they worked. I was talking about the times they would ricochet an arrow off 3 surfaces, so it was coming at me from the opposite side they shot from, and then shoot that with another arrow that had some crazy combination effects. The 2-part expanding foam was particularly nasty. The stuff hardened almost instantly and looked really sticky on top of that. They were both lucky I didn't get my tail stuck in it, or I was going to hang them from a flagpole by their underwear. Come on, kid. You could be helping the bad guys here. Green Arrow tried again, even as he shot another arrow. I still don't see a warrant, Arrow Man. The judge is so far in everyone's pocket he golfs with the biggest crime names in the area. No way is anyone getting a warrant without tipping everyone off. Sounds like a you problem. She makes it a lot easier to kick her ass when she acts like that, huh? Speedy snarked from the side. I smirked at him. Is that what you're trying to do? 'Cause you suck at it. Yeah, that wiped that annoying smirk off his face. Good. He reached back for another arrow only to come up short when it turned out he had nothing left. Guess that means our game was pretty much over. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. Out of arrows then. Guess that means I win. Better luck next time, or when you have a warrant, I guess. Speedy scowled harder. I can still hit you with my bow, he said, gripping the weapon like a staff and stomping forward. I was actually tempted to let him try, just to see what would happen when Green Arrow pulled him back by his shoulder. Whoa, hey, calm down, Speedy, the archer waved down his sidekick. Not that the redhead was following his suggestion. Calm down. For all we know, everything we need to prove MedTech is smuggling drugs into the city is in that crate, and we're being stonewalled by a muscle-brained IDOT with a tail, he raged. Why aren't you more upset about this? Hey, I mean, if we were trying to get into that crate then, yeah, I'd be upset. Green Arrow shrugged. But this time we're just the distraction, so it's all good. Wait, what? Wait, what? Both Speedy and I stared at the blonde-haired man with the same thought, even if Speedy was the one to actually blurt it out loud, and then my head snapped over to the shipping container I was supposed to be guarding. At some point during the fight, the door had been opened enough for someone to slip into the container. That by itself was probably enough to make me fail the job. The fact that Batman was standing next to it with a bunch of papers and what I suspected was a sample of whatever Green Arrow thought they were smuggling. Yeah, I wasn't getting paid for this job. We were a distraction. Why didn't you tell me? Speedy demanded while I was mourning the loss of a paycheck and the trip to a Brazilian steakhouse I had planned for it. All that delicious meat, lost because I didn't expect the goddamn Batman on the other side of the country working with another hero. Relax, Speedy. Bats was out here getting my reply on joining their little club. When I told him about the drug smuggling issue, he decided to help out. Wait, we're joining the Justice League. Green Arrow rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. I'm joining the league. We talked about it, and everyone agrees. You and your friends are a little too young for that yet. I can't believe this, Speedy snapped. I'm out of here. And on that note, the hot-headed archer stormed off, leaving me with the 2 older heroes. You should go after him, Batman suggested after he stalked over and handed Green Arrow the things he took out of the container. It's fine. He just needs some time to cool off. The archer waved it off. Besides, I need to get these to the right people if we want them to be worth anything, he said, raising the papers a bit before turning to me. We're not going to have an issue with that, are we? No, you won't, Batman said like it was a fact, and he wasn't exactly wrong. Even if I felt like taking the stuff Green Arrow had back, Batman probably had a copy somewhere anyway. Great. Green Arrow started walking away. Then I'll catch you later, Bats. Oh, and kid, try not taking jobs for the bad guys, okay? 'Cause the idea of fighting you for real one day is really, really scary. No promises, I quipped. Besides, I want to fight you and Speedy again sometime. I'll count this time as a draw because you got to the container, so we'll settle it next time. Green Arrow shuddered. Really, really scary, he repeated and slipped between 2 containers, leaving me alone with Batman. I'm in danger, right? So I'm just gonna go. Follow me. I slumped forward. Follow you, yeah that. Oh, I was fully expecting a lecture about what I was doing delivered at the end of a bat glare, but to my surprise I was quietly herded into the Batmobile instead. 10 silent minutes later, followed by probably the funniest trip through a drive-through I've ever seen. We were sitting at a park bench going through a small mountain of food, and Batman still hadn't called me out on what I'd been doing. Weird. This was weird, and for some reason I really didn't want to ask why he wasn't saying anything. So, not that I mind the food or anything. I finally cracked. But what are you doing? You've been taking security jobs on the black market. He said instead. Damn it. I mean, yeah, I kinda needed it for training, and they were legit jobs. Just, through the black market, I rambled. Batman nodded once. And it's not like I could just. Califa. That one word shut me up. I'm not mad. Oh great Ozuru. It's the I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed speech. Why? He's not my dad. You had a problem and found a solution. He continued. And you did so while respecting most of the rules, Wonder Woman, and I asked you to agree to. Okay. So he wasn't disappointed? Now I'm confused. You're bored. So you're looking for ways to fix that while respecting the boundaries the League decided on. That you chose to do it in a way that didn't hurt innocence and got you what you wanted shows your growth and maturity over the past few years. And now there were compliments. I squirmed. In the future, try not to hinder other heroes. If it becomes an issue, contact me. We'll set something up. Okay. I was so freaking lost. Batman just nodded again, stood, and jumped back into the Batmobile, leaving me with a pile of food, a bigger pile of questions, and the feeling that my brain was overheating. Oh, so you talked to her? Wonder Woman's voice asked over the hum of the Batmobile's powerful engine. I did. And you didn't say anything about her working for criminals? That seems unlike you. Batman scowled. He didn't like that Califa was working with the underworld even through the mostly harmless gray zone security jobs. Unfortunately, the Green Lantern's info suggested young Scions would nearly always search out ways to test themselves, usually through violence, and trying to restrict those activities when they had no alternative to offer might end up pushing the girl away. The training with the Amazons had obviously done wonders for the Scion's self-control, but while most of them were still clearly more skilled than the young teen, few of them could match her in power. Too many restrictions, too many rules, might have her looking at crossing a line none of the heroes wanted for her. She followed the guidelines we set when we asked her to trust us. He deflected, changing them just because she found an interpretation we didn't like, and punishing her wouldn't help. I agree. Wonder Woman said unsurprisingly. I just thought you would push her to work with the heroes more. We don't have the infrastructure yet, or the time to set it up. The fact you are letting Califa run around the country while you're doing your ambassador duties is proof of that. Besides, Batman didn't want Califa to be a hero. If she reigned in her more chaotic, childish side, she would probably be a fantastic one, but this job took a toll. He didn't want to see another child dragged into the fight against crime when they had the chance to live a more normal life. He already felt like a failure for being unable to stop Dick from dedicating his life to the fight. Not after he lost his parents to a gangster and vowed not to let it happen to anyone else. He didn't want to push another into that hell just because she was powerful. You think it was a mistake? No, she'd have run off on her own anyway. But you think I should have done something. If possible, Batman would have liked her to assign Califa someone who could come with her on her jaunts off the island. It would give the girl someone that could keep up with her. But from what he understood, the list of Amazons that could really push Califa in strength was already small. The list of those willing to leave the island was limited to just Wonder Woman. The Watchtower is going to be completed tomorrow. Will you be able to step away from your responsibilities? He changed the subject. Yes, I'll be there. Wonder Woman sighed. Truthfully, I'm a little excited to see what you've been building. It sounds incredibly impressive. She continued with a more upbeat tone. I'm also looking forward to seeing our friends in one place again. It's been a while. Uh-huh. Batman hummed as a notice beeped on his dash. I've got to go. A silent alarm just tripped on a robbery. Of course. I'll see you tomorrow then. There was a small click as the call disconnected. The Batmobile's engine roared louder as the dark night sped through the city streets. It might not be Gotham, but as long as he was nearby, criminals would learn they weren't beyond the reach of justice. Growing Pains, Chapter 30. It was just really uncomfortable, you know? Like I kept waiting for some super strict lecture or arguments I wouldn't be able to say anything against, but just never happened. I whispered to Birdbrain from where I was sitting. Didn't want the people nearby overhearing this. NMHM, Robin hummed, stretching weirdly like he was trying to fly without actually leaving the ground. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I continued. I'd take being told I did a good job over getting yelled at any day of the week. But I, spent so much time expecting it that when it didn't happen I actually felt disappointed. Is that weird? Birdbrain kept doing his stretching thing. To the point he was actually looking down his nose at me now. Nah, I get it. You got worked up to defend yourself, and it was all for nothing. Been there before, he said, stepping closer and clearing his throat. Maybe. Still, it beats getting glared at like that guy. I looked over to where Batman was interrogating a man by hanging him one-handed over the side of a building by the man's foot and demanding answers with a really scary look on his face. I shivered. Yeah, I'd prefer awkward and confusing talks over the bat glare. Most things do. Birdbrain shrugged while staring down his nose at me. Okay, this was getting annoying. What are you doing? I finally asked. 'Cause it looks really weird and you're starting to freak me out. Is this some weird sickness I haven't heard about? Robin glared at me. No, stupid. Look closely. Notice anything different about me. I gave him a quick look over. Besides his weird posture, he looked exactly the same as the last time I saw him a few months ago. But obviously there was something important I was missing if he was bringing it up. You got a new cape? I guessed uncertainly. Seriously? I mean new belt. Yeah, looks much better than your old one. New haircut. That wasn't the right thing to say either because he slumped in on himself and let out a really long sigh. No, you monkey-brained. Anyway, since you couldn't tell on your own, I'll just have to clue you in. He straightened up and smiled in a way that immediately made me want to punch him. For your information, I'm now taller than you. Huh. I looked him over again, but it was kinda hard to judge while I was sitting down, so I got up and stood next to him. And yeah, he was now a solid inch and a half taller than me now. Okay, I saw what he was doing now. That's cool, I guess. I replied lightly and tilted my head. So what? I almost ruined the whole thing by bursting into laughter at the sight of Birdbrain trying to figure out if I was being serious about not knowing what he meant, especially because he didn't really seem to know how to explain why I should be mad about it. Totally worth playing dumb for. Best part was, when he tried to explain, I just raised an eyebrow and flew a couple inches higher than him, turning him into a spluttering mess and me into a cackling hyena. Flying really does make the whole "I'm taller than you" card completely worthless. An impatient cough from behind me instantly stopped that though. I turned to face Batman, who was apparently done with his interrogation and standing right behind us, and snapped to attention. I was mildly amused to see Birdbrain do the same thing next to me. I have the location. Let's go, was all he said before turning on a heel and stalking off. Robin scampered after him while I moved a bit slower. The only reason Batman was letting me tag along was because I promised to hang back and not draw attention to myself, which was a bit boring. But on the other hand, I got to watch him do his whole stealthy ninja thing. It was always fun learning more of that. But anyway, the whole reason for the interrogation was because Batman had heard from one of his league friends that a bunch of thieves had stolen something from an out-of-town museum. Not normally the kind of thing that would be a big deal, but apparently the thing the thieves had run off with was actually a magical artifact from somewhere that could rip open dimensional portals or something. You didn't need to be a genius to figure out that letting a bunch of thieves hold on to that was a bad idea at best, apocalyptic at worst. Literally, I didn't want some random person summoning Darkseid to Earth until I got way stronger. Oh, as it turned out, the thieves had holed up in a safe house of one of the local crime bosses, though safe house was stretching it a little. The place was a mansion, and they were definitely expecting trouble because I could sense guards moving all over the place. Of course, none of them would be able to stop me, especially since I could just fly up to the roof or a window. Didn't seem to stop Batman much either, because he guided the two of us through their security like it almost wasn't even there. It was actually pretty neat to see because I thought it would all be about sticking to the darkest shadows and stuff. But he hid us in places where lights would mess up the guards' night vision, so even if they looked right at us, they couldn't see us. Between that and just generally sneaking around, it took the three of us all of 5 minutes to find a door and slip inside without anyone knowing we were here. And that included the 30 seconds it took Birdbrain to pick the lock. Once we were inside, it was much less about slipping around unnoticed and more about searching the mansion fast enough that no one could sound the alarm and run. According to Batman's source, there were 3 places the stolen artifact would probably be. Inside the main office, because the owner had a hidden safe in there, somewhere. The garage, because they could easily move their stuff if needed. Or on the thieves themselves, because they didn't trust the people they were hiding with to not just take the artifact for themselves. My bet was on that last one, but we had to search everywhere anyway. Well, Batman and Robin did. I had no clue how to go around searching for hidden treasure without just blowing the place up and hoping I found it. And randomly blowing up magical things I knew nothing about was probably a bad idea. So I just stayed out of the way while they worked, while keeping an eye out for any guards coming to check the areas we were in. Sure enough, while we did find a bunch of stuff I'm sure Batman was going to enjoy handing over to his police friends later, we didn't find the thing we were here for in the garage or office. So that meant it was up to me to find out which of the people in the mansion were the ones we were after. And turns out, wasn't that hard. All I had to do was point out each group of key signatures not obviously on patrol and check to see if they were who we were looking for. We were 3 groups down before I realized there was a group hiding in an area that didn't seem to have a door to it. Then it was just a matter of time before Batman found a secret entrance that let us sneak up on them without much trouble. Guys, sure it's supposed to glow when you touch this? It's some ancient Greek doodad. Who knows what it's supposed to do? Yeah, for all we know, it's Wonder Woman's diary. The important thing is that it's worth millions. As soon as we get a hold of our buyer, we're set for life. While the crime-fighting duo prepared to enter the room, I heard the thieves talking. So they didn't actually know what they stole? That seems stupid. That's how you ended up getting cursed or releasing sealed-up demons. I don't know. Why we have to pick Gotham as the handover point anyway? What's going to happen if the Batman shows up? The nervous one said. And you sure this won't give us, like, super cancer or something? He won't show up. One of the thieves said confidently. The Bat is good, but we did this out of town and kept our heads down the whole time. No one's going to know where we are or what we have until we're long gone. And really? Super cancer? That's not a thing. I grinned at the timing, because the looks on their faces when Batman walked around the corner with me and Birdbrain right behind him were priceless. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Even funnier than the "we are so screwed" faces all of them had were the desperate scrambles by 2 of the thieves to pull some kind of handgun, only for Batman and Birdbrain to knock it out of their hands immediately with one of their boomerang things. The third guy, the one holding what I assumed was the artifact, was a little smarter because he didn't move when I pointed a finger at him, a tiny ball of yellow key sitting menacingly on the tip. No one's gonna know, huh? One of them muttered, rubbing his sore hand. Shut up, Perry. Sorry guys, better luck never. Birdbrain mocked. Now, you want to give up nice and easy, or do we have to beat you up first? The smart one looked between us, his 2 buddies, and the artifact. Nah, you got us. Don't really feel like getting my teeth knocked out right now. And tossed the artifact to me. He really was the smart one of the bunch. I caught the thing and looked it over. Thanks to all the time on Themyscira, I had a pretty good idea of what their stuff looked like, and this definitely would have fit right in. At first glance, it was a flat bronze disc with some really intricate night-themed carvings on it. 2 girls standing under a tree looking up at the night sky. The use of sapphires as stars was also a pretty neat touch too, especially since they seemed to glow on their own. I guess that was what the guy was talking about. Turning it over, I saw it was actually a mirror. Of course, instead of glass, it looked like someone had taken a bunch of silver and pounded it really flat. Oh hey, this side was glowing too. Robin POV. Robin's jaw dropped open as he watched the annoying Saiyan girl who had been following them all night get swallowed up by a bright silver beam coming from the face of what was apparently an ancient Greek doom laser masquerading as a mirror. It was only when the beam dissipated and the mirror fell to the ground with a heavy thunk that he broke out of his stupor and rushed to where Khalifa had been standing. Absolutely nothing remained to show the girl had been there. No soot, blood, or even little meat chunks. The mirror was no help either. The small glow he had noticed when it was being tossed over was completely gone, and the only thing being reflected on it was the ceiling. Khalifa was just gone. Robin hesitantly reached out to touch the mirror, only for the iron-handed grip of his mentor to hold him back. He almost wanted to argue, but one glance at the absolutely intense glare on Batman's face made the boy wonder keep quiet. Batman gave him an almost imperceptible nod and turned his attention to the 3 thieves they had cornered. 3 thieves that suddenly looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. I want answers. The Dark Knight growled. Talk. Growing Pains, Chapter 31. I blinked as I looked around at my surroundings. 1 second I was in a hidden safe room with 3 random thieves, Batman, and Birdbrain. Then I get hit in the face with some magic beam out of an old mirror, and now I'm somewhere else entirely. Which meant I was either teleported somewhere by a magic mirror, or I was now very dead. Not a whole lot of afterlives that looked like a random forest, I think. So I was going to guess teleported until proven otherwise. Now it was a question of where. I flew straight up to get a better look around, and all I could say was I was definitely in a forest. No real landmarks, or ones that meant anything to me. No signs of roads or highways, and no mountains as far as I could see. Nothing I could sense either, just some normal wildlife doing normal animal things, like the flock of crows coming right for me. I narrowed my eyes at that. Crows didn't have a reason to come bother me in the middle of the sky. They also weren't the size of small dogs, and they usually didn't have glowing red eyes and jagged beaks. I don't think those things were crows. One of them shot forward faster than its friends and tried to swipe me with its claws. I replied by blasting it in the face with a key beam. I think its friends didn't like that, because instead of turning and flying away, I found myself getting swarmed by the things. Cut it out. I yelped as one of the birds pulled at my hair while another tried to peck me in the eye. Seriously, you flying idiots, stop. A third bird tried to hit me in the stomach. I punched it in the face. The dumb thing exploded into a cloud of black feathers, but I felt a sharp pain on my hand right after. I was bleeding. Note to self, don't punch them in the beak, it's really sharp. The good news was that as long as I didn't help them out, the crows were only strong enough to give me some shallow scratches. The bad news was those scratches still hurt. And no matter what I did, blasting them to ash, hitting them hard enough to practically explode, or grabbing them and physically tearing them in half, the crows weren't getting the message to just go away. And now there seemed to be more of them somehow. One more chance to leave, stupid birds, or I'm going to. I had to jerk my head to the side to avoid one of the faster crows, but I still felt 3 new scratches open up right underneath my left eye. Yeah, I had had enough of these winged pests. You asked for it. I pulled a bunch of my ki in the center of my chest and let it explode out in a single big bang. It didn't matter if there were a bunch of them flying around, making it hard to hit one if I just hit all of them. Even better, it worked. The sphere of yellow ki winked out, and not even a single one of those crow things was left behind. My ki sense even confirmed it. No more freaky crow things in the sky. In fact, there wasn't anything else besides the one signature rapidly getting closer to me. Ah, crap. Something strong, fast, and cyanoid tackled me out of the air and used me as a plow for a few hundred feet on the ground below. I was rattled enough that when a hand grabbed me by the front of my shirt and pulled me out of the dirt, I just stared blankly at my attacker. Shockingly enough, it was an Amazon. I spent enough time on Themyscira to recognize the different clothing they wore. And the girl on top of me was definitely wearing one of their training outfits. Even more shocking, she looked like a younger Wonder Woman. And angry. She also looked very angry. Do you have any idea of how long I waited for you? I waited years, Diana. And you left me here alone. She bellowed in my face before realizing the person she was grabbing wasn't the one she expected. Wait, you're not Diana. Who are you? Really pissed off. I growled in response and did the only rational thing to do in a situation like this. I punched her really hard in the face. The Amazon went flying backwards and through several trees while I pulled myself out of the trench I was in. A quick aura flare knocked most of the dirt off of me, and then I was flying after my attacker. I had to admit, she could take a hit. Even after going through a dozen trees, she was ready for my follow-up and deflected my follow-up punch like a pro. She deflected the next one too and threw a punch of her own. I ducked under it and kicked at her head. This time she blocked it, but made the mistake of using the ground to brace herself. The ground cratered underneath her, and she grunted at the effort of fully stopping me from hitting her in the face. She threw another punch, but I surprised her by going even lower, a key ball glowing in my hands. It wasn't a Kamehameha, but the bright yellow beam sent the angry Amazon flying through the air again. It also blew up a good swath of the forest, but that wasn't my fault. It also didn't really do much to my opponent, much to my surprise. Like 90% of the Amazons back on the island would at least be a little scuffed up after a hit like that. But she was perfectly fine. A grin broke out on my face. I started this fight pissed off because I got cheap-shotted after dealing with those damn birds. But now it looked like I was going to be able to really cut loose against someone who could take it. My aura flared again as I stopped suppressing my ki and got ready for a serious fight. Though I should probably introduce Missile. Wait, is that a tree? The broken trunk of one of the many trees around us hit me in the chest like a battering ram. It didn't really hurt thanks to the increased ki I had running through my body, but the angry Amazon definitely returned the favor of sending me crashing through a few trees of my own before I hit a boulder and stopped dead. Angry Amazon was there in a flash and immediately threw another punch. I caught it in an X-guard, and despite my powered-up state, I could feel the bones in my arm grinding from the force of the hit. You done holding back? Angry Amazon asked, less angrily than before. Only if you are. I shot back, mostly rhetorically, because that last hit was definitely going to bruise at least. You haven't seen anything yet. A kick caught me underneath my guard and blasted me though the rock I had my back to. Angry Amazon was back on top of me in half a second, but she overextended and I managed to grapple her before slamming her face first into the ground. She responded with a savage elbow strike that caught me in the teeth and split my lip. I wasn't going to let her get away with that and immediately head-butt her in the face, bloodying her nose. Our fight kept going like that. One of us would get a good shot in, and the other would make them pay for it. But those shots were getting fewer and further between as we figured out the other's fighting style. Soon it was just us beating on the other's defenses, hoping to slip something through the wall of blocks, deflections, counterattacks, and dodges. Either that or one of us would grab a tree to use as a disposable bat real quick. We might be a little rough on the landscape. If Batman or Wonder Woman were here, I was sure to have gotten a pretty long lecture about collateral damage. But they weren't, so it was fine. A while later, I had lost track of time after the third time I was thrown through a rock. Both of us were standing apart from each other on an empty field that looked like it had been a bomb test site instead of a forest, panting and trying to not let the blood and sweat dripping into our eyes break the staring contest we had going on right now. Neither one of us tried to trash talk the other. We were too busy trying not to fall over for that. And honestly, probably the most fun fight I've had ever. Even more than the one I had with hockey, because this was against someone who wasn't over a decade older than I was. Wasn't relying on some tool or trick, and she could keep up. I felt it deep in my cracked and maybe broken ribs. The next hit would be the decider. Neither of us had anything left. Unlike the dozens of other times we charged each other, the ground didn't collapse under our feet. It didn't crack as we planted a foot and threw one last punch. I saw stars as Angry Amazon's fist hit my face first, her longer arms giving her an advantage. Call it pride, stubbornness, or just being too stupid to quit. I fought to keep conscious as I forced my way past her fist just to return the favor. Her head snapped violently to the side, just like mine did, and then we were both on the ground. Everything started going gray, but I couldn't pass out yet. Had one thing I needed to do first. Pulling myself onto my knees felt like someone dropped a mountain on my back. My arms were shaking as they did their noodly best to not let me faceplant back onto the ground, and I wanted to just stay there for a second. That, or just collapse. But I pushed myself up more. One foot shifted forward, and I almost fell over, but once again I fought until I was half standing over Angry Amazon, who was also struggling to stand. I wee herk. Koef. I tried to say before I choked on something wet and broke out into coughs. It cost me too, because by the time I stopped I was back on the ground looking up at Angry Amazon, who had managed to get to her feet in the meantime. N, she said as smugly as she could with her face being a beaten mess, and immediately passed out and fell forward. Right on top of me. So heavy. Growing pains. Chapter 32. So who are you anyway? Angry Amazon asked once we had both woken up, bandaged ourselves, and settled around a small fire. It felt nice to be warm, even if I really wanted something softer than a broken tree to lean against. My everything still felt bruised. Califa, I'm a Saiyan from planet Vegeta. And what from where? Alright. Ancient Amazon trapped in a mirror long enough that she managed to confuse me for Wonder Woman. Good thing I had experience explaining this to the more secluded Amazons on Themyscira. So you're from beyond the stars then? Angry Amazon said in a suitably odd voice. Which was wrong but close enough I wasn't going to correct her. Yep. Wow, I beat a warrior from the stars. I bet Diana's never done something like that before. She mused, and I was instantly pissed at her again. She didn't beat me. She just won round one. Oh, I'm Donna of Troy by the way. She added, almost as an afterthought, which wasn't all that surprising to be honest. I was expecting something like that when I saw a younger-looking Wonder Woman. And Donna Troy was known for being her younger sister / clone / playmate. Made sense she was who she was. Even if it didn't explain how she still looked like a teenager when Wonder Woman was an adult and had been one for decades. Yet, Donna thought it had only been years. Thoughts for later, I needed to put someone back in their place right now. Wonder Woman helped fight off an alien invasion 2 years ago. Pretty sure she fought a bunch of aliens before then too. I said smugly, only for Donna to just look confused. Who's Wonder Woman? Right, totally out of touch Amazon. That's Diana's superhero name. A bunch of soldiers started calling her that during the last big war Earth had, and she kept it. She's world famous now. Wait, Diana left the island? She was in a war. When did that happen? I sighed. This was going to take a while. Oh. A few hours later, I finally had Donna mostly up to speed about things outside Themyscira. Even if I didn't go super into detail about most things, she could look them up herself later if she wanted. Although during my little history story time, we did find out something pretty weird. The time difference between where we were and the outside world was all kinds of messed up. Oh, and I also found out I was sucked into some sort of pocket dimension inside the mirror instead of being teleported or something similar. Not the important part. According to Donna, there shouldn't have been any difference between the two, or the mirror dimension should have been a bit faster. Which did put a bit of urgency on getting out of here, because if years passed outside while I was stuck in a mirror, I would miss so many things. Invasions, new heroes, team-ups, global takeover plots. I wouldn't be there for any of them. So priority 1. Figure out how to get out of here. Which raised another problem. There is no way out from the inside. Did you think I'd have waited here for years alone if there was a way out? There has to be something. I demanded. Wonder Woman apparently left and came back. So how did she do it? I don't know. She would just vanish from her bedroom and appear randomly. Well, then I know where to start looking. Oh, see? Nothing here. Donna said grumpily as she leaned against one of the less destroyed parts of the room. And holy cow, was the room trashed. I don't think there were more than like 2 things in it that hadn't been smashed or thrown against a wall. There has to be something. I argued. It doesn't make sense that this is the only room Wonder Woman could leave through and there not be something special about it. Yeah? Well, you're wrong. I've looked this room over hundreds of times. There's nothing in here. Well, that wasn't good. I was kind of banking on a secret portal under the floor or something, but I guess it wasn't going to be that easy. I wasn't giving up just yet, though. Okay, you were right. There's nothing here. How big is this place anyway? Any spots you weren't allowed to go or couldn't reach? Hopefully comic book logic applied here, and there'd be a way out somewhere else. Diana said it's about half the size of Themyscira, and no, not really. I've looked over every part of the island, except for the inside of the monster den. I perked up. Monster den? That sounded super suspicious and definitely the kind of place someone would hide a portal out of the mirror if they didn't want it to be found. And even if it wasn't, it sounded like an adventure by itself. It was still kinda odd Donna hadn't been inside, though. Why not go inside? You had to have wanted to look or been curious at some point. She glared at a piece of rubble. Of course I wanted to, but it's where all of the monsters Diana and I were supposed to train against come from. Both of us working together couldn't get all the way inside. Once she abandoned me in here, there was no way I could do it by myself. Oof, not touching that. Well, I'm here now, so let's go check it out. Between the two of us, we should be able to blow through all of them. Donna's glower faded a bit. We probably could. I've gotten past the point, Diana, and I got stuck it by myself a while ago. But what if there's still no way out? But what if there is? I pointed out. Worst case, we go and beat up a bunch of monsters and keep looking. Sounds awesome to me. I didn't really need an excuse to have fun fighting a bunch of monsters. She gave me an amused glance. You're pretty easy to please, aren't you? I grinned at her. Yep. Cool adventures, good fights, and great food, and I'm a happy Saiyan. She snorted and pushed off the wall. Well, the good news is you'll get a bit of the first 2 here, but not much of the last one. No real food except what someone from the outside brings in, though, unless you want to try eating monsters, and they taste like crap. Don't actually need to eat, though, which makes it bearable. I stared at her in horror. Screw having fun fighting a bunch of monsters. I wanted out of here, even more now. This was definitely some kind of hell dimension. Oh, there wasn't too much to say while we flew towards the entrance of the monster den Donna had talked about. It was a short flight, and the sights weren't all that interesting. We did run into another flock of murder birds, but neither of us really felt like dealing with them, so I ended up just blasting them with key attacks before they could get close. So then it was just me, my new Amazon friend, and a ruined temple-looking thing with a hole in the ground. Well, more of a staircase, but still. So this is it. Donna nodded. Yep, apparently it's based off the Labyrinth of Crete. I wouldn't know. Diana said we'd go explore the real one someday, but we saw how that turned out. She finished darkly. I sighed like I did every time she got like this. Like I told you, the mirror wasn't even on Themyscira anymore. It was stolen by some normal thieves after being who knows where. You don't know if Wonder Woman left you alone on purpose. And that wasn't including the more out there situations like the mirror being from another dimension or something like that. The universe could be a weird place. I existed after all. Wait, no, that came out wrong. I wasn't weird for existing. If we actually do find a way out of here, maybe we'll find out. Donna groused, ignorant of the self-inflicted mental blow I gave myself. But I don't want to talk about her right now. Then why did you bring her up? Let's just focus on getting through this. What are we getting through then? I asked, hopping lightly from foot to foot. I wanted to get going already. Mostly a simple maze. But occasionally, there are larger rooms with an opponent we will need to defeat to move forward. If it gets too challenging, we will have to run back through the rooms we already cleared, and new monsters will appear in those eventually. So it was like a video game dungeon. That was neat. Are there hidden traps and chests filled with treasure too? Donna snorted. No? Why would there be? This was a training tool for Diana to practice fighting against monsters, not some kind of death trap or game. Although she did mention that there was some sort of prize at the end of the labyrinth, but we never found out what it was. That sounded about right. Mel would occasionally give me training like that, where I'd earn the right to own or were something at the end. Like the time she and a bunch of her friends shot arrows at me, I was only allowed to block with a pair of bracers without moving from a tiny circle. I think it was more an excuse to shoot at me than actual training, but I was allowed to wear a pair of bracers like the rest of the Amazons afterwards. I even got a pair of my own as a gift. I just didn't wear them because they felt weird. Right? Well, let's get going. And then the two of us went down the staircase. Donna didn't seem impressed or excited, which made sense if she'd been down here a lot. But I was looking all over the place and nearly vibrating with excitement. How could I not? It was a fantasy dungeon filled with mythological creatures specifically placed here to help train a young Wonder Woman. I couldn't wait to see what we went up against first. And luckily for me, I didn't have to. Since this wasn't some kind of magical shifting maze, Donna already knew the way forward, and we were outside the first challenge room in minutes. The doors opened, and I rushed inside. On the other side were two Saiyanid figures with furry legs, hooves, and horns poking out of their heads. I recognized those. Satyrs. In my excitement, I skipped asking Donna which one of us would be going first and shot forward. Neither one moved much beyond tracking me as I rushed to one side, a yellow key orb appearing in my palm. I stopped once I was far enough to the side that one of them would be forced to move around its partner and pointed my hand at them. The satyr closest to me hunched down in preparation to tank my attack as I fired off a key blast. The satyr brought its arms up to block and was instantly vaporized by the simple attack. So was the one behind it. Ah! Donna snorted behind me. The labyrinth was designed for training me and Diana when we were little children. Did you really think that there would be something strong in the first room? Oh, I guess that made sense. Growing Pains, Chapter 33. Trekking through an underground maze filled with monsters trying to kill me was incredibly boring when the monsters died from a random key attack. I mean, it was really cool to see a bunch of different monsters. But it was kind of like expecting to go to the zoo and just walking to different rooms and seeing a model instead. Completely underwhelming and disappointing. Hey, what would happen if I blasted through the floor? Would that speed this up? I asked Donna after another room was easily cleared. The Amazon paused on her way to the other side of the room and scratched at her cheek in thought. I don't actually know, she said eventually. We never considered not just going through the maze. Time to find out then. You might want to stand back a bit. I warned Donna before cupping my hands and focusing. Kayami, Hayami, Hi-ya. Light pooled and burst forward, slamming into the smooth sandstone and drilling straight through. It didn't stay that way though. The further my key beam drilled, the slower it did so, the walls getting tougher and tougher until my attack couldn't push through anymore. Key pooled at the end, building up until it lost cohesion and exploding violently enough I could hear it from where I was. I broke out into a self-satisfied smile at the newly created shortcut even as I cut power to my attack. I didn't cut through the entire labyrinth, but at least we could get to the fun stuff instead of wasting our time on these weaklings now. That worked pretty well. I chirped and started pulling a dazed Donna along by the wrist. Come on, let's go see what's waiting for us. I think I heard something roaring down below. Ugh, what if the roof collapsed on us? There's a limit to being reckless, you damn monkey. Oh hey, Donna's using the same insult as Birdbrain now. I bet they'd get along pretty well when I introduced them after we got out of here. Honestly, Robin would need the help. His skill at bantering was pretty weak. Oh, Great Hera. That's a manticore. Oh cool, are those tough? They're nearly legends. Only the greatest heroes and demigods lived after encountering one. So they were supposedly really tough. Finally, we might get something interesting to fight. So do you want to go first or should I? Because I have been hogging all the fights, even if they kinda sucked until now. I admitted. Donna looked at me like I was crazy. Go first. Califa, this is a manticore. We'll need to work together to even have a shot at winning. Between the claws and poisonous barbs, a single mistake could be disastrous, and we'll probably still have more monsters ahead of us as well. I scowled, but she was right. It just wasn't any fun, but then most Amazons trained and worked in teams. Saiyans just preferred to take turns. Stupid poison, making things less fun. Oh well, I'd just demand a spar later to make up for it. Fine. You go left, I'll go re-dash. I was cut off when the manticore decided to remind me talking wasn't a free action and slammed me to the ground. I instinctually caught a clawed limb from tearing open my face and was surprised when I had to put more effort in so it didn't casually overpower me. Strong. Dangerous too. Finally, something exciting. Donna shoulder-checked the manticore into a wall hard enough to crack the stone before either of us could really put any effort into our struggle and knocked the creature back into the room it was supposed to be guarding. You okay? I smiled. Never better. Good, because it's coming back for more. Watch out for the tail. It can shoot venomous barbs. Also good to know. Now that it was clear I wasn't just going to blow through this one in a single attack, I took a second to actually look at the monster we were fighting. Big fangs and claws were kind of a given for a monster, and the feline body, draconic wings, and weird scorpion tail covered in a bunch of spines were all good touches, but it was the eyes that got me excited. There was something hungry behind those eyes. This was an opponent that wanted to fight us. Well, we were going to give it one. Donna was the first to fly forward. The manticore roared at her and took a swipe. She ducked under the first paw and caught the second before landing a bone-rattling uppercut on the beast's jaw. Despite that, the monster didn't go flying. It was just forced onto its hind legs for a bit until Donna punched it in the face again. And again, and again, and again. Despite the assault, the manticore didn't seem all that injured after it managed to swat the Amazon out of the way with a forepaw. It did seem mad, though, and looked ready to lunge after her. So I did the reasonable thing and blasted it in the face with a key beam. What? Donna said we needed to work together. It didn't even do all that much. The manticore slammed into the walls and stayed pinned there for a few moments while the beam sputtered out. Besides a small burn mark I noticed when it picked itself up and roared, there wasn't even a scratch. Okay, time to take this up a notch. The manticore spun around and a dozen or so spines shot at me. Remembering Donna's warning about poison, I flew up over them rather than risk even a tiny cut screwing me over. But the manticore apparently was counting on that, because I looked up to see it hovering above me on leathery wings, already clawing towards my head. On instinct, I reached out and managed to grab its furry wrist, using that as a lever to pull myself over the swipe and kick the manticore in the head. It was an awesome move, and I'd totally claim I did it on purpose if someone asked. Unfortunately, it didn't do much either. The manticore's head snapped to the side, and that was it. So I punched it again. This time I pushed it back just in time for Donna to come screaming in for a big hit of her own. We kind of devolved into a big three-way aerial furball at that point, each of us punching, kicking, and clawing at our opponent without the space or time to really put our full strength into any one blow. I ducked around a clawed kick and got a solid hit into the creature's ribs just as Donna punched it across the face. The manticore grunted from both hits, but swung its body around to keep momentum. More spikes shot out of its tail and went for my Amazonian partner. I almost panicked and blasted both her and them out of the air, but she kept her head and quickly deflected all of them with her gauntlets. Seeing she was safe, I flared my ki higher and slammed into the manticore. This time the manticore was knocked across the room, but once again it seemed fine. This isn't working, I said, during a brief pause in the fight. We keep hitting it, but I don't think we're doing any damage. She glanced at me, and then back to the manticore, which was slowly circling us now that we had all figured out just rushing each other was pretty pointless. You're right. We've both hit it hard enough that we should have done something, but I don't see any damage. It's like it's impervious to blunt force. Well, that's not good. Most of our attacks were blunt force. Any ideas then? We could backtrack and see if one of the previous challenge rooms has a weapon we could steal. Donna proposed. Diana and I used to do that when we were younger. I gave the still circling manticore a look. You think this guy would let us wander back through the maze and not follow us? Probably not. If it's like the other monsters, it would try to keep chasing us until we left the labyrinth. She admitted. You have any ideas? Hit it harder? No, that was stupid. Blunt force wasn't working, so more blunt force wasn't the answer. We needed to either use a different type of attack or figure out how to target a weak spot. Burying it or strangulation might work. I vaguely remembered Hercules did that to a few of the monsters he fought. But the issue was that the walls were too tough to easily break, and our monster had a tail that would wreck us in a moment if we tried to brute force it. Have one person strangle it while the other held off the tail? No, that was too risky. One mistake, and the person strangling the manticore would be skewered. Stab it with a keyblade? Possible, but I didn't have the best control of that technique yet. I was more likely to burn it rather than stab through its skin. Wait, burn it. I glanced at the manticore's face where the mark from my key blast was still visible, so I could hurt it. Now it was a question of how to exploit that enough to win. Okay, I have an idea. I told her and explained my plan. To say she was thrilled would be, are you absolutely insane? It could work. A complete lie. It could also lose me my hands or my life. I shrugged. She wasn't wrong there. Yeah, but you have any other plans besides run away and hope for the best? She glared at me. No, but this doesn't work. I'm going to kick your butt again. Again for the first time, you mean? I scoffed. And it'll work. I'm like 70% sure it will. 70%. And go. I flared my key and left a sputtering Donna behind as I shot forward. We needed to catch the manticore off guard if my plan was going to work. That meant luring it into a false sense of confidence we were just going to try beating it to death, or just giving it a concussion. Personally, I was fine with either solution. The manticore roared and lunged to meet me, a small shockwave appearing where my forearm clashed against its wrist, and the both of us attempted to overpower the other for a bit. I thought I was winning that, but it turned out to be a trap when the manticore twisted in a way that made me shoot past it and almost get impaled by its tail. I managed to dodge at the last moment, but I actually felt the spines pass through my hair. Too close. A hind leg still caught me in the chest, though, and I found myself bouncing off the floor and slamming into a wall not long after. A brief check reassured me that I hadn't been disemboweled by the kick, but my clothes had definitely seen better days by this point. The 4 new long scratches over my torso were shallow, but still bled enough that it would be a pain to get out, which sucked because these had been a gift and were really comfy. I need to start wearing my armor again. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I must have hit my head harder than I thought if I was thinking about clothes in the middle of a fight. I glanced over to where Donna was now tangling with the manticore on the ground. I wasn't exactly sure how she managed to force the monster out of the air, but it would make the next part of the plan easier, so good job. Leaving the Amazon to her fight, I started preparing on my end. We'd only had one chance to surprise it, so I had to make it count. Funny enough, Donna was actually doing better now that the both of them weren't flying. She seemed a lot more comfortable getting close and grappling than the constant maneuvering and surging flying combat needed. If the manticore wasn't tough enough that we simply couldn't beat it into submission, I'd have given her pretty good odds she could have beaten it by herself. But as neat as it was to watch my Amazon buddy fight, I was focused and waiting for my opening. I didn't have to wait long. Eventually, Donna managed to twist the manticore around enough that she was relatively safe from the poisonous tail and the monster's claws. With no other options, the manticore fell back on its one remaining weapon. It tried to bite her. And that was exactly what we were waiting for. Donna immediately dropped everything to shove her hands into the manticore's mouth and forced it open as wide as she could. The beast definitely didn't like that because it tried backing off, but the Amazon held it in place. Califa now. I didn't need her to tell me. As soon as I saw her make her move, I launched forward as fast as I could. The key I had been building without allowing to escape was dumped into the fastest and sloppiest Kamehameha I'd ever done. If it wasn't for the fact I was less than 2 inches in front of my target, I think the key would have just exploded randomly before I could force it into a beam. But my target was right in front of me, so while I shouted out the name of the technique, I focused on pouring as much power as I could where I needed it to go, right down the throat of the manticore. Neither the manticore or my key really liked that. The manticore for obvious reasons, but my key because it was being constantly compressed in the stomach of the manticore with nowhere to go, and I was only adding more. Something had to give, and given that I had actually burned the monster with a basic ki blast, I was betting the manticore would be first. Its body actually swelled and warped from the amount of energy I was pouring down its throat before it warped and popped like a particularly gruesome piñata. Luckily, my ki finally managed to burn away the gross bits, so most of the manticore was vaporized in a flash of blue light before they got everywhere. Whew! I let out a big sigh as I collapsed on my butt next to Donna, who did the same. That was fun. Can't wait to see what else we get to fight now. Donna gave me a look before barking out a laugh. You're crazy. We just beat a manticore and you already want to fight again. She laughed some more and then gave me a friendly tap on the shoulder. But you know what? That was fun. I forgot how nice it was to fight with a friend by your side. Let's rest for a bit and then continue on. I smiled back at her. We were friends now. She even admitted it. Growing Pains, Chapter 34. Batman POV. Were you able to identify anything about it? Batman demanded. The man dressed as a stage magician huffed and ran a hand through his hair. You know this isn't really my area of expertise, right? I focus mostly on my family's branch of magic. You'd get better luck talking to an enchanter or someone like Dr. Fate. Fate is off-world at the moment, and I've checked with 3 others already. The fact Batman was still compiling a list of other magic users skilled enough to help wasn't mentioned. Right? Zatara huffed again. Well, I don't know what I could tell you about this that they couldn't, but it's a magical bronze mirror with a beaten silver face. Heavily enchanted. Batman knew that before he even went looking for subject experts. Unfortunately, despite his expectations, the last 3 hadn't been able to tell him anything more. What else? It's some sort of gateway or portal. I'm not really familiar with how it works, but I do recognize a bit of the style. Old Greek. That's all I can tell you. Zatara seemed regretful about that, but Batman was glad to have another avenue to investigate. Having a specific region to investigate was much more manageable than trying to sift through every discipline on the planet. Oh, how's the search going, Bruce? I'm shifting through thousands of historical records and myths for any mention of a mirror matching the description of the one we found. It's taking a while. Batman sighed, rubbed at his tired eyes, and turned to face his visitor. What are you doing here, Clark? Checking in. The League is hunting down leads, but no one has heard from you in a week. Clark was hovering there in his hero costume, arms crossed, and a disapproving look on his face. I've been busy. Looking for a way to get Khalifa back, we know. Everyone is pitching in, Clark said, but working yourself into the ground isn't going to help anybody. I've been taking breaks. I wouldn't call heading out into the city to deal with several criminals every night taking a break, Master Bruce. Some proper sleep would do some good. Alfred, his ever-loyal butler, commented as he deposited a glass of water nearby and began collecting the empty or forgotten coffee cups. And would our guest care for a drink? Coffee, tea. Clark smiled. No thanks, Alfred. I'm good. Batman resisted the urge to sigh again and locked down the computer. With both Clark and Alfred teaming up on him, he was unlikely to get back to work anytime soon. And while he appreciated the 2 of them caring about his health, he couldn't bring himself to rest until he knew what happened to Khalifa. The image of the Saiyan child vanishing in a flash of silver had haunted what little sleep he managed since the incident. It was only after meeting with Zatara and learning that she had likely been transported somewhere instead of being vaporized that he had managed to get back to something close to his normal schedule. But really, Bruce, you can take a break. We have people looking. We'll get her back. I can't. I'm meeting Diana about a possible lead in a few hours. I'll need to leave soon to make that. Annoyingly, Clark just smiled. Great. Just let me know where we're going and hop in the Batjet. You can catch some sleep on the way there. The sigh Batman was holding back broke free, because with Clark tagging along, Batman would have to sleep instead of working through the flight like he planned. If he didn't, Alfred would know and he wouldn't hear the end of it for a few days. Fine. He just hoped wherever Khalifa was sent was safe enough she could survive until they found her. Oh, Khalifa POV. Anytime now, Donna. I'm working on it. Hurry up. Just wait a bit. I gaped at the audacity of that, which turned out to be a mistake. Because of course the second my mouth was open for more than a second was when the Hydra head, in the process of trying to eat me, decided to breathe out. Gawk, that reeks. I gagged. And I don't have a bit. It's trying to eat me. I heard a crash and the world shook and spun as the Hydra went flying, but not enough to dislodge me. There was a wet, tearing sound, and then the jaws that had been in the process of trying to crush me slackened, allowing me to wriggle out of the Hydra's mouth and look around a bit. Donna was hovering over the stump of the neck she had just ripped off, a stump that was starting to wriggle and grow. I put a stop to that with a key beam and waited to see what happened. This was the 5th time we did this, but it was the first time the Hydra didn't have any heads left, and it was clearly alive if it was trying to regrow more heads even then. I didn't have to worry though, because after about a minute the body just kinda tipped over. Guess we won, woo. Ugh, I couldn't even pretend to be excited. I was covered in gross lizard saliva. You okay, Khalifa? I glared at the Amazon, who was still keeping a good distance between us. What do you think? I mean, you didn't have to fly into its mouth. We could have figured out another way to stop it from breathing poison. I scowled at her because at the time neither of us had the time to think of anything better, so I solved it by following my gut, physically holding the little flap that allowed the Hydra to breathe a kind of poisonous mist closed while Donna ripped the head off. Also because every stupid monster in here seemed to breathe or have poison all of a sudden. But more seriously, are you okay? You didn't breathe in any poison? I shrugged and rolled my shoulders a bit. Nah, I feel fine. A little tired, but fine to keep going. Good. I think we are getting close to the end. I can't imagine many things more dangerous than a Hydra. Well, things that would be found in a small underground labyrinth anyway. I hope so. I'm starving. Even if I apparently didn't need to eat in this weird place, it didn't stop me from wanting to. Which, now that I thought about it, must have been horrible for Donna. I was holding off judging Wonder Woman until we got out because leaving someone trapped in a mirror didn't seem like something she should do. But if she did abandon Donna here and just kind of forgot about her, I was going to help Donna beat her up. Nothing to do but keep moving forward then. I'm going first though. You kind of smell. My eyebrow twitched. Or maybe I would help Wonder Woman beat up Donna instead. Oh, to my surprise, the next room we found didn't have a monster for us to fight. Instead, we found something that looked a lot like one of the temples on Themyscira. If someone had emptied one of them out of everything, including any reference to the god it was supposed to be honoring anyway. Oh, we found a rest area, Donna commented, looking around interestedly but completely unsurprised. You know what this place is? Kind of. Diana and I found them a few times when we got lost on the upper floors. They're spaces that have useful tools for recovery. Things to make medicines or treat injuries. Things to fix clothing or armor, and some other stuff that we needed to learn to do on our own. But I'm glad we found one because there is one room we desperately needed right about now. A kitchen? I asked hopefully. She snorted. No, a bath. She replied, not hesitating a moment to crush my dreams. And maybe the sewing room. Gods know we could both use a new outfit. I shrugged at that, not really caring beyond getting something that didn't stink like Hydra breath. But finding something that wasn't covered in blood and grime would be nice too. Would still have preferred a kitchen instead though. Grumbling aside, the bath was actually pretty nice. It was more like a small swimming pool than a tub, which meant both of us could clean the smell from our last fight off us without waiting for the other person. Donna took way longer than me though, since she actually wanted to use the little jars of oils we found instead of just getting clean. I didn't complain though. After a quick check of the area, I found there wasn't exactly much to do here, so I decided to just lounge in the water while she did her thing. So what do you think we'll fight next? I asked after it looked like we weren't going anywhere for a while. I have no idea, Donna muttered. The last few monsters we faced were far more deadly than I would have thought we'd be allowed to face. This was supposed to be a training tool, not a death pit filled with things straight out of Tartarus. I perked up at that. Ooh, do you think we'll find a Cyclops in here? Those were supposed to be in Tartarus, and I heard they were pretty strong. Gods, I hope not. At this point, I just want to get to the end so we can leave and see the sun again. It's not natural to spend this much time underground. I just hummed idly at that, making a mental note not to take Donna with me when I went to visit Mars. I was pretty sure that most of the inhabited areas were either underground or in a canyon or cavern or something like that. If just spending a day underground was getting to her, she probably wouldn't enjoy sightseeing there. Of course, I could be wrong. I'd have to talk to Martian Manhunter about it later. The two of us finished with the bath and went digging through the rooms where we eventually found a sewing room complete with a bunch of extra fabric and what looked like basic half-finished clothes. I would have been fine with that, but Donna had higher standards and took the time to not only finish the outfits, but even made alterations to mine so my tail would fit through comfortably. By the end of it, the both of us were in some comfortable, close-fitting pants and sleeveless shirts. Her in a nice red color, and mine in a dark blue that was suspiciously close to the underlayer of my Saiyan armor, but not as durable or form-fitting. I tugged at part of my pant leg and was disappointed to find the material wasn't nearly as stretchy as my other clothes either when I saw Donna gathering up the scraps of our other clothes. What are you going to do with those? I'm going to burn them. I blinked at that. I hadn't really pegged her as a pyromaniac, so there was probably a reason I was missing. Why? Is that some kind of ritual or prayer I don't know about? She stopped and stared at me. Khalifa, these reek. I'm going to do the world a favor and purge them with fire. Okay then, I really didn't like the look in her eyes. It somehow looked both completely hollow and somewhat crazed. I also got the feeling that she might snap if I told her the smell wasn't that bad, though that might just be because I was completely nose-blind at this point. I very carefully looked away and let her go about her business. Growing Pains, Chapter 35. There is a Cyclops down here. That's so cool. Yes, Khalifa, I can see that. Now move. I dodged out of the way as a few big rocks rained down around us and blasted one of the larger ones that almost hit me in the head with a key blast. Once the resulting dust cleared up, I was able to get a better look at the monster. My impression? Big. Not quite as big as an Oozuru, but it could definitely get into a fist fight with one and not look like a runt. It actually made me sad I couldn't transform to fight it out in a kaiju battle, but it did make me consider looking more into how that fake moonball technique worked just in case a situation like this popped up in the future. Not important right now, because my second impression of the Cyclops was that it was fast, at least for something that size. It only took a few steps for the giant to cross the room and try to swat me like a fly. I quickly flew over his hand and shot a key beam at his face that was blocked by him simply raising his other hand. Unlike with the Manticore, there wasn't even a mark where I hit. It didn't have the same near invulnerability to blunt force the Manticore did though, because Donna had used the Cyclops' focus on me as a distraction to fly around and punch him in the jaw. The giant's head snapped to the side, and after taking a second to shake off the impact, let out a pain-filled bellow that shook the whole area. We made a pretty good team by now, enough so that we didn't really need to talk about every little thing we needed the other to do. So when I saw she had successfully distracted the Cyclops, I swung around to his back and kicked him as hard as I could behind the knee. I got another grunt of pain for my efforts. But more importantly, the Cyclops collapsed forward and had to use both hands to stop himself from face-planting into the floor, and then found himself being flung across the room until he smashed into a wall when Donna circled back around and crashed into his side just below his ribs at full speed. While we waited for the dust cloud to settle, the two of us hovered close to the center of the room. So, any secret weak spot or thing not to do like with the Hydra? I asked Donna. I didn't think Cyclops had anything like that, but it didn't hurt to make sure. No, this should be a straightforward fight. Donna confirmed wryly. As straightforward as fighting a child of Poseidon can be anyway. I paused. Wait, is this guy really the son of a god? Not just some fake made by magic or whatever? Because that would change things. Poseidon was kinda a dick to the people that hurt his kids, even if they deserved it. Thankfully, Donna shook her head. Everything in the monster's den is made from magic, remember? But we were told everything in here had the same strength as the real thing. So it doesn't make much of a difference for us now. So we weren't going to piss off a god? That was good. I wasn't in Poseidon's weight class just yet, and I had no idea what I'd do if he just turned me into a shrimp or something. Cool, do you think, Before I could finish my sentence, a rock the size of a truck hit me in the face. Right, head in the fight. No more Miss Nice Saiyan. Since I was a little stuck between the cratered section of wall I had been smashed into and a literal boulder, I took a second to focus my ki and then surged forward through the rock. Then I flew forward until I was at eye level with the Cyclops, but just out of arm's reach, and fanned my fingers near my face. Hey you giant jerk. Watch this, I shouted, giving Donna enough time to see what I was doing. Solar flare. Oh, Batman POV. That's the island there. Wonder Woman said, pointing to a small barren rock that was barely poking out of the ocean. But Batman didn't argue and simply tilted the javelin towards it. Seconds later, something washed over his skin, and the lifeless rock, barely deserving being called an island, transformed into something covered in lush green forests. Magic at work then, as expected of the one they were here to see. Wonder Woman had recognized the style of the mirror as something that could have come from Themyscira, but was not familiar with the mirror itself. Batman had allowed her to take it with her to see if any of the Amazons could identify it and its purpose. None were able to, but they did point them towards a possible creator. Something that could be problematic considering the past interactions both Wonder Woman and Superman had with them. So Batman was on his guard when the three of them exited the craft and were immediately met by a stunningly beautiful woman that had very clearly not been there moments before. "Diana, what brings you out to my little prison?" The purple-haired sorceress asked saccharinely. "How's your mother?" "Still a boot-licking little stick in the mud." "Circe," Wonder Woman growled but didn't respond further. Not that the sorceress seemed to care. "And Superman, it's been a while since I've seen you as well." "Keeping well, as much as I can." Superman replied politely. "We've got a few questions for you." "Questions, hmm? How interesting. But you haven't introduced your third little friend here. Who is tall, dark, and broody here?" she asked, sidestepping Superman and making her way towards him only to be cut off by Wonder Woman. "Circe, Batman." "Batman, Circe." She was banished to this island because she has a habit of turning people into animals, among other crimes. If Circe was offended by the introduction, she didn't show it. Instead, she smiled and played with a lock of hair. "Don't forget to mention I'm really good at it." Batman ignored the flirting tone. "I know, I've read the Odyssey. Like we said, we have questions." "Oh, Odysseus. He was a fun one to play with anyway, not the man himself." "Diana, I'm sure you've realized by now how men can be. So quick to call themselves heroes and such, but when their base instincts are released, they are just such a bore." The Amazon wasn't playing her game, though. "We found an artifact. We need your help to figure out how to either use it or bring back the person it transported away." "Oh," Circe drawled, checking over her fingernails. "And what's in it for me?" 3 centuries off your imprisonment if you can tell us anything new about the object. 3 luxuries of your choice if you can help us." That got the sorceress to lose the mocking, almost playful nature she was affecting. "Oh my, that is a prize. Hippolyta must be really serious about this." "Fine, give it here." Batman obligingly handed the mirror over and the sorceress got to work. He had seen the process with several magic users already, so instead of watching her hands, Batman watched Circe's face. For the first few minutes, she had a look of casual arrogance, no doubt expecting to quickly finish with her task. But it didn't take long for that to change as Batman caught a quick look of shock, followed by confusion and concern, and settling into a look of intense focus. Almost an hour later, she was still inspecting the mirror. Ironically, the longer the sorceress looked the artifact over, the better Batman felt. Because all the other magic users he had looked over the mirror quickly gave up after half that time. Circe might be the one that finally gave them a lead. "You found something?" he asked once the sorceress was finished and had moved to rejoin them. He was ignored though as Circe went straight to Wonder Woman. "Diana, where did you get this?" Batman recovered it after it was stolen from a museum in man's world. "Why do you recognize it?" "You would think so. There's not exactly a lot of mirrors touched by a god with enchantments like this lying around. Especially because I recognize the style of the enchanter." Superman perked up. "Great. Can you tell us anything about them?" Circe scoffed. "I would hope so. It's my style after all." "Your style? You're saying you made the mirror?" "It would appear so. The one problem is that I have absolutely no recollection of making anything like this." "Could you have forgotten?" Wonder Woman asked. "It wouldn't be shocking for someone who's been around as long as you." "Cute." Circe rolled her eyes. "But no, like I said, this was touched by a god. I would have needed to have been there during the mirror's creation. And for people like me, meeting a god isn't something you just forget about." Batman could see why Circe had been shaken up. He took incredible steps to make sure of the integrity of his own mind. To have that integrity thrown into question would be incredibly distressing. That wasn't his issue to deal with at the moment. "Can you use it? Send us to where it transports people or bring someone back?" "Oh, you figured out what it does already?" How surprising. But no, I cannot simply call a person back. The transfer sends the target to a rather large dream space. Unless the person you are looking for didn't move the entire time they were there, it's impossible to pull them out that way. That way? So there is a method you could use. "Well, yes. You're a smart one, aren't you?" Circe said, turning the mirror over in her hands. "There are 3 other ways to release someone from the mirror. A spell that calls a person from a specific room that doesn't seem to work anymore. A condition that will release everything inside once a certain task is completed. And finally, a safety net I can use whenever, which is interesting because it seems like the mirror was made for you, Diana. And I'd certainly never make something like this without some. Let's call them additions." Made for me. I've never seen anything like it before, though. Before they could get sidetracked, Batman jumped back in. The safety net activated. Circe scowled. Watch your tone, little man. Besides, why should I? I've already earned 3 centuries off my sentence, and as much as I'd like a few things to spruce the place up, I don't see why I should help anyone involved with Hippolyta. Batman stepped forward, ready to argue, but Superman beat him to it by placing a calming hand on his shoulder. The caped crusader glared at his friend, but after a silent argument, forced himself to relax and took a step back. Circe, the person who was taken into the mirror, was a little girl. A child. We just want to make sure she is safe before anything happens to her. The sorceress softened a bit. A child? Well, then I guess I can excuse your friend's poor manners. Very well, don't let anyone say I don't have a heart. With a wave of her hand, the mirror levitated to the ground, while Circe gathered up some greenish energy. Then with a light flourish, she struck the mirror with the gathered spell where nothing happened. Circe frowned and repeated the spell. And then again when that failed as well. Batman had to lock down his emotions. Something was obviously wrong. What's going on? Can you not cast the spell or something? Wonder Woman asked. Circe cast the spell one final time before shaking her head in disgust. Or something. I cast the spell perfectly, but the mirror is enchanted to only activate the safety net when I cast the spell. So what's going wrong? Superman asked. The mirror doesn't think I am me. Oh. Calipha POV. Donna and I stood panting over the body of the Cyclops. This one was definitely the hardest monster we'd faced so far, and it showed. The room was absolutely demolished, covered in rubble kicked up from the massive collisions, burns from my key attacks, and craters from where the Cyclops either missed a punch or one of us ended up making when those punches hit something. And he ended up hitting us a lot. Honestly, we probably should have lost this fight. Only the fact that Solar Flare let us get a lot of free hits really early on let us stack up enough damage to bring the big guy down. Without that, we would have needed to back off and think of another way to beat him. But we won in the end, so I wasn't going to complain too much. So what do you think? Go forward or what? Donna shook her head. We should go back to the rest area and recuperate. Neither of us are ready to face anything considered stronger than the Cyclops right now. Besides, we need to remake our clothing again. Yeah, that was another thing. Turns out being slammed into rocks at very high speeds was just as rough on clothing as ever, and our outfits were destroyed again. I was missing nearly an entire pant leg and had holes all over the place, and Donna's outfit looked like someone had taken a cheese grater to it from the time she was sent skidding over the floor. Maybe we should make 2 sets? So that way we have something to change into afterwards. That's not a bad idea. Although I don't know if I want to consider what's worse than a son of Poseidon. I thought about it for a moment. Maybe a Minotaur? We haven't run into one of them yet, and if I remember, one of them was supposed to be the son of Zeus. Donna groaned. By the gods, I hope not. I just want to find the end of this place so we can return to the surface. I really miss the sky by now. I shrugged and started staggering off back towards the door we came from. I couldn't say anything about the sky, but I was really missing a nice big juicy steak. Hopefully we could find a way out of this mirror soon, so I could show Donna what she was missing. Growing Pains, Chapter 36. So do you think he tastes like cow or human? I asked Donna as I wiped some blood out of my eye. Or do you think he tastes like a mix of both? Are you seriously asking me that right now? The Amazon panted as she pulled herself off the ground. And it's still a conjured monster. It will taste the same as everything else. Like crap then. That sucked. I meant the real one. Besides, he's still digging himself out of the rubble. I looked at the shifting pile of rocks that had covered the Minotaur right after he had punted the both of us through another wall. I don't believe you. And would you really eat something that looks like a person? Donna sounded vaguely disgusted. I shrugged, keeping my eyes where the Minotaur was. He was almost free again. I mean, if it was that or starve, then yeah. And with how many different aliens there are out there, body shape is a weird line to draw. I think it's easier to limit myself to things that can't think for themselves. Why not something easier to prove? Like if they can talk. Being able to talk doesn't mean something is intelligent. I scoffed. Politicians exist, you know? There was an explosion of dust as our opponent managed to break free of his rocky prison. He looked around briefly before spotting us and roaring a challenge. Looks like break time is over. Ready for round 4. Do I have much of a choice? Donna wasn't fooling me. She might sound reluctant, but she was smiling just as much as I was. Nope. And that was all the time for conversation we had before a giant bullman crash landed in front of us and tried to punch my head through the floor. But I had gotten a lot of practice fighting things bigger and stronger than me at this point. And this was the third time the Minotaur had tried this exact attack. This time, instead of trying to block or deflect it, I threw myself forward under the punch. His fist passed by close enough that I could feel it pass through my hair, but it put me right under his armpit. A nice soft target. I couldn't resist punching as hard as I could. At the same time, Donna kicked him in the back of the knee. We were a pretty good team by now, and our timing was perfect, but we still barely managed to do more than bruise our opponent despite how hard we hit. It was a bit of a problem, but with him off balance, we took the opportunity to get several quick hits in before he recovered. I went hard at his face, neck, torso, and arm joints where I could, while Donna focused on going at his ribs or trying to break his kneecaps. Pretty much anything we could do to not let him build up momentum. But after a bit, the bullman managed to recover enough to swipe at Donna and clip her almost hard enough to send her through another wall. At her startled cry, I buried my fist in his gut and blasted him with another key attack that sent him flying across the room again. Any new ideas? I asked while rubbing my now sore hand. I think I might have broken a finger punching him that time. Nothing that tops you dropping the ceiling on top of him. What about you? Donna winced as she rolled a shoulder. Still trying. Haven't gotten it yet, I said as I tried and failed to form my key into a cutting edge. Ever since the Manicore, I had been putting a lot more effort into trying to recreate a cutting technique like the Destructo Disc or Spirit Sword. So far, it resulted in a whole lot of nothing besides the realization that either Krillin was one heck of a genius or humans were just naturally better than Saiyans at fine key manipulation. Possibly both. Well, try harder, because we're going to be the ones beaten at this rate. I didn't get a chance to respond as the Minotaur roared again and came charging at us. Oh, this doesn't make any sense. Everything matches. So, why won't you work? The scream was followed by the sound of clay breaking as Cersei presumably threw a bowl or pot against a wall. The sorceress had taken the mirror's rejection as a personal affront and had thrown herself into discovering why something supposedly made by herself didn't consider her its creator. And despite the several rants she had shouted out after each failure, Batman felt satisfied that they were at least getting closer to finding a way to reach Khalifa. None of the other experts he had talked to had gotten even this far, and the only magic user he could think of more knowledgeable than Cersei and willing to help without issue was Dr. Fate, who was still unavailable. So, slow as it was going, progress was progress. You seem happy. Batman turned to face his two friends with a raised eyebrow. Happy was a description that others rarely applied to him, after all. Seriously, once Cersei told us she could get Khalifa out once she figures out why the mirror doesn't think she's her. It was like a weight dropped off you. Superman defended himself, throwing his hands up a little. It's good to see you relax a bit. Not that we are any different. Wonder Woman added. Cersei is stubborn and prideful enough that she will keep trying until she succeeds, even if my mother didn't offer a reward. At this point, it's only a matter of time until Khalifa is returned to us. There was another frustrated scream and the sound of more breaking pottery. Though I will admit, hearing Cersei so frustrated after all the headaches her plans have caused is a bit enjoyable. It was probably a bit vindictive of the Amazon, but Batman wasn't a stranger to taking enjoyment from the frustration of several of his own rogues gallery. The more irredeemable and less tragic members, anyway. But when a scowling and slightly disheveled Cersei shoved her way out of her workshop, any amusement was pushed aside for the moment. Well, I've got good news, bad news, and worse news, the sorceress announced tersely as Batman's stomach fell to somewhere around his ankles. Which do you want first? What's the worst news? He demanded. I found out why the mirror is refusing to work for me. It probably comes from another plane of reality, and that me decided to use a karma link to determine who could control it. I'm guessing she is a bit more of a goody-goody than I am, and unless I manage to change my karma quite a bit, the mirror will keep rejecting me. Another plane of reality, or in other words, an alternate dimension. That would explain where the mirror came from and how so many prestigious magic users were ignorant of it and its function. Unfortunately, it meant it would be nearly impossible to track down the actual creator without more information to go on, let alone the challenges of dimensional travel by themselves. And the bad news? Wonder Woman asked. I tripped a safeguard that did something to the mirror. I have no idea what it did either. Cersei scowled. And before Big Blue over there asks, the good news is that the release condition changed while I was poking around. As long as the girl inside can survive whatever that safeguard did, then she should be released on the next magical convergence. Dawn, in other words. Yeah, I guess that was a little predictable. Superman chuckled and awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Hope and dread warred unpleasantly in Batman's gut at the news. As long as Khalifa could keep safe for a little bit longer, she would be freed. Dawn was only a few hours away, and while waiting was excruciating for all three heroes, there was simply nothing more for them to do. So when Cersei moved the mirror to a wide open space, all four of them watched the magical object with varying degrees of intensity. True to the sorceress's word, just as dawn broke over the horizon, the mirror glowed silver, and a bright flash forced Batman to shield his eyes. One thing that he noticed immediately, though, was the figure that appeared was much bigger than the missing Saiyan child. Ahahaha. After 10,000 years, I'm free. Time to conquer Earth. Oh. Ha. Think we got him. I panted and gripped my almost definitely broken arm. Why do you keep asking? Donna grit out, holding her own injured shoulder. He wouldn't be moving if we did. I'm an optimist. Sure enough, the Minotaur shoved the new bits of rubble of himself and roared again. But he wasn't looking too much better than we were. He was covered in a bunch of his own wounds and was missing a horn. Too bad that while he looked just as bad as we did, he didn't seem to have any as bad as we did. I was down an arm, and a few more punches would probably be the end for my other fist too. And Donna was forced to keep flying to compensate for her broken foot in addition to her shoulder. Well, Miss Optimist, did you figure out how you did that trick yet? Kinda, but I need to practice more. I got lucky cutting off his horn, and I don't think I can reliably pull it off before one of us gets really hurt. I had managed to pull off something like a spirit sword to cut off the Minotaur's horn, but even I had to admit it was mostly luck. We're going to have to try something else. I replied, and then explained my plan. Donna sighed, but began looking around the ruined arena we were fighting in for what we were looking for. You come up with the weirdest ideas. It's not weird. I read it in a book. Donna looked at me skeptically. You read? Rude. I read all the time. Kinda. I had the memories of doing so, anyway. It was how I got some of my best ideas. But this wasn't the time to argue about that. We still had a Minotaur to deal with, and as the least injured of the two, it was my job to hold him off until Donna could complete the plan. I fired off a key beam that was little more than a light show at this point. I was simply too tired to put more energy into it, but it did its job of getting the Minotaur's attention on me. He roared again and well, more like limped towards me while ignoring Donna. I guess all of us were on our last legs. The fight was honestly not super impressive compared to what we had been doing even a few minutes ago. I wasn't flying around blasting him with key attacks or darting in and showering him with punches or kicks, and he wasn't leaping forward and shaking the whole room with the force of his attacks. I was mostly just taunting him by poking at his wounds while dodging out of the way of his tired swings. At least I was, until the bit of rubble I was standing on shifted, and I found myself falling painfully on my tail right in front of him, putting me in the perfect position for him to grab and try squeezing the life out of me. Don't want to rush you, Donna, but I could use a hand, I yelled, letting out a pained squeak when the Minotaur put pressure on my bad arm. Nothing I could do about it besides grit my teeth and push through the pain, though. Luckily for me, Donna didn't take much longer. Just when I was about to yell for her again, the Minotaur jerked forward with a pained grunt. It almost immediately dropped me and swung a hand at the Amazon. Going by the pained yelp, I guessed he managed to hit her. But if the Minotaur wasn't dead yet, that meant the plan hadn't fully worked. I picked myself off the ground and looked at the bullman. Sure enough, Donna had stabbed the broken-off horn into his side, but it looked like it got stuck before it got deep enough. Neither one of us were in any shape to try again either. Well, time to gamble then. I dragged up the last bit of key I could muster and shot the horn. It barely did more than give the sharp bone a bit of a shove, but it was enough. The Minotaur staggered one more time before falling to the floor and turning the solid black all monsters did when they died. I collapsed, completely spent, but with a huge smile on my face. We won. The plan worked perfectly. Donna just groaned and rolled onto her back. Great Hera, I am so done with this place. Whatever is at the end better be worth it. Meh. She sounded grumpy, but I could see a smile on her face anyway. She wasn't fooling me. Now just to rest up a bit and see what was next for us. Growing Pains, Chapter 37. Sometime later, Donna and I had patched and cleaned ourselves up the best we could and shuffled over to the door leading past the Minotaur's arena. It wasn't any different than the other doors we went through after beating one of the monsters so far, but this time felt different because we actually had some lasting injuries from our last fight. Yeah, there had been some close calls and we got beaten up, but my arm was still messed up and Donna couldn't stand on one foot. And considering if we had to fight another monster, it would be tougher than the Minotaur. Well, we basically agreed to just see what was beyond the door and back off if it looked like another fight was waiting. Part of me didn't like it, but I wasn't stupid enough to think that we could handle another fight without healing up a bit. Not that we needed to worry. The two of us pushed open the doors to find a brightly lit room that reminded me of the temples on Themyscira. No labyrinth or monster waiting for us. Is this a special area like the rest one? I asked Donna. I have no idea. I've never seen something like this down here before. So this was new? That was kind of exciting. Let's check it out then. Wait, Khalifa. I obviously didn't wait and happily wandered into the room. It was pretty empty though. Just a bunch of pillars and a depression in the middle with some kind of altar. With nothing better to do, I wandered right up to it and looked around. Nothing popped out though. Well, that's lame. I was hoping there would at least be some cool treasure or something. Oh, well, couldn't win them all, I guess. I gave the altar a small pat and turned to look around the edges of the room. Maybe Donna could figure something out while I paused as the altar lit up with a bright light. That was unexpected. I jumped back to where Donna was watching from and did my best to block out the glare, paying special attention to my key sense just in case this was something trying to be sneaky. My Amazon buddy did the same, flying just off the ground and shifting so most of her injuries were hidden behind me or another part of her body. The light eventually died off and no attack came for us, so I tentatively lowered my hand to look back towards the altar. Nothing about the slab of rock had changed, but now there was a woman with purple hair and a green dress hovering over it. Menasai? No, actually she was looking pretty distracted, not paying any attention to either of us or the surroundings. Is that Aunt Circe? Donna asked in surprise, but all I could do was shrug. I mean, I kinda recognized the name, but how was I supposed to know who was her aunt or not? Maybe? Does she show up here a lot? No, no one besides Diana ever. I just guessed based on her outfit and what Diana's told me. Ouch, that was kinda sad. And she said this was her aunt? Well, I guess my own family wasn't much better. WL, let's go say hi. Maybe she can tell us how to get out of here. I did my best to not make Donna feel any more awkward than she probably already did and headed towards the floating woman. Hopefully. Greetings and congratulations, Diana. You have. The woman, Circe, boomed suddenly, only to completely stop when I jerked backwards and go back to looking completely distracted. I looked to the floor. I wonder. I took a step forward. Greetings and congratulations, Diana. I took a step back. Forward. Greetings and congrat dash. Back. Greetings and dash. Gree dash. Gree dash. Gree dash. Gree dash. Heh. Will you stop that? Donna scolded me with a solid slap to the back of my head. I want to hear what she says. Fine. I grumbled and rubbed the sore spot mulishly. Ruin my fun, why don't you? Greetings and congratulations, Diana. Circe started again, staring directly at me. You have managed to complete your training and now qualify as an Amazon warrior in full standing. There was a small pause and Circe's tone sounded a lot more worried. I'd like to say there was a party being organized in your honor, but something has triggered my protections and I cannot guarantee you will be safe after leaving the mirror. The best I can do is reverse the time difference between here and the outside world. Instead of time moving slower here, you will have roughly a month before you are ejected regardless of if it is safe or not. If we cannot deal with the issue and retrieve you normally, then I am sorry. You may be required to defend yourself immediately after you exit. Use this time to grow stronger. So something messed with the mirror? That didn't sound good. But wait, what about Donna? Circe hadn't mentioned anything about her coming with me, or even that she was here at all. If Circe heard me, she didn't bother to show it. Right, magical recording. Instead, there was another little pause before she started speaking again in a normal tone. Now that you've completed your training, you have a choice to make about your reward, a small spark of divinity. You can have a minor weapon forged by Hephaestus, or you can imbue something inside the, not what I would have picked, but that is your choice. Now you don't actually have to leave the mirror just yet. There are more challenges waiting for you. but they are much more difficult than anything you have faced so far. Things like the Sphinx and Manticore wait below, along with even more powerful monsters. Wait, Manticore? But we already fought that. I don't remember seeing a Sphinx either. Good luck, and I can't wait to spoil you for completing your trials. Your mother will be so jealous I was the first one to congratulate you. Cersei gave one last wave before vanishing in the same flash of light she appeared in. Holy shit, did we sequence break the dungeon? That must have been when I blasted through the floors to speed things up. But why did the recording skip over asking what we wanted to do with the spark? It was like, oh no. I turned to look at Donna, who had gone completely pale at Cersei's message. Am I not real? She asked in a small voice. We didn't have a choice in what to do with the spark because it had already been used on something. Or rather, someone. Oh, I mean, is it really that big a deal? I asked for the millionth time, fists curled under my chin as I watched Donna pace back and forth for the third day in a row. It was really getting old. Yes, it's a big deal. I just found out I'm not a real person. That's why I kept going into the monster den after Diana stopped coming. It was the last thing I was ordered to do, and then to top it all off, I ended up stealing a piece of divinity. This literally could not be a bigger deal. I mean, no one else was going to use it. And even if you weren't a real person before, you are now. So does it really matter? I muttered again, completing our new daily redo. No, you know what? We weren't doing this anymore. Okay, time for moping is over, I declared, getting up to grab Donna by the hand and start dragging her towards the forest. I wouldn't tell my Amazonian buddy, but it really was nice not being stuck underground all day. Training time starts now. Training? Khalifa, I'm having a literal existential crisis. I don't care about training right now. Nope, none of that. I snapped back. Remember what Cersei said? Something was messing with the outside of the mirror. We've got less than a month to make sure we are ready to deal with whatever it is. You can continue your breakdown after we get out of this. Kick whatever is waiting for us, and I've gotten you to try a big belly burger. Donna glared at me, but allowed herself to be pulled along anyway. Good. We were going to need all the time we could get to both heal our injuries and get stronger. And if we were too tired from training, we couldn't worry about stupid questions like, am I a real person? Or do I deserve to be alive? We had better things to do, like figure out techniques that still didn't work right. Oh, 3 weeks later, it seemed like my idea paid off. I doubted Donna was suddenly fine with everything, but she was no longer moping in corners anymore. So I'd call it a win. Other than that, though, things weren't exactly perfect, though I couldn't complain too much. I was failing miserably at completing my new technique. And what was worse was that I knew how close I was to getting it. All I would need was one spark of inspiration, or even just seeing someone else use ki in a similar way, and I was sure I'd have the whole thing down. Unfortunately for me, that didn't look like that was going to happen anytime soon. So instead, I spent most of my time sparring with Donna and preparing for our exit. This was an opportunity one could only hope wouldn't happen often enough to be a theme, because getting trapped in a magical device kinda sucked, even if this one had been a bunch of fun. So I had to take advantage while I still could. Do you really need the cape? Donna asked as she helped with the last of the stitching. And by helped, I meant basically did all of it after I proved I was more dangerous to myself with a needle than any scrap of cloth. Of course we need the cape. It's what pulls the whole outfit together. Sure, wait. What do you mean we? Well, obviously, you need to be the legs. But if whoever is messing with the mirror outside can see that, it won't work nearly as well. So we need a cape to hide you until we can figure out if we need to beat them up. I explained. Why would I ever agree to something so? Donna failed her hands around, apparently looking for the right words. So childish. I smiled innocently at her. 5 words. I'm calling in my favor. My Amazonian buddy froze, staring at me in disbelief. Is that why you never made a request after you won our last spar? Because you wanted to use it for this stupid thing? It's not stupid if it works. I shot back. Also yes. Now the big question is, are you going to keep your word like a true warrior, or are you going to back out just because you don't like the task? Donna glared at me for a few seconds before she picked up the discarded cape and started stitching again. I'll do it, but just so you know, I'm going to get you back for this. I just grinned at her. Unfortunately for her, I was pretty shameless, so anything she came up with wasn't likely to bother me that much. And if she did manage something, that was future me's problem. Cool. We should also probably practice a little bit so we don't tip over if we move unexpectedly. Donna sighed and dropped her head into her hands. Gods, I regret this already. Oh, A few days later, we noticed the surroundings were beginning to break down and figured it was getting close to the time we would get let out. So with little time to waste, I hopped on Donna's shoulders and made sure the costume we put together looked all right. Then all we had to do was wait until it was time. There was a tingly feeling very similar to what it felt like when the mirror hit me in the face the first time and the both of us were suddenly somewhere else. Ahahaha. I cackled menacingly. After 10,000 years, I'm free. Time to conquer Earth. Growing Pains, Chapter 38. Near complete silence was the answer to my entrance. Only the normal sounds of tropical birds and insects in the background and the distant sound of the ocean confirming that I actually had been transported after the mirror dimension thingy collapsed. Honestly, pretty disappointing. The Cersei hologram had made it sound like the mirror was under attack or something I was expecting someone to be. Oh, there they were. The real Cersei, I assumed anyway, was standing off to my left along with the familiar trio of Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman. None of them looking like they were doing anything more than standing around waiting for something to happen. Which was weird because the warning mentioned something triggered some protections, but it didn't look like there had been a fight anywhere. Unless, crap, how badly did I break the mirror by sequence breaking the labyrinth? Maybe if I don't bring it up, they won't know. This is the girl that was trapped in the mirror? Cersei snorted. Well, she's certainly ambitious. Shame about her fashion sense, though. Well, screw you two, lady. Hey, it isn't exactly easy making something without the right tools. If anything, it's your fault for not putting them in there. Khalifa, is that really you? Wonder Woman asked before everything devolved into an argument. I grinned at her and spread my arms and, by extension, the cape, so I looked bigger and more imposing. Of course, after years of imprisonment, I am now free to conquer the galaxy. Earth will be the first of many worlds in my new galactic empire. Galactic Empire, is it? Superman chuckled before pointing below me. And who's your friend? I glared at him. X-ray vision is cheating. Because there was no other way he could have known. You move the cape. We can all see her. Batman pointed out. Donna responded by immediately pushing me off her shoulders and shrugging out of the rest of the costume. Thank the gods that's over with. She muttered before turning back to one person in particular. Hello, Diana. Do you remember me? I caught a few uncomfortable glances passing between most of the adults while a complicated expression formed on Wonder Woman's face. No, I'm sorry to say we've never met before. Oh, now it was Donna's turn to have a complicated expression. We had practiced a few different ways this meeting could go. Wonder Woman completely not recognizing Donna at all wasn't one we really considered. I noticed Wonder Woman opening and closing her mouth like she was trying to figure out how to say something, but she ran out of time. While I had managed to drag Donna out of moping constantly about the whole not being a person before stealing a spark of divinity thing, the fact Wonder Woman left her behind was still a bit of a berserk button. Something Wonder Woman found out when Donna let the intrusive thoughts win and punched her in the face hard enough to send her flying through the air before charging after her screaming the whole time. I sighed at that, but didn't move to help either way. If Donna wanted to vent by punching her friend in the face until they worked everything out, I wasn't going to stop her. Anyway, while we're waiting for that to wrap up, how are things? How long was I gone, and did anything cool happen? I asked the tense-looking heroes. Don't you think we should do something about that? Superman asked, still watching the fight. I saw that look. Let other people have fun fighting each other, damn it. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, while they're getting acquainted, details. I want to know. You were gone for 2 weeks from our perspective. Batman informed me, though it looks like it was longer from yours. You've grown. I preened and straightened up a bit. He was right. I had finally gone through a growth spurt and didn't have to worry about all the random aches that came with it. At least until the next one. Now I was just as tall as Donna, which made sparring much more fun since she couldn't just hit me beyond what my shorter limbs could reach, but I noticed I was still shorter than even Cersei, the smallest of the welcoming group. Yeah, Wonder Woman's Aunt Cersei mentioned time worked differently inside the mirror. There was a choking sound as the sorceress in question swallowed wrong and started coughing. She gave us a message that someone was messing with the mirror and sped up time for us. I was in there for. I paused while I counted the time. Batman and Superman looked worried and Cersei was still coughing. 35 days? I think. We spent a while underground. It was hard to keep track. The two heroes sighed in relief at the only slightly longer time frame. then winced when I mentioned Donna had been in there for years. About that, what Diana wanted to say. No, hold up. Go back. Cersei interrupted, finally getting over her coughing fit. What was that about me being that brat's aunt? Why would anyone come up with such an obvious lie? I frowned at her. I mean, that's what Donna said you were when we saw that magic recording. And you mentioned that you couldn't wait to rub it in her mom's face that you were the first to congratulate her for passing warrior training, so I thought. URG, well now I definitely know why I couldn't bypass the karma link. Me and Hippolyta getting along. She actually gave a full body shudder at the thought, but I was confused. We determined the mirror originally is from another reality. Batman helpfully explained. What Wonder Woman was trying to say earlier is that there was no way for her to be the same person your friend thought she was. Huh. I wonder if that is going to make her abandonment issues better or worse. I pondered. On the one hand, her Diana probably didn't just abandon her for no reason. On the other, the only other person she thought she knew was actually a stranger. While I was thinking about what to do about that, there was a boom in the distance from one of the Amazons being slammed into something solid. Looks like they finished. Superman noted. Let's go get them and get your friend up to speed. Great. And while you're at it, get off my island. Cersei snapped at us. I need to go get very drunk so I can forget all about today. Friendly enough to be called that brat's aunt. What a nightmare. Okay, by then. I gave her a lazy wave and flew off towards where Donna and Wonder Woman were. If she didn't want us around, that was fine. I was just going to grab Donna and drag her to the first all-you-could-eat buffet I could find. A month without eating was hell. I couldn't even imagine not doing it for years. Oh, by the gods, I can't believe I did that. Donna whined as she hid her face in her hands. And she was, and then she wasn't even the right person. Donna, I told you, you are forgiven. You couldn't have known and thought I had abandoned you. It's no surprise you were emotional. Besides, Wonder Woman shifted to give me an amused look. It's nothing I haven't dealt with this one before. If anything, you gave me more time before attacking than she would have. For some reason that made Donna blush even more and attempt to hide her head even lower. I simply ignored her and focused on the mound of pot stickers in front of me. Food was more important than banter at the moment. Just be careful in the future. Most people would be seriously hurt if you hit them that hard. Superman warned as he focused on his own food, causally blocking my attempt to swipe some of his chicken when I thought he wasn't paying attention. So I switched targets to Batman, who didn't seem to be all that interested in eating in the first place. Oh well, more for me. I wouldn't. I know how to hold back. It's just, we're not blaming you. Batman reinforced. Just warning you for the future. It's something we remind Khalifa of from time to time. Yeah. Don't hit someone hard unless they prove they can take it. I waved him off. Talk later. Food now. And Donna, try something. You haven't eaten anything in years. I want to know your favorites so we can get you caught up. In a moment of great self-sacrifice, I traded my plate filled with some kind of stir-fry with her still empty one and shoved a fork in her hand. She's right, you know. Wonder Woman commented. If you want to try a bit of everything, you should start now before Khalifa gets us kicked out. Heroes or not. That only buys us so much goodwill when faced with a hungry Saiyan. I could only grumble at that. Stupid lying restaurants. If you're going to have an all-you-can-eat buffet, you should expect to feed someone all they can eat. It's in the name, I suppose. Donna looked uncertainly at her plate, but eventually caved and took a bite. Everyone paused to see how the younger Amazon would react to her first meal, even me. The effect was immediate. As soon as the flavorful sauces hit her tongue, Donna froze before looking down at the stir-fry, like it was the most amazing thing in the world. Then she started shoveling the food into her mouth as fast as possible, barely taking the time to chew. In less than a minute, Donna had practically cleared her plate and began looking for more. Recognizing the danger, I hovered protectively over my own food and focused on scarfing down my own food, while Donna began scavenging from the other three, who were much more accommodating of her stealing food than they were me. I'd have complained about favoritism, but I didn't miss the little glances Donna was sending my way. If I showed the slightest weakness, she would strike. It didn't take long before both of us were scraping empty plates, which meant Donna turned her attention from our table to the buffet line not too far away. My eyes widened when I realized the rest of my food was still in danger from the hungry Amazon. We locked gazes, and then by an unspoken signal, both rushed to refill our plates before everything was eaten by our hungry rival. As I dashed towards the rest of the food, I only barely caught Superman sighing in the background. Wonderful. Now there are two of them. In the end, we did get kicked out of the restaurant. But for once it was because we had actually finished off all the food they had cooked up and not because they felt like we had been eating too much. I wasn't completely full, but it felt good getting a good meal after going without for so long and especially seeing Donna enjoy herself. If that's the kind of food you eat regularly, I can see why you were so upset about nothing in the mirror tasting good. My sparring buddy commented as we left. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to show you all kinds of great things. I promised. Next time we'll get the Flash to show us a place. He's really good at recommendations. Wonder Woman sighed behind us. Try not to surprise him. Dealing with your appetite is hard enough. The two of you might traumatize him. I'll make sure he's compensated while dealing with those two. Batman mentioned. At least until something more permanent can be established. I perked up at that. More food with Batman covering the bill meant we could get as much as we wanted. But first, okay, now for dessert. Donna, time to introduce you to the wonderful stuff known as ice cream. Geez, they can still eat more? Where do they put it? Superman commented, but I was busy dragging Donna off by her wrist. Ice cream awaited. Growing Pains, Chapter 39. As much as I wanted to drag Donna all over the continent and introduce her to my favorite places and people, it was recommended by Wonder Woman that she take a few days to slowly get acclimated to the modern world now that she wasn't stuck in a magical mirror. Donna, like the responsible, boring person she could be sometimes, agreed and was now on Themyscira getting a similar crash course on what you were, and were not, supposed to do on Earth while probably being told she had a home there if she just wanted to become part of the Amazons. I wasn't about to get in the way of her finally being able to meet what she considered her people just yet. I knew from our talks how much she wanted to meet other Amazons and be a part of them. I would just drag her out on a few adventures if she didn't leave on her own in a few weeks. But that did mean I was once again left on my own with nothing to do once the Justice League members had to go back to their day jobs. Part of me wanted to run off and find one of the other heroes to bother. I hadn't seen Hockey or the Sidekick Squad in a while, but those were things I wanted to do with Donna, so I held off. Instead, I just kind of wandered down the streets of a random city somewhere on the West Coast. I think one of the Green Lanterns lived here. I hadn't really interacted much with any of them, only briefly dealing with the Black dude a couple times, and even then it was more him focusing on his job, while I just happened to be there than us actually fighting or working together. I don't think this was his city, though. He didn't really seem like a beach town kind of guy. Probably one of the other lanterns then. Maybe I should go find one of them. My plans to find and poke the galactic space cops was interrupted by something crashing down from the sky right in front of me. I immediately jumped back and fell into a fighting stance, ignoring the screaming humans running away from whatever just showed up. I didn't have the luxury of getting distracted by them because whatever this thing was, I couldn't sense its energy. A bright pink thing shot out of the dust cloud straight at me, and I instinctually ducked under it before leaping backwards to get some more distance. I didn't know what this thing was. I wasn't going to let it touch me just in case it had some kind of super poison on it. The dust cleared, and I got my first good look at what just attacked me. It was a mostly pink robot, squid, with some black and metal bits hovering in the air, and suddenly I felt cheated. The stupid thing didn't even look tough. So with a disinterested scowl, I raised a hand and shot it with a fairly strong ki blast. Only, instead of exploding like it was supposed to, my energy attacks splashed harmlessly over some kind of shield. Okay, slightly more interested now. The robot squid shoots forward at me, almost like it was going for a tackle, which I sidestep easily enough. It's fast, but after all the training I've done, it's not at a level I really have trouble with. At least until it flipped around and started using its 4 tentacles to either attack or try to grab me. I don't know what the things were made of, but they were durable enough that all hitting them did was knock them out of the way for a bit, and every time I did so, I felt a weird electric tingling in whatever I touched them with that was slowly making my arms and legs heavier. One of the tentacles speared towards my head, so I sidestepped out of the way and grabbed the weird knot metal as it passed, and used it to heave the squid over my shoulder and into the side of a nearby building. Not that it did much beyond damaging the brickwork. I scowled as I looked around the street. Most of the humans had cleared out by now, but it was still too cramped to really cut loose without breaking something. I needed to get to a more open area. Good thing the ocean was right there. Now just to see if the squid will follow me. Oh, The good news was that the robot squid was willing to follow me out over the ocean instead of staying in the city, so the heroes wouldn't need to lecture me about paying attention to my surroundings after I destroyed the thing. The bad news was I still had no idea how to destroy the stupid thing. I didn't feel like going too far away from the coast, but once I was far enough away from the city to not worry about hitting a building, I shot the squid with a serious key blast. One that should have theoretically vaporized a skyscraper if it hit. But just like before, the blast scattered harmlessly over the robot after hitting some kind of shield, and I was back to square one. Actually, I was a little worse off because my limbs still felt heavy from whatever the tentacles did to them. It was fine for now, but eventually it could be a problem. Come to think of it, my ki was moving a little more sluggishly than normal too. I shoved those thoughts to the back of my mind and focused on the squid. No point worrying about those things if I just got blindsided, because I was distracted. Something I was actually pretty annoyed at. I spent so much time trying to make using ki sense second nature that now that I couldn't use it, I felt like I was fighting half blind. The squid caught up and looked like it wasn't going to slow down even as it flipped and spread its tentacles to give it the biggest chance of grabbing me. I didn't know why it seemed so focused on capturing me rather than fighting, but that joined the rest of my thoughts in the mental for later box as I countercharged the flying pink robot and punched it in the body right where the tentacles attached to the rest hard enough to cause a thunderclap. I smiled because for once I actually felt the body deform from the hit. This thing was durable and strong, but I could beat it. Okay, Squid Eye, I don't know what your problem is with me, but if you think you're enough to beat a Saiyan warrior, you've got another T. Hey, wait. Where are you going? I was just going for a bit of banter, and the thing dove into the ocean. Did I just scare it off? The last alien I told about me being a Saiyan was those Imperium guys, and they went as far as trying to claw pieces of themselves off trying to get away from me. Were Scions simply too scary? But this was a robot. It shouldn't even feel fear. I looked at the water and debated if continuing to fight the alien robot squid was worth following it into the water. On the one hand, it twinged my pride to just let the thing get away after attacking me. But on the other, I wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of getting soaked just to try and find something that could have run away by now with almost no chance of catching it. I was just about to give up on finding the robot squid and heading back to the city when I caught a flash of pink on the surface of the water. I had a split second to realize the reflection came from above me before the robot squid slammed into me and wrapped two tentacles around each of my arms. What? How did it get above me that fast? I got my answer seconds later when the second, or rather the first, robot squid burst out of the water and grabbed my legs. Okay, there were more of these things. Now I knew for sure someone was after me specifically. Doing my best to ignore the growing numb feeling in my arms and legs, I flared my ki and spun in place before flexing my core and slamming the two robots into each other. My move worked and they lost their grip on me. Even better, I could see some sparks coming from where the two squids collided, indicating some kind of damage. Whatever shield these things used to protect against my energy attacks didn't protect against itself. Well, now we know I can break you. Any more friends you want to bring to the party? I taunted the robots. Not that I was expecting them to talk if they hadn't by now. They didn't talk, but they quickly shut me up when two more robots exploded out of the ocean, bringing my opponents up to 4. That wasn't an actual invitation. I complained and then had to focus as all 4 attacked at once. Between 16 tentacles, it was hard to find room to dodge, and I ended up tanking a lot more hits than I wanted. But eventually I managed to catch one of them again and started using the rest of the squid as an improvised flail on the other 3 robots. Without the shields getting in the way, I managed to do some decent damage, but couldn't take any of them down before the squid I had a hold of ejected the tentacle I had a hold of. Still, going by the sparks coming off them, now a few more solid hits should change that. Unfortunately, I wasn't in much better shape because the whole time I was using a squid to beat a squid, whatever numbing thing the tentacles did had still been going on. I could barely feel my right hand right now, and it took actual effort to form it into a fist. And that was after forcibly pushing ki as a sort of barrier to slow down the effects. I could be in a bit of trouble here. Then one of the squids broke off and started flying back towards the city for seemingly no reason. That was until I heard the sound of jets in the distance and saw what looked like a human robot flying out towards us. Oh hey, I recognized that thing. It was the knockoff battlesuit/Iron Man thing the army had. Attention aliens. You are violating United States airspace. Either leave Earth orbit now, or if you are unable to break atmosphere, surrender, and disarm. You will be held in custody until you can be escorted off-planet. The new arrival blared from a loudspeaker. Huh, he sounded kind of familiar. The robot squid close to him flipped and spread out its tentacles, either to block the newcomer from getting closer or in preparation for an attack. Either way, not the right choice, as that caused the robot to open fire with some kind of shoulder-mounted Gatling gun that tore into the pink squid and after a few seconds caused it to explode. I frowned at that because there was no way some bullets were doing more damage than what I could do. But it happened anyway. Either something about that gun was special or I was missing something. Another issue for the later box. The 3 remaining squids decided this was the last shot they were going to get at me and rushed to go on the attack. But they made a mistake. Not only did they group up, they also had given me enough time to gather my ki. Kamehame. I cupped my hands and focused on making the attack as dense as possible to give it the best chance of getting through the damaged shields. Then I let go. Just as I guessed planned. The shields on the squids couldn't hold off a continuous attack and eventually failed. The 3 squids exploded, and without the shields protecting them, the resulting parts were vaporized by the energy attack. That just left me alone with the new guy, who I finally remembered the name of. "Hey, Rhodes," I half sang, giving him an exaggerated wave to disguise the fact I still couldn't really feel my limbs. "I see you got a new suit. Does this mean we get to have another match?" The military drone slowed to a stop and gave me a look over. "You look familiar. You don't happen to have a younger sister, do you? Gets into places she shouldn't be? Likes to break expensive prototypes. You have trouble hearing through that thing?" I scowled at the robot. "It's me, Khalifa." I'm kidding. But seriously, you look different. No more little monkey girl, huh? You had one heck of a growth spurt from the last time we saw you." "Thanks. It happened when I spent a month in a magical mirror training device. I met a new friend there too. I'll have to bring her by so she can spar against your new suit too." "Magical mirror?" "Right, gonna decide that's above my pay grade. Anyway, look sharp, kid. We got another UFO dropping on our heads. We'll catch up after we figure out what they want or send them packing." I looked up, and sure enough, there was a spaceship heading right for us. Not a very big one, though. So either this was just a landing craft or whoever owned it was just bringing a handful of people. Especially when I saw the size of the 2 figures standing on top of the ship. Unless there was some serious space expansion wizardry in that ship, you weren't fitting more than 2 or 3 of the crab people. They looked like giant armored crab people to me, at least in there. "Attention aliens," Rhodes announced one more time. "This is Air Force Specialist James Rhodes. You are violating United States airspace. State your intentions, or you will be considered hostile." Going by the look of the armor on these guys, I was betting they were the ones behind the robot squid things. And since those hadn't said anything, I wasn't expecting these 2 to either. So it was a little surprising when one of them held up a golden badge and said, "In the name of the Grand Centauri Empire, the Saiyan girl is under arrest for violation of the Eklon Accords. Once she is captured, we will leave this planet. Stand aside." Wait, were these some kind of non-lantern space cops? Why were they after me? I hadn't even done anything off-planet. And what were the Eklon Accords? Growing Pains, Chapter 40. Despite what I was expecting after giant crab space cops showing up calling for my arrest, we actually didn't break out into another fight. Someone back at whatever base Rhodes was piloting the suit from had taken over his speakers and had started spitting legal talk at the crab people, who started spitting it right back. I lost track of the conversation the first time they mentioned Clause C of subsection. Who cares? And hadn't been able to figure out anything since. Especially because both sides eventually seemed to default to wait until a Green Lantern showed up to deal with this. Once the military dude let it slip, they had contacted one. They wouldn't even let me leave either. The crab guys because they still wanted to arrest me, and the military guys because they didn't want to be responsible for an invasion if the crab guys came after me anyway. They did agree to move this whole standoff to the beach though, which was nice because I couldn't feel my toes anymore. Key control was letting me move mostly normally, but it felt like everything was half asleep. I didn't like it. Hopefully it wore off soon. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw a flash of green heading towards us, marking the arrival of the lantern we were waiting on. Not the one I expected though, because it was the same guy from the Imperium invasion and the HIV thing, and not the white dude with the mask. "Sorry for the wait," GL said as he touched down. "I'm Green Lantern 2814-2 Stewart. I got word of a jurisdictional dispute." "Greetings, Lantern Stewart. We are members of the Centauri police sent to deal with a violation of the Eklon Accords, which this planet's military is blocking us from enforcing. No offense, Crab Bucket, but we aren't just going to let you launch drone strikes into an American city because you say you can. Rhodes sniped from the side. I guess he got control of the microphone back for a bit. And GL, can you explain to them that they need to say what they are here for in plain words? Because they and the legal eggheads keep going back and forth over a bunch of codes or references to those Eklon Accords, which our best and brightest are pretty sure Earth hasn't signed so. Not true. One of the crabs said, taking a step forward. King Lambda's Alpha Nu Delta Omicron signed the Accords several hundred years ago. As the majority ruler of the planet at the time, that was sufficient for Earth to be included. King who? Rhodes asked at the same time Green Lantern groaned and covered his face with a hand. King Lambda's Alpha Nu Delta Omicron, or King Alexander III, also known as Alexander the Great. At the time, he could have been considered influential enough to sign for the entire planet, as long as the person asking him to sign was shifty enough to not care that they were a Bronze Age civilization to get another signatory attached to their name. So what does that mean? I asked, still lost with all the legal talk. Earth is technically part of the Accords. They have the right to respond to major breaches if there is no leader or nation in control of most of the planet. And the United States doesn't count? Rhodes asked petulantly. The US, the EU, Russia, China. All of them are close enough that one of them can't be considered the undisputed ruler of Earth. Try not to let the brass hear you say that. You'll bruise their egos. Now that this has been cleared up, will you stand aside so we can do our duty? Left Crab demanded, raising his bigger claw in my direction. Rhodes moves to block him, but is held back by Green Lantern. Hold it, Hotshot. Let's finish hearing them out. He turned back to the crabs. What breach exactly are you responding to? Article 7, Clause 4, Subsection 37. Green Lantern looked confused as his ring no doubt gave him the information what that actually meant. The removal of invasive megafauna threatening to destroy a garden world? That should only apply to non-sapients, or species that cannot be reasoned with and found in small numbers. Scions are on the list. Left Crab interjected. I don't think I liked him. You're lucky we detected her this early in the lunar cycle. She may seem reasonable now, but scions are savages that won't hesitate to destroy everything around them. That's racist. I couldn't help but comment. I was starting to get annoyed about people talking like I wasn't here. Tell that to the people of Sideralix after you scions leveled half the planet 50 years ago. Enough. Right Crab stepped in front of his partner. We've given our reasons for targeting the girl. Are you going to stand in our way or not? Two cyborg crab people picking on a kid. You bet I'm gonna. Rhodes started before his suit locked up and stood, well, robotically. Now that this is a confirmed law enforcement operation, the U.S. Air Force will stay out of the matter for now. Any action outside of securing the Saiyan will be considered a hostile act. If you plan on further operations on Earth, contact the United States government ahead of time so we can avoid a repeat of this unfortunate situation. A different voice, one I recognized as one of the lawyers, spoke up, and then the robot flew up into the air and started heading back towards the city. I guess that means Rhodes got his suit taken away. Sucks for him. And you, Lantern Stewart? Are you requesting my help? As if we need the help of a lantern that couldn't even realize a scion was on his home planet. We don't need you or your help. Lefty cut in aggressively. Just don't get in our way. To my surprise, Green Lantern just shrugged and took a step back. All right, just had to ask for the record. Then he turned to me. Try not to hurt them too badly, kid. Oh, ooh, I see what he did there. I just got the green, light to kick these twos butts off the planet, and now they couldn't even complain about it because they told GL to get lost. He was cooler than I thought. I looked over at the crabs and made a show of cracking my knuckles. I could mostly feel my hands again by now, and made a come-get-me gesture at them. Lefty didn't hesitate to point his larger claw at me and charged. But he was even slower than the robot squids, so it was easy to leap to the side and blast him in the back with a simple key ball when he missed. His partner had a better idea by shooting some sort of weird translucent green tentacle out of his own claw, but after dealing with the effects of the robot ones, I didn't doubt for a second there wasn't more to the thing than just an attempt to tie me up. So I crashed back to the ground and used it to kick off, so I went low under his guard. I gave him points for not panicking at me suddenly getting so close by attacking instead of flinching away, But once again he was too slow, and his giant claw arm slash weapon smashed into the sand behind me half a second before I buried my fist into his stomach area. Even after my recent growth spurred, I needed to fly a bit to pick the crab guy up and not drag part of him on the ground. These guys were tall, and strangely heavy too. But that didn't stop me from throwing the guy into his more impatient partner who had just recovered from my key blast. They went down in an explosion of sand and tangled limbs, and I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Shouldn't these guys be tougher than the robots from earlier? I don't suppose you want to join their side? I asked Green Lantern. Make it a bit more interesting for everyone. He just gave me a blank look and raised an eyebrow. Guess that was a no. A laser beam shooting between us had me snap my focus back to the police grabs. But they were either more shaken up from the hits I gave them and getting thrown around than I thought they'd be, or that they were terrible shots because I was able to dodge all of them just by flying around a bit. At least that was what I thought until the heavily damaged robot squid I thought Rhodes destroyed slammed into me from behind. Quick, restrain her. I spat sand out of my mouth and stood just in time for one of the police grabs to shoot that green tentacle thing at me, and this time I couldn't dodge. The thing wrapped around my upper body, and I suddenly found myself with my arms pinned and a lot more tired than I had been a second ago. Not a big deal, though. I didn't need my hands to beat these two. I jumped into the air and then fell right on my face when I couldn't direct my key to fly. That's what these tentacles did. They suppressed energy somehow. I couldn't even curse the crabs out because the tentacle had covered my mouth. So I did the first thing that came to mind and bit down on the thing as hard as I could. Blah, that was a mistake. Stupid tentacle tasted like burnt rubber and had basically the same feel too. But now that I got a good grip on the end, and if I used my tail just so, we got her. Bring the ship around so we can get her in the containment field. Let's get off this planet before she pulls any more tricks. One of the crabs said. I didn't even care who it was anymore. On the way, returning the capture probe too. The other replied, pressing a button that had the damaged squid robot also head for the incoming ship. They were in a rush. Probably because they didn't want Green Lantern stepping in for some reason, but they should have been paying more attention to me. When the crab closest to me went to pick me up, I kicked my legs around and drove my knee into his chest. Their fancy tech could stop me from using ki in most ways. It did nothing against my base strength. He folded in half before I used him as a springboard to launch myself at his partner. I blocked the swipe of his claw with one leg and then used it as a platform to kick his guard out of the way. Then I bounced around him, delivering kicks to his face, chest, arms. Pretty much any target I had a clear shot at while he flailed around until he made one more desperate stab at me with his claw arm that glanced off the tentacle wrapped around my chest. With a twist of my neck and my tail, I was able to use the bit of room the crab's claw had created to loosen the tentacle enough to move my arms so I could rip the whole thing off me. Freed and able to use my ki once again, I flew low over the ground where I grabbed the crab by his leg and then went straight up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the other police crab trying to work the control pad, so I interrupted that by doing the first thing that went through my mind. I threw his partner at him. It certainly stopped him from finishing what he was doing, but I guess suddenly getting hit with his partner made him hit the wrong button because there was a loud crash in their ship followed by an explosion. One of the engines cut out, and the thing looked like it was going to fall out of the sky, right on top of the police crabs. Ah, damn it. I quickly flew down and grabbed each of the crabs by the first limb I could get a solid grip on and got out of there before the ship hit the beach. At first, it looked like it came out of the crash with nothing worse than some dents and scratched paint. But whatever caused the first explosion rattled out of a hatch, and I had a split second to see the even more damaged robot squid before it blew up again and completely ruined one of the engines. I guess they were trying to bring it out to cheap shot me again, and something went wrong? Meh. So ready to keep going? Or you two want to give up? I asked as they picked themselves off the ground. Why don't we call it here? Green Lantern said, flying over and separating us with a transparent wall from his ring. I think it's pretty clear if she wanted to. Khalifa could have wiped the floor with you in seconds. Instead, she held back and even saved your lives. I think that's proof enough that her being here isn't a violation of the Echelon Accords. The police grabs looked at each other and then at the wreck of their ship that had almost crushed them. Agreed. The calmer of the two said eventually. We'll have to report this incident, and we can't guarantee that the Centauri Police Headquarters will make a permanent exception, but we won't be taking any more action against this Saiyan today, as a reward for behaviors that go against the norms for her species. This mean we're done fighting? I asked and scowled when I got 3 nods in return. Lame. Same bad attitude as other Saiyans, though. The second crab grumbled. I ignored him, though. I stuck around as GL helped them get their ship back up and running and gave the crabs a cheeky wave as they flew off into space. I even told them if they ever wanted a rematch, they knew where to find me, much to the second crab's annoyance. Too bad for him. You shouldn't antagonize them too much. They can make your life pretty difficult if they want. Green Lantern said. I raised an eyebrow at him. I thought they said I wasn't breaking those accord things. Shouldn't that be the end of it? Yeah, unless their bosses disagree. GL nodded. But what they can do is put a capture bounty on you for a whole lot of other reasons. Earth doesn't really have a spokesperson to tell the Centauri Empire they can't. So I might get random aliens coming here to fight me? Cool. GL just sighed at my response. All right, kid, why don't you clear out while I finish cleaning up here? And try staying out of trouble. I mean, I could. Oh? Or do you want to have a spar? That last fight kinda ended too easily, and I haven't fought a Green Lantern yet. GL just ruffled my hair while giving my head a shove and took off over the beach while a beam of green energy scanned the area. Is that a no then? Growing Pains, Chapter 41. I slowly breathed in and focused on my key, trying to feel how it responded to various pokes and prods as I tried to get it to do what I wanted. I had been doing this kind of thing for a while, but I was still mostly making it up as I went. This was something very different from the techniques I normally used. Instead of gathering it all to one point and letting it burst out, I focused on spreading it evenly throughout my body. Then once I felt that was good enough, I focused on raising my ki as smoothly as I could. In theory, this should. Almost instantly, the ki destabilized and erupted outward in every direction. I opened my eyes and frowned at the small crater I was sitting in. Failed again. I don't get it. I complained, flopping on my back and rolling around while I pulled at my hair. Why were techniques that didn't involve blasting something so much harder? And to make things worse, I couldn't just go find someone and pester them into teaching me what I was doing wrong. No one I knew of used ki. Maybe I should just wander around China for a bit and see if I could stumble across a cultivator sect or something. Were those even a thing here? I stretched out on the ground and sighed, taking a moment to just watch the clouds go by. China could be interesting, but they didn't advertise superhumans like America did. I would have to actually search the whole country for who I was looking for. And that was assuming they weren't hiding out in some pocket dimension or something that would make me walk right by them. My scouter couldn't find anything at least, which was really annoying because that was supposed to be the one thing it was good for, and it was useless when I needed it. Which meant I was probably just going to waste more time wandering around the Chinese mountains without anything to show for it. Not exactly my idea of fun. Though maybe if I brought Donna or some of the psychic squad, we could make a whole training journey of it. I could find someone to teach me how to do the weirder things with ki. Donna and I could try out all the different types of food. Kid Flash would probably enjoy that too. Speedy and Birdbrain would probably like the chance to see magical bows and bow staves. And Aqualad, well, there would probably be something interesting to him somewhere. I didn't really know the guy yet. No, Donna was still on Themyscira, and it was the middle of the week, so the sidekicks were probably still in school. And sitting in the woods trying to get this technique to work was pretty much a waste of time right now. So training was kind of a bust. There were other things I could do, speed and strength training, key control, finishing up the Destructo disc, but none of that really sounded like fun at the moment. I needed something to do that would let me unwind and clear my head so I could get back to training later. Welp, time to go bother Superman then. Oh, the problem with reporters was that they tended to leave looking for things to report on. They didn't just conveniently wait in the Daily Planet building for me to swing by. I spent the better part of the morning crisscrossing Metropolis looking for Superman, which was a lot harder to do when he wasn't flying around and I wasn't even sure he was in the city. I did eventually find him driving in a car along the coast with Lois and some fat old guy. Guess that meant more waiting. Couldn't exactly call out Superman now and blow his secret identity. He was a jerk and probably evil, but you had to respect the identity rules. Besides, I liked Lois. I wouldn't want her mad at me because I blew her boyfriend's secret to some random old guy. Actually, did Lois know Superman and Clark Kent were the same person yet? I don't think I ever asked. A loud bang interrupted my thoughts, and I looked down to see a truck careening towards the car. One of its tires had blown out and the driver lost control, and I could only curse at the situation because I was too far away to actually help. Lois was down there so Superman wouldn't let anything actually bad happen. but explaining things would be really awkward. The truck driver fought to avoid hitting the much smaller car, and for the most part he did, but there was simply no room for even Superman's reflexes to make it so the two vehicles didn't collide. The front left bumper of the truck hit the back left of the car and sent it into a spin before it smashed into the guardrail and stopped. The car only went a little bit further before it also hit the rail, pinning the driver's side and almost going off the side of the cliff. But it didn't look like anyone was hurt. Lois and the old guy were getting out of the car, and the truck driver seemed fine. So that was good. Now, how to show up and call out Superman without blowing his identity, and boom. Oh, come on, I screamed as the truck suddenly exploded. The three people were fine, just pushed to the ground. But the explosion was enough to send the car over the edge of the cliff. With Superman still inside, that wasn't a big deal. A little drop wasn't going to hurt him, but it probably would a normal squishy human. And because I had stopped to think after the crash, I was still too far away to do anything. Maybe just get there as fast as possible and have us both pretend I caught him so we could avoid awkward questions and he could repay me with a more serious spar. With how fast I was going now, it wouldn't be too obvious that I didn't catch. A red and blue blur whizzed past me, and my brain stalled out as I saw Superman come up over the cliff with a slightly disheveled Clark Kent. What? I wasn't the only one confused. Lois was looking between the two, and Clark obviously looked a bit shaken up. There you go. Maybe next time just watch your step. Right, Mr. Kent? Superman said with a smile as he set the other man down on solid ground. Yeah? I'll do my best. The reporter chuckled awkwardly. What? And everyone else here is all right? I saw the explosion. No cuts or anything. Superman asked, looking over everyone, eyes briefly flicking up to me, floating over them, but quickly dismissing me for the moment. The other four quickly confirmed that the worst injury among them was a sprained wrist from when the old guy, who turned out to be Lois's boss, fell during the boom. Nothing that needed an immediate trip to the hospital or an ambulance. Then it was my turn. I tensed as Superman looked at me, because now that he and Clark Kent were a little apart, I could tell they had the exact same key signature. That wasn't normal. And lastly, we have you, he said, though I don't think I know your name. I stared blankly at him. That confirmed something weird was going on with this Superman. It's me. Khalifa. You know, the Saiyan you fight with sometimes. Superman froze and looked like he was processing that statement. Right. Sorry about that. It's been a while, and I didn't recognize you. You grew up a lot, he said before I could call him out on the pause. I saw you trying to help. That was very brave of you, but you should probably leave dangerous things like that to the experts. Right. I drawled. Yeah, this guy was a fake. We literally saw each other a few days ago. Anyway, I've got to go. Stay safe, and Lois. I'd be happy to see you sometime outside of a disaster. Maybe for dinner one night. That's so? Perhaps we should. Lois mused, still giving him and Clark some looks. Great. If you have time, I'll pick you up on the roof of the planet. Around 8 sound good. If I can make it. I watched as the fake flew off towards the city. Nothing about the quick conversation was wrong compared to the other times. But this one definitely felt different. Like he had to stop and think about certain responses that most people would just do naturally. The bit where he didn't recognize me? Even if he hadn't lied saying that we hadn't seen each other for a while. Practically anyone else would have looked like they were trying to recall something or had their eyes light up when they remembered. The fake had paused completely. Almost like a computer program stalling out while it waited for a response to load, or maybe like a record needle jumping out of the groove. There was really only one thing I could say about the whole thing. That was bizarre. Growing Pains, Chapter 42. You guys sure you don't want a lift or something? I asked for the third time. I mean, it's like 20 miles back to the city, and I'm not sure your car is going to make it. I dragged the fallen car back up the cliff since the fake Superman didn't bother, but it had still gone off a cliff into the ocean. It didn't look great at the moment. Lois didn't seem thrilled to get back into it either. I'm not normally a stickler for these kinds of things, but this outfit is over $400. I'm not ruining it with car fish smell. No offense, Smallville. I'll wait for the taxi we called. Clark Kent chuckled and rubbed at the back of his head. None taken. I'm probably just going to walk back myself. Still a little shaken from the fall. And I'm responsible for these two. Can't just leave them in the lurch. Perry, Lois's boss, said. But you sure can't? I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to go ahead. Maybe sit down and get an interview with our friend here? Like the girl said, we're miles from anything. You know us country boys, Mr. White. 10 miles to school, and all that. Clark said as he started walking. I'll be fine once I walk it off. I sighed and looked at the truck driver. Don't suppose you want a lift? Nah. Appreciate the offer, but I gotta stick around to give my take to the cops. We'll shoot until blown like that, which means somebody screwed up at the depot. The driver said. I take off now, I could lose my job. Oh well, I tried. Besides, me asking was mostly an excuse to corner the real Superman for questions. And since he had left, I didn't have a reason to stay either. I waved goodbye and took off after the two Supermen, towards Metropolis. It didn't take me too long to find them. It was hard to track a specific key signature in a city, even if the two I were looking for were identical, but following them from the cliff let me know generally where they would be. From there, it was simple to just fly around until I spotted them, though they didn't exactly look like they were getting along. As I got closer, one of them pointed at the other's hands, which made that Superman look down and flinch at whatever it was before he started getting angry. He yelled something I couldn't make out, and then punched the real Superman in the face. Which, fair. I was here to do the same thing. Maybe I could fight him first? I could at least ask, hey you, if you're looking for a fight, why don't? Whoa, what happened to your face? I started to challenge the fake, but was shocked when he turned to face me. Fake Superman had started off looking exactly like the real one, but now I could literally see parts of his face shifting as bones and muscles rearranged themselves for some reason. It ended up giving his eyes a sunken look, and his jaw was starting to look weird too. And it looked like it wasn't stopping. The fact his skin was turning chalk white all over didn't help either. Get away from me. A punch caught me by surprise and sent me halfway through a building. Whatever was going on with the fake, it didn't mess with his strength much. Ow! I pushed some of the rubble off of me and looked around. I had crashed into the middle of some kind of office space and now had a handful of people peeking over cubicle walls at me. I gave them a wave and flew back out the hole I made. They lived in Metropolis. They were probably used to people getting knocked through walls now and then. I quickly made my way back to where I saw the two Supermen, but I could only find one key signature. Turns out it was the real one, who was also looking around for the fake. Hey, where did the other guy go? Huh, it was odd to see Superman scowl. He got away. Really now? Already? That was fast. So any idea who that guy was? Or where he was going? 'Cause I need to pay him back for the cheap shot he took. Superman crossed his arms. I've got no idea on any of it. Took off in a hurry though. Some kind of shapeshifter? I guessed it would possibly explain the key thing. Though I felt like I was forgetting something. 'Cause he wasn't looking much like you by the end of it. Anyway, you want to help me track him down and see what his deal is. The sound of sirens started up in the distance, cutting off Superman before he could say anything. He looked towards the source and then back to me. Looks like I'm going to be busy for a bit. Don't go looking on your own. I don't know what his deal was, but he wasn't some pushover. I don't want you getting hurt. I'll be careful. I shrugged, trying to seem uninterested in looking for his lookalike. Superman didn't buy it. I'm serious, Khalifa. Stay away from him until we know more. In fact, if you don't go looking, I'll promise you a full day of sparing on a deserted island. I perked up. A full day fighting against someone I could go all out against, just for not looking for one guy? I could do that. Then a thought connected, and I had to hold back an evil smile. You promise? Then it's a deal. I shouted and forced him into a handshake. So, while you're busy, I'm gonna go hang out with Lois. Later. Wait, WH. I didn't hear the rest. I was too busy speeding back towards the edges of the city. Oh. Lois was glaring at me from behind the top of her monitor. I said nothing and gave her my best wide-eyed, innocent-looking smile. A pen clicked twice in the background. Lois glared harder. I kept smiling and raised my hands up so she could see. Neither one had a pin in them. 2 more clicks. Lois started looking like she was trying to suddenly develop heat vision. I wished her luck. I could kinda mimic heat vision by focusing key out of my eyes if I wanted to, but it wasn't really worth it considering the other techniques I could do. For a normal human, especially one that got in trouble as much as Lois, it would be a lot more useful. 2 more clicks. She did her best to ignore me, but I could see the vein twitching on her forehead. It was only a matter of time before. 2 more clicks. Will you stop that? Lois roared, slamming her hands on her desk and standing up to glare at me straight on. My smile widened by a few teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. 2 more clicks. I don't even have a pen. I can see your tail moving, monkey girl. You aren't fooling anyone. Crap, she was good. I quickly tossed the pen across the room with a flick of my tail. Nope, no pen here. Definitely wasn't just pressing it into my back to annoy you. Lois raised her hands up and looked like she was doing her best to hold herself back from strangling me. At least she did before she took a deep breath to calm down and leaned forward on her desk. Okay, fine, I'll pretend I buy that. Why are you here bothering me? Shouldn't you be off giving the Justice League a collective headache instead of hanging around an empty office building? I didn't want to tell her I was totally using her as bait for the fake Superman, because that would definitely get her to call the real Superman, and he would probably decide that going where the fake was most likely to show up and just waiting was the same as going looking for him. He was evil like that. So instead I just said, Superman blew me off earlier, so I'm following you around so he can't run away pretending to be busy and will have to fight me. Lois raised an eyebrow. So you're just going to follow me around for God knows how long? Nah, you'll probably end up getting kidnapped again soon enough. Or he'll drop by tonight for your date. I do not get in trouble that often. I snorted. Didn't you almost get knocked off a cliff today? That you? Ugh, never mind. Lois sputtered and shoved away from her desk. But you're right. He was supposed to stop by the roof around 8. I'm going to give him an earful if he thinks he can just dump you on me because he's busy. Huh. So she didn't know Clark Kent was Superman's disguise yet? I guess she only suspected, and the fake showing up made her doubt it. Of course I wasn't going to tell her. Just hold it over her head later when she definitely knew. Yeah, you tell him. My outburst just got me another dirty look that I decided to ignore as I followed Lois on her way towards the roof. It wasn't a long walk, but it did give me some time to think about what scenarios meeting the fake Superman could end up as. Problem was, he had so many clones and copycats it was kinda hard to guess right away. I mean, there was the cyborg guy, the animated toy guy, the like 30 different evil versions from alternate dimensions, and I think there was a power stealer that could shapeshift at one point. I felt like I was missing an obvious one. Metallo? No, that was the robot with the blonde skin suit. Well, whatever. The point is there were a lot of different ways for someone to fake being Superman, and they had a lot of different reasons to do so. That kind of made planning for a specific guy hard. The only guaranteed thing to do was to go find a chunk of kryptonite somewhere, but that was both cheating and not something I could really do in 5 minutes. So I was just going to go with the flow and figure out a plan later. Lois made it to the top of the roof access stairs, and I followed her out. But there honestly wasn't much up here, literally. Besides the column that held up the Daily Planet orb, there was nothing on the sloped roof. Not even a rail to stop people from just slipping off the edge. That wouldn't be a big deal if you could fly or were tough enough to survive the fall like a Saiyan could. But most humans couldn't do either of those. So how the heck did the builders get approval for that? The sound of people talking broke me out of my thoughts as I heard Lois call out to the fake that just arrived and was looking a lot worse than earlier today. Ignoring the now completely white skin and messed up hair, most of his face now looked jagged and misshapen. That extended to the rest of his body too as he stood hunched over with his legs at odd angles. For some reason, even his outfit looked different, the blue fading to a kind of purple and the shield emblem looking deformed and bizarre. Oh. I was an idiot. Right, Bizarro. Forgot about him. I muttered under my breath. A mistake because even if Lois missed it, the degenerating clone of Superman didn't. Me not Bizarro. AM Superman. Me hero. Bizarro growled. Me need Lois help. Growing Pains, Chapter 43. What were you supposed to do when you found yourself on top of a building with a nosy reporter and a clone of her superpowered boyfriend? My first instinct was to fight the clone, because that seemed to be how it always worked out. Some scientist made a clone, and it either turned out evil or was supposed to be evil in the first place. They got in a fight with either the original or their friends, and then they either stayed evil or joined the good guys depending on how things worked out. Or they died. I didn't really know what to do when the clone just asked for help without threatening anyone. I mean, I wanted to fight him. But doing that when he just asked for help sounded like a jerk move. Maybe I could help him out and get a fight out of it as a reward for helping? While I was distracted with my thoughts, Lois took charge. Who are you? What are you? And why do you think I could help? Probably not the best way to talk to someone obviously unstable without being tough enough for it not to matter. But I guess she hadn't gotten to where she had by being afraid to ask tough questions. Though considering where she was on top of a skyscraper staring down a possibly evil clone of Superman with only an alien teenager as backup. Maybe she should learn time and place better. Me AM Superman. Bizarro protested, angrily taking a few steps forward, incidentally making Lois tack a few back. Only a few inches from where the roof sloped down to a drop off the whole building. Crap, I should do something about that so the squishy human doesn't fall off. Right. Control the situation now. Figure out how to get Bizarro to fight me later. Hey, focus. What did you need help with? I said, flying between the two. The clone scowled at me. I think. It was kinda hard to tell with how messed up his face was. Memory is wrong. Me am wrong. Lois smart. Lois can help. I nodded. Right. Not sure how much help she can really be, but she can probably call the… I quickly stopped myself from saying real, because that wouldn't help anyone. Other Superman, and we can all. Me am Superman. Me no need help from imposter. I realized I had still made a mistake when there was a flash of white and purple out of the corner of my eye, and I was suddenly backhanded into the Daily Planet globe. Note to self. Real Superman is a hot button for Bizarro. Also, he really doesn't hold back and hits really, really hard. Ow. I wiggled a bit to free myself from the indent I had made in the giant stone ball and looked out only to see the real Superman had shown up and was now facing off against Bizarro. That could only end well. I focused on wriggling some more, pausing when I felt the rock groan around me. Normally, I would just break the whole thing and not care, but Lois was currently stuck on the edge of a roof with two super people about to go at it and couldn't fly. Since I liked her for not making a huge deal out of my amateur kidnapping job in the interview she published, I would at least try not scaring her into accidentally walking off a building. I had just freed myself when I heard a thunderclap followed by a scream. I looked up just in time to see Superman flying backwards towards me before he collided with my nose and drove me back into the crater I just escaped from. That proved too much for the stand holding up the Daily Planet globe. I felt more than heard the base snap off, followed by the eventual feeling of falling through the air. Superman recovered first from our crash and quickly flew out to catch the giant falling rock, while I took the opportunity to just get out of the way. I wasn't getting stuck in that stupid rock a third time. While the actual hero was doing damage control, I was looking around for Lois and Bizarro. Just like I expected, though, neither were anywhere to be seen. I guess Lois got kidnapped again. The good news is that I was no longer going to be the worst kidnapper she dealt with. All right, I think it's about time I got some answers. Superman said next to me, apparently having already fixed the globe. Who was that, and what did he want with Lois? Botched clone of you. I said casually. Said he was having memory problems and thought Lois could help. A clone. I saw a bunch of emotions run over the Kryptonian's face, few of them remotely positive. But I could guess that someone trying to make another him in a lab wasn't exactly something he was okay with. Before I could comment, though, he refocused on Lois. Help how? I shrugged. I don't actually know. We didn't get that far before I got smacked into a building. Then we need to find them before she gets hurt. Can you sense either one? I had already been trying. The problem was, trying to find a normal human like Lois in a city full of other normal humans was like looking for a specific needle in a pile of needles. And Superman and Bizarro had key signatures so identical I couldn't tell them apart. Not helped by the fact Superman was right next to me, making it hard to focus on the him that was not him somewhere else. Did that even make sense? I shook my head to clear my thoughts. Doesn't look like it. Unless you want to fly out of the city and let me look again? Wait, no. That won't work, cause once you get close I won't be able to tell if he moved. And since he's probably as fast as you, we'd just end up chasing our tails. Superman finished. As the only one that actually had a tail, I narrowed my eyes at him, only to be ignored as he flew off into the city looking for his girlfriend. Not to be left behind, I chased after him. After all, Bizarro hit me first. I had dibs on any fights. Oh, as it turned out, it didn't take too long to pick up Bizarro's trail. And the moment we did, my pride was getting a thorough pounding. Why? Because when I kidnapped Lois Lane, I took her to the cave I kept my stuff, gave her a few snacks I had lying around, and gave her an interview because she asked. When Bizarro kidnapped her, he took her to a fancy restaurant, gave her a quick interview, and then apparently took her home to some kind of hidden lab outside the city. Literally, the only thing I did better than a defective clone was making sure she didn't forget her notes. Bizarro had apparently rushed them off before Lois could pick up her recording device where it was left on a table. Good for us figuring out where they went. Bad for my self-esteem. Superman helped the police for a bit and asked some questions while I mostly finished off a few of the abandoned plates of food left behind when the diners ran away from Bizarro. But eventually we got pointed in the right direction and flew off to look for them. Thankfully, that part didn't take long. Once we left the city and the thousands of key signatures, It wasn't all that hard for me to pick out a few of them out in the wilderness. We had a few false starts, campers out in the hills, and a few photographers doing nighttime photo shoots. But we didn't exactly need to get close to realize they weren't what we were looking for and move on to the next group. It got really obvious when we found a random white building semi-hidden on a cliff that just screamed hidden lab. We didn't even need to guess who was behind it, either, with the LexCorp-branded helicopter parked right outside. Luther. Of course he is behind this. Superman said with an edge to his voice. I mean, he is kinda obsessed with you. I pointed out. At least you get to put him in jail for a bit for illegal cloning or something, right? I had absolutely zero faith that any rich person with as many political connections as Lex Luthor would face real consequences, but having to deal with the law would at least annoy him for a while, right? I don't know about that. Superman said bitterly. I'd have to check, but I don't think there are any laws against cloning anything not human. Oh, I guess that was another reason he was pissed about the Bizarro situation. Not only had someone tried making another him for probably not good reasons, it was also a metaphorical yank of the tail that he wasn't considered part of the world he protected so often to get the same protections others got just by being human. And I guess that meant I should expect to run into a clone of myself at some point too. The people that had the tech and knowledge to work with alien DNA were probably tied up with trying to crack Kryptonian DNA, but I was pretty sure Saiyan DNA was a lot simpler to work with. If they ever switched tracks, I could soon find myself fighting my sister. I wasn't sure how to think about that. Before this, the thought of fighting another Saiyan would have just excited me. But thinking about what it would be like to fight a clone of me being used as a disposable weapon for some scientist, I still didn't know what to feel about a clone version of me. And I would do the mature thing and repress thinking about it until I couldn't do that anymore. But I did know that any scientist that cloned me would lose their working legs privileges at least. Well, I guess we should go grab Lois then, I said instead, just to move us past this conversation. Superman sighed. Yeah, we should go get her before she ends up blowing up the lab somehow. The sound of an explosion drew our attention back to the lab, just in time for me to see the windows light up from flames dancing inside the building and what looked like a computer terminal crashing through a skylight. Huh, I thought that was supposed to be a joke. It was. Superman deadpanned. Growing Pains, Chapter 44. I wasn't surprised when Superman left me in the dust on the way to the now-burning lab. I still was a long way off from catching the Flash, not to mention the Kryptonian, especially when his girlfriend was in danger. But I was happy to note that I wasn't that far behind. I made it through the broken window just in time to see Superman catch a bit of the ceiling that was about to crush Lois, while Bizarro was busy breaking tubes filled with, were those yellow mannequins built to look like Superman? Why would anyone want 50 of those? Oh, those were more clones. But why were they yellow? Superman, you have to help us get out. I heard Lois shout and looked her way to see her standing next to Lex Luthor, who was here for some reason, and an old scientist dude. I was actually surprised Lex hadn't ducked out by now considering how everything was currently on fire, but a quick glance around showed he wasn't here by choice. At some point, a giant machine had been wedged into the doorway, locking everyone who couldn't fly inside. And of course we still needed to deal with Bizarro himself. Hey, I had dibs on a fight, I shouted as the clone slammed into Superman. Me kill you, and I was totally ignored. While I mentally debated whether I should break up the fight so I could have a go or let them continue, Lex stepped forward and shouted at me. She meant now, girl. We're sitting on top of a half-kiloton of explosives. The businessman said briskly. Enough, I presume, to destroy even Superman, let alone all of us. I almost laughed at him for that, because while I had no idea how big an explosion half a kiloton was, I was pretty sure Superman could handle it no problem. Unless it was laced with kryptonite or something. And considering it was Luthor, he probably did have kryptonite-laced explosives in a lab meant to clone Superman, just in case one of them went nuts and started tearing up the place. Kinda like what Bizarro was doing now. Well, crap. And even if Superman could survive, Lois certainly wouldn't. Why would you set off a bomb that big when you're still inside the building? What are you, stupid? I complained as I flew towards the blocked door. Lex bristled at that, but didn't say anything. Probably because he was waiting for me to actually open the way out first. He was at least that smart. Khalifa, look out. No one leaves. I only had a heartbeat to react to a flash of white and purple in the corner of my vision before my arm snapped up in a reflexive block. I managed to stop Bizarro's fist from hitting me in the face, but defective clone or not, He was still a Superman clone, and I was sent crashing into a burning machine on the other side of the lab from the strength of the punch. Ow! I muttered as I shoved my way out of the jagged bits of metal and rolled my wrist. Definitely gonna feel that bruise later. But more important thing first, dealing with Bizarro. Alright, you asked for it. I flared my key and shot towards Bizarro, who was already turning to focus back on Superman. But I had already had my dibs call ignored and then been attacked, so I had no issues crashing into him and driving him through a row of cloning tubes. I heard Luther shouting in the background, but he wasn't important right now. Superman could deal with him. Bizarro burst out of the wreckage with a roar and took a swing at me. It was fast, but unlike the original, it was sloppy, so I was easily able to duck under it and give him a quick kick to the ribs. He reflexively caught my leg before I could spin away, and when I went to kick him with the other to free myself, he caught that one too. Bizarro gave me a crooked grin, and I gave him a sharp one in return. Next thing he knew, my hands were cupped a few inches from his face as I blasted him with a key beam. As expected, he let go of my legs to shield his face, and I poured more energy into the attack, hoping to do some actual damage. I wasn't sure if it worked, but it definitely sent the clone flying backwards. I wasn't letting up though. I surged forward only for part of a column to crumble right on top of me. It slowed me down a bit, but a bit of rock wasn't enough to stop me from getting close to my opponent. But why wasn't he looking at me? Superman save, Lois? He mumbled, more to himself than anything, and I took the risk to check over my shoulder to see what he was looking at. At some point, Luther and the scientist cleared out, but it looked like Lois got caught under some of the rubble. I don't know what Superman had been doing before that, but right now he was carefully lifting a big chunk of the building off his girlfriend's leg. Superman had it handled. There was no reason it should distract from our fight. Even the sound of part of the roof collapsing wasn't going to distract me from this fight as I turned back to Bizarro, but he obviously didn't feel the same. He was still looking behind me. Whoosh. At least he was until he blitzed past me towards the others. Hey, you're fighting me. I trailed off as I saw that Bizarro wasn't taking the opportunity to attack his original. He was stopping the giant section of the ceiling I heard falling just a second ago from landing on both Superman and Lois. Me hold. You go, the clone told the others, even as he struggled under the weight. To pretty much everyone's shock, considering he said no one was leaving just a minute ago and said he was going to kill Superman. Me know I'm Superman. You am Superman. Superman save Lois. Oh, this wasn't a change of heart. Up until a moment ago, Bizarro had at least partly truly believed that he was the original Superman. I don't know what the last straw was, but that apparently wasn't the case anymore. And I guess that meant our fight was over. Superman gave his clone a nod and quickly scooped Lois up before getting her out of the lab. The lab I just remembered was sitting on a huge bomb because I got too wrapped up in trying to fight Bizarro. Hey, you gotta leave too, I shouted, blasting the ceiling slab to pieces and moving to shove Bizarro towards the door, but he wasn't budging for some reason. No leave, me know I'm Superman. Me belong here. He denied. I was getting flashbacks to Donna. That's stupid. So what if you aren't Superman? That doesn't mean you should just throw your life away. You're still a person. Bizarro and person. I pushed harder, and this time got him to take a few stumbling steps. Of course you're a person, and you still need to finish our fight, so get moving already. Another push got me a few more feet when Bizarro suddenly shifted and made me stumble past him. Before I could do anything, he grabbed me by both arms so they were pinned to my sides and picked me up. Hey, what are you? Monkey girl, good person, the clone stated as he shifted me to a side. But no place for Bizarro out there. Wadash, but me am hero, so me save you. The last thing I saw before Bizarro threw me up through a hole in the roof was his crooked smile. But this one was different, almost proud of what he had done before the building blew up with him still inside. I don't know how long I hovered there watching the remains of the burning lab, but I just couldn't bring myself to look away even when Superman flew over carrying Lois. No matter how hard I focused, there were just no key signatures down there. Khalifa, are you okay? I didn't know how to answer that right now. Why didn't he escape? There was more than enough time. I asked instead. Something dripped down my cheek, and I angrily brushed it away with the back of my hand. Superman and Lois exchanged a look, but I still couldn't look away from the lab. I don't know, Superman said eventually. I can't say what he was thinking in the end. Maybe he thought there wasn't a place for him in the world. But what I do know is that in the end, he chose to be a hero and make sure that you got out. That's stupid. I growled as more liquid dripped down my face. I brushed that away too. It doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you're alive, there's a place for you somewhere. That's a good attitude to have, Lois said, but you don't have to keep it in. You're allowed to feel sad. What was she? I felt something roll down my cheek, and this time I caught it in my hand. It was water. Oh, I was crying. Growing Pains, Chapter 45. After the lab incident, I decided to take a few days for myself. No training, no fights, just flying randomly across the continent and taking in some sights and trying to clear my head. It was nice. By the fourth day, I had pretty much sorted myself out, and while what Bizarro did still upset me, I decided he made his choice and I had to respect that even if I didn't get why he did it. I would respect that. Of course, that left me in a slightly awkward position of what to do next. I had a feeling all the older heroes were going to be weird about things for a while, and I didn't want to deal with that. I mean, I didn't blame them. Making sure other people were okay was kind of their whole thing, but I didn't need that anymore. And I didn't want the first time meeting up with the sidekick squad after a while being awkward because they thought I was fragile or something. So I needed to find someone who could let the Justice League know I was okay now and didn't need to be babied and wouldn't get weird about meeting up for some fun. I was pretty sure Thanagarians dealt with all their problems by hitting them in the face like a proper person, so Hockey should be a pretty good choice. Plus, I hadn't seen her in a while anyway. Now I just had to find her. Oh, why was it so hard to find a woman with giant freaking bird wings attached to her? Why was she harder to find than freaking Superman? Seriously, I found an internet post about how he helped put out a fire less than an hour ago with a 2-minute internet search, but the last thing I found about Hockey was over a month old. Wait, crap. She was an alien who wasn't abandoned on Earth. Was she even on the planet? I groaned and collapsed on the keyboard in front of me. This sucked. Are you having trouble, dear? A kind voice asked behind me. I looked up and around to see the old librarian had wandered over, probably to get me to stop laying on her equipment, and was now looking kindly at me through some thick glasses and occasionally glancing at the computer monitor. School project? I shrugged, not surprised by the mistaken impression. After all, I had ditched my armor today for a tight black shirt and some looser-fitting cargo pants. So many pockets. That hid my tail pretty well, so I did look like a normal human teenager just looking things up in the library. I'm trying to find stories about Hawkwoman, but it's not going great. Nothing recent is coming up. Oh, that's because the media started calling her Hawkgirl a while back. I think it was to make her seem a bit more friendly since she is so aggressive when she's going around fighting. The librarian sounded disapproving of that. We don't want little girls going around thinking that screaming your head off is something we want mature young women to do. She sniffed. Right? I got the distinct impression that doing anything but smiling and nodding along was going to get me a long lecture about the proper way of things, and I had no interest in being talked at until I fell asleep. I had other things to do, such as looking up sightings of Hockey, using her actual name since I had apparently lost that mental coin flip. Seriously, Hawkgirl instead of Hawkwoman? Hockey looked like she was around the same age as Wonder Woman. If Donna showed up calling herself Wonder Girl or something like that, and the media put them on the same level, Hockey was going to flip. I paused reading the article I found while I thought about that. On second thought, I prayed that would happen. The mental image of a bunch of newsies getting chased around by a pissed-off Thanagarian screaming that she was a grown woman was too funny to pass up. This is exactly what I needed. Thanks, Miss Librarian. Happy to help, dear. Good luck on your assignment, and please don't lay on the keyboards again. Oh, unfortunately, Hawkgirl wasn't as famous a hero as Wonder Woman, Superman, or The Flash. Kinda. I mean, she was obviously well-known considering she was a founding member of the Justice League. Maybe it was better to say she wasn't as popular, as media-friendly. All of the others were constantly in the news in one way or another that my target simply wasn't. Thankfully for me, though, she wasn't on the level of Batman, who was usually only caught by a camera when he wanted to be. That meant that even the most recent sighting I could find in an afternoon using public internet was a few days old. And considering she could fly at a decent speed, that meant it was almost useless. But it did give me a place to start looking. So after one last check to see if there was a more recent sighting that turned up nothing, I was off to the northern part of the Rockies to hunt down a bird woman, and promptly got stuck on what to do next because trying to find one person in a mountain range with no idea where to start looking was really freaking hard. Even going by key sense and only looking for the bigger sources, I wasn't getting much luck. Thanagarians had more key than your average human, but it wasn't so different that I could just pinpoint who I was looking for at a glance. I ended up dropping in on a few hikers, for bears, and some sort of gorilla man before I found a group of key signatures a bit stronger than usual that I immediately went off to investigate. Why? Because there were 6 of them moving really close together, and more interestingly, they were underground, relatively. They were still pretty high up a mountain, but being inside the mountain still counts. But that meant there was some kind of secret base inside a mountain that was begging to be explored. Unfortunately, knowing that there was a secret base inside a mountain didn't mean that I knew where the entrance was. And I had gotten yelled at by Donna enough to know that blasting through the walls wasn't a really good idea if you wanted whatever was on the other side intact. Or for the roof to not cave in on your head, because walls were important for that. So yeah, no impersonating the Kool-Aid Man unless I knew what the other side looked like. But that was fine. I had learned infiltration from Batman, after all. And one of the earliest lessons he had given me was that sometimes all you needed to do to sneak inside a secure location was just wait until someone left and be quick. And since the 6 people I was sensing seemed to be getting closer to the mountain's surface, I had a hunch I wasn't going to need to wait long. Moving carefully just in case there were some kind of external sensors, I flew close to the rock face and hid behind some boulders. I didn't need to wait long before the group of 6 got even closer before coming to a stop. The rock face split open as a hidden door revealed itself, and I poked my head out too. Oh, FFFF. I yelped and dove back down behind my own rock as some kind of ship came screaming out of the mountain and almost took my head off. I turned to track it just in case they saw me on the way out, but the ship kept going slightly up into the air before vanishing into the sky. Okay, I guess that explained why the 6 of them were moving so close together. Really didn't appreciate the near haircut, but no time to complain. I needed to sneak in before the door shut again. I managed to slip through just before the fake rock walls closed and landed in a crouch. I had to resist the urge to whisper, "I'm in," as I looked around. Not that there was much to see initially. So far, I was just in a tunnel big enough for the ship. I just dodged to fly down that went deeper into the mountain, but not much else in sight. Only one way to go then. I flew down the tunnel, keeping an eye out for anything that looked like a camera or sensor like Batman had taught me. But I also remembered he told me going anywhere for the first time without scoping it out almost guaranteed that you would miss something, so I went in half expecting something to notice my presence. So when the tunnel opened up into a large hangar with absolutely no sign that I had been noticed going off, I wasn't sure if I should be disappointed that I apparently managed to sneak in so easily, or be proud of my stealth skills. For now, I was going to go with a bit of both and see what I could poke into before something discovered me. Maybe those 6 were the only living things here. That thought was almost instantly disproven when a door at the back of the room opened and a bipedal lizard man in some sort of armor walked into the room and began digging through what looked like a toolbox. I hurriedly ducked behind a crate of some kind and peeked out to see if I had been spotted, but the lizard man seemed focused on finding what he was looking for instead. Definitely more people in the secret base then, but more concerningly, I couldn't sense him. This wasn't like with the squids the space grabs used or the suit the army had built, because I could see the lizard was an alien and not a robot. Yet even looking right at him, he was invisible to my key sense. Some function on his armor? But then why did the previous 6 show up? Was it intentional, or was it just a side effect? And what were a bunch of alien lizards doing in a secret mountain base in the first place? Too many questions were piling up, and I knew smashing through their base now meant I wasn't likely going to get many answers. I was going to have to continue being sneaky, but I consoled myself with the knowledge that if I couldn't find answers by poking around, I could always default to smashing stuff if I got caught or found nothing. Now then, how to sneak into the main part of the base without getting spotted moving across a mostly open room. I spotted a vent that looked just big enough for me to squeeze through and felt a giant grin stretch across my face. If the lizard men hadn't kicked up an alarm yet, that meant they definitely didn't suspect someone had broken into their base. They doubly wouldn't suspect someone to be crawling around inside their walls. Growing Pains, Chapter 46. The one thing I discovered pretty early on was that these lizard guys definitely hadn't just set up this base. For one, the vents had been in place long enough that even the parts not close to a room or opening had become a bit dull thanks to all the dust moving through them, but also because of the state of some of the rooms and equipment I could see. I really doubted a group that had the ability to dig out a secret mountain base was going to intentionally have dust-covered machines with visibly frayed wires going into the walls if they just set up the place. It was possible that the lizards had just moved into a base they found, but even the newer-looking equipment looked the same as the old stuff, like it had been made by the same people. So either an old base that had been reoccupied, or a base that had been here a long time. Either way, these guys had probably been here for a while, which meant they were likely here for something. And considering the weapons I saw a few of them carrying around, it probably wasn't some peaceful study of Earth. I needed more info, and since I didn't trust myself to hack into a computer system without getting caught on camera or setting off an alarm or something, that meant relying on Batman strategy number 3. Stalk a group of grunts and see what they let slip. And just my luck, there were 2 guys that just walked into a room close to the vent I was in. Moving carefully to make sure I didn't bump into the walls of the vent, I made my way over to the intersection and slowly crept up to the vent cover into the room they entered. Just hope the strike team gets whatever that human scientist needs. I'm sick of this cave. Agreed. But with luck, the virus will be completed, and we can leave this backwater with the weapon needed to destroy those winged pests. I don't believe it. A natural bioweapon that is nearly lethal to both Gordanians and Thanagarians? I have seen the natives of this world. If the virus was truly that deadly, there would be none of them left. Which is why we need the scientist, the second lizard said. She can modify the strains, so we will be immune while our enemies suffer. Besides, even the unmodified version is lethal to many humans. Of course it is. Have you seen how fragile most of them are? If it wasn't for the strength of a handful of defenders, we would have defeated and sold off the population ages ago. Not that I'd know what they'd be useful for. Deep space mining? The smaller ones can be incredibly flexible, and a laser drill doesn't require much strength to use. From there, it was basically the 2 passing ideas back and forth about what menial jobs humans could do, and I decided it was time to move on. Still, figuring out that the lizards were definitely the bad guys was nice, I guess. Kinda hard to be anything else when you were planning biological warfare and casually discussing slavery in your downtime. It was the kind of thing that would let me blow up the whole mountain, and even the Justice League wouldn't get too mad at me for it. But the idea that they had a scientist hidden around here somewhere working on a super plague sort of put a stop on that plan. Blowing up a mountain base and accidentally releasing the super plague was definitely not something I was super eager to do. So I needed to either find the scientist and kidnap them so they couldn't finish making the weapon or destroy any samples they had in the base before wrecking the place. I paused and thought things over. Or both. Both was good. Now let's see what I could do before someone caught me and raised the alarm. Oh. Britlock did his best to appear busy as the supervisor exited his personal chambers. Despite actually having several duties he was currently wrestling with, he knew from experience that the supervisor wouldn't hesitate to add more if he believed you were not working enough. Drish, it has been a full day. Why haven't the systems damaged by that winged rat been restored? The engineering teams are out of materials. Supervisor, we will need to either produce more replacement parts or salvage them from other less critical systems. Then do it. That Thanagarian scum will be back sooner or later, and I don't want the first I know about it to be when we are invaded again. Everything except for defenses or the humans lab are secondary now. We are close to accomplishing our goal. I will not allow failure. Sir. Drish snapped to attention before rushing out to inform the engineering teams himself. Britlock. Yes, sir. Until those systems are running, I want security teams patrolling the halls. Investigate any disturbances, or I will have your hide, understand? Understood, Supervisor. Britlock snapped back while cursing in his mind. The supervisor was wrong. It had been less than a full Earth day since one of the Thanagarians stationed on this mudball had infiltrated the base using one of their own ships and had gone on a rampage trying to reach the human scientist before they were forcibly ejected by a desperate teleportation trap. If they were a proper warband, they would have demanded reinforcements or relocated by now. But after the last battle group's defeat at the hand of the planet's defenders, Britlock's group of scouts were only supposed to observe and sabotage when the time was right. They did not have the resources to move their base of operations without being discovered by the locals and would have to stealthily steal anything they needed, such as what the elite Talon warriors were doing right now for the last materials required for the human to finish their work. Britlock could only hope that they returned and the human was successful before the Thanagarian wised up and called on the other defenders for help. Any proper Gordanian wouldn't shrink from such a fight, but Britlock wasn't foolish enough to believe that an understrength undersupplied scout division would be enough to guarantee the weapon would make it off the planet intact. The supervisor probably also knew, but that didn't change the fact they were helpless to do anything but wait until the human's work was done and was simply venting his frustrations to his underlings. So while he relayed orders to the idle warriors to patrol the halls in groups of 4, Britlock didn't pay much attention to the patrol groups until he realized 3 of them hadn't reported back during their scheduled time. While part of him wanted to raise the alarm immediately, there were no indications that they were under attack. No damage alerts, no war cries, and the missing patrols were so deep in their own territory that it was simply impossible to be a Thanagarian agent. Without at least a suspicion of what happened to those partals, the supervisor would tear off his hide. This would have to be investigated personally. Britlock set a delayed alarm at his station and gathered up a few warriors to accompany him. If it turned out to be nothing more than a communication dead zone, he could be back at his station and nothing would make it back to the supervisor. And if something was wrong and prevented him from reporting, the rest of the division would be alerted when Britlock didn't make it back to his console, presuming he didn't raise an alarm earlier. And as much as he would have preferred the walk to be silent, warriors would be warriors, and it didn't take long before the lower caste peons he gathered began gossiping behind him in hushed voices. So what do you think? Equipment interference or infiltrator? It must be interference. I heard from one of the engineers that the shielding for the internal communication network had to be stripped out in places to fix the outpost's electronic cloaking systems. They thought having dead zones was better than risking the locals discovering us, even with their primitive tools. I think it's an infiltrator. How else would a Thanagarian think of sneaking into an outpost instead of charging us, screaming the whole time? Impossible. They would have to be strong enough to defeat an entire patrol group, and any of the beings on this planet strong enough to do so wouldn't bother with sneaking around. It could happen. There's a manhunter that worked with one of the Thanagarians to drive away the Imperium. One time. Next you'll say it's that juvenile Saiyan we've heard about. Britlock suppressed a shudder at the mention of the Saiyan. It wasn't exactly the warriors' fault. None of them had access to the historical reports about various alien races the Citadel considered extreme threats. Even Britlock only knew about them due to his time working under a different supervisor that dealt with ancient conflicts. The tales of Imperial Krypton, the burning Martians, the Deep Space Imperium, and many others were the kind of thing that kept you up at night. Thankfully, the Green Lantern's Guardians had done one thing right in the galaxy and destroyed the burning Martians somehow, and there would never again be a near-invincible army of conquering Kryptonians thanks to the explosion of their planet and near extinction. But the story that always bothered Britlock the most was the one about the Deep Space Imperium. Their most recent defeat by the Earthlings proved the Imperium was far from the superpower written about long ago when they were a swarm that consumed entire solar systems at a time. But what most didn't know was that the Imperium hadn't been defeated by another major faction like most other histories assumed. They had been destroyed by a single golden Scion. And while the Scions as a race had eventually been quarantined by the Green Lanterns, Britlock knew they hadn't been modified like the Martians had, or if they had, it had clearly failed in some way. After all, you didn't quarantine something unless it had the chance to become too dangerous to control, and yet you lacked the ability to conquer it. Because if one Scion could become that powerful, so could another. And if one did, Britlock wasn't sure all the power the Citadel could bring to bear would be able to stop them. Enough talk, he ordered and looked over his shoulder. Focus on, where are the other 2? Of the 5 warriors he had brought with him, only 3 were still in the hall. And going by the flashes of surprise and frantic looking around, the remaining 3 weren't aware that they had gone missing. Britlock hissed and quickly shoved his way past the startled warriors while grabbing his personal plasma baton. But even backtracking their path for a few meters showed no trace of his missing personnel. They were missing. His hand immediately went for his communicator to issue an outpost-wide alert. But even when he used the command frequency, nothing happened. It was just his luck they were in a dead zone. Pair up. No one moves anywhere alone. Britlock ordered. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious and shout the moment you see something. Without waiting for an acknowledgement, Britlock immediately began heading back the way they came. If he could find an area to restore communications, they could flush the intruder out. Instincts honed from years of dealing with vindictive supervisors looking to vent their frustrations on an unsuspecting underling suddenly started screaming. He turned and pointed his plasma baton at the source of the feeling just in time to see a shadowy something dart back from a vent opening. The vents. Whatever the infiltrator was had been hunting them from inside the walls. Britlock didn't hesitate to open fire into the vent opening, even knowing there likely wasn't anything there to hit. The walls might have given the energy bolts some trouble, but the thin metal of the grate was vaporized almost immediately. It's in the walls. Destroy the intruder. He ordered his warriors before immediately turning to run away from the corridor. There was a confirmed infiltrator. The outpost needed to be alerted. There was a sudden screech of tearing metal followed by the scream of one of his warriors as they engaged whatever had emerged to attack them. A sudden surge of light and pressure illuminated the hall, and the sounds of his warriors' own plasma batons suddenly went silent. Britlock wasted no time continuing to run. 3 more trained warriors defeated in less than a few seconds. Britlock was naturally stronger and more skilled than them due to his position, and those 3 were certainly no elites. But he knew he wouldn't be able to match that feat within the same time. He absolutely had to raise the alarm. A security hatch was all that stood between Britlock and a section of the outpost he was sure had communication access. All he needed to do was open it. A bright yellow orb of energy missed his arm by inches and slammed into the hatch's control panel, melting it to slag and rendering the door inoperable. Britlock slowed to a standstill and stared in disbelief, knowing that he had failed even as the shadow of his pursuer loomed over him. At least he could take comfort in knowing the alarm would eventually be raised. He just wondered if anyone would be able to do anything about it before the creature hunting him vanished back into the shadows. Growing Pains, Chapter 47. That could have gone better. I mused as I floated over the unconscious body of the lizard that almost got away. I caught him before he could raise the alarm, but I'd also ended up blowing a giant hole in the wall when they realized I was in the vents and started shooting them up. Someone was going to come and notice that at some point if they didn't discover the door I had just disabled by blasting the control panel. That meant I was now on a timer to get stuff done before alarms started going off, and the lizards ran off with their evil, bioweapon-creating scientist or the bioweapon itself. Or even worse, decided to use the thing, which wasn't great for me. I was decently confident that I could take the whole base by myself if they were all like the partles I ambushed so far. But I couldn't exactly punch a virus. And if the lizards were planning on using this weapon on a whole spacefaring warrior empire like the Thanagarians, who probably had better healthcare than all, but maybe the best Earth had to offer, it wasn't going to be some easy-to-get-over thing like a common cold. I needed to find the scientist, now, and as I looked down at the bodies of the patrol I had just beaten, I think I knew how I was going to do that. I'd learned a lot from Batman, after all. Oh, wakey, wakey. I crooned as the last of the important-looking lizard men I'd captured regained consciousness. He looked a little startled to be hanging upside down from the ceiling, but pretty soon that was going to be the least of his worries. A little birdie told me you all have been naughty, trying to build a bioweapon to win your war without a proper fight. I gathered a bit of ki into my eyes, just enough to make them glow. A pretty pointless technique overall, but one that let me copy the soulless glare of Batman's cowl without a mask of my own. So, who wants to tell me what I want to know? Or do I have to be? My tail flicked out and tossed the crumpled-up form of one of the lizardmen's helmets. One I'd crushed before any of them woke up after taking it off the grunt in question, but they didn't know that. Creative? Oh. Britlock awoke with a splitting headache and realized fairly quickly that, 1, he wasn't dead, and 2, he had been captured and hung upside down. A decent power play by his captor, showing respect for Britlock's abilities by ensuring he was put as off balance as possible as he woke up, and the complete control they had over him by not only managing to do so without him being able to struggle, but 3 other Gordanians as well. Who could have? The Saiyan. Britlock forced himself to focus through the blood rushing through his head and look for his captor. It was harder than it should have been, possible concussion then, but he managed. To a point. The Saiyan was partially hidden in shadow thanks to a light source behind them that made their outline blurry, but they were bigger than the child the outpost had seen. Adolescent or adult depending on where they were in their development cycle. The terrifying thing though was the eyes. Solid pools of gold staring directly into his mind, looking for the slightest excuse or weakness to devour them all, as seen by their disapproval of the development of a bioweapon. And their words, a little birdie told them. The Thanagarians, he whispered in horror. They unleashed a golden Saiyan on us. He felt one or two of the others stiffen in horror at his words, the more educated grunts that had access to existential threats the Gordanians faced. Britlock could barely focus through the headache that was forming, but he was unsurprised to hear one of the grunts telling the Scion what it wanted to know. Maybe if they did so, it would turn on the Thanagarians. Oh, that was weird, I muttered as I shut the door behind me. All the lizard men were still tied up, but I put them back on the floor because how they reacted after waking up? Yeah, that was really weird. Maybe I hit them too hard? One of them mumbled something that I didn't catch, and then all of them practically shouted the answer to everything I asked, which didn't really mesh with the whole slaver, with a superiority complex image I had gotten from the conversations I'd overheard. I mean, they were still slavers and still trying to unleash a species-specific bioweapon, so I wasn't going to feel bad about it. But, man, I wanted to rub it in Birdbrain's face that I used things Batman had only indirectly taught us better than he could. If he ever found out it only worked because I broke them, I would never hear the end of it. Well, the good news was that I had the location of the scientist's lab now. As long as no one asked how I figured that out, I just wouldn't bring it up. Now I just needed to get there. After a quick check that no alarms were going off, as far that I could tell. Anyway, I ducked back into the vents and followed the directions I'd been given as best that I could since the vents didn't perfectly follow the corridors. I got turned around a few times, and once I simply couldn't find a way forward, so I left the vents before ducking back into it after I found another entrance farther ahead. But eventually, I passed over one of the less busted-up sections of the mountain base and figured I was in the right place when I saw two grunts guarding a door at attention, unlike the more casual postures I'd found them in when I was doing my earlier snooping. The human woman working behind a glass window was also a pretty big hint. I looked around for a way to sneak up on the guards, but by coincidence, or on purpose for once, there was no easy way to sneak up on them that I could see. I cracked my knuckles and smiled. Direct way it was then. I raised a leg and kicked at the vent's grating, causing it to smash into the opposite wall and kick up quite a bit of dust, before flying out and making a hard turn to rush the two guards. They had only just started to react to my sudden appearance when I grabbed both of them by the head and smashed the two of them together. I quickly backflipped back down the hall and got ready for them to retaliate, only to see that they were both unconscious from that single hit. These lizard guys were kinda weak, huh? Which was weird because they were supposed to be fighting Hockey's race to a draw, and she never went down in one hit. Maybe these guys were just weaklings, and the only real fighters were the ones that left earlier? If that was the case, that would kinda suck, but at least I got some stealth practice in. After a mental shrug, I simply walked up to the lab door and pressed a button before just walking in, much to the scientist's annoyance. Look, I'm doing the best I can already, and bothering me every half hour isn't going to make me work any faster or magic up materials I just don't have. So can we just skip the threats this time and acknowledge that you'll just have to wait till I'm done? She snapped without even looking at me. I guess working with alien lizard slavers was making her a little tense. I'd rather get you to stop working, actually. I replied flippantly. I heard you're working on something pretty nasty, and I'd hate to have to break your knees because of it. That was a lie. As far as I was concerned, evil scientists automatically had their knee privileges revoked, but I'd at least give her a chance first. The woman froze at the sound of my voice before whipping around to face me. I gave her a smile and a wave. You aren't working with the Gordanians, are you? Was that what the lizard guys were called? Nope. Unless you count giving several of them an unscheduled nap as working with them. Oh, thank God. You have to help me get out of here. Huh. That was not what I was expecting from someone working with alien lizard slavers. I'm okay. Why do I need to get you out of here, exactly? I'm Dr. Amelie Roquette. I'm a virologist working for Star Labs. About 3 weeks ago, I was kidnapped by the Gordanians and forced to work here. But shouldn't you know this? You're one of the Justice League's sidekicks, right? And she officially ticked me off. No, I'm not one of the Justice League's sidekicks. I'm not anyone's sidekick. I growled. More importantly, where's the bioweapon and how do I blow it up? You don't blow up a bioweapon, you idiot. The science, Amelie hissed back. That's just asking for part of it to spread uncontrollably. But that's not the point. There is no bioweapon. The Gordanians wanted me to make them immune to a virus that was fatal to their enemies. But you can't just program a virus like that. Certainly not in just 1 week. One mutation would make the whole thing uncontrollable. Not that the leader of these aliens would listen to me. I've barely even mapped out how the virus interacts with the Gordanian immune system. let alone weaponizing it against a single species, or making them immune, or any other crazy demand they have. So can you just help me get out of here so we can call the actual heroes to deal with this whole mess? Amelie ranted, breathing a little heavily at the end. She seemed stressed, but that also didn't match up to what I'd already overheard while I had been sneaking around the base. The lizard guys definitely had her working on what they believed was a weapon, and they even said it was already deadly to humans. So what? You just ran tests and made stuff up for a week while you were waiting to be rescued? I asked. WL. Oh, that didn't sound good. Okay. Look, they kept me locked up in here working all day constantly and kept demanding updates. If I wanted to stay safe, I needed to show them at least a little improvement towards what they were asking me. So I might have made a few vials that should be less infectious towards their biology, but nothing like the superweapon they wanted. For anyone else, it would be the same if they ran into the virus anywhere else on Earth. I wasn't really sure if I could believe her, but at the same time, I just realized that I wouldn't be able to do much if she was lying. So I was going to punt the whole issue to the Justice League, and if Amelie was lying for some reason, she could try lying to Batman. All right, fine. Let's get out of here. Amelie breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over to a computer and quickly grabbed what looked like a thumb drive and shoved it in a pocket. This has all my data on what I did while I was here. The information about a completely alien immune system alone is invaluable for research purposes. She defended, seeing my curious look. I just shrugged. It wasn't like that was going to slow us down much. So how did you get this far in the base anyway? And how are we going to sneak out without them noticing us? Amelie asked. I scratched the back of my head as I thought about it. I didn't think a normal human her size would have an issue crawling through the vents, but at the same time I hadn't been thinking about it. I used the air vents to sneak around most of the time, so we could probably sneak out that way if we can find our way back to the exit. I didn't exactly keep track of which way I was going the whole time. What? Why not? Why would I? I wasn't expecting to have to lead someone else out of here. Amelie gave me a slow, disbelieving look. You weren't expecting, but aren't you working with Hawkgirl to rescue me? I gave her a look back. Hawkeye was looking for you? And no, I just stumbled across the base and thought it would be fun to sneak in and poke around. You thought it would be fun to sneak into a Gordanian outpost just on a whim. I mean, I didn't know they were Gordanians, but ya kinda? You're insane. I scowled at her. Saiyan, actually. Now are you going to get in the vent, or are we just going to go through the halls? 'Cause I'm fine with either. We can't go through the halls, she snapped at me. They would raise an alarm immediately. Almost immediately after she said, lights started flashing and a klaxon could be heard going off in the distance. I just looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Well, alarms going off. Vents or halls? Growing Pains, Chapter 48. I half-heartedly jogged in front of Amelie after we made the disappointing discovery that while she could technically fit in the vent system, she wasn't small or flexible enough to actually navigate parts of it without a lot of struggling on her end and a lot of pushing or pulling on mine. And I didn't want to wait 5 minutes every time we needed to make a turn. So running it was, well, like I mentioned, half-hearted jogging for me, what was quickly turning into a sweaty, lung-wrenching marathon for Dr. Rocket. It turned out cardio wasn't something she did a lot of before getting kidnapped. Sigh, we haven't even been running for 5 minutes yet. Are you sure you don't want me to just carry you? It would be a lot faster than what we're doing now. No, I can run on my own, Amelie panted out. Mum, I hummed doubtfully. I will not be carried by a teenager. I have that much pride at least. HRM. On the one hand, I could kinda understand where she was coming from. But on the other, I really just wanted to speed things up so I could go find Hockey. Of course, if she was really looking for Amelie, she would be coming to me, so I couldn't just ditch the doctor somewhere. Ugh, this was an escort mission. I hated those. I sighed. At least we were getting close to the exit. If you say so, document. I grumbled before going back to scanning up ahead of us for any signs of the Liza, Gordanians coming to stop us from running around their base, since whatever tech they were using to shield their base was still messing with my key sense. I was actually a little surprised no one had come to stop us yet. The alarm was still going off, and I knew we had to have passed at least a few cameras by now. So why hadn't we run into anyone yet? We made a turn into some sort of terminal room, and I had just completed that thought when a massive door slammed down behind us, trapping us inside. So this is the pest that has been making even more of a mess in my outpost. A large Gordanian said as he entered the room, followed by a group of smaller grunts. And Dr. Rocket. How interesting to see you outside your lab. For your sake, I hope that you finish my weapon before trying to escape. This is bad. Amelie hissed in my ear, even as she tried to hide how out of breath she was. That's the supervisor. We need to find a way out of here now. I tilted my head to look at her. Why? It's just more of them. And even if the big guy is stronger than them, they aren't all that tough. You don't understand? He's in a completely different league. He fought both Hawkgirl and Hawkman by himself and nearly killed them. I overheard some of the guards saying he was a match for Wonder Woman. I froze and looked at the large Gordanian with an intense look. A match for Wonder Woman? So, you're saying he's pretty strong then, huh? Way more than a kid can handle. Amelie nodded. We probably won't be able to get away, but if we can hold out until Hawkgirl comes back with the Justice League. I was already ignoring her and raised one hand to point at the wall to our right. A decently sized beam of ki shot from my hand and blew through not only the wall I shot it at, but also the wall behind that one until I could see the sky and a bit of sunlight peeking through the freshly made hole in the mountain. Guess I underestimated how close to the edge of the outpost. Oh well, that should lead outside to the mountain. I told Amelie, you can head out now and wait for Hawkeye to find you. I'll take care of these guys. When I didn't get a response, I looked back at the scientist only to find her staring open-mouthed at the hole I just made. Turning to the Gordanians, I could see they were doing the same thing. Was a simple ki blast really that impressive? Hey, get going. I urged Amelie by prodding her in the side with my tail. While it did snap her out of whatever trance she was in, Amelie didn't run towards the hole like I expected. Instead, she grabbed me by the front of my shirt and pulled me up into her face. Why didn't you do that from the beginning? We could have been halfway down the mountain before they caught up with us. I just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. One, I said, putting up a finger. We only just got close enough to the edge of the outpost that I knew the roof wouldn't collapse on us, probably. The last time I blasted through an underground structure, I got yelled at about it a lot, and she was a lot tougher than you. Two, a second finger went up. You didn't want me carrying you, so there was no way we were going anywhere without the lizard guys spotting us on some sort of camera. And three, the final finger went up. They're being really polite right now, waiting for you to run away. So can you do that before it gets awkward? Amelie jerked her head towards the Gordanians that were currently spreading throughout the room, but not charging us or blocking the hole I made. I could see the question on the scientist's face, but I wanted to get the show moving already. Better move fast, document. I'll come get you when I'm done. I gave her a little push to get her moving, which she did, finally, and she did her best to run towards the hole while simultaneously looking back at me every once in a while, keeping an eye on the Gordanians for any sudden moves towards her, and trying not to collapse from how out of breath the short jog was making her again. I guess the small rest we took wasn't enough for her to recover her breathing. It was a little weird seeing someone so out of shape. She really needed to work on her cardio. But now it was just me, the supervisor, and a bunch of grunts, which meant I could cut loose without worrying about the squishy human getting hit by accident. Thanks for waiting. I'm ready to fight now. I shot the supervisor a thumbs up. The supervisor just huffed. Stupid pest. You sent away the only leverage you had. Soldiers, take aim. I frowned at him while the grunts all pointed their laser baton things at me. This wasn't going the way I expected. Wait a sec. You guys aren't going to fight me fairly? Even after I made sure Amelie was out of the way. You're a Saiyan, so you should somewhat understand. You don't fight inferior life forms fairly. You put them down when you don't have time to play with them. He said dismissively. Fire. The grunts were either really used to following the big guy's orders or were really eager to shoot me because they were firing at me even before he finished the word. And not all of them shot directly at me either, aiming slightly around me in an attempt to guess where I would try to dodge. But enough were on target that when I apparently didn't move, a laser went through my leg. Two more went through my chest, and a final shot went through my eye. Humph, still just an up-jumped pest. The supervisor sniffed. One of you go grab Dr. Rocket before she gets too far, and another clean up that what? I smiled from my new position behind one of the grunts as everyone watched the much holier me distort before fading away like mist. My turn. I placed my hand on the grunt's back and used a ki blast to propel him face first into a wall. Unless he was more durable than the other guys I fought, that should be enough to knock him out for the rest of the fight, which I kinda doubted cause. You know, he was just a grunt. And speaking of grunts, the remaining ones didn't waste any time shooting at my new position, even when I turned and basically dared them to. Not that they had a chance at hitting me. As my whole written image faded away, I picked another grunt at random and blasted him the same way I did the first, following the pattern until there was only one very panicked grunt left, and the supervisor, who was just watching his men get taken down one after the other. In fact, it was only when I was about to take down the last grunt that the large Gordanian made a move. I was just about to blast the smaller lizard when I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and instinctively dodged. The supervisor's arm missed me by a few inches, but slammed into his underling's side. I winced a bit at the sound of ribs snapping because that was definitely going to hurt later, but otherwise just hopped back a bit, excited that I was about to get to the main event. Missed again. And this time you even hit your own guy. I taunted as I took an actual stance for the first time. He served his purpose. That intangibility teleport trick you used is something you need to set up in advance, isn't it? You dodged, which means I can hit you, which means I can crush you. Huh. As if I was going to lose to some lizard. Still, I was excited to break out this technique since I failed to debut it against that one fight with the Yakuza guy. Man, I'd been holding on to this one for a while. Yeah, it's called the afterimage technique. As for crushing me, you talk big, don't disappoint me now. The supervisor snarled and launched himself at me. He was pretty quick, but nothing I hadn't dealt with before. I sidestepped a wild swing and snuck in a punch about twice as strong as anything I'd used so far that hit him directly in the chest. My eyes widened as not only did it do nothing, the supervisor grabbed me by the wrist and swung me over his head towards the floor. At the last second, I managed to get my legs under me so that I landed in an awkward crouch instead of flat on my back. But the Gordanian still hadn't let go and picked me back up to deliver a heavy blow straight into my stomach. I gasped a little as the air was driven from my lungs, but I wasn't just going to let him use me as a punching bag. As he went for a second punch, I pulled myself up and over his arm while kicking at his face. It was rushed and from an awkward angle, but it was still enough to get him to let go of me. Twirling in the air, I gathered a key ball in my hands, and once my feet hit the ground, shoved it into his chest that got a pained grunt out of the giant lizard. I smiled at the sound, but it was too early to celebrate because a scaly arm cut through the smoke of my last attack and nailed me solidly on the cheek, sending me flying across the room. Ow. Okay, I can see why the Gordanians thought the supervisor could go up against Wonder Woman. He hit hard. I quickly stood up and wiped a bit of blood from my cheek as I watched the supervisor brush away the last bit of smoke to reveal that while I had destroyed a patch of his chest armor, the scales underneath were only lightly singed. That meant he was pretty durable too. I was going to need to put a lot more effort into this fight if I wanted to win. I smiled. Today was a good day after all. Growing Pains, Chapter 49. You're certainly a persistent pest. The supervisor snarled as our fists slammed together once again. Fall already. I couldn't help but laugh a bit even as I was slowly overpowered. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Then I shifted my hips down and grabbed his arm, so his fist was suddenly going over my shoulder. In a flash, I was no longer pushing against him, and instead using his own strength to help throw the oversized alien lizard into a wall. It didn't exactly hurt him, but oh man did it piss him off every time I managed to pull it off. Come on, you can do better than that. The supervisor just growled at my taunt and clawed at the wall to drag himself back to his feet, literally clawed at it. I could see rents in the metal where his hand was, and rushed me again. Instead of a single overpowering blow, he was trying to grapple me. Something I definitely didn't want happening if his nails could do something like that, so I focused on trying to gain some distance between us. Of course, he was doing everything he could to not let me since he figured out the trick behind my afterimage technique. I needed a second to focus before I could pull it off, and he wasn't exactly letting me. I ducked under a clawed swipe and dove to the side to avoid the hammer blow that followed behind it, and used the opportunity to pepper his head with a barrage of ki blasts. Each shot was strong enough to shatter stone, but all it got him to do was raise an arm as a shield and grunt as the yellow orbs exploded on him, gradually creating a smokescreen. When I get my hands on you, I will rend you limb from limb. The supervisor roared as he clawed his way out of the smoke. Well, you have to catch me first. I mocked back, flipping him off and sticking my tongue out at him. I didn't take my eyes off of him though. A few dozen ki blasts, getting thrown into the walls, and all the hits I had landed so far had only resulted in a few bruises and the destruction of his armor. Meanwhile, I had only taken a few direct punches and some glancing shots, and was definitely feeling them more than he was. He was definitely more durable than I was, stronger too. Really, the only reason I hadn't lost already was that the supervisor was a lot slower than I was and was basically just a brawler. It actually kind of pissed me off. This guy was apparently supposed to be able to go up against people like Superman and Wonder Woman, but it seemed like he barely knew how to fight. Sure, he might hit hard enough to give them some trouble, but even Superman wouldn't have any trouble reading his movements, and I hadn't exactly seen him breaking out even basic martial arts moves, let alone someone like Wonder Woman. I was getting the feeling that the Gordanians Amelie overheard had no idea what they were talking about. Still, he was a great target to try out my own moves at full power for once. In fact, okay, let's step it up a bit, I declared as my ki aura surged. I couldn't help but feel giddy as the energy rushed through my body and wiped away the smaller aches and pains I was feeling. The supervisor didn't share my enthusiasm, though. He just continued snarling at me. Looks like the next move was mine. I shot forward, keeping low to the ground, and feinted like I was about to charge right into him. I nearly cackled at the look on his face when he braced for impact only for my body to phase harmlessly through him. The look of confusion was pure gold, only made better by the one he made when my fist buried itself in his stomach as I followed up after my afterimage. Taking advantage of the surprise, I unleashed a flurry of blows into his torso, occasionally slipping in a shot to the head to keep him off balance while I did my best to block or deflect his flailing arms. He got another few grazing hits in, but nothing that was going to stop my combo. At least that was what I thought up until a large scaled hand wrapped around my forearm and I found myself held firmly in place. Oh crap. The next thing I knew, the supervisor wrenched my arm upward and punched me in the stomach so hard I was convinced his fist touched my spine. Worse, he didn't let go. In a more brutal mirror of my own combo, the supervisor continued to pummel me over and over while I did my best to shield myself with my legs and remaining arm, while making sure to focus my ki wherever his punches were going to land to minimize the damage. During it all, I racked my brain trying to figure out how to break his grip and coming up with a whole lot of nothing. Fortunately for me, though, the supervisor took my lack of response as a sign I was on my last legs and spiked me into the floor, which, to be honest, almost made me black out since almost none of my ki was focused on my back at the moment, and I felt the full force of the impact. Him planting his boot on my chest didn't help either. I've wasted too much time because of you. And thanks to you defeating my soldiers earlier, now I have to go track down that human myself. The supervisor snarled and pressed down a little harder, making me cough in discomfort. But you were a decent foe for a pest, so I'll hear your last words. Kach, you asked for it. I coughed and splayed my fingers on either side of my face. Solar flare. Grey-af. The supervisor was completely unprepared to catch a superpowered flash grenade directly into his face and reeled back in surprise and pain. I spotted a chance. I quickly shifted to one knee and cupped my hands at my side. Ka me, ha me ha. The alien lizard man might have been temporarily blinded by my technique, but he could still hear just fine. I ducked under a final desperate swipe and shoved the glowing blue orb of ki into his chest and unleashing every drop of energy I could muster. The concentrated energy beam immediately swallowed the supervisor completely and slammed him into the wall on the other side of the room, and then continued through the next wall, and the next, and the next. A tiny part of my mind hoped I didn't end up collapsing the mountain on top of us, and that if I did, the Justice League wouldn't be too upset about it. The rest of me was completely focused on searching for any signs of movement as my Kamehameha petered out. Though it turned out I didn't need to bother. I spied the supervisor's legs draped over the edge on one of the holes in the walls, and a quick check confirmed that he was a lot more beat up now and probably down for the count. I win. Victory confirmed. I let out a long sigh and carefully sank to the floor as I tried to get my breathing under control. The afterimage technique wasn't the most tiring technique to use, but spamming it like I had combined with a full-powered Kamehameha was still a bit straining. It didn't help by now I had definitely skipped lunch, but food would have to wait. I needed to go hunt down Amelie before she got lost on the mountain and BRAG-ABUDMYWIN get her back to safety. Oh, and finally track down Hockey. At this point it was more an afterthought than a goal, but I still did want to say hi. That, plus rescuing her doctor friend, was probably something I could demand a reward for. Hockey wasn't as good as the Flash about restaurants, but she probably knew a couple, and I could probably convince her into paying for dinner. Probably. I sighed and wiped away some of the blood and sweat dripping into my eyes. That was too many probablys. I think I might have taken one too many hits to the head. Meh, it was probably fine. Okay, enough sitting around. I declared now that I had recovered besides some cuts and bruises. Find Dr. Amelie. Get her to hockey. Blackmail both of them for dinner as a reward. It was a solid, simple plan. So naturally, it was immediately derailed when I saw the supervisor struggling to pull himself back to his feet using the hole in the wall he was inside as a crutch. He didn't look so good. Not really surprising considering he caught an energy beam point blank in the chest. But at this point, I was just wondering what he thought he was going to do. You can just stay down, okay? I called over. It was a good fight. We can have a rematch when you're all healed up. The supervisor apparently did not appreciate my advice because he glared over at me and his hand crumpled the part of the wall he was using to support himself. I will not be defeated by some random half-grown Saiyan pest. He spat. Not when I am about to secure the Gordanian supremacy we rightly deserve. If you say so, I muttered while scratching my cheek with a finger. Personally, I didn't really consider winning using a disease you specifically made to be deadly to your enemy's supremacy, but whatever. But you sure? You look like you can barely stand up. The battered Gordanian didn't answer verbally. Instead, he just gave a ragged shout and charged me as fast as his body would allow, which, considering how beat up he was, wasn't exactly fast compared to our earlier fight. But I wasn't about to be rude and ignore his final attack. I jumped back to my feet and settled into a defensive stance in preparation for whatever he was going to do, only to startle a bit when another battle cry rang out directly behind me, as a winged shape flew directly over my head and slammed a spiked mace into his face, knocking the big lizard back the way he came and directly into one of the few undamaged spots of the wall where he slumped down, presumably unconscious. Oh hey, I knew those wings. Hockey. That was my fight. I had dibs and you're not Hockey. I trailed off because while I hadn't seen Hockey in a while, she definitely wasn't that tall. Or, a guy? The newcomer turned and gave me a stare that might have been intimidating if I wasn't used to the ones Batman gave me. You're the one that helped rescue Dr. Rocket? And no, I go by the title of Hawkman. I assume you are familiar with my partner. I nodded. Yeah, I helped Amelie get out. And I am if she normally goes by Hawkgirl. But, I declared and pointed an accusing finger at him. That doesn't excuse you of interrupting my fight. I demand compensation. That you, Khalifa? You grew up a bit since I last saw you. My justified complaints were interrupted again by the arrival of Hawkgirl, carrying Amelie back into the base. And what's this about compensation? I found this girl being Ada. I was robbed. I shouted over Hawkman's reply. I was about to finish taking down the boss villain, and this guy just stole the fight. I did all the work. I found this place. I saved the scientist, and I took down the evil aliens. And then he just flew in and stole the last hit. That's illegal. I think you have an incorrect understanding of what is legal or not on this planet. Hawkman muttered, but I ignored him. Speaking of finding this place, Hockey said, looking around at the trashed interior of the base. How did you do that? We spent hours trying to find it, and only managed because someone blew a hole in a mountain. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? I opened my mouth to brag about my adventure when her last few words registered in my brain. If I told her everything that happened, I knew I was going to get a lecture about energy beams inside underground structures again. Even with my probable concussion, I recognized that trap. I plead the fourth. Hockey sighed and crossed her arms. It's plead the fifth, and I'm sure you do. Growing Pains, Chapter 50. With all the Gordanians unconscious on the floor, there wasn't actually a whole lot for Hockey and her partner to actually do. Especially once Hawkman followed Amelie off to her lab to secure whatever was still in there, leaving me and Hockey alone so she could help patch up my injuries now that the fighting was over. Ow. Quit squirming, kid. Hockey muttered as she tried dabbing something on my face again. We don't want any of these getting infected. Why's it gotta sting though? I complained, though it fell on deaf ears. Maybe next time block with something other than your face then. I scowled at her uncaring criticism, but at the same time, I couldn't come up with a counter for it. So I changed the subject. So what are you going to do with the lizard guys? Stick them in human jail? Hand them off to Green Lantern? We're going to transfer them to a Thanagarian military prison. Hockey said distractedly. They were caught working on a weapon specifically meant to target us, so we choose how to deal with them. She gave me a look. Unless you have a different idea, you dealt with most of them, so you have a claim. Or you can turn them over for a small bounty. I shook my head at her offer. I had no idea what to do with a bunch of alien lizards, and I didn't want to be responsible for figuring it out. Hockey and her partner could deal with that mess. As for the bounty, any chance I can swap the money for food? I asked. Maybe a spar later? I was kinda looking for you to get one earlier and found these guys instead. Maybe after we get you cleaned up and into some new clothes. Hockey huffed. After we deal with all the paperwork this mess is going to generate too. Getting a prison escort all the way out here is going to be, she trailed off into general grumbling. But something she said bothered me. What was wrong with my clothes? Since Hockey wasn't poking at my face anymore, I quickly looked down and was mildly devastated by what I saw. I was fully expecting some damage because normal clothes didn't usually survive fights where the wearer was thrown through walls unscathed. But I was not expecting my shirt to be little more than rags clinging to my body by literal threads. And my pants. My glorious pocket-filled pants were all torn up too. One leg was completely missing, and the other was so ripped that it was basically a bunch of cloth attached at my ankle. All those pockets, barely used, and now lost forever. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to murder the supervisor real quick, I said darkly and tried stomping towards the unconscious alien only to be held back by my shoulder by an unamused Hockey. No abusing the prisoners, she ordered. And it's just some clothes. It's not a big deal. I glared at her but decided to let it go. My pockets would be avenged later. A little while later, Hockey was done with first aid and her partner and Amelie made it back from checking out the lab. The only thing left to do was actually secure the Gordanians and wait for whatever transport they needed, which I happily left to Hawkman while poking at Hockey to take Amelie home so I could claim my reward. Served him right for stealing the end of my fight. Oh, so food? I asked as Hockey finished talking with the police. Against my expectations, we didn't actually just drop Amelie off at her home and call it a day. Instead, we ended up taking her to a police station so she could not only get the missing person notice resolved, but also talk to a few specialists about her experience being kidnapped by alien lizard people, which I probably should have expected since Hockey was a proper superhero. I even got a change of clothes out of it, so it wasn't all that bad, even if it took a while. And it was worth it because it was hilarious to listen to a bunch of cops attempt to call the jacked, severe-looking bird lady Hawk Girl with a straight face. One guy couldn't quite hide a chuckle, and when Hockey glared at him and demanded to know what was so funny about her name, I swore the guy was going to melt into a puddle. The older woman just sighed and walked over to Amelie. I followed along since I at least wanted to say goodbye to the grumpy scientist before I left. Did you need something else? Amelie asked a bit impatiently once she spotted us. If so, please make it quick. All I want to do is go home and take the longest, hottest shower I can stand and sleep for a week. Nothing in particular, Hockey replied. But if you happen to remember anything else relevant to your work or the Gordanians, give us a call, she said, handing over a business card. You could also join us for lunch. I volunteered. Hockey's paying, so you don't need to worry about money. I ignored the strangled sound the winged woman made at me, victimizing her wallet, but the scientist ignored me entirely. I doubt I'll remember anything I didn't already go over, but I'll keep it in mind. I'll have something to brag about to my sister at least. Virologists never do anything exciting, Maya. She mumbled towards the end before cutting off entirely and giving me a look. I just waved back. Right. Anyway, I'll keep you in mind. She recovered smoothly. Hockey just nodded back and walked away to tell the police she was leaving. Not wanting to let my meal ticket escape, I just gave Amelie another wave goodbye and some advice to not get kidnapped again, or to at least get in better shape for if she did. I got a kick out of the irritated eye twitch she made hearing my advice and ignored the resulting glare. If she wanted to ignore good advice when she already got kidnapped by aliens, I wasn't going to try convincing her otherwise. Oh, after we finished our goodbyes and I finally managed to find a place for lunch. It was nothing special like what I did with the Flash or that one time with Donna, but I wasn't going to complain. Big Belly burgers were pretty good for a chain restaurant, and the triple-stacked bacon belly burster was big enough that I had to take my time eating one. Hockey just got a normal-sized meal and was slowly making her way through it. I got the feeling she didn't exactly enjoy the overly greasy food. She wasn't like the Flash either, who would talk about random stuff for a while whenever we met up. Once she was done eating, she went straight to business. All right, what do you want? Fight me, I immediately replied, giving her puppy dog eyes for good measure. Unfortunately, those have been getting less effective as I got bigger and hockey had already been mostly immune. She just reached a hand out and painfully flicked my forehead. Right on one of the cuts I got too. Ow. If that hurts, you aren't in any shape to be picking more fights, she said mercilessly. I don't have the time anyway. I have to get back and assist my partner with the cleanup of that outpost. If you want to fight someone, go bother someone else. On the one hand, that was fair, and I couldn't really blame her for doing her job. But on the other, that was totally unfair, and I deserved more consideration for saving her species from a bioweapon. On a third, totally unrelated hand, I just remembered Superman owed me a full day of sparing I hadn't collected on. And since I had already proved to Hockey I was fine after the lab thing, there was no reason to not go collect. Hey, I just remembered something. Gotta Ganasesian Giubi. I rushed out, grabbing the last of my food and downing it before flying out the door. I had another hero to hunt down. I looked down at my borrowed outfit, though I should probably go change into my combat uniform before I went looking for Superman. Human clothing tore too easily. If my last outfit didn't last an hour in a full-powered fight, there was no way anything I had would last a whole day, even if I took it easy in the beginning. Oh. Shara Hole snorted in amusement as the Saiyan teenager ran off to get in more trouble despite literally raiding a hidden military outpost hours before. She certainly didn't lack energy. It would have been funnier if it wasn't exhausting to deal with. With that thought in mind, she took out her communicator and pressed a button. Hawkgirl to League. I found Khalifa. She ended up trashing a Gordanian outpost and hounding me for a spar. I turned her down, but it looks like she remembered some kind of backup plan and ran off again. Did she seem okay? Superman's voice answered. I had my hands full after the lab incident, and she seemed pretty upset. She was gone before I could check up on her. Seemed fine to me. Shara rolled her eyes. Sometimes the level of pampering her associates did to their protégés was a little ridiculous. Sure, the kids needed a safety net in case they tried leaping into something before they were ready. But the rest of the league seemed determined to hold their hands to prevent them from getting so much as a scratch. Shara didn't even need to look too closely at the various sidekicks to realize they were chafing under their mentor's restrictions. She might not be interested in training a sidekick herself, but she knew that continuing to ignore them was going to be an issue soon, especially with how intentionally blind some of the mentors seemed to be acting to their complaints. It was why she was glad Khalifa was so easy to deal with. Either feed her, fight her, or give her a distraction, and she was eager to listen. Did she give any indication where she was going? Superman asked. No, but considering how fast she rushed out, it wouldn't surprise me if she was going straight to wherever she was thinking of. You didn't promise to fight her or anything, did you? I don't think so. Then again, I was more focused on the clone situation the last time I saw her, so I might have said something and forgot. But you're sure she's okay? Did she talk about the clone at all? Shara huffed at the questions. The Kryptonian was a good person, but he just didn't seem to get a more martial-focused mentality. Unless someone went poking at Khalifa's emotions specifically, the girl was likely as over the event as she was going to be. Like I said, she seemed fine. Nothing about the clone or the lab. You, on the other hand, better figure out if you promise something. She won't hesitate to blast you out of the sky otherwise. She could hear his good-natured chuckle through the communicator. Yeah, she probably would. Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep an eye out. But if she circles back to you first, can you tell her Wonder Woman was looking for her? Something about a friend on their island. I'm not a messenger girl. Shara grumbled, but both of them knew she wouldn't say no. Superman tried to keep some small talk going, but Shara wasn't kidding when she told Khalifa she had more work to do. After some half-hearted responses to Superman and a brief report about what they had found in the Rocky Mountains, she ended the call, cleaned up their table, and got ready to deal with the most annoying part of her job. Paperwork. Growing Pains. Chapter 51. What do you mean he's in space? The Star Lab scientist in front of me shrugged helplessly. Just so. We received an alert that a satellite was struck by something, and Superman volunteered to help clean up the debris and move the rest into a stable orbit until it can be safely brought down. Well, when will he be back? It's going remarkably fast so far. If there are no complications, things should be cleaned up in a day or two. I let out an audible groan at that. He was going to be busy for 2 days? And of course he was going to avoid me when he got back, either because he wanted to check up on things in Metropolis or because he needed to catch up on work. Liar. I'd seen him write an entire article in less than 5 minutes with super speed before. He didn't need more than an hour for a month of work, let alone a couple days. So Operation Punch Superman was on hold again. Now what was I going to do? My stomach rumbled, and I idly covered it with a hand as I walked out of Star Labs. Lunch sounded good. Oh, it was kind of funny how people treated booths and cars out in public. Like, there seemed to be this unspoken understanding that beyond checking if a space was occupied, everyone did their best to pretend anyone in them didn't exist unless they were doing something to draw attention. Hell, except for one kid that was pulled away by his distracted mom. Everyone was even ignoring my tail and the mound of plates in front of me. It was also something I was taking advantage of while blatantly listening in on the two guys in the booth next to me as I finished off my fourth cheeseburger. I'm telling you, man, Gator ain't nothing like chicken. The guy with some sort of baseball hat was saying to his bearded friend. And if you think that you either never had it or someone did you dirty. Screw you, bearded guy scoffed. I've had it plenty. A cousin of mine brought up a bunch last time he was up here. Tasted a bit off, but it was basically the same. You mean the same cousin that either deep fries everything for 20 minutes or grills it well done? 'Cause then I could see them tasting the same. Either overdone or turned to charcoal. Hat guy argued back. He's getting better about that. Bearded guy said defensively. And no, I cooked them. A little chewy, but tasted just like chicken. And I'm telling you they ain't the same. Gator is closer to quail with a little bit of fishy undertones. Never had quail. I heard bearded guy admit as I slid out of my booth and headed for the door. What's that like? Well, it's a bit like chicken. I laughed a bit under my breath when I heard that, but kept walking. I didn't want them thinking I was laughing at them when they gave me the idea of what I wanted to do today. I'm gonna eat a dinosaur. I muttered aloud to no one in particular. Sure, alligators weren't exactly the same as a T-Rex or something, but I vaguely remembered that they had basically been around mostly unchanged for millions of years. And that meant it was close enough to count. And as a bonus, going south would take me through Washington, D.C., which meant I could drop in and say hi to Wonder Woman for a bit. I already knew she probably wouldn't be up for a spar, something about setting a proper image as an ambassador, but I didn't think she would mind me stopping by on my way to Florida. Maybe if she wasn't busy, she could join me. Oh, I waved at the two guys in suits that pulled handguns at me while I touched down in front of some sort of fancy governmental building. Hi there. I just need to head inside to find Wonder Woman real quick. You mind getting out of the way? I saw the instant the two recognized me, because both of them glanced at each other and swallowed heavily. Props to them, though. Neither one showed any nervousness beyond that. She's in a conference right now, and this is a restricted area. You need to leave. Sure, I said casually. I just want to say hi first, and then I'll leave. They didn't move, which would have been kinda impressive if I had come here with bad intentions for the people inside. But I hadn't, so it was just a bit annoying instead. Come on, guys. Do you really think you can stop me? They couldn't, but I probably could. A new arrival said from off to the side. I looked over and felt a massive smile break out across my face. Donna. I quickly rushed over to give my friend a hug. One that she returned almost immediately. What are you doing here? I thought you would still be on Themyscira catching up on things. Donna pulled back and frowned at me. I guess that means you didn't get our message. Message? When was I supposed to get something like that? And from who? No? But that doesn't matter right now. If you're here, then I can take you along on my really important mission, I declared, grabbing her by the wrist and dragging her past the guards and into the building while everyone was distracted. We just need to say hi to Wonder Woman first. Mission? I wait, what? Khalifa, slow down and explain. Oh, Diana did her best to listen carefully to what the conference head was saying. But after hearing the same argument only slightly reworded for the 8th time in a row, even she was having trouble preventing her eyes from glazing over in boredom. What made it worse was the fact she technically didn't need to be here at all. Gods knew her position as Themyscirian ambassador had little to do with the topic at hand. But she had specifically chosen to attend this meeting so Donna could gain some experience interacting with people in a more professional setting. Diana was regretting that decision now, though. She could only hope that someone called for a recess so she could quietly slip away without someone trying to use her absence as a political lever for either side. Thankfully, she had earned enough respect through her work as a superhero that even politicians just assumed she had something urgent to attend to so long as she didn't abuse the privilege too often. Almost the second she finished that thought, the doors to the conference room slammed open as an unfortunately recognizable Saiyan barged through, dragging a confused-looking Donna by the wrist. "Hi, Wonder Woman. Just stopping by to let you know I'm taking Donna with me," the tailed menace said cheerfully. "We're gonna go eat a dinosaur." And just as quickly as she came, Hurricane Khalifa swept back out of the building, still dragging the younger Amazonian behind her. Diana blinked as the two teens disappeared, and the rest of the room turned to look at her before slowly packing up her things and standing. "If you'll excuse me, it seems like I have a situation to handle," Diana said calmly. "I hope all of you have a pleasant day." If anyone noticed that she was deliberately moving slow, just so she would actually have to leave to chase down her ward and her kidnapper, they were smart enough to keep it to themselves. Now the issue was figuring out what Khalifa meant by eating a dinosaur and how much trouble the Saiyan was going to cause doing it. Oh, Donna took some more convincing. But when Wonder Woman didn't immediately chase after us demanding we stop, she eventually loosened up and started following me without being pulled along. We spent most of the flight catching up with what the other had done since the last time we were together. I told Donna all about sneaking into a secret mountain base and getting into a fist fight with a giant alien lizard guy. She told me about what she had been up to on the island. Mostly what I expected, getting caught up with the rest of the world and learning where she fit in with the rest of the Amazons. Funnily enough, Mel had taken over as her combat trainer, something I wanted to talk more about later. But right now Donna was going over a story where she went exploring in one of the ocean caves in Themyscira and ended up fighting some kind of corrupted ocean nymph. It was a pretty relaxing way to spend the flight down south, and it wasn't all that long before we started seeing marshland. If we just wanted to hunt down an alligator and be done with it, it probably wouldn't take more than an hour. But now that I had Donna tagging along, I wasn't going to settle for just any alligator. I wanted the biggest, tastiest one I could find. That meant going deep into the marsh instead of just grabbing one of the little ones at the edges we saw on the way in. The thing was, the further in we went, the weirder things got. At some point, the wide, open marshland gave way to a canopy of trees so thick that even though it was the middle of the day, it seemed like twilight. Old, partially rotted trunks started poking up from the water all over the place, and the animal and insect noises vanished. And if that wasn't weird enough, there was a sort of pressure all around us, like the swamp itself was telling us that we weren't welcome. I bet there was a really old alligator in there just waiting to become dinner. Donna apparently didn't share my enthusiasm. "Khalifa, something is wrong about this place. We shouldn't be here." I just waved her off. "Nah, it's fine. You're just imagining things because the swamp is super creepy. All we have to do is go in, find our prey, grab it, and leave. Simple." My Amazonian buddy still wasn't convinced. I've only felt something like this when Queen Hippolyta showed me the entrance to the underworld. This place is sacred to something. We're not welcome. Part of me agreed with her, but I also wasn't going to be scared off by some weird feeling. No self-respecting Scion would. So instead of doing the smart thing and listening to Donna, I flew forward a bit before turning around to face her. "We're here to find the oldest, tastiest dinosaur in the swamp. Are you really going to get scared off by some trees? Besides, it's not like they can do anything to us." I declared as confidently as I could until I noticed Donna wasn't looking at me anymore. She was looking at something over my shoulder. About that," she said, pointing behind me. I wouldn't be so sure. The oppressive feeling around us intensified, and there was a shifting sound behind me. I cautiously looked over my shoulder just in time to see a bunch of vines and swamp muck coming together to form a vaguely cyanoid figure that towered over both of us. "You trespass in the domain of the Parliament of Trees. Leave now or suffer the consequences." The massive shape boomed. Well, that wasn't good. Growing Pains, Chapter 52. So Swamp Thing. Not exactly a guy I or most people knew a whole lot about. For most other people it was because the guy hung out in the middle of a swamp and didn't leave much. I was mostly the same. The extra set of memories downloaded into my noggin simply didn't have much on the guy. I didn't know that he was usually the champion of the green though. The green being some kind of cosmic elemental force for all plant life or something like that, like how the red was the same for all animal life. What that actually meant was something I didn't have a clear idea of. Was he just a protector of plant life, or was he supposed to be some kind of plant supremacist? Either way, I knew he was super strong and probably out of my league. I still wanted to eat that alligator though. "Hi there. We're just passing through looking for dinner." I gave the giant mass of green a friendly wave. "We'll leave right away after that, I promise." "There is nothing for you here, child of the red." Swamp Thing boomed. "You will not find what you seek in this place. I mean, Are you sure we can't look around first? I asked. The mass of roots and moss that made up Swamp Thing's face twisted into a frown. No. Now leave. Maybe we should listen to the nice plant elemental before he gets angry? Donna suggested reasonably. This was taking longer than it should. Look, we're not going to do anything to the swamp. I just want to go in and grab something, and then we'll leave. I said and flew forward a bit and glared at Swamp Thing. You can even watch if you want, but I'm going in there and you can only try and stop me. The plant giant gave me a look I could only describe as exasperated. Fine then, and raised his arm. Wadash. Hey, MRMMPH. I suddenly found myself wrapped in a cocoon of roots that nearly covered me entirely. Only my nose and the top of my head was left unwrapped, which left me free to glare at Swamp Thing, at least until the roots started to sink back into the ground, taking me with them. I started struggling. Hard. The idea of being buried alive while unable to move did not sound like a good time, but the roots were a lot stronger than they looked because I was having trouble breaking out of them. Thankfully, I wasn't alone. Hey, let her go. Donna yelled at the elemental and started tearing at the roots holding me. She will be restrained until I decide how to deal with her. No harm will befall her, Amazonian. Swamp Thing rumbled. If you do not want the same fate, leave now. No way, not without her. Donna wasted no time throwing herself at Swamp Thing and was almost instantly spiked out of the air by a backhand. She got up almost immediately, but it was very clear that she wasn't considered a threat. Not by herself. I needed to get out of this cocoon ASAP. Brute strength wasn't working, so let's see how it liked weaponized life energy. He pulled in the center of my chest and exploded outwards. Some of the roots still clung to my body, but most of them were either blasted off or burned enough that I could simply pull them off. All right, you overgrown salad. It's time to oof. I grunted as Donna collided midair with me. I caught her, but it wasn't exactly soft for either of us. Ow. Donna complained before untangling herself from me to fly nearby. Khalifa, just so you know, I blame you for this. Fair, but on the other hand, fight now, blame me for getting us in this mess after we win. Both of us scattered as another wave of roots tried grabbing us. Donna going high, and me charging straight at Swamp Thing. From the first hit, I knew this was going to be different than what I was used to. Because my opening kick nearly took Swamp Thing's arm off at the shoulder, and the following hits blew chunks out of his body, yet he didn't seem that bothered. Especially since he regenerated the damage almost immediately. They were small chunks though. Maybe a bigger hit would. Donna crashed into him from above like a meteor and completely split him in half from the impact. Swamp Thing didn't care. His body just slurped back together like nothing happened. I took advantage of the opening to join up with Donna, as we both laid into Swamp Thing with everything we had. A rain of punches, kicks, and even a few throws tore huge chunks out of his body, even as he retaliated with several punches of his own. Most of them were slow or telegraphed enough that we could dodge out of the way, but every so often a limb would stretch unnaturally or a vine would snag around us and catch us off guard. And gotta say, Swamp Thing hit like a truck. After what felt like an hour of nonstop attacking, but was honestly probably a few minutes at best, both of us fell back a bit to catch our breath and reassess. Conclusion? Both of us were sweaty and tired. Swamp Thing looked basically the same, if just a bit more annoyed we were still here. Okay, so unless we could punch him to atoms or something like that, physical attacks didn't do squat. Well, he worked on my cocoon. Maybe that would do something. So I started blasting. I rapid-fired a bunch of key blasts to the point the steam and smoke obscured Swamp Thing completely and only stopped when Donna rejoined me at my side. Did you get him? She asked, looking at the cloud of smoke. A green arm cut through the cloud, and Swamp Thing stepped forward, looking only slightly singed in some places that I could already see flaking off and being replaced by new plant matter. No, I said, somewhat redundantly. So now what's the plan? I quickly thought over what I knew. Normal attacks obviously didn't hurt him, but did take a small bit of time to regenerate. No, not regenerate. Replace. If he was regenerating, then the burned plant stuff would just heal, not flake off. Okay, option 1. We burn every bit of plant life in the area to the ground, so he can't keep healing dash. That got me an immediate smack to the back of the head from Donna. Guess option 1 was out. 2. We keep beating him up and hope that he has a limit to how much he can heal. He just took everything we threw at him, and it barely affected him. And I don't think he's trying to fight us very hard. Donna countered. You have an option 3? I shrugged. Hit him with one massive attack, and hope it disrupts his form so much that it takes him a while to reform. How massive of an attack? Best case scenario, one that vaporizes his entire body all at once. Donna's head snapped towards me. Won't that just kill him? I waved her off. Nah, he's like, connected to all plant life everywhere. He'll come back as long as there are still plants around. Probably. She stared at me for a little bit before she slowly turned her gaze back to Swamp Thing. Well, it's not the dumbest idea you've had today. Thanks. But for it to work, we'll probably need to disconnect him from the rest of the swamp. Think you can get him airborne while I charge my attack? No. Keep him airborne, maybe. But he regenerates too quickly for me to get both legs before the first heals. Okay, then I'll get the right leg, you get the left. On my signal, ready. No, wait. How are we going to? Go. I shouted and shot forward. Califa. Another wall of plants shot up between us and Swamp Thing, and I quickly shot it with a key blast big enough to make a hole both Donna and I could slip through before it closed up if she was right behind me. A quick check with my key sense confirmed she was. Donna complained a lot, but she was a solid partner in a fight. Trusting her to do her part, one focused on Swamp Thing's right leg. Like the rest of his body, it was just a mass of plants and roots mimicking a cyanoid form. So I knew there wasn't really anything like a weak point I could target. And since he wasn't all that tough anyway, there wasn't much point looking for one. Still, this was a rare opportunity for me to test something out without some of the heroes getting mad at me for it later. I held my hand out, fingers flat like a knife blade, and focused on coating my arm in key. That was the easy part. The next was where I had been failing for days. Cut, 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 cut. I chanted in my head, trying to turn the energy surrounding my arm into a cutting force by force of will. It didn't work. Sure, my hand stabbed halfway through Swamp Thing's knee, but that was just me brute forcing it. If I had done the technique correctly, I would have flown straight through him without slowing down at all. Oh well, I'd try again some other time. The energy on my hand might not have cut through Swamp Thing, but I focused a little more and detonated it. The blast from inside his own leg easily blew it in half, and I turned to see if Donna needed any help just in time to see her cut through his other leg with her. When did Donna get a sword? Where did it even come from? I shook my head as Donna grabbed the rest of Swamp Thing and flew straight up before the halves of his leg could join back together. Already some tiny branches were reaching out between the halves of the cut. Questions for later. I cupped my hands at my side and focused as much energy into them as I could. Kami, ha-mi. I paused just long enough to make sure Donna got clear, and then threw my hands forward. Ha-ya. Swamp Thing was completely consumed by the bright blue energy beam, and it was only when I physically couldn't pour any more energy into the attack that I let it peter out. There was no trace of the plant elemental left behind, but I didn't let my guard down. Even when Donna flew back to my side, we continued to scan the surroundings for any sign of unnatural plant movement. Only after a minute or two with no change in sight did we let our shoulders drop and start gasping to catch our breath from the short but intense fight. We did it, I shouted, holding up a hand for a high five that Donna bemusingly returned. Seems so, she said. Now what though? Yes, now what? Now we just need to search the swamp for dinner, I said, stretching my arms over my head. Then find a place that can. I trailed off and looked over to Donna. You didn't say that second part, did you? She was looking at something behind me, her face paling slightly. No. I looked behind me and immediately saw an unamused Wonder Woman floating, arms crossed, and glaring at both of us. Quick, distract her. Hi, Wonder Woman. Are you here to help us search the swamp? I asked brightly. Wonder Woman just cocked an eyebrow. Search for what exactly? And what were you doing that caused you to fire an energy beam into the sky? Donna threw me under the bus immediately. Califa said she wanted to eat a dinosaur that was in here, and we ended up fighting a massive alligator, but we got too into it, and I accidentally vaporized it. I hurried to cut off the traitor before she could spill anything incriminating. Wonder Woman blinked at my outburst. An alligator? So when you said you were going to eat a dinosaur, you meant an American alligator? Yeah. Donna, is that true? Donna fidgeted a little, but nodded. I assume so. Califa only said a dinosaur, not specifically an alligator. And you two did nothing else? No, Donna said weakly, turning her head to look at me. She was a dirty traitor, but I still shot her a thumbs up anyway. I mean, no, we did nothing else. Wonder Woman was obviously not convinced. Right? Well then, I'm sure Swamp Thing will be able to collaborate your story then. Assuming you told the truth, of course, she said, looking off to a side. A rumbling chuckle echoed around the swamp, and Swamp Thing stepped forward from behind a tree right where Wonder Woman had been looking. Hello, Wonder Woman. It has been a while. He greeted. Alec. It has. I hope these two weren't bothering you too much. Wonder Woman asked, proving she hadn't trusted us from the start, which means she knew we lied to her. Ah crap. Growing Pains, Chapter 53. Ow, ow, ow. I muttered as I tried to find a sitting position that didn't sting. A losing battle as it turned out, even with the Amazonian embassy's super plush seats. Wonder Woman had not taken us lying to her face very well, which, considering what we were doing, could have accidentally caused a war between the red and the green if Swamp Thing was less chill than he was totally fair, but I was still going to get revenge on her for this. This warped, evil version of the Justice League was going to rue the day that they thought that I would be deterred by something as juvenile as a spa. Khalifa, are you listening to me? I snapped up to attention. No, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat that? Wonder Woman sighed, and for a second looked like she wanted to put her head in her hands. Instead, she took a breath and started again. As I was saying, luckily the Parliament of Trees is willing to drop the matter since neither of you actually intruded into their center of power and you both were punished for the attempt. I shifted uncomfortably at the reminder. Of course that doesn't mean this is the end of this. I will be informing Mother of what you two did. It will be up to her if you will receive additional punishment. Donna and I both gasped at that, tattling on us to Wonder Mom. That wasn't just cruel and unusual, that was cheating. I wanted to argue, but a sharp look from Wonder Woman made my mouth shut with a click. That will have to wait till later, however. She continued. First, there is the reason I had asked you to meet us for, Khalifa, that going by the look on your face, you apparently did not receive. Oh, no. I waved my hands in denial. I mean, Donna mentioned something like that earlier, but I wanted to wait until after dinner to bother with. Hear her out. Hey, both of us ignored Donna's outraged cry. Well, it seems you have time now. Besides, I think you will enjoy this. It concerns your young hero friends. I perked up at that. The Sidekick Squad. What are they up to? Wonder Woman quirked a smile. Besides being fed up with being called sidekicks, they decided to create a team of their own. Several members of the League have decided to support them, and Manhunt even encouraged his niece to join them. I straightened up a little more, tail almost quivering in excitement. Did that mean the Sidekick Squad go and make a version of the Teen Titans? But wait, Kid Flash and Speedy were never part of that, I think. Was this one of the other teams? There were a bunch of those, but most of the ones I knew were for heroes in Superman's generation or older. Whatever. The important thing is I would have a whole group of heroes I could MESSWITH train with on a regular basis in one convenient spot. I hadn't been able to do anything like that since I went off to Themyscira the first time because the Sidekick Squad wasn't in the same area all that often and the Justice League didn't meet up that much. I see. Does that mean you want the two of us to join this team as well? Donna asked. I hope not. There were still a lot of places I wanted to explore, and getting tied down to one city would ruin that. Thankfully, Wonder Woman shook her head. I won't stop you from joining if either of you want to, but the main reason I want you to meet them is John's niece Mgan. She has apparently lived a rather sheltered life, and I had hoped to introduce her to a few more female companions. I don't mind. It would be nice to meet someone else unfamiliar with man's world. Donna commented while shooting me a glance. I hadn't managed to fight a Martian yet. Sure, let's go. But first we need to stop by my ship. I want to pick up some things. Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes at me for some reason. Donna, please at least try to rein Khalifa in a little. Okay, I'll try. But Donna trailed off. Hey, I wasn't that bad. I let it go after a second though, already planning on how to make our meetup with the Sidekick Squad more entertaining. They were pretty boring on their own without me after all. Oh, Robin flinched as a tornado ripped through a building, sending dust and debris all over the place. The team, proper name pending, were a mess. They just couldn't seem to sync up. First they kept getting in each other's way throughout the fight. Then they just accepted Mgan's word that Mr. Twister was actually Red Tornado just because she couldn't read his mind. Sure, there was enough coincidental evidence that supported that theory, but only because they biased themselves based on the conclusion of a complete novice. That mistake had ended up nearly getting them all taken out by the aerokinetic villain, and only driving him elsewhere because of luck. And yeah, they might have been a little harsh with her in hindsight, but they didn't have time for hand-holding when a villain was actively attacking. They'd apologize later. Robin turned the corner in time to see Kid Flash getting tossed around by a wind blast and tried to take advantage of the opening to lob a few explosives at Twister. It didn't work, and Superboy was too slow to follow up, allowing Twister to dodge and get distance from them all. For all of a microsecond, Robin wished Khalifa was in his place. It was unfair to the Superman clone, but in Robin's defense, when it came to fighting, the otherwise smooth-brained monkey girl was just better at reading openings and following directions without them needing to be called out. Not to mention how useful her energy blasts would be right now, since they had been caught off guard by Mr. Twister's appearance and were all in casual clothes and without most of their gear. Then he remembered Khalifa hadn't bothered to check in once with any of them weeks after he and Batman thought she might have been killed by a random magical artifact, and went back to being angry at the Saiyan. When she showed her face again, he was going to enjoy looking down on her and giving her a piece of his mind. Robin shoved those thoughts aside and took cover behind a beached boat, doing a quick mental check on his available weapons and the ones he used already. The easily accessible ones were mostly spent. So he reached into the special pocket built into his jacket and pulled out his utility belt and slung it over his shoulder. "You brought your utility belt?" Kid Flash asked as he ducked behind the same boat for cover. "Dude, we were going for a joyride before this. Never leave home without it," Robin quipped. "First thing Batman taught me." "Rigged," KF drawled sarcastically, and was probably going to follow that up with one of his own when both of them felt a sharp mental pressure pressing on their minds. "Listen to me, all of you," Mgan's too loud mental voice shouted. "What did we tell you?" was Superboy's immediate angry response. "I know, and I know I messed up, but now I'm very clear on what we need to do." Mgan replied, "Please, trust me." Robin sighed at the conversation. Not because of Mgan. Well, not directly because of her. More because literal telepathy might be the only way the others could actually follow his lead well enough to clinch a win. It helped that Mgan's plan was pretty good too. So yeah, he'd trust her on this one. Oh, in short, the plan worked out. Mgan successfully tricked Mr. Twister into thinking she was Red Tornado while coordinating with Kid Flash to mimic Tornado's air manipulation long enough to draw him in and get a hold of him. Without the ability to dodge around their attacks, and with the group not tripping over themselves anymore, the team was finally able to get enough hits in that the villain's suit was disabled pretty quickly. To the point that after it was immobilized, the suit's safety mechanism triggered and ejected the villain from the chest compartment, where Mgan summarily executed him by dropping a boulder on his head, and then had the gall to turn to them and smile like she had done nothing wrong. Robin felt his mouth drop open at that. Even at her worst, even Khalifa had never been that dismissive of a person's life. The meat-headed Saiyan would be happy to beat anyone and everyone into the ground if they could give her anything resembling a fight. But the second her opponent was done, so was she. "I don't know how they do things on Mars," he growled as he stomped up to the Martian. "But on Earth, we don't execute our captives." "Well, that's just not true," a new voice commented from above them. "There are several examples of Earthlings doing so publicly available in recent historical records." Robin looked up at the new arrival and froze. "Whoa, did anyone else know Callie had a smoking hot sister?" Kid Flash commented, the same smile on his face that he had been shooting Mgan's way the entire day, which oddly made Robin both want to smack the speedster upside the head and puke at the same time. But yeah, hovering midair looking down on them all was a person that looked almost exactly like Khalifa if she were aged up a few years. Spiky black shoulder-length hair, tail, and black jumpsuit covered in some kind of flexible armor on her torso, hands, and feet included. Besides, the newly arrived Saiyan continued as she landed next to the rock Mgan had used and casually jabbed her fingers into it like it was nothing before tossing it away. "I don't think something like this counts as execution." Robin was almost afraid to look at what was surely a bloody mess of what used to be a person, but when he did, he was surprised to see the mangled remains of a robot instead. The pilot had been an android. The team turned to look at Mgan, who gave them all a sheepish smile. "That was the reason I couldn't read his mind. We should have had more faith in you," Aqualad said, placing a hand on the Martian's shoulder before turning his attention back to the newcomer. "And what do you want?" The Scion gave them all an unsettlingly familiar sharp grin. "Well, you're the ones with a mind reader. Why don't you have her tell you?" Everyone looked back to Mgan, who took the hint to look into the Scion's mind. And Robin could see the moment she did, because the Martian flinched and looked at the new arrival with unease. She wants to fight. Mgan stammered, and Robin felt his heart pick up. Fighting what was essentially an older, probably stronger Khalifa without her tendency to hold back? Robin was not feeling turbed at the thought of that. Fight who? Us. Aqualad asked. Us. The villains, the Justice League, anyone she can. Mgan listed off. The Justice League? Superboy asked. Yes. Specifically Superman for some reason. Wow. I'm impressed you managed to get that much so quick. The Scion called out. But is that it? Mgan started but was cut off by Superboy leaping directly at the Scion. Rah, is that your best? She said cockily and just flew to the side a little. And Superboy, still not developed enough to have full access to his Kryptonian powers, just sailed right on by her much to her apparent amusement. Anyway, she said, flying down and landing in the middle of them, apparently indifferent to everyone taking combat stances, and looking right at Robin. How's it going, Birdbrain? Haven't seen you in a while. Wadash. Oh, ooh. Robin took a moment to consider his revelation as he looked up at what was certainly an older-looking Khalifa looking down on him, feet firmly planted on the ground. Oh, this was much worse than her having a potentially murderous older sister. Growing Pains, Chapter 54. While this sucked, I thought as I looked around the inside of the Sidekick Squad's mountain base. They had a cooler hideout than I did. And yeah, I knew my old hideout was still just a cave large enough to fit my attack pod and some rough stone furniture I had found, while the Sidekick Squad apparently were moving into an old Justice Society base the Justice League had taken over and eventually abandoned after the Watchtower was completed, but they had doors and stuff. I briefly considered going back and claiming the Lizardman's base for myself before I realized that even if it wasn't still crawling with hostile aliens anymore, I had kind of blown a hole through the middle of it. Even if anything in it still worked, it wouldn't impress anyone. Whoops. But yeah, a half-destroyed mountain base didn't compare with a secret superhero mountain base. Not when the second one had lights, power, and a cool ship that could turn invisible on command. I'd never tell, but I was really jealous of that last one. There you are. Oh, hey Donna, I said casually before having to fend off a strangulation attempt from the angry Amazon. We were supposed to go straight to the mountain and meet Red Tornado. So why did you fly off on your own without telling me? I thought I sensed some familiar people nearby and wanted to say hi. I called out to you, but you didn't hear me. Liar. Donna slipped an arm past my guard and pulled me into a headlock and immediately started grinding the knuckles of her other hand into my skull. Ow, ow, ow. Even if I didn't hear you for some reason, we were flying more than slow enough that you could have caught up to me easily. You're just using that as an excuse. I hissed quietly. Guess I should have figured that excuse wouldn't work. Whoa. First an older Callie, and now a younger Wonder Woman? Anyone else seeing this? Kid Flash commented from the sidelines of our scuffle. We are seeing something. Does anyone know who she is? Aqualad commented back, which was enough to convince Donna to stop noogieing me and turn to face the rest of them. She didn't let me out of the headlock, though, and even tightened her grip around my neck when I tried to escape. Sorry for that. My name is Donna Troy, apprentice under the Wonder Woman, Diana Prince. Donna formally introduced herself to the group. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Likewise, Aqualad said cordially, which covered up Kid Flash rudely wondering when Wonder Woman had gotten a sidekick and why they hadn't heard of her. I am Calderichem and protege of King Orin of Atlantis, otherwise known as Aquaman, though I go by Aqualad in the field. This is Superboy, Kid Flash, Miss Martian, and the one sulking over there is Robin, he said, pointing at each of the sidekicks in turn. It's nice to meet you, Miss Martian said with a mix of cheerful shyness. You can call me Mgan if you want. At this point, Donna had released me so I could properly wave at the Martian. But before I could actually talk to her, I was unceremoniously kidnapped by most of the sidekick squad, leaving Donna, Superboy, and Mgan on their own for a bit. So, Callie, you don't call, you don't write, and next thing we know you show up as the new hotness with Wonder Babe. What gives? Kid Flash asked once we were on our own. We were worried when we didn't hear from you after the incident with the stolen mirror. Aqualad admitted. I tilted my head, confused. But Batman was there when I got out? Shouldn't he have told you I was fine? I looked towards Birdbrain, but he just huffed and turned away. He did send a notice to the League that you were safe, but we heard little more than that. Huh, sorry about that, I guess, I said, awkwardly scratching the back of my head. I guess with the time difference, I didn't think it was that big a deal. Time difference. Birdbrain finally spoke up. Yeah, I don't know if anyone told you guys, but the mirror was supposed to be a training tool for Wonder Woman when she was a little kid. Time worked differently inside it. Donna knows more about it than I do, though. I just know it got sped up a bunch towards the end. Time got sped up? Yeah, it was crazy. Anyway, I only want to go through the whole thing once. So when is Red Arrow showing up? I asked since they were all in casual clothes. Obviously, Speedy wasn't hanging out with them when they had to deal with the wind robot. Except there were uncomfortable looks on all their faces. Yeah, well, Kid Flash stalled. Speedy kinda ditched us. Said the team would never work out and went solo. He perked up a bit. Shows what he knows. We kicked butt. Yeah, how did that happen anyway? 'Cause last time we all talked, I don't remember any of you mentioning wanting to make your own superhero team. I pointed out, it started out with us trying to get more involved with the League. We ended up getting a backstage tour of the Hall of Justice instead. Birdbrain commented, did you know the League actually operates out of a space station these days and not any of the old Justice Society bases? I tilted my head at him. You mean the Watchtower? What about it? Wait, crap. Was the Watchtower still a secret base at this point? The boys turned to me with incredulous looks on their faces, which meant that yes, the Watchtower should be a secret for most people still. Oops, quick deflect, deflect, deflect. You guys know I have a spaceship, right? Well, Spacebot. But it's not hard to notice something in orbit if you time it right. I lied blatantly. Thankfully for me, they bought that without digging deeper for now. Yeah, well, we didn't know that. Birdbrain groused. So we were kind of miffed about that when a call came in about a fire at something called Project Cadmus. I decided we should handle it instead of leaving it to the League. I frowned at him. How? Did you just tell them you were going to deal with it and they accepted? 'Cause that doesn't sound like the full story. The League was called away to deal with a larger threat. Aqualad confirmed my suspicion that Birdbrain was leaving some stuff out. Votan was attempting to blot out the sun at the time, and the League felt the local authorities would be enough to handle a fire. Whoa, hold up, I exclaimed, crossing my arms in an X pattern. Some guy was going to turn off the sun? Why? How? He was just going to block it, not turn it off. Kid Flash said dismissively. It's not really part of the story. So if we could focus. I kind of want to hear about the guy trying to get rid of the sun now instead of you guys fighting a fire and deciding to be a team. I said honestly, come on, Callie. Story. Let us tell it. KF exclaimed. That's not what happened. Besides, it's not like you were doing anything impressive either. Birdbrain added. We ended up unearthing an illegal Superman cloning experiment. Donna and I fought an elemental that's the champion of all plant life while hunting down a dinosaur. I pointed out casually. And that was a bit after I snuck into a hidden alien base alone to rescue a scientist and fought their boss who was supposed to be as strong as Wonder Woman. Also, another cloning experiment getting revealed so soon? Okay. 1. You have got to share those stories. 2. Are you saying you fought someone as strong as Wonder Woman? KF asked. I shook my head. Nah, he wasn't that strong. He hit hard though. And you beat him? Alone. Images of Hawkman jumping in and stealing the end of my fight flashed through my mind and made me grit my teeth. Yes, alone. Cool, have to hear. But first, there we were, infiltrating the Cadmus facility. I settled into some sort of kitchen area as I listened to Kid Flash give what was probably an exaggerated retelling of their adventure with Aqualad and Birdbrain chiming in every so often to expand on something or straighten him out. I couldn't wait to blow their minds with my own stories. Oh. Sometime later, we finished catching up, and I noticed that the others were making their way over to where we were. I was halfway through a bowl of ice cream when the missing 2 members of the Sidekick Squad's team and Donna rejoined us. Aqualad, being the more generous person that he was, offered what was left of the 3-gallon tub to the new arrivals. Donna and Gan happily grabbed some for themselves and joined me at the counter while Superboy just kinda shuffled off to a corner and leaned against a wall with his. What's up with those 2? Donna asked as she took a bite, pointing at the 2 slumped forms nearby, pouting that I just live a more awesome life. They can't handle the truth. I replied dismissively, eating my own victorious bite. Anyway, what were you guys up to? Oh, we spent some time trying to talk about things we had in common. Gan chirped happily. But didn't go so well when we realized none of us had anything in common to talk about. Right, because Donna was an Amazon that had spent nearly all her life in a magic mirror dimension, Superboy was a clone with the same amount of life experience as a potato, and Gan was a Martian. So instead I was talking about one of my favorite shows episode by episode until I mentioned one where one of the cast was going to work at an ice cream parlor and got sidetracked asking everyone about their favorite flavors, and Superboy mentioned he never had ice cream, so we decided to head over since you guys were done catching up. I tilted my head at the excitable Martian. How did you know we were done? I asked Calder. She said simply, before looking over and realizing I had raised an eyebrow at her. Ah, hello, Gan. You weren't there when we went over powers. Martians are telepathic. My look didn't change. Yeah, I know. I've met your uncle. I was just wondering why you didn't ask everyone, or just call his phone or something. Oh, Gan seemed to fold in on herself a little. Ah, well, the last time I did that without asking was well. It seemed people thought it was rude. Kind of forgot about the communicator too. It's fine. I waved her off. I get it. You put the mission first. Mission? I nodded seriously. Food is serious business. You met someone suffering from a severe lack of desserts, neglected of them even, and you decided to fix that. I gave her the most proper salute I could, spoon still in hand. Good job, soldier. That got a few laughs from the group despite Birdbrain complaining that wasn't the right way to use a word, though Donna just sighed and shook her head. Do you have to be so dramatic? It's just food. I shot her a glare. Just food, huh? Sure. I've got some time before I have to go beat up Superman. I'm guessing you didn't tell them about what happened the first time we ate after we got out of that mirror then. Her eyes widened dramatically. Khalifa, don't you dare. But I do dare. I shot back, equally dramatic. So get this, we get out of the mirror, right? I dragged Donna, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman to a buffet because she's never had real food, and I feel like I need to fix that. Khalifa, I'm warning you. So we finish with dinner, and I go. Well, now you have to try dessert. And then she, okay, that's it. I suddenly had a face full of angry Amazon trying to strangle me as Donna threw herself over the counter. For once I was more interested in getting out of a fight so I could continue embarrassing her. At least I had been until I processed what Superboy said while I held her off. Both Donna and I froze, and my head slowly twisted around until I could fully glare at the Kryptonian clone. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right. Do you want to repeat that? Superboy huffed and met my glare with a dismissive look of his own. I said there's no way you could beat Superman. You're too weak. Growing Pains, Chapter 55. Funnily enough, despite being a Saiyan, I never considered myself an overly prideful person. Sure, I had my moments where pride caused me to do something stupid like the time with the kangaroos. Not that those overgrown rodents didn't have it coming. But most of the time I felt like I handled things pretty reasonably compared to most Saiyans. I knew I wasn't the strongest, fastest, or toughest person on Earth. Yet, and other people telling me that usually didn't matter much to me. But for some reason, listening to Superboy telling me I was too weak made my blood boil. Was it because he was too ignorant but gave his opinion like it was immutable fact? Because he was coasting on his Kryptonian-given powers without an ounce of thought or skill behind his actions? I saw him go up against Mr. Twister. The most generous analysis of his fighting style was hit object hard with fist. If I was being mean about it, it was more flail angrily and hope the target was in the way. Who was he to call me weak when he needed for other people to bring down a guy that threw wind around? I'm weak, huh? Then what does that make you? My voice was practically arctic, a living weapon, made to stop things like you from doing whatever they want on Earth. He growled back. Yeah? Then prove it. Oh. A short while later, I touched down on a small deserted island a few miles away from the Sidekick Squad's mountain base. Donna had made a few good points about what I tended to do to underground areas, and while I was pretty angry, I didn't want to break Birdbrain and the others hang out because of that. It was totally worth it just to see Superboy sullenly walk off Mgan's bioship because he couldn't fly. I filed that away for future taunting. This wasn't the time. Partly because I'd met plenty of people that couldn't fly that could still give me a really good fight, and partly because I decided on the way over here that it wasn't enough to just win against Superboy. No, I was going to do something much more humiliating. I was going to style on him. I crossed my arms and waited silently while Superboy moved to stand across from me and the others found a place to watch. Both fighters ready? Donna asked, taking the role of referee by default. Let's get this over with. Superboy grumbled. I stayed silent, but nodded slightly. Begin. Superboy shot forward immediately after the call, arm drawn back for a big right cross. Normally, I would have rushed to meet him, but that would be acknowledging him as a fighter I wanted to test myself against. Instead, I just kicked off the ground lightly, so his first lunge fell short and then ducked under the second clumsy follow-up. A quick leg sweep suddenly had him on his back, while I simply hovered back a few feet, giving him room to recover. He did so reasonably quickly. A simple fall was never going to do too much to someone as durable as him, and rushed me again. He was better this time, slightly more cautious and not putting everything into one attack that left himself open, but still uncontrolled with little, if any, thought behind the attacks. I ducked and wove around his flurry of punches, floating backwards or to the side when needed, but made no effort to block. No effort to uncross my arms. Something Superboy noticed pretty quickly and got pissed off about. I saw him grit his teeth and coil up to lunge forward faster than I could retreat. But I was waiting specifically for that moment, and when he exploded forward, I stepped to the side and drove my knee up into his stomach. Is that your best? I taunted even as I twisted and punted him straight up into the air. I took a second to collect myself and raise my ki before chasing after him like a pale white comet. He couldn't fly, so catching him wasn't exactly hard. Neither was scissor kicking him back the way he came while he was flailing around, but I still wasn't done. This place shall become your grave. I screamed out and dive-bombed the falling Kryptonian clone, planting both my feet into his stomach and then accelerating into the ground. The little island we were on was more sand than actual dirt, so when we landed, there was a massive explosion of the stuff that blocked my vision completely. And while I could find Superboy easily enough with ki sensing, no one else would be able to see it. So I backed off and resumed my fighting pose. Arms crossed and floating just above the ground that the tip of my boot just wasn't touching the ground below me. Then I just waited for the sand cloud to settle since I could already feel my opponent moving again. Superboy would either submit and beg for mercy, or I would make him kneel before me. Mwahaha. Oh, Robin POV. Welp, Khalifa had gone villain again. While he wanted to say this was an unexpected surprise, it really wasn't. The line she was shouting seemed familiar, though. Since when did Callie play Street Fighter? Kid Flash asked as they watched Superboy burst out of the crater he had been half buried in and rush back towards the monkey girl. Is that what it's from? Robin commented as Khalifa kicked Superboy's legs out from underneath him with some sort of slide tackle, only to do it again a second later when he recovered. Yes, Bison apparently from the lines and moves she is using. Aqualad added, surprising Robin a bit. He had no idea the Atlantean teen played video games. She's rather good at mimicking his character too. Now that he pointed it out though, Robin could see it. It wasn't his usual game of choice though, so he hadn't immediately recognized it. Lines. Character. Miss Martian asked, confusion and distress etched all over her face. Right, it was in her name. She had no idea what the monkey was doing. It's a character in a fighting game. He explained. Khalifa is copying his moves and taunts while she's fighting. She normally doesn't fight like that. If anything, that confused the Martian even more. Okay, but why? Because your friend bruised her pride. Khalifa's friend Donna stated as she moved closer to them. Apparently, she decided she could do her referee job while talking to them instead of staying close to the fight itself. And considering how easily Khalifa was leading the fight, Robin couldn't say she was wrong to think so. She's deliberately choosing to not fight like she normally would until he can force her to, though considering his apparent lack of knowledge about any fighting style, I think she will just end things soon. Is pride really a reason to? Miss Martian was cut off by a loud boom from Superboy getting spiked into the ground again. Do that. For some people, it's an excuse to do more. Robin answered, thinking of several villains Batman had gone up against that did things out of slighted pride. The several nods from the other members of their little group showed that was a universal experience. Pride is a tricky subject to deal with, especially for people like Khalifa who dedicate everything to the pursuit of something. Donna explained, your friend saying she could never beat Superman was the same as him dismissing all the hardship she put herself through to get as strong as she is. The fact he seems to be one of the least skilled among you only makes it more insulting. Hence the limitations of not using her arms and acting like some character. Robin shifted his attention back to the fight, where Khalifa was continuing her grandstanding. Apparently, Superboy had said something he missed, and Khalifa was giving him a condescending speech in return. Was the most important day in your life, the muscle-brained Saiyan was saying. But for me, it was Tuesday. Robin scoffed. It's Saturday, you idiot. Shut up, bird brain. Oh, Khalifa POV. I scoffed at the interruption and turned my attention back to the slightly battered and very sand-covered Superboy. As much fun as I was having acting like the final boss, it lost something when my opponent was this bad. I mean, he wasn't exactly weak or anything. My shin was definitely bruised where I used it to block a surprise hit. He almost managed to sneak in. He wasn't stupid either. I could see him trying things out as we fought. Compared to when the fight started, he could at least feint an attack now. But he was just so straightforward that I barely had to pay attention to know what he was about to do. He didn't know how to fight someone just as strong and fast as he was. Didn't know how to lead a fight or steal back momentum when being pressed. All of it went back to the fact Superboy had the life experience of a potato. He might know things, but he didn't know things. Which meant he probably wasn't going to suddenly have something click for him that was going to make this fight more interesting. Which was kind of what I was expecting. Oh well, I had fun at least. Ready to end things soon, Mr. Living Weapon? I've got places to be. I asked the now growling Kryptonian clone. Not yet. I approved of his determination, if nothing else. Maybe he'd be a fun sparring partner when he actually learned to fight. Maybe I'd tell Superman to give him lessons when I was done with our own fight. Meh, thoughts for later. I had to finish this one before I made plans for the next. Then kneel before my power. I declared and shot forward in another sliding tackle. Superboy tried to jump over it, but, well, I could fly. So I simply stopped and shot straight up, so my foot caught him in the stomach again anyway. This time, instead of just letting him shoot away, I dug my heel into him and threw him in the direction of everyone watching. I missed though. Superboy ended up digging a trench in the sand that ended a lot further away from the group than I meant it to. Not super surprising since I didn't have a whole lot of practice digging trenches by throwing people. I should do that more. Donna jumped over to check on him, and after a moment signaled my victory before trying to help Superboy up. He just ignored her hand though and angrily stalked off to the side where the rest of his teammates were huddled. Huh. That was a more mature reaction than I was expecting. I thought I was going to have to key blast him after that to show there was no way he was winning. I made it back to the group just in time to see Kid Flash with a hand on Superboy's shoulder say, "Don't let it get to you." Getting punked by Callie is kinda a rite of passage in our group. At least this time she only kicked your butt. She can be mean when she wants to be. I had to run my uniform through the wash like 5 times when she dumped a ton of itching powder on me once. She does things like that a lot. Gen asked, "Not really." I announced my return to the group. Speedy there decided to sabotage my lunch once with some really gross pickles. Isn't his name Kid Flash? Gan whispered, but I ignored her. So I had to get my revenge. Other than that, I popped in now and again to make sure their skills were up to par. Can't have my future opponents slacking off, you know? From the look on the Martian's face, she in fact did not know. Oh well. Anyway, I'll stop by in a few weeks to visit longer. Right now, I need to hunt down Superman before he runs off to space again. A few weeks? Are you not joining the team then? Aqualad asked. I shook my head at him. Nah, it sounds fun, but I like doing my own thing. I was just tagging along to introduce Donna to you guys because Wonder Woman asked. I am still trying to familiarize myself with how things are done in man's world, so I am unsure if I am ready to join a team either. Donna admitted, but I wouldn't mind getting to know you all better anyway. Oof, double rejection. Kid Flash clutched his chest dramatically before turning to Mgan. I guess that means you're still our favorite then. I'd love to be friends with you. Mgan exclaimed, glomping on Donna while ignoring Kid Flash entirely. There's so many things I want to try, she said before dragging the Amazonas away, chattering about different ideas she had. Cool, I'm gonna head out then, I said, taking that as my cue to leave. Call if anything fun happens. Oh, and Superboy. I pinned the clone with an intense stare. Figure out how to actually fight, and I'd be happy to take you on again. He looked back hesitantly, but eventually nodded. Not much of a talker apparently. That was fine. The rest of the goodbyes took less than a minute, and then I was flying back east on the hunt for Superman again. He wasn't getting away this time. Growing Pains, Chapter 56. This was not how I expected to spend my day. I mused as I sat hunched on a bare bench, staring through the bars on my cell. Not how I expected my first time in a jail cell to be either. But then again, How was I supposed to know I still had an active warrant for my arrest because of the bank thing? Or that some random police officer was going to actually attempt to arrest me because of it? Either the guy was too stupid to live or was the bravest person on this planet, because he literally demanded I surrender while brandishing nothing more than a normal pair of handcuffs. Either way, I went along with it because that level of audacity demanded some kind of respect. Of course, I didn't think things through entirely and wound up in a holding cell within 10 minutes. I mean, sure, I could just blast my way out a window, but that seemed kind of boring. Like, this was just a normal holding cell for humans. I felt like I should. Okay, kid, time to go. My train of thought was derailed by a police officer opening the door and waving me out. Huh, you're free to go? Come on, your ride's here, get out. The officer just waved at me impatiently. I was confused. My ride? I hadn't even called anyone yet. How could I already have a ride? Why would I get a ride when I can fly? Also, why were they just letting me go? I wasn't getting answers just sitting here, though. So I hopped off the bench and followed the officer through the building until we reached the main lobby, where a familiar black-haired reporter was waiting for me, talking with an older man in uniform. Lois? What are you doing here? Springing you from the clink, twerp. What does it look like? Come on, we can talk more in the car. Lois Lane said brusquely. That is if she's free to go. She looked back at the man she was talking with. She's free to go, he confirmed. And I appreciate you keeping this quiet, Miss Lane. The last thing this department needs is a scandal because of an out-of-date database and an overeager rookie. You might want to look into that. Lois pointed out. I'll keep my end of the deal, Chief, as long as this isn't a habit. And remember, I owe you a favor. I won't forget, Miss Lane. The apparent chief finished for her. Now, if you'll excuse me. I would have watched him stalk off into the building, but Lois was apparently in a hurry to leave and grabbed me by the shoulder before dragging me out into the parking lot. This is not how I thought my day would go. I commented casually as the two of us got in Lois' car. That goes for both of us. Lois said sarcastically. What I want to know is how you ended up in there in the first place. Both of us know you could have gone through a wall if you felt like it, let alone the handcuffs that cop put you in. I shrugged. I wanted to see where things would go. By the way, how did you get involved? I was there to interview a friend on the force about an investigation into a LexCorp subsidy and saw you getting marched in. Since anyone with a drop of common sense would know you were playing along, I had him run your name to see what you were brought in for. Yeah, it was the warrant for the bank thing a few years ago. She nodded. A warrant that should have been deleted for helping out with the Imperium invasion, according to the White House. The chief got involved because the last thing the MCPD wants is a member of the Justice League stopping by to pick you up after an illegal arrest. I offered to help out if he would do me a favor in the future. Huh, yeah, I guess that would look bad for them. So what now? Because if it was just about getting me out of the police station, you would have just told me to buzz off after we got out of there. Yes, but look, I'm not normally on this side of the conversation, Lois grimaced. I blinked. Am I being kidnapped right now? What? No. Look, I don't know how supers deal with everything, or if you have someone you can talk to. But if you did need to talk to someone about the whole thing with Bizarro. I blinked again because I had gotten over that almost 2 weeks ago by now, before remembering that a non-Saiyan watching someone die, saving them, could mess people up for a bit longer than that. And Lois was just awkwardly trying to be supportive of a teenager that went through a potentially traumatizing situation. That was really cool of her. Not exactly needed, but still cool. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Took a few days for myself, went wandering around the Rockies for a bit, and found a secret alien outpost. Beat them up. Then I went down to Florida with a friend and fought the avatar of Plant God. I winced a little remembering how that little adventure turned out. Spent yesterday meeting up with some friends and their friends when I was reminded I had an IOU for a full day of sparring with Superman. Yeah, I muttered grumpily, rubbing my aching ear from the reporter's sudden and unnecessary shout. No, look up there. I followed her pointed finger and sure enough, there was Superman up in the sky, fighting a white-skinned alien that looked like some kind of heavy metal-themed biker from the back of a rocket bike with a skull on it. I could only watch in stunned silence as the two of them crashed into the side of the LexCorp building and presumably through the other side, going by the smoke rising up behind it. Did I really just see that? Lois didn't hesitate. She just threw the car in gear and started driving towards the building. For a baseline human, she really had no fear about running towards the explosions. Oh, it didn't take us long to find where the fight was going on. A large explosion had really helped us out with that, combined with me being close enough to give directions based on the key signatures I was sensing. The fact that they both seemed to be back on the ground and not moving around much for now was also a help. When we got there, it looked like the fight wasn't going so great for Superman. The biker had his back to us, twirling what looked like a crowbar in his hands, and Superman was lying in a crater in the middle of the road. We showed up just in time for me to catch the biker saying, "Now, the more you move, the worse this will hurt. So feel free to go crazy." Okay, I had enough of this. "Hey, jerk with the bike, back off. I'm fighting him first." He turned to look at me. Was that a kid? "Look, if you want a piece of the main man, come back in a few years. Till then, piss off." "But hey, the little lady behind you, Lobo likes," he said, licking his lips. "Lois, move away. Khalifa, get her out of here." Superman cried out, only to get kicked in the chest by Lobo because of it. "Pipe down, Junior." Lobo snapped. "Lois, huh? Guess that means you know this loser. Don't ignore me." I got right in between the two of them and stared Lobo down. I only vaguely knew anything about him. Strong, tough, last of his kind, just like Superman, and some kind of bounty hunter, but that was about it. But I was tired of having my promised sparring session getting interrupted, so unless he backed off, I was going to go through him first. Why shouldn't I, pipsqueak? I pointed at Superman. 'Cause I had dibs. I've been trying to get a fight with him for like 4 days now, but he was in space the last time I dropped by. Now some greasy bounty hunter shows up out of nowhere and skips the line. "Dibs, huh?" Lobo muttered, rubbing his chin. "That is a big deal. But the main man doesn't have time to sit around waiting for you two wimps to throw down, so I'll tell you what, I'll give you a free shot as compensation." He closed his eyes and leaned forward, pointing at his face. "Come on, right here. Hard as you can, pipsqueak. Who knows, it might even tickle." I grit my teeth. I was being patronized, mocked. "Fine," he asked for it. I pulled my arm back and focused all the ki I could into my fist. A slight wind kicked up as my aura flared. Lobo must have felt it because he drew back a little and started to open his eyes. "What th?" he started to say before I punched him in the nose with a very satisfying crunch. I smirked at the stream of curses that came from the alien bounty hunter, but kept my guard up. Because I just hit him as hard as I could without a larger charge time, and he barely moved. The curses came to a stop, and Lobo moved his hands away from his face to glare at me. "All right, brat, that wasn't half bad. Too bad for you. The main man has his sights on another lady right now." He raised a clenched fist. "We'll tangle next time, if you're lucky." I needed to. Pain. Impact. I groaned as I pulled myself up a little bit. A quick glance around confirmed what I didn't want to admit. Lobo had casually backhanded me through a car, and I'd barely seen him move. He might be out of my league. I clenched a fist and shoved that thought aside. The fight was moving somewhere else. Superman had gotten up and punched Lobo hard enough that the biker had gone flying through the LexCorp building once again and just kept going before he flew after him. If I was going to stay involved, I needed to move now. So I shoved the remains of the car out of my way and took off after the Man of Steel. Something he didn't like so much when I caught up with him. "Khalifa, what are you doing? You shouldn't be here." Much as I don't want to agree with the cream puff here, he's got a point. "Get lost, pipsqueak. I ain't gonna ask again." "Not happening." I growled out, ki aura flaring. "I've been trying to cash in my IOU for almost a week. If I have to play backup so we can kick this loser off the planet before that happens, fine by me." Lobo grinned. "All right, I take it back. You got spunk, kid, even for a Saiyan. Now that I think about it, I got an open bounty for one of you monkeys that you'd be perfect for." "Yeah? Then come try it," I said, right before blasting him with a ki beam. The blast only staggered him, but it opened him up for Superman to nail him across the face with a right hook. Gah, no fair. Neither one of us stopped to acknowledge Lobo's complaint. Superman went in fast and hard, raining punches down on the bounty hunter in a way that made sure he wouldn't go flying again. Keeping the fight to the small section of the docks we had landed in after Lobo got punched across the city. I already knew that getting close was a good way to get taken out of the fight, or even used as a meat shield if I was careless enough, so I flew around the edges doing my best to distract or disorient. Actual damage seemed out of the picture when anything less than a fully charged Kamehameha just pushed Lobo around. But even if they didn't damage him, they still hurt. And that was enough for me. "All right, nuts to this," was the eventual annoyed cry from the bounty hunter after a lucky ki blast caught him in the eye. "You want to play dirty? I'll show you dirty." He suddenly juked towards me, which caused Superman to try and get between us, which turned out to be a fake out when Lobo grabbed him by the arm and pulled him into a vicious headbutt. While Superman was reeling from that, the bounty hunter swung him around and threw the hero at me fast enough that I was hit out of the sky and sent crashing into one of the buildings nearby. Gotta say, you two are the first real scrap I've had in ages, Lobo said as he walked a little closer. Be a real shame to end it so fast. So I'm going to take 5 until I'm ready to resume kicking the collective butts of you and everyone else on this dung heap. He brought his hand up to his mouth and let out a loud whistle that summoned his rocket bike. Get ready, cause the next time you see the main man, it's going to be a bang. Chow. With that, his bike roared and went almost vertical, heading off towards space. Come on, Superman said, helping me to my feet. If he gets away now, the next time he shows up, people are going to get hurt. Think you can keep up? I grinned shakily back. For a little bit. I can't breathe in space. And to be honest, I was a little scared of going up that high. You can stay here if you want. You've already helped a lot. There was no judgment in Superman's voice either way, but I already made my decision. I'm not backing out of this fight now. Not until we win. Superman shot me a grin. Then let's go take that maniac down. Growing Pains, Chapter 57. Groaning, I opened my eyes and found myself in another jail cell. What the heck? This one wasn't the concrete and metal one like in Metropolis, but a giant glass-like tube surrounding me on all sides. Where was I? And what happened? Hello? I called out, only to get no reply. Either no one was listening, or they simply didn't care that I woke up. Well, since I was being left alone, I decided to take a moment to figure out how I ended up here. The last thing I remembered was flying up with Superman to stop Lobo from getting away, and then, right, it was a trap. Superman had gotten in front of Lobo's ship and stopped it from escaping the atmosphere while I took shots at him with a few key blasts, but I wasn't really fast enough to do more than slightly inconvenience him most of the time. Then a sudden laser beam hit Superman in the chest out of nowhere, which allowed Lobo to get the drop on him and knock him out before he went after me. I got a few good hits in, but the bounty hunter mostly just shook them off until he was close enough to grab me by the throat, and then nothing, which meant I either got choked out or knocked unconscious too, which led me to wherever I was now. Hello, anyone here? I tried again, only to still get no response back. Was anyone even around to hear me? I took a moment to shift to a more meditative pose and focused on my key sense. And yeah, sure enough, there were quite a few key signatures nearby. And if I focused, I thought I could sense Superman, surrounded by absolutely nothing for miles. Okay, 3 scenarios. 1. Everything besides the signatures nearby had died. 2. Whoever these people were that locked me up had some kind of tech that shielded key signatures like the lizard men. 3. And the most likely one, considering where the trap happened, we had been kidnapped and were now on a spaceship. And I can't breathe in space, so no blowing holes in the probable ship. I muttered to myself as I looked for a way to escape. It didn't take me long to give up trying to find some way to sneak out. Not a whole lot of options when it comes to clear tubes, and I moved on to the direct route. I walked up to the clear wall, keeping me trapped, and looked at it for a second. If whoever had captured me knew anything about Saiyan, it probably wasn't made out of something like actual glass, but I couldn't see any signs of reinforcement or laminates like Batman had described one of the times I had shadowed him in Birdbrain. It certainly looked like just one big glass tube. Tapping on it didn't exactly change my mind about that either, but I could at least confirm that I could touch the glass, and there wasn't some kind of energy shield protecting it. Nothing left to do but go for it. I pulled back my fist and slammed it into the glass, only to collapse onto the ground, clutching my hand in pain as the material failed to even crack. Holy crap, that thing was way harder than I thought it could be. There is no need for that, a calm voice said behind me, startling a yelp out of me and causing me to whip around to face it. At first, I thought someone had managed to trick my key sense completely and snuck up on me. But once I got a better look, I realized it was actually some kind of robot. It didn't look very threatening, but Elle wasn't really willing to fully drop my guard when I didn't know what was going on. Really? Because it seemed like a good idea to me. Who are you and why am I in here? I am known as the Preserver. The robot answered. For ages, I have collected many rare creatures on the brink of extinction. You were brought here by Lobo due to some bounty he no doubt wished to collect, but for other reasons that will be impossible. If he can't collect, then why am I still locked up? This ship houses a great many creatures that are the last of their species, and you are a Saiyan. The robot pointed out. You will remain where you are until I can return you to a planet that does not object to the presence of your race. I resisted the urge to grumble about that. The downside to being a member of a proud warrior race that no one wanted to talk about was that anyone who actually knew what that meant didn't really want you around. If this was what it was going to be like every time I ran into an alien, I was considering the benefits of just staying on Earth. Actually, any reason I can't just go back to Earth? I asked. I have a timetable to keep that does not include pandering to unexpected guests on my ship. I am generously offering you and the other one the Charnian brought on-board transportation to another planet when I could have just released you out the airlock. The Preserver said blandly, "Can I at least be moved to wherever you're keeping Superman then? If I'm going to be stuck here until you find a place to drop me off, I'd at least like someone to talk to." The robot was silent long enough that I was slightly worried that the Preserver had simply stopped paying attention to our conversation and gone to do something else. At least until he spoke up again in a distracted tone. With the addition of the Charnian enclosure, there is no more room in that section of the South Wing, so I cannot agree to your request. However, I will send a drone with some options for entertainment later. Well, at least the guy wasn't going to just lock me in a glass cage and call it a day, even if I was definitely going to try breaking out once his robot left me alone. But if he was doing requests, any chance I can get something to eat too? It's been a few hours since my last meal. The drone will bring that as well. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to focus on ensuring the Charnian's enclosure is accurate to his native environment. There was no change in the robot, but I was pretty sure the Preserver was no longer watching me. Between that and no changes that I could sense over where Superman was, that meant I had plenty of time to sit and actually think about how we were going to get out of this mess. Because hit it until it breaks is a terrible strategy when you are on a spaceship. I wasn't too worried though. Either Superman thinks of something and escapes, or I go and break him out and we take over the ship and go back to Earth. Since both of us weren't in any actual danger at the moment, I was going to take the time to think things through so I didn't accidentally kill us all and get a free meal out of the Preserver. That was important too. Oh, a few hours later, I was thinking a lot harder about how to escape. The Preserver did provide food like he promised. It was just awful. And the entertainment was just a bunch of informational packets about the animals on his ship. Not even good ones too, just a bunch of sciencey descriptions without even a single picture of what the thing being described actually looked like. If I was forced to spend much longer in here, I was going to go crazy. I'd been eyeing up the glass again once the Preserver's robot had left to go do something else. I hadn't exactly hit it as hard as I could earlier, so there was still a good chance I could break it and escape. The bigger question was, what did I do once I got out? I did actually know how to fly a few spaceships, but only if they shared a similar control scheme to my attack ball, and I really doubted that was the case with this one. The Preserver had idly mentioned the ship had wings dedicated to different enclosures. I had never even been on, let alone learned to fly, something that big before. Although if the ship really was that big, there were probably smaller ships inside somewhere that I could steal to get back to Earth with. Assuming I could get out of this glass prison thing, of course. Screw it. I'm not going to be able to plan for everything sitting around here. I mumbled under my breath. Escape, find a way to get back to Earth, don't get ejected into space. Foolproof plan. Oh, and maybe find Superman along the way if he doesn't find me first. Plan decided on. I focused on the glass keeping me prisoner and sank down into a stance, gathering my ki into my fist and clearing my mind of all distractions. With a short yell, I punched the clear material and once again confirmed it wasn't something like glass as a jolt of pain ran up my arm. Not for nothing though, since there was now a web of cracks where my fist hit. I pushed aside the pain and tried again. The wall still didn't break at the second punch or the third, but the wall was looking pretty fragile by that point. A good thing too, because I had either triggered an alarm or the Preserver noticed my escape attempt, and now some sort of gas was slowly rising up from the floor. I was only going to have one more chance to escape before I was going to be forced to breathe in whatever that crap was, doing my best to ignore everything and put everything into one more punch. I felt something in the back of my mind click. The ki surrounding my fist suddenly evened out into a fiery, glowing yellow orb instead of the wispy aura thing it was before, and when I hit the wall, my fist punched right through it. No time to celebrate though. The gas was still pouring in. A couple shoves were enough to dislodge some of the bigger chunks around the hole I'd made, and I didn't hesitate to jump through the opening and keep flying until I was around the first corner I found and away from whatever gas the preserver had used. Okay, part 1 of my plan complete. I congratulated myself. Now on to part. I froze as I straightened up and fully realized my new surroundings. Right in front of me was a very large window looking straight out into space on the other side of what I now realized was more of a decorative wall than a functional one. I was suddenly very glad of my decision to not try escaping with a key blast, because if I had tried and misjudged the strength of the blast, there was a good chance I would be floating in a vacuum right about now. At least part 3 of my foolproof plan is still in effect, I muttered. But just in case, key blasts are definitely banned. Though, on the other hand, I focused on my hand and after a few seconds managed to replicate my impromptu key technique. I played around with it a little, trying to change not only the shape of the key form, but also my hand. With a little testing, I actually managed to get something that resembled what I remembered a key blade should look like, even if I still hadn't figured out how to make it cut on its own yet. Clearly, I had stumbled into only half completing the technique, but I wasn't that upset about it. This was clear, tangible progress after weeks of almost nothing, and even half complete, it was still a useful technique for protecting my hands if I had to hit anything super hard again. Part 1 complete. Part 3 in progress. Time to work on part 2. I said aloud before glancing back at the window to the void. At least I know which direction not to go in. Growing Pains, Chapter 58. Oddly enough, despite having to know I'd escaped by now, I didn't see any signs of the preserver trying to stop me from running around his ship. I knew he had robots that acted as some kind of maintenance/caretaker drone for the animals, so I suspected he had some kind of security ones as well. I had half expected to run into a handful of them once I started flying towards where I could sense Superman. Then again, the preserver actually seemed to know a thing about science, so maybe he just wasn't bothering because he knew they couldn't stop me. It wasn't like I was damaging his ship or the animal exhibits at all, so I could understand why he was ignoring me for now. It was also making me paranoid I was going to fly into another trap any minute now. Stupid kidnapping alien jerks. Stupid deadly void. Stupid easily breakable ships. I shouted out my last complaint as I tore through a closed door standing between me and Superman's key signature. He was moving around now, so he must have escaped too, but I was still annoyed by the whole situation. The next time I got to fight something, I was dragging it out into a desert somewhere, just so I could cut loose without worrying about the environment being an obstacle, which was exactly what the next area up ahead looked like it was going to be. An obstacle. Giant enclosures made of the same material I had been trapped in filled out the area in orderly rows, each one containing a different environment for the creature kept inside. The good news was that I found Superman, though. He and Lobo were hiding around one of the enclosures for some reason, while a bunch of robots shot lasers at them. I guess that was why the preserver hadn't sent any of them after me. He sent them after Soups instead. And if the robots were forcing the two of them to hide, they had to be pretty heavy hitters. With that in mind, I raised a hand and shot a focused key beam at the attacking robots, which easily cut through 3 of them before the resulting explosions destroyed the rest. What the heck? I floated down to the 2 of them while giving them a closer look. From a distance, the 2 looked basically the same as when we had been fighting on Earth, but as I got closer, I could see some things stand out. Superman, for one, was looking tired for the first time I had ever seen him. Not that just finished fighting for hours or mentally worn down tired, which I had seen once or twice in extremely rare occasions, but the bone-deep kind where it looked like lifting a coffee cup was more effort than it was worth. And Lobo wasn't any better. The alien bounty hunter looked like he was dealing with a hangover after a week-long drinking binge. Not something I would actually put past the guy from what I knew about him, but considering he was fine a few hours ago made it obvious something was up with him. "You guys look awful," I said bluntly. "And why is the bounty hunter here? Are we not fighting him anymore?" "And now the brat is here," Lobo complained instead of answering me. "This day is just getting better and better." Superman ignored him and shot me a weary smile. "Khalifa, I'm glad you're okay. The preserver mentioned you were, but it was hard to completely trust his word considering." He motioned at our surroundings. "As for Lobo, we're calling a truce until we can get out of here." Fair enough, I guess. The guy had put out a bounty for Superman to be kidnapped and then betrayed Lobo once the job was finished. That wasn't exactly a reputation that gave him a bunch of trust. Yeah, he locked me in a section of the ship by myself until I broke out. The one time we talked, he said something about keeping me locked up until he found a planet that wouldn't mind having a Saiyan dumped on it. Huh. Good luck with that. Lobo barked with laughter. Any place willing to take in one of you monkeys isn't going to be the kind of place that Bald Geekwad is going to come within light years of. He was probably hoping you either couldn't get out or just fragged yourself. I frowned at that because my cell had been pretty close to the outer wall of the ship. Whatever. I shook my head and decided it wasn't worth thinking about. I'd already escaped after all. And what about you two? Cause, like I said, you look awful. The preserver had me under a red sun lamp since we were taken here, Superman admitted. I've been feeling pretty drained since. Cueball had 2 Fimbits tracking my every move. Kept me so choked up on gas that I can still barely move. Lobo growled, and I couldn't resist getting a jab in. You sure the air vents weren't just closed, and you got a good smell of yourself? Because Lobo was really leaning into the 80s grunge biker look. I'd be the first to admit I wasn't exactly a clean freak, but even then I knew to bathe more than accidentally getting caught in the rain last week. You're a funny monkey, he sneered back. Want a nana? You want a knuckle sandwich? Enough, you two. Superman moved in between us. Instead of fighting among ourselves, we should be trying to find a way to escape. You two wimps want to run? Fine. There's a bunch of ships in the south hangar you can take to scurry off to your little mudball planet. But the main man ain't running. Lobo jabbed a thumb into his chest. I'm not getting off this ship until I feed the cue ball 31 different flavors of pain. I blinked at him. 31. Wow, I'm impressed. Yeah. Well, when you're the main man, you pick up some things about bringing the pain, he boasted. Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I smiled cheekily. I was impressed you knew how to count that high. The bounty hunter growled and took a step towards me, but once again Superman played peacemaker and moved between us. We don't have time to be fighting between ourselves. It won't be long before the Preserver sends more robots after us, so let's move. And Khalifa? Stop instigating. I got a stern look before he turned and ran towards a ledge overlooking what looked like a giant jungle environment. Geez, this ship was huge. Lobo and I exchanged a few quick glares before moving to follow after the hero. Oh, something that became obvious super quickly was that Superman and Lobo were definitely nowhere near their full strength. Superman choosing to run instead of flying like normal was a big hint, but him and Lobo nearly getting caught by a pitfall trap of all things just confirmed it. I was currently the strongest member of our team, something I might have been a little more proud about if it wasn't only literally, because both other members had been weakened significantly by the Preserver. Instead, it felt like getting first place in a contest because everyone else dropped out. Hollow and unfulfilling. The good news was that Lobo was now on board with the plan to escape the Preserver's ship. I guess nearly getting trapped in a literal hole in the ground was enough to convince him. Since we were all running for the hangar, he left his space motorcycle in. He even found the other bounty he had brought with him, a tiny rat-like alien with 4 eyes, 3 of them arranged like a face on top of his face, on the way. According to him, it was just a sprint through the jungle, and then we'd be home free. So naturally we got ambushed about halfway through. A handful of yellowish-colored laser blasts peppered the ground in front of us as 4 more aliens stepped out of the trees. One of them was just a much larger version of the rat thing Lobo was carrying around. One was some kind of headless furry sloth wearing a breathing mask, and the last 2 were orange-skinned cyanoids. One with tied-up black hair and a goatee, and the other with short reddish hair and green eyes. Hey Lobo, the giant rat yelled while all of them pointed their guns our way. Remember us? Friends of yours? Superman asked sarcastically while keeping his eye on the 4 newcomers. My bridge club. That's my brother Naw. The tiny rat shrieked as he tried to squirm out of Lobo's grip. He's here to rescue me. In your dreams, Squeak. Lobo countered, squeezing the smaller alien like a squeaky toy and sneering at the others. And what do you losers want? Another beating. Because the main man is happy to deliver. Good luck with that. We know all about how weak you are right now. And even if you picked up a Saiyan from somewhere, we brought some backup of our own. Apparently, the giant rat was the leader of their group, or at least the most talkative, as he gestured towards the red-haired alien on his team. In fact, I feel like we should thank you. We were only expecting to cash in on your and my little brother's bounties, but now we can cash in on Mobile's bounty for a Saiyan too. And it's all thanks to you. I scowled at their inclusion of me on their list of targets because I had been kinda hoping we could just ditch Lobo with them. But now it looked like they weren't going to let me go anyway. Fine then. I raised my hand to blast them all. Run. Only for Superman to grab me by the wrist and pull me out of the way of a laser bolt fired by one of the new bounty hunters I had somehow missed. Even drained, the Kryptonian was more than strong enough to pull me along if I didn't actively resist. So while we ran deeper into the jungle, I had time to think that, yeah, I might have gotten a little cocky when I saw they relied on weaponry instead of some kind of natural ability. Because that shot, more than quick enough to put someone down if their weapons could hurt the target. And if they were after Lobo, I probably should have guessed their guns were more dangerous than anything I'd run into back on Earth. Lesson learned. Just because someone used weapons didn't mean I should instantly write them off as a lower threat, which meant time to take these guys more seriously. I'm going to see if I can't thin down their numbers a bit, I said as I pulled my arm out of Superman's grip. I'll meet up with you once I'm done. I could see that he didn't like the idea, but we didn't have the time to fight about it while getting shot at. He gave me a short nod, and I flew off towards the cyanoid with the red hair. He was the one with the best aim as far as I could tell so far, so he was the one I wanted to take down first. My sudden reversal caught the bounty hunters by surprise, and I caught the redhead in the jaw before they could react. But I could immediately tell a single serious punch wasn't enough to completely take him out and went to finish him off, only to freeze in shock when he caught my follow-up attack with one hand and smiled bloodily at me. Surprised, Saiyan? You aren't the only warrior race in the galaxy. Let me show you the might of a Tamaranian warrior.